Chapter 1. I adore going to work. It brings me immense joy. Cuckoo. Rise and shine. Time to get up, cuckoo. Li Luo groggily awakened from his slumber, instinctively silencing the alarm clock. A glance at his phone revealed that it was already 8 a.m. With a grimace, Li Luo dragged himself out of bed. The aftermath of the May Day holiday was particularly harrowing for the working class, as the return to work loomed ahead. Li Luo was no exception. Were it not for the desire to defy his elder and to earn a living independently, asserting his own worth, he would have preferred to avoid this shift entirely. I heard there's a new rice roll breakfast shop downstairs. Perhaps I shall try their rice rolls, he mused. After splashing water on his face, he admired his handsome visage for a fleeting moment. Grabbing his backpack, he exited the community, heading towards the newly opened rice roll establishment. Instinctively, Li Luo pulled out his phone and opened a certain app to scroll through short videos, one of the few hobbies he had embraced since becoming self-sufficient. Unbeknownst to him, the images on his phone were synchronously displayed across the celestial screens of various dynasties, visible to all who dare to look up. In the realm of the Qin dynasty, Zhao Gao pointed in astonishment at the heavenly screen. Your Majesty, the celestial screen is stirring. It must be a sign from the heavens, sending down immortals to bless our great Qin for generations to come. I congratulate your Majesty. My heartfelt wishes accompany you. The ministers quickly knelt in unison, echoing, "We congratulate your Majesty." Ing Zheng bore a triumphant smile, exuding an air of dominance as he waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Feast. Dispatch orders to prepare a banquet. Let all ministers join me in witnessing this divine marvel." Yes, in the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin emerged from the Hall of Governance, his brow furrowed, burdened with worries. I wonder whether this celestial display is a boon or a bane. Empress Chongsun followed closely, grasping his hand, urging, "Dear brother, fret not. Your benevolence towards the people marks you as a noble ruler. Heaven is merciful and will surely bestow blessings upon our Tang." Li Shimin sighed, for he dreaded the whispers of the populace questioning the legitimacy of his reign. Thus, he diligently governed, fearful of failing the common folk. Let us hope for the best. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed up at the celestial display, flanked by Crown Prince Zhu Biao and Prince Yin, Zhu Di. "Look, my eldest and my fourth, behold this divine spectacle." "Father, what is this? Who's playing tricks?" "Allow me to apprehend them," Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Zhu Di. "Begone, fourth brother, do not speak carelessly, lest you provoke the immortals," he admonished. The amiable Zhu Biao chuckled. "Father, the fourth brother is merely jesting. Someone, bring over a few chairs, let us sit and enjoy the view." Prince Yin muttered, "I was simply making an observation." After receiving Zhu Yuanzhang's reprimand, Zhu Di gazed at the celestial screen, lost in contemplation. In the realm of the Han dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Wu, Emperor Lu Che was enraged, storming through the court with fury. "The Xiongnu shall be confronted. I am resolute in this endeavor. Should we delay now, we shall inevitably confront them in the future. Dream on if you wish to claim my Han princess. Since the time of Gaozu, how many princesses have we sent in marriage? Yet the Xiongnu's predatory ambitions remain unchanged. My efforts to strengthen and cultivate our realm are not for naught. The Han shall not bow to the Xiongnu." The atmosphere in the court was tense, the ministers trembling in fear. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. "Who dares to make a ruckus? Drag them out and execute them." A palace attendant hurried in, kneeling in supplication. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The celestial screen has displayed a phenomenon." Emperor Lu Che was momentarily taken aback. In the realms of the Qing, Song, and Three Kingdoms, the onlookers were equally astonished, their faces a blend of bewilderment. A divine phenomenon. The heavens have revealed their favor. "Quick, kneel." The citizens of various dynasties could not help but prostrate themselves, bowing repeatedly, exclaiming, "Heaven has manifested. May the divine bless us." Suddenly, an image appeared on the celestial screen. Li Luo's face came into view, though his expression was hurried. He entered the newly opened rice roll shop. "Is this the immortal? Truly an immortal, so handsome and distinguished." Many young women from various realms blushed, unable to resist stealing glances at Li Luo. Li Luo remained blissfully unaware of the spectacle he had unwittingly created. He glanced up the menu plastered on the wall, filled with an array of rice roll varieties and their prices. Selecting a moderately priced rice roll, he called out to the busy proprietor, "Boss, one rice roll with ham, please." "Coming right up. Ham rice roll for table 8. All the spectators from various realms were left in stunned silence upon hearing this exchange. In the Qin, the immortal has spoken. In the Song, The immortal must partake in the same grains as us. In the Ming, good heavens, there are so many varieties of a single rice roll. In the Qing, incredible. It is hard to imagine how blissful it would be to taste them all. In the Tang, the immortal has displayed the menu for all to see quickly. We must create a similar one, hanging it in the Moon Immortal Tavern's hall. In the Qin, Zhao Gao exclaimed, "What does the writing on the celestial screen signify? What do the characters for Song, Ming, and Tang mean?" Zhao Gao continued, "The fleeting text is clearly not of our Qin. How is it that I can comprehend it?" "Your Majesty," Zhao Gao addressed. Ing Zheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the meaning of the celestial display with an air of deep thought. Many astute individuals quickly realized that the celestial screen did not depict the immortal realm, but rather the future. This meant that the figure on the celestial screen was a person from the future. The ruling powers immediately recognized the implications. If the celestial figure hailed from the future, could they glean some insight into what was to come? All rulers promptly instructed their attendants and artists to meticulously document every word displayed upon the celestial screen. "Your ham rice roll, please enjoy." "Thank you." Li Luo retrieved his chopsticks and opened the electronic pickled vegetable app. The celestial screen flickered with the app's logo, leaving onlookers puzzled about its meaning, when suddenly a video commenced. The poetic romance ingrained in the hearts of the people. Once again, they were enchanted by the beauty of words. In the video, a bewildered orange kitten slept beneath a osmanthus tree, its orange and white fur adorned with golden osmanthus petals. Narration: this must be the poetic romance inherent in our culture. Netizens shared images of their own kittens napping beneath osmanthus trees, captioned with verses inviting the next line. Li Luo eagerly opened the comments section. The celestial beings displayed their talents, each person embodying a poet, a sage, or an inspired muse. Under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms in August, the fragrance wafts during the mid-autumn festival. Change, unaware, cradles the playful kitten, mistakenly embracing the jade rabbit in the heavens. Under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms, the gentle breeze whispers, the flowers are perfectly poised. If only such scenes could recur each year, it would not be in vain to traverse the earthly realm. Under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms, the evening breeze sweeps the petals away, golden threads blanket the ground, the proud feline stands aloof. Under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms, intoxicated, I dream of the heavens on the long street. The setting sun casts its golden glow, revealing the most carefree of lives. Li Luo was taken aback, momentarily neglecting his rice roll. He quickly liked and commented on these verses. "Alas, I lack the culture. I can only exclaim my astonishment. Why is it that despite the same 9 years of compulsory education, you all excel so remarkably? Let us set aside the word competition. Your literary prowess is equally formidable. I am forever in awe of the talents showcased by contemporary netizens in the realm of the Tang dynasty." Li Bai clapped his hands in delight. Under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms, splendidly done, splendidly done. Let us toast to this. Du Fu, glowing with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "My poetic spirit is ignited. I must compose a verse. In the Ming, I wish to raise such a creature. In the Three Kingdoms, under the osmanthus tree, the osmanthus blooms, the mid-autumn festival echoes with joy." All eyes were fixed on the celestial screen when suddenly it went dark and the images vanished. After a brief pause, a mechanical female voice resonated from the celestial screen. "Clock and successful." Li Luo's figure disappeared, replaced by a grand office space. Lu Shan instinctively swallowed hard. "Father, what is this place? It appears even more opulent than my own residence." Zhuge Liang fanned himself, equally astonished. "This, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a workspace of future generations," he speculated. As Li Luo approached his desk, the ever-contentious supervisor, Zhou, stormed towards him with an imposing demeanor. The rotund old Qin leaned in close to Li Luo, whispering, "Old Luo, Zhou is coming. It seems something is amiss. Be wary of him. That slippery eel is scheming." Just as old Qin finished, Supervisor Zhou, with a thunderous expression, had already reached Li Luo's side, slamming his hand onto the desk, nearly spitting in Li Luo's face. "Did you not see the message I sent to the group?" Li Luo lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "I saw it." Zhou Bapi's expression twisted for a brief moment, seemingly unprepared for Li Luo's rebuttal. "You saw it? You were supposed to work overtime on May Day. Why didn't you?" "I completed the tasks assigned to me. Why should I work overtime?" Li Luo spoke without a hint of guilt, having fulfilled his responsibilities. He saw no reason to extend his work hours, especially without any extra pay. Zhou, the director, was infuriated, his finger jabbing at Li Luo as he scolded. What kind of attitude is that? Li Luo had endured enough, narrowing his eyes. He rose defiantly. What attitude? Ever since you became the supervisor, you've been forcing your colleagues to work overtime. Leaving at 8 or 9 in the evening is considered early 11 or 12 is the norm, and everyone is utterly exhausted. Am I some sort of beast of burden, toiling day and night? Did I sign a contract to be enslaved by the company? Li Luo shouted, his voice echoing through the department, plunging it into an abrupt silence. Zhou Bapai was seething with rage, unable to fathom that the usually docile Li Luo would openly confront him in front of so many people. Whether you like it or not, there are plenty of people willing to work. Now, pack your things and leave. Get out. Zhou Bapai's words ignited the fury within Li Luo. Perfect. I truly don't want to work anymore. This shift, whoever wants to work can do so. Li Luo tossed his employee badge onto the table, grabbed his bag, and turned to leave. Li Luo, don't regret this. Hearing Zhou Bapai's words, Li Luo was enraged to the point of laughter. He suddenly turned around, pointing at the supervisor, and retorted, whoever regrets, it is the fool. Zhou Bapai's authority faced a significant challenge. His anger peaked as he watched Li Luo walk away with a swift motion. He swept everything off Li Luo's desk onto the floor. What are you staring at? Get back to work. The entire department fell into a hushed silence, all eyes on Zhou Bapai's humiliation. Li Luo's confrontation with Zhou Bapai made him an overnight sensation, igniting a frenzy of excitement throughout the department. Li Luo is magnificent. I had no idea Li Luo could be so fierce, directly confronting Zhou Bapai. Zhou Bapai is such a petty person, I've disliked him for a long time. Li Luo voiced what we all felt. It's cathartic and satisfying. Li Luo is powerful and commanding. But he's still too young. He should have bided his time. Old Qin gazed in astonishment at the suddenly assertive Li Luo, finding it hard to believe. Among the entire department, Li Luo was the most diligent and dedicated worker. Tasks assigned to him were completed with exceptional skill, making him the department's cornerstone. Watching Li Luo walk away, Old Qin gritted his teeth and chased after him. Old Luo, are you really planning to resign? Li Luo paused, slinging his arm around the plump Old Qin's shoulder, and shrugged. You saw it yourself. What future can one have working under such a person? Old Qin felt a wave of shared sentiment wash over him as he listened to Li Luo. He recalled the hardships they endured since Zhou Bapai became the supervisor, living in a state of constant struggle. There was grievance, there was anger, there was unwillingness, and there was frustration. Old Qin's expression shifted as he felt a surge of unnameable rage bubbling within, growing more suffocating with each thought. Money is hard to earn, and misery is hard to endure. Old Luo, you're right. I've been living a life worse than that of a pig or a dog. I can't stand this miserable existence for another day. Let's go. Old Qin, will leave with you. Just as Li Luo and Old Qin stepped out of the company, Li Luo's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered impatiently. A robust voice came through the line. Have you resigned? Li Luo responded with a nonchalant hum. A flicker of annoyance crossing his face, he marveled at how quickly his father learned of the news. Receiving a call at this moment, he wondered what scheme his father was concocting. Did he intend to mock him or pressure him to return? Li Luo replied with a smirk, Old man, your sources are quite impressive. On the other end, a middle-aged man sighed heavily. Are you still unwilling to return to the company? Li Luo was about to decline when he suddenly noticed the stout Old Qin. Beside him, Old Qin had some genuine talent, and bringing him into the company would be a wise move. Li Luo's eyes brightened as he stepped aside and whispered, Old man, I want to arrange for someone to join the company. On the other end. Okay. Is that possible? Just give me a word. There was a moment of silence on the line. This was the first time his son had asked him for a favor. Off course. It could be done. Have him report directly to HR tomorrow. Thanks, old man. You. All right, old man. You're in good health. When you can't handle it anymore, he'll take over. The voice on the other end relaxed, chuckling and scolding, you little rascal. After hanging up, Li Luo turned to Old Qin with a smile. Old Qin, I have found you a job. Report to the Human Resources Department of Stone Group tomorrow. Old Qin gazed at Li Luo in disbelief. With just a phone call, his future seemed secured. Could it be a mere jest? Li Luo, who are you really? Li Luo tossed his head back, stylishly ruffling his hair, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing his chiseled jawline. No more pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. My surname is Li Shihongsley. Li Shihongsley? Old Qin was momentarily stunned, casting a shocked glance at Li Luo. Li Shihang? Isn't he the wealthiest man in the city? Goodness, have I stumbled upon a young heir experiencing life as a commoner? What? You don't believe it? Old Qin exaggeratedly let out a loud exclamation, then suddenly clung to Li Luo's leg. Li Luo, you have kept this secret from me for so long. Here we are toiling together, and now you reveal you are a wealthy young master. Li Luo pushed old Qin away vigorously, his face filled with embarrassment. Old Qin, stop tugging at my pants, or they will come off. No way, Li Luo, Li Xiao, you must support me. Otherwise, I shall not rise. Release me. I shall support you, is that not enough? At last, Li Luo salvaged his trousers, and after parting ways with old Qin, he returned to his rented room and resumed scrolling through short videos. Across various dimensions, the celestial screen once again displayed images. The great Qin, come quickly. The heavens have unveiled a vision. Li Si of the great Qin, taken aback, spewed forth his drink, pointing at the spectacle displayed upon the celestial screen. His expression one of utter disbelief. A disgrace to culture, a disgrace indeed. The moral fabric of society is in decline, he lamented. The Prime Minister speaks the truth. Such women, clad in revealing attire, deserve to be submerged in a pig's cage. Indeed, it is utterly vulgar, intolerably so. With fervor, he declared, I shall vehemently criticize this. While the ministers sternly condemned the display, their eyes remained fixated upon the enchanting figure on the screen, tears of helplessness glistening at the corners of their mouths. Qin Shi Huangying Zheng remarked, Gentlemen, would you prefer to shut your eyes before casting judgment? The ministers, trembling, knelt in submission, exclaiming, We are guilty. Please, Your Majesty, impose your punishment upon us. In the video, the captivating young lady exuded an innate allure. Her fiery red lips accentuating her beauty as she danced gracefully in a minuscule skirt, swaying in harmony with the background music. At times, she formed heart shapes with her hands, and at others, she cast flirtatious glances at the audience before the lens, her gaze languid and temptingly inviting. Emperor Liu Bang of the Han Dynasty danced joyfully to the melodies of the young lady, mimicking her gestures and continually forming heart shapes towards the heavens. Lu Ji, observing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye and remarked, Your Majesty, do you have a fondness for such women? Liu Bang, slightly taken aback, quickly averted his gaze and, in an attempt to appease Lu Ji, responded, How could that be? My beloved, you have misunderstood me. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, Empress Changsun observed the infatuated expression on Emperor Li Shimin's face, her countenance darkening with displeasure. Your Majesty, is that woman beautiful? Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, replied, Indeed, she is beautiful. Humph. Upon witnessing the ashen expression on Empress Changsun's face, Li Shimin was jolted into clarity. He quickly shook his head, asserting, No, no, no. While she possesses beauty, she lacks the soul and grace. She pales in comparison to the Empress's grandeur. She falls woefully short indeed. In the realm of the Ming Dynasty, Empress Ma gazed at her son, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, and cleared her throat with a deliberate cough. Ahem. Tell me, is the lady above truly beautiful? She kicked Zhu Yuanzhang, startling him. Upon seeing the distressed expression on Empress Ma's face, his heart raced. Oh dear, we could easily be her grandfather. What frivolous thoughts could we possibly entertain? She chastised Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, lamenting their lack of ambition as they remained unfazed by the presence of a woman. How could we entrust the Ming Empire to you two? Humph. Go kneel and reflect upon your shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao rose with excitement, his gaze fixated on the enchanting dancer in the heavens. Dian Wei chuckled heartily, raising a cup in celebration. My lord, that lady is truly stunning. Unable to contain his admiration, Cao Cao nodded, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. I wonder if she is married. Li Luo discreetly liked and saved the video, prompting the system to recommend several similar clips. While indulging in visual delight, viewers across various realms were equally captivated. Suddenly, a title caught Li Luo's attention. Education is characterized by its long-term and delayed effects. His finger hesitated, and he inhaled sharply, recognizing the weight of this video. It promised to resonate with many. The title on the celestial screen left scholars from different timelines momentarily stunned. Was not education pursued to achieve academic success? To bring glory to one's family and to fulfill lofty ambitions? What relevance did long-term and delayed effects hold in learning the arts and skills necessary for serving the imperial family? Li Luo clicked to watch the video, and as curiosity filled the air, it commenced. Education embodies a cyclical nature. Years later, one may suddenly realize something profound, such as the very moment a bullet strikes. That instant symbolizes the culmination of education. It is only during romantic pursuits that one comprehends the significance of Ming. It is upon seeking employment that Kong Iji reveals its true meaning. And it is in discussions of marriage that peacock flies southeast becomes clear. This illustrates the immediacy and latency of education, which preemptively instills thoughts that only become comprehensible when one possesses the requisite life experiences, leading to epiphanies that signify the true accomplishment of prior teachings. Li Luo felt a tremor in his heart, experiencing a profound awakening that left him emotionally stirred, naturally empathetic. He found the simple narration of the video to be deeply impactful. He quickly scrolled to the comments section, which was ablaze with over 10,000 responses. "The moment the bullet strikes is when education truly completes its cycle," exclaimed one user. "When I told my sister that attending university was for myself while relying on copied homework, I paused at the thought, can I cheat during the entrance exams? What can I achieve if I don't get into a good school?" Another lamented. Li Luo added his own reflection. "Previously, I merely studied to pass exams. Now, 2 decades later, I finally understand the essence of the textbooks. This is the closure of a cycle." As various users shared their sentiments, the collective nostalgia resonated deeply. They expressed feelings of regret, realization, and the bittersweet nature of growing up, encapsulating the essence of youth and missed opportunities. Li Luo, feeling an overwhelming sense of kinship, quickly responded with a poignant remark, "It is never quite like the carefree days of youth." With moist eyes, he replayed the video, reflecting on the profound lessons hidden within the pages of his textbooks. In retrospect, each lesson was meaningful, and he recalled the parables once derided, now seen in a new light. A teacher once remarked, "Eventually, I found myself at the front of the classroom, confronted by disobedient students. Thus, I descended from the pedestal, realizing it was not my students who needed guidance, but rather my younger self." Silence enveloped the viewers from all realms. With a heavy sigh, Li Luo set his phone down, his heart unable to find solace. In the grand tapestry of life, it is only upon reaching maturity that one truly comprehends these profound truths. In my childhood, when my teacher imparted wisdom, I thought the person who marked the boat to seek his sword was quite foolish, unaware that the sword lay in the midst of the water and that the boat would drift away. Revisiting the land of the 3 kingdoms, in essence, mirrors the folly of marking a boat to seek a sword. It is indeed a pity. After a brief pause, Li Luo's emotions settled significantly. He took out his phone and glanced at the grayed-out profile picture, ultimately locating the familiar round face icon. He swiftly composed a message, "Old man, I crave dompa pork." Li Shiheng was in the midst of a meeting when his phone suddenly chimed, just as he was about to reprimand someone. He realized it was his own device that had gone off, having forgotten to silence it during the meeting. Lowering his gaze, he saw a message pop up, "Old man, I crave dompa pork." Li Shiheng stared at his phone, momentarily lost in thought, and after a considerable pause, a smile broke across his face. How disrespectful, he mused. As a well-known workaholic, he never attended to personal matters during meetings. Today's high-level conference was of great importance, and everyone was on high alert. Unexpectedly, amidst the silence, President Li's phone rang. The staff below waited in hushed anticipation, speculating who might be sending a message to President Li, observing his father's seemingly cheerful demeanor. He picked up the phone and opened his son's profile, quickly typing back, "All right, there will be plenty of dompa pork. I'll have Wang Ma prepare it." After responding to his son's message, Li Shiheng glanced at the inquisitive senior executives, cleared his throat, and coughed lightly. "Let's resume the meeting." Li Luo felt a gentle smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It had been ages since he and his father had the opportunity for a proper conversation. After his mother passed away, he ceased to show any kindness to Li Shiheng. Throughout his childhood, Li Shiheng was preoccupied with work, treating the company as his home, resulting in their father-son encounters being countable on one hand. Upon graduation, Li Luo chose not to join the family business but instead left home to earn a living independently. It was only when he lived like an ordinary person that he came to understand the struggles of everyday life and realized the immense challenge his father faced in sustaining a company. "If I lift the bricks, I cannot embrace you. If I set them down, I cannot provide for you." Rainbow candy. Why do people of different ages repeatedly fall in love with Su Dompa? Li Luo glanced at the title, his lips twitching, sensing that this video would be a poignant reflection of himself. What is it about Su Dompa that captivates so many? In the Northern Song dynasty, Su Shi's wine cup crashed to the ground as he abruptly rose, fixating on the celestial canvas above. Upon reading the title displayed there, an overwhelming sense of incredulous joy surged within him. My name shall endure through the ages. My poetry will be extolled by future generations. What a fortune it is." In the same time and space, Su Shi, witnessing the accolades bestowed upon his elder brother, felt a subtle smile grace his lips. His ascent to the prime ministership had not been in vain. It was all for the purpose of fortifying and ensuring his brother's safety and prosperity throughout his life. "For during my studies, he imparted to me, Broaden your perspective while being selective in your choices, accumulate knowledge, and release it sparingly. In moments of confusion, he reminded me, one cannot perceive the true visage of Mount Luce simply because one is enveloped within it. When I embarked on my entrepreneurial journey, he encouraged me, a truly courageous individual remains unperturbed in the face of sudden challenges and does not succumb to anger without cause. In times of failure, he consoled me, life is but a journey against the current. I too am a traveler. When I struggled to let go, he enlightened me, the landscape and moonlight possess no permanent dominion. The idler is the true master. In moments of loss, he reassured me, humans experience joy and sorrow. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, this has been a timeless truth. When I resolved to start anew, he inspired me, who fears? A rain-soaked cloak is sufficient for a lifetime. Li Luo enjoyed perusing the comments, and one highly praised response read, "This is not merely poetry, it is evidently my life." Playboy. Su Shi's poetry encapsulates the myriad facets of life, allowing individuals at every stage to resonate with it. Psyduck. I admire the poetic genius Li Bai and the saint of poetry Du Fu, but I cherish Su Shi more, for I share his surname. Dinosaur Knight. I favor the poetic immortal Li Bai, for my surname is Li, Princess Whitehorse. I adore the poetry of Du Fu, as my surname is Du. Born to be a pair, you all are so cruel. How lamentable that my family lacks a renowned poet in history. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Bai proclaimed, future generations refer to me as the immortal poet. Such joy ought to be shared with all of you. Du Fu, residing in his thatched cottage, beheld the heavens where he was honored as the holy poet, moved to tears. What bliss! There is no greater fortune in life than this. My poetry is eternal. He remarked. Speaking of Su Shi, one cannot overlook a certain individual. I know this one, came the reply. Su Shi's notorious younger brother. Su Shi is considered the warmest man of the Northern Song. It is said his life consists of eating, sleeping, and supporting his brother. In the Northern Song, Su Shi spat out his drink, pointing at the heavens in disbelief. What do you mean by saying his life revolves around eating, sleeping, and supporting me? Is he truly that inept? Su Shi couldn't help but scrutinize himself earnestly. Simultaneously, Su Shi, in the same time frame, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he did not comprehend the meaning of notorious as uttered by future generations, yet he could not deny that their summaries were indeed precise. Li Luo, upon seeing Su Shi mentioned in the comments, glanced at the link and opened a short video featuring Su Shi. The Su brothers of the Northern Song sat upright, their eyes fixed upon the celestial display. Historically, one of the most loyal brothers among the 8 greats of the Tang and Song, Su Shi, announced the video. Su Shi remarked, "Here it comes." The video commenced, posing the question, what is it like to have a brother who is a notorious chatterbox? Su Shi was left speechless, utterly taken aback. What does it mean to have a brother who is a notorious chatterbox? He is clearly an exceptionally wise and heroic elder brother, is he not? He is, without a doubt, the warmest younger brother in history, a true doting sibling. His life has been spent writing poetry and serving in office, all while rescuing his brother. Blushing and flustered, Su Shi pointed at the heavens, utterly embarrassed. What is it like to have a troublemaking brother? He exclaimed, choking slightly. This is slander. You are defaming me. Su Shi glanced at the celestial screen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Supporting him, and seeking promotions on his behalf. Su Shi, imprisoned due to the Wutai poetry case, cried out from his cell, "Brother, save me." He looked at the heavens, hastily shaking his head. I did not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Upon witnessing the harmonious scene of brotherly love unfolding in the heavens, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty could not help but display a visage of envy. It is worth noting that his throne had been seized from his elder brother, and the shadow of the hidden crown prince's family lingered ominously in his thoughts. Yet, the video continued to play on. Su Shi, in a fervent rush, petitioned for the preservation of his brother's life, seeking to spare him from official dismissal. With ire, Su Shi exclaimed, "Brother, you are not composing poetry. You are courting disaster." As Su Shi endeavored to purchase a residence in Changzhou, he found himself short of funds. In a generous act, Su Shi borrowed 3,000 guan, while he himself did not acquire a home until he was well into his 60s. When Su Shi sought assistance for constructing a bridge in Huizhou, he turned to Su Shi, who, lacking money himself, implored his wife to part with the gold coins bestowed by the emperor. Li Luola's laughter rang out, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. What a splendid younger brother! Why do I not possess such a remarkable sibling? He mused. Brother, have you been demoted again? Indeed. First to Huangzhou, then to Huizhou, and now I find myself across the sea in Danzhou. How have the past 3 years treated you? Not well. I have suffered from mouth ulcers from eating too many lychees, Suja sighed. Upon reaching this point, Su Shi felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that throughout his life, he had indeed been continually lifted by the endeavors of his devoted brother. In the grand tapestry of history, the bond between brothers resonates profoundly. The great Qin observes, "Such a brother, I would welcome a dozen." The Western Han reflects, with a brother like this, what more could one desire? The trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the Three Kingdoms exchanged knowing glances, laughter illuminating their faces as they clasped each other's hands tightly. Elder brother, second brother. Elder brother, third brother. Second brother. Third brother. They had once pledged brotherhood in the Peach Garden, not seeking to be born on the same day, but rather to depart this world together. Su Sun gazed at the two little ones beside him, barely reaching his thigh, and sighed as he affectionately ruffled the hair of his 5-year-old son. Suja, your future will be fraught with challenges. Yet, Suja's eyes sparkled with determination as he envisioned a future where he would protect his elder brother. Aspiring to rise in rank to aid him, 9-year-old Su Shi was equally moved, tears brimming in his eyes as he grasped his brother's hand, uttering, "Brother." Luo Li perused the spicy comments from netizens, nearly collapsing with laughter. One user remarked, "Such a brother, envy and jealousy abound." Another summarized Su Shi's life, "Brother's eyes I supports," while Suja insists, "Brother, hush, I'm on it." A comment read, "Promote and assist brother, assist brother, assist brother." A youthful admirer noted the distinct paths of the two brothers. Su Shi, exiled, eats. Su Shi, promoted, assist brother. The audience pondered, who exactly is the elder? And who is the younger? Their father, Su Sun, urged, "You two must support one another." Suja replied, "Understood, father," while Su Shi quipped, "Brother says he understands, father." You dog-headed. As Su Shi reassured his friend, Huaimin, "Fret not. Though this place may be shabby and remote, it is not without its merits," another user humorously added, Huaimin. "Have you fallen asleep? My brother is here to assist me." Su Shi's letters home were often filled with longing for his beloved, sharing news of his circumstances, concluding with a plea for aid. One user succinctly summarized their lives: Shi, exiled, 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 Zhe, assisting, assisting, assisting. The humor of Su Shi's predicament was irresistible. As one exclaimed, "With such a brother, Suja has every reason to be proud." Luo Li laughed heartily, rolling on the bed as the heavens above seemed to quiver in shared amusement. Observing Suja's cherubic face, Su Sun felt a pang of sympathy. Glancing at the nonchalant Su Shi, he could not help but advise, "Eldest, try not to cause your brother too much trouble." The Northern Song Emperor, resting his chin in contemplation, mused, "Why have I not seen Suja lately? Perhaps I shall demote Su Shi for a change." With a sudden spark of inspiration, he thought, "Isn't he fond of aiding his brother? How convenient it would be to summon him." Meanwhile, Su Shi faced his own trials, having been demoted to Huangzhou. He cheerfully remarked, "The bamboo shoots here are delightful. I shall indulge in some dongpa pork." Following yet another demotion to Huizhou, he joyously exclaimed, "Let us savor lychees." Penning a poem, "Daily, I consume 300 lychees, unwilling to part from Ling'an." Su Sun, observing his 9-year-old Su Shi and 5-year-old Suja, sighed, "Alas, who is the elder? And who is the younger?" In a whimsical exchange, Wang Jin and Suja pondered their respective brothers' misfortunes, sharing their resolve to rescue them. In the Northern Song realm, Su Shi found himself at his wit's end, unable to contain his frustration upon encountering Zhang Huaimin's mocking gaze. He set down his cup, addressing him, "Huaimin, what manner of look is that?" Zhang Huaimin shot him an exasperated glance, wondering why he did not have a brother to assist him in his endeavors. In the era of the Great Qin, they were brothers, yet they resembled intimate friends. During the Western Han Dynasty, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. No matter how far one is cast down, one can always rise again. Ha ha ha. In the grand era of the Tang Dynasty, brother, stride forth with boldness and grace. Behind you stands a younger sibling ready to support you. How enviable. The great Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the celestial expanse, murmuring to himself, "Brotherly camaraderie, respectful amongst siblings. Truly, they're the illustrious three Su." The Qing Emperor Qianlong, upon seeing the figures of the two Su brothers in the heavens, could not help but sigh. Alas, to be born into a royal lineage is indeed a misfortune. Meanwhile, contemporary netizens began to engage in playful banter. Zhu Zhongwu mused, "Do you not feel that the Su brothers are the reincarnations of the Wang Wei brothers, returning to the mortal realm to endure tribulations after several centuries?" Huazhou Shishui chimed in, "He, may we be brothers through countless lifetimes, forging bonds unfulfilled in this world." Bang Bang Tang remarked, One must speak the truth here. It is rumored that human genes overlap approximately every 150 years. Perhaps the Su brothers are indeed the reincarnations of the Wang Wei brothers. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Wang Jin, a fellow adept of the art of persuasion, could not help but shed tears of heartfelt sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Was it not merely a matter of providing closure for his elder brother? He was willing to be a steadfast support for his sibling throughout his lifetime. Li Luo did not hastily scroll away, but instead cast his eyes upon the barrage of comments that floated across the video. Was it the Wang Wei who penned verses of longing? At that moment, a flurry of comments filled the screen. Indeed, it was the one known as the reclusive emoji, Wang Wei. I am particularly fond of his lines. Red beans grow in the southern land when spring arrives. How many branches bloom? I hope you gather more, for this is the essence of longing. Also, the bright moon shines between the pines. Clear springs flow over the stones. He was a poet of the pastoral landscape school of the Tang dynasty, with Su Shi praising his poetry as possessing the essence of painting and his paintings embodying poetry. It is worth mentioning that Wang Wei was proficient in poetry, calligraphy, painting, and music, earning the title of the Poet Buddha, and is likewise considered the progenitor of southern landscape painting. Wang Wei, hailing from Shaanxi, our beloved Shaanxi. In the Northern Song dynasty, Su Shi observed Wang Wei, who had similarly spent his life under the shadow of his younger brother, and felt a sense of admiration. However, Su Shi was equally elated, for he noticed that the comments hailed him as a Northern Song literateur, painter, gourmet, and water conservancy expert. His accomplishments were no less than those of his brother. Moreover, aside from the enduring jest of living in his brother's shadow, his legacy was immortalized through the ages, with future generations holding him in high regard. Did not later generations proclaim their affection for him at various stages of their lives? Su Shi, clutching a wine jug, chuckled heartily, provoking a grimace from Zhang Huaimin. Throughout history, people gazed at the celestial screen with eager anticipation, for the highest honor is to leave a lasting legacy, celebrated by posterity. They yearned to discover if they, like the renowned figures in the video, would be remembered by future generations. Soon, Li Luo resumed watching the subsequent video, 5,000 Years of History, Men Speed Bumps, an exhilarating montage of historical lines. Meanwhile, the celestial screen transformed once more, revealing a majestic palace, exuding the allure of history, Yingzheng, in the realm of Great Qin. Yingzheng was utterly astonished. Upon hearing the voice from the heavens, he was left speechless, exclaiming, "It is I, it is I." In the grand hall, all officials knelt in reverence. Li Si, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "I, Li Si, extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty. Our great Qin shall endure for millennia." The officials fervently bowed, chanting, "Long live the emperor." From the celestial canopy emerged a formidable man, striding confidently towards the elevated platform. Though he bore little resemblance to Yingzheng, the first emperor's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the heavens. He yearned to ascertain whether the great Qin would indeed last for ages, eternal and unyielding. Yingzheng, the sovereign of this empire, the first emperor of China, known throughout history as Qin Shi Huang. Within the celestial expanse, 1,000,000 valiant soldiers stood, and the man at the pinnacle surveyed the earth below. His voice resonating with fervor, with unity of purpose, "Let us transform disgrace into glory. Brave old Qin, let us face our national trials together. What are the 6 kingdoms? I shall lead the iron cavalry of great Qin to carve out vast territories." Countless Qin warriors raised their swords, drawing bows and unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. With the unity of the 6, may our legacy endure for generations. How do the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors compare to me? I shall forge a true nation. The scene was alive with the sound of drums and fluttering banners. 1,000,000 Qin soldiers gazed upon the figure upon the platform with adoration, pledging their lives to the sovereign of great Qin. "I have unified the 6 kingdoms. The world is now one. I shall build the Great Wall to secure the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, safeguarding our great Qin and protecting our state. I vow in the name of the first emperor. As long as I endure, I shall defend our territories, expand our borders, vanquish the barbarian tribes, and establish the foundation of our great Qin for eternity. Should I perish, I shall transform into a dragon spirit, ensuring the everlasting prosperity of China. This oath shall be witnessed by the sun and moon, the heavens and earth, and all celestial and demonic beings. In the realm of the great Qin." Yingzheng was overcome with excitement. Although he had never uttered these words before, the man in the video was indeed he himself. With boundless ambition, Yingzheng recited in unison with the figure on the celestial screen, "Unite the 6 harmonies, may the ages endure. How do the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors compare to me? I shall forge a true nation and family. I am the first emperor, Yingzheng." A tremendous joy surged within Li Si. He was utterly exhilarated and proclaimed loudly, "I congratulate your majesty. I celebrate your majesty. Your majesty's might shakes the seas." Sweeping across the vast expanse, unifying the realm. With a grand gesture, Yingzheng declared with fervor, "Excellent." In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Bang beheld the formidable sight of 1,000,000 ironclad cavalry of the Qin dynasty, his heart momentarily gripped by trepidation. Yet, in the next breath, a sense of pride surged within him. What significance did Yingzheng's unification of the realm hold, when the dominion ultimately rested in the hands of Liu Bang? It is I, Liu Bang, who is the true sovereign of this vast Han Empire. In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Che gazed upon the neatly arranged valiant troops, his heart swelling with immense pride. Wei Qing, how do the sons of our Great Han compare? Wei Qing stepped forward with utmost respect. "Your Majesty, our Han cavalry is also invincible, sweeping all before them." Liu Che waved his hand grandly, "Excellent. Though the Qin soldiers are fierce, our Han warriors are equally formidable." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di felt a tremor within as he beheld the imposing army before him. A millennium ago, the soldiers of Qin were indeed fearsome, truly deserving of the legacy of Qin Shi Huang. Those from other realms could not help but feel a chill in their hearts at the sight of such a formidable force, confronted by an army of 1,000,000. It was evident that the unification of the world by the Qin was ordained by fate itself. Cao Cao pondered whether, had his adversaries been the Qin forces, he could still vie for supremacy over the realm. Suddenly, the video was inundated with comments. "That man, he has arrived. My illustrious ancestor merely sought the elixir of immortality. He did not desire the stars above, so bestow them upon him. My ancestor would not reproach me for my struggles with English. Rather, he would blame himself for not allowing the iron cavalry of the Qin to tread upon the lands of the beautiful nation. Commanded by heaven, may his reign endure eternally." In a world with dozens of nations, is this not a manifestation of division, a betrayal of governance? Out of the blue, a comment emerged, "Zhao Gao, Li Si. And who I truly deserve death." Upon this declaration, the entire screen was saturated with the phrase, "Have you forgotten another individual? It is Su Fu." To my astonishment, I had indeed overlooked this old rascal. Zhao Gao, Li Si, Hu Hai, and Su Fu gazed at the comments on the screen, a chill running down their spines. Yingzheng, witnessing the words displayed, felt equally perplexed. He scanned the trembling figures before him, unable to comprehend why the future denizens deemed these individuals deserving of condemnation. "Do you have anything to say?" Hu Hai suddenly collapsed to his knees, crying out in despair. He understood that without a clear explanation, he might not emerge from this hall alive. Yet, he too was utterly bewildered, having no inkling of what he had done to incite such slander from posterity. Could it be that his father had discovered his clandestine collusion with Zhao Gao? "Father, the comments are nothing but slander. Your son is steadfastly loyal, with no ulterior motives." Li Si and Zhao Gao likewise fell to their knees, beseeching Yingzheng, asserting their unwavering loyalty. Yingzheng regarded the comments on the screen and then looked at the supplicants before him. Regrettably, the comments did not elucidate their transgressions, and his gaze darkened. Should they have acted against him, he would not hesitate to impose severe punishment. "Those who threaten the foundation of the Qin shall face execution. You may rise." Zhao Gao, Li Si, and the others secretly exhaled in relief, thinking, "Our lives are spared." The other realms had yet to recover from the might of Qin Shi Huang. When the video resumed, Liu Bang fixated intently on the screen, filled with excitement, pondering whether he could etch his name in history. After all, I am the man who sees the world from Yingzheng, bringing an end to the chaos. The screen shifted once more. "The Son of Heaven commands, those who offend my mighty Han shall be punished, no matter how distant. All subjects of the Han, though far, shall be rescued." In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Bang rose to his feet with excitement. "The Han? This video embodies the Han, the illustrious dynasty that I have founded." LG, witnessing Liu Bang's ecstatic demeanor, felt a surge of joy, her eyes reflecting astonishment and a newfound resoluteness in her gaze towards her beloved son. "The dominion of the Han can belong solely to my son. No one shall usurp it. This emanates from the allure of history." Liu Che. In the scene, a man sits resolutely upon the throne. "I embark on this battle to unequivocally convey to the world and the Xiongnu that henceforth, the roles of offense and defense shall be reversed. The enemy may advance, and I too shall advance. Wherever my sword points, it shall be Han territory. Those who dare to offend the great Han shall face eternal retribution." In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng gazed blankly at the sky. "The Han dynasty? Which era does the Han represent? Is it not true that my Great Qin shall endure for eternity? How does Fusu govern our Grand Qin?" Suddenly, Fusu, kneeling among the ministers, felt an intense gaze upon him. "Fusu, how do you manage our Great Qin? How has the Han dynasty emerged?" Sweat beaded on Fusu's forehead, and he dared not wipe it away. He could only bow his head in humble repentance. Father, I have sinned. Ingzheng scanned the assembly, noticing the Confucian scholars flanking Fusu, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It was this group of Confucians who had led Fusu astray. Just as Ingzheng was about to unleash his fury, he recalled the earlier whispers that had drifted through the court. Could it be that the turmoil was not caused by Fusu, but rather by Zhao Gao and Li Si, who had disrupted the governance? Alas, the heavens provided no further revelations. If it were indeed they, I would certainly enact their demise. In the realm of the great Han. Liu Bang clapped his hands in admiration. Though it was not he himself, the name alone signifies a ruler of the future generations of the Han dynasty. The thought of vanquishing the Xiongnu was a dream he had long cherished. The descendants of the Liu family have indeed accomplished this feat. In the vast realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Che was equally filled with exhilaration. Wherever the sun and moon shine, and wherever rivers flow, all is Han territory. I have achieved it, he proclaimed. Wei Qing, do you see this? Our Han has triumphed. With a grand gesture, he addressed his ministers. Have you all witnessed this? My lifelong aspiration has been to transform the Han dynasty into a formidable nation, one that commands respect from all corners of the earth. If the enemy can advance, so can we. Wherever my sword points, that shall be Han land. Those who dare to offend the Han shall be condemned for eternity. Liu Che, perched upon his high seat, surveyed his ministers. Congratulations, Your Majesty, we celebrate your victory. The Xiongnu have been thoroughly defeated. Your name shall be etched in history. The ministers knelt in reverence, bowing deeply and exclaiming their praises. Once more, the celestial screen displayed a flurry of messages. Liu Che established an unprecedented dignity for the nation, instilling confidence in his people that would endure through the ages. Eat, sleep, and vanquish the Xiongnu. I, a member of the Liu family. He is Han, I am Han. Thus, the Emperor Wu of Han is of my lineage. If you claim that, then I shall assert my own lineage, another voice chimed in. If that is the case, my family, the Li, can stake a claim as well. Li Luo swiftly commented beneath the video, pondering that throughout history, no dynasty had a ruler with the surname Li. He felt compelled to make his mark. The scene shifted again. On the Weishui Bridge, Li Shimin rode forth to meet Shelley. I have chosen to endure humiliation for the sake of our nation's resurgence. Let us swear an oath upon this bridge. The image transitioned to Li Shimin, calm and composed. Seated upon his throne, let the battle music play. He declared, I wish to see Shelley come forth to surrender personally. In the scene, the leader of the Hu knelt on one knee, presenting his sword, paying homage to the Tang dynasty. Behind me, Li Shimin stood with countless citizens of the Tang. Should they dare to wage war, the ground beneath Chang'an would become their grave. All foreign tribes that dare to bear arms shall be vanquished. The Tang dynasty united the four seas, resonating throughout history, and we are willing to honor our emperor of the Tang with the esteemed title of Heavenly Khan. Upon the dragon throne, Li Shimin radiated confidence, gazing at the nations that came to pay their respects. The illustrious Tang, granted by heaven to all nations. In this prosperous era of the Tang, nations gather to pay homage. In the realm of the great Tang, Li Shimin gazed upon the heavens, his blood surging with fervor. Guanin's maid, do you perceive this? I am hailed as the Heavenly Khan, and from all corners of the world, they pay homage to my great Tang. Empress Chang's son promptly knelt, performing a grand salute. Your servant humbly congratulates your majesty. At this moment, the celestial canvas was once again filled with a flurry of messages. China shall surely rise to magnificence once more. Everyone, please rise, and together we shall welcome the glorious era of the great Tang. Long live the great Tang. Who is this wild monk? I am but a humble monk from the eastern land of the great Tang. The holy monk greets you. Were it not for Li Shimin, the Tang dynasty would likely not have shone so brilliantly. His charisma is unparalleled. The mere mention of Chinatown speaks volumes of the Tang dynasty's might. The beggars of the Tang do not accept alms from foreign lands, for they deem it beneath their dignity to smile. The denizens of the Tang effortlessly subdued other nations, prompting the emperor to enact laws forbidding the destruction of realms without a sacred decree. The journey of the Tang monk was facilitated by visa on arrival. Can one not recognize the strength therein? Thus, the only forces capable of vanquishing the armies of the Great Tang would be another army of the Great Tang itself. Strength engenders a spirit of inclusivity and confidence. In the realm of the Great Tang, the citizens gazed with immense pride at the barrage of praises drifting across the celestial canopy. for it is their illustrious Tang dynasty that has garnered admiration from future generations, who long for the prosperity and splendor that once flourished in their midst. The ministers exchanged knowing smiles, for it was they, alongside the emperor, who had forged the prosperous Tang dynasty, a golden age that future generations would proudly cherish. In the realm of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian scoffed at the accolades bestowed upon the Tang dynasty by future generations. He was referred to as the Sage Khan. Li Luo perused the comments section and was drawn to a particular remark. To discuss the Tang dynasty, one must inevitably mention the Sui dynasty. Indeed, the formidable Yang Jian descended from the heavens, establishing the Sui dynasty and bringing an end to one of the darkest epochs in Chinese history. The Sui dynasty was also remarkably vibrant, wouldn't you agree? I strongly recommend that the broadcaster include the Sui dynasty in the discussion. To all the barbarian tribes from the four corners, any who dare to offend shall surely perish, their nations obliterated, their lineages extinguished. One cannot deny the grandeur of such a proclamation. He is indeed the man hailed as the Sage Khan. In the realm of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian has grown old, a contented smile gracing his lips. In his youth, he ventured forth to conquer lands. Now, he has constructed canals, instituted the imperial examination, and built the Great Wall, welcoming tribute from myriad nations. The smaller states reverently refer to him as the Sage Khan. Despite the slanders of those who accuse him of usurpation and treachery, posterity has acknowledged his achievements. He is the man who brought an end to chaos, the one who illuminated the darkest hour of China. His life has been worthwhile. Suddenly, the barrage of comments surged, filling the sky with the phrase, "The great coward has arrived." Although I, the great coward, may be late, my presence is undeniable. The Song dynasty, though seemingly timid, submissively boasts to anyone, yet remains undeniably feeble. Do not dwell upon the Song, it is a source of frustration. While prosperous and affluent, it is also frail, lacking ambition. In the era of the Great Song, Emperor Zhao Kuangyin was engulfed in profound trepidation. The dynasty he established, now derisively referred to as the Great Coward, was accused of bowing to anyone it encountered. What does this imply? Is it an assertion that my great song is feeble and easily oppressed? Have my ideals of elevating civil governance, while suppressing military, might lead me astray? Zhao Kuangyin shook his head resolutely. No, I am not mistaken. An emperor does not err. He gazed intently at the celestial expanse, yearning for clarity. The video commenced. A bustling metropolis thrived, teeming with life. Though I may perish and my lineage extinguish, I vow not to ally with traitors. How can I allow others to slumber beside my bed? The humiliation of Jinkong remains unavenged. When will the resentment of my ministers be eradicated? The video from the Song dynasty was remarkably brief, and upon viewing it, Zhao Kuangyin let out a sigh of relief. A delicate flower remarked, evaluating the Song dynasty is indeed a challenge. Despite having achieved victory, they are still compelled to pay reparations. Just as Zhao Kuangyin had relaxed, a sense of unease gripped him once more. Could it be that future sovereigns were truly this misguided? From other realms came the incredulous responses. After winning a battle, they insist on compensating the adversary? Liu Bei mused. Is there such a fortunate circumstance? Throughout my life, I have been in constant flight. If Cao Cao were the sovereign of the Song, whether defeated or victorious, he would still be required to pay. I cannot fathom how delighted he would be. In the grand realm of the Han dynasty, perhaps it has long since been restored. Zhuge Liang, despite his remarkable wisdom, found himself utterly bewildered by such a scenario. Is there any distinction between this and being fed fragments of reality? Oh, the lamentable fate of Yu Fei, who devoted his life to his country, only to be wrongfully accused by Qin Hui and met with a cruel execution. The blood of the esteemed General Yu Fei still stains Qin Hui's hands. It serves him right to be immortalized in kneeling statues as a cautionary tale. It is said that every temple dedicated to Yu Fei contains such effigies. Projected upon the sky is a panorama of anticipation. The next dynasty is approaching, and the Song dynasty watches with indignation. Amidst the clamoring calls, the epic of the Yuan dynasty arrives, heralding an era that promises vast conquests. Should you desire battle, then I shall engage in combat. If I wish to evade war and find it impossible, I must embrace the conflict. I shall not lie dormant upon the wild fox ridge, leaving future generations to avenge me. Rather, I shall transcend that ridge, ensuring that my name endures through the ages. As the evening bell tolls at Nanping, one might ponder the complexities of this dynasty. What purpose does the Yuan dynasty serve? Muse is a resolute Chinese woman. The Song dynasty, once boasting over 100 million souls, now dwindles to a mere 2 million. Years hence, one may reflect on how Genghis Khan established the great Mongol Empire, Does he qualify as a Chinese dynasty? The ancient military prowess conquered Eurasia. The Yuan dynasty undeniably stands as the largest dynasty in Chinese history. One cannot overlook its formidable ambition to unify Asia. The Yuan dynasty is perceived as a formidable force in battle, yet its governance was fraught with chaos. Anticipation builds as Zhu Yuanzhang prepares to make his entrance. The barrage of comments shifts to a fervent declaration: the last Han dynasty has arrived. The Ming dynasty is upon us. In this feudal era, the last bastion of Han integrity emerges to expel the barbarian invaders and restore the glory of China, a dynasty that offers the Han people their final hope, dignity, and confidence. As Zhu Di gazes at the heavens, he muses quietly, how will future generations regard me? The celestial panorama transforms once more, revealing a man clad in a yellow robe. Ascending the purple gold mountain, Zhu Yuanzhang bows to the heavens and the earth, and to the mountains and rivers. I, Zhu Yuanzhang, humbly beseech the celestial bodies, the rivers and mountains, and the tombs of my forebears. Since the decline of the Song, the mandate of heaven has guided the rightful rulers into the heart of the central plains for over a century, and now that era concludes, I, your servant, shall uphold the will of heaven and align with the subjects, expelling the scourge of years past and uniting the southern and northern heroes. On the 14th day of the first month, I shall offer sacrifices atop the purple gold mountain, proclaiming to the heavens and earth the establishment of the Ming dynasty. Let it be known as the founding year. With a voice resonating like thunder, Zhu Yuanzhang proclaims, Hongwu. Thus, the Ming dynasty is established. The mighty Hongwu emperor reigns supreme. From a humble bowl to the foundation of a nation, all provisions are gathered from the land. From a bowl to a cord, one might say, to those above, do not dampen the spirits, do not provoke me in my moment of joy. The sun, moon, and mountains shall endure, as shall the Ming realm. The imagery upon the celestial screen continues to shift. Majestic palaces emerge as Zhu Yuanzhang strides purposefully into the imperial city. Our Ming shall never engage in matrimonial alliances, pay indemnities, cede territory, or offer tributes. The sovereign shall guard the nation's gates, and the monarch shall die for the state. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the heavens and erupted into hearty laughter. Behold, future generations shall refer to me as the Hongwu Emperor. Empress Ma, observing the graying hair of Zhu Yuanzhang, softened her tone, saying, Zhangba, you have toiled greatly over these years. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with fervor. His father ascended to the heavens, and he too must not hinder the glory of the Ming. He resolved to diligently govern, ensuring that the resplendent Ming dynasty would be entrusted to the hands of his descendants. Dressed in patched garments, Chongzhen brimmed with determination. This was a revelation from the heavens. As a descendant of the Hongwu Emperor, how could he tarnish the esteemed legacy of his ancestors? He was resolute in his aspiration to become the rejuvenator of the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty shall undoubtedly endure through the ages. In the realm of the great Qin, Yingzheng gazed at the heavens, his grip tightening around the wine cup. The great Han, the magnificent Tang, the illustrious Song, the vast Yuan, and the resplendent Ming. After the Qin, how many dynasties have emerged? His grand Qin did not endure for millennia, nor did it achieve eternal prosperity. Has his Qin perished? Yingzheng cast his gaze upon Fusu, then turned his eyes towards the figures he had mentioned in the celestial expanse. Hu Hai felt a chill in his heart. Hastily retreating to the corner, tucking his tail tightly. In the realm of the great Qing, Emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong gazed intently at the celestial expanse above. The Ming dynasty has been evaluated, and now it seems to be the turn of the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, with your literary prowess and martial accomplishments, you have forged the prosperous era of Kangxi and Qianlong. Surely you shall ascend the heavenly rankings. Qianlong was exceedingly joyful, basking in the flattering words of He Shun. In the eyes of the sycophant, you are the eternal emperor. No, you are the emperor of all ages. Qianlong laughed heartily. Well said, He Shun. Yet, suddenly, a disdainful voice echoed from the firmament above. Daqing Heavy Industry, Dahan Expeditionary Special Forces, Datong Cultural Media, Dasong Bank, Daming Ocean Fleet, Daqing Compensation Company. Is the Qing dynasty being settled? Surely not, surely not. Are we truly to witness the emergence of the Qing? What is there to extol? The sins of the Qing are beyond measure. Why advocate for the restoration of the Ming? Because the Qing is utterly detestable. The Qing has fallen. You know it has ascended to the court. Empress Dowager Cixi, a sinner in Chinese history. It is the Yongzheng Emperor who is the true ruler, while the other emperors merely count as chieftains of the Manchu tribes. Kangxi felt a thundering in his head, seated upon the dragon throne, panting like a bull. Below him knelt a throng of ministers, all silent as the grave, drenched in cold sweat. "Speak, my loyal subjects. Why are you all so mute? Your Majesty, please calm your anger." "Calm my anger? How can I calm my anger? I ascended the throne at 8, led expeditions at 14, and have been diligent in learning since my youth, resolute in will. I vanquished Ao Bai, confronted Wu Sangui, pacified the 3 feudatories, and repelled the Russians. Domestically, I governed rivers and secured the nation, enriching the people and cleansing the bureaucracy. Why should I not be considered an eternal emperor?" Yongzheng gazed at the firmament, speechless, as he absorbed the disdain of future generations towards the Qing. His heart was heavy with concern. The barrage of comments continued. Cixi's greatest contribution to China was her death, and "I wish for the foreigners to perish," proclaimed the old Buddha as she announced the lottery winners to various nations. "Do you recall the curse of Yehanala?" Nurhasai's gaze flickered. He was well aware of Yehanala's curse. Years ago, he personally left a testament. The descendants of Isenjoro must never take a woman of Yehanala as their wife. A heavy feeling settled in Nurhasai's heart. Could it be that the curse of Yehanala had come to fruition? Was his empire truly to be extinguished by the Yehanala clan? The emperors of the Qing dynasty hastily looked towards the firmament. "The curse of Yehanala, I know of it. It has become quite notorious." When Nurhasai unified the various Jurchen tribes, the last to submit were the Yehanala, whose chieftain swore to die rather than yield, leaving behind the most vicious curse at the fall of their city. "Even if there is but one woman left of Yehanala, we shall annihilate you," the Jianzhou Jurchen. Ha ha ha. 200 years later, the abdication edict of the last Emperor Puyi was indeed signed by Empress Dowager Longyu of the Yehanala clan. The final curse of Yehanala continues. Any nation that received compensation from the Qing shall ultimately become part of the Qing. A wave of trepidation swept through all the monarchs of the Qing. The Qing dynasty has perished. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Chongzhen gazed despondently at the heavens. From the few words that drifted across the sky, he keenly sensed that the empire of Ming had indeed been lost, defeated by the Jianzhou Jurchens. He felt immense shame before his ancestors, knowing that he would have no honor in facing them after death. Upon viewing this video, with a flurry of comments filling the screen, Li Luo's heart grew heavy. The late Qing period marked a pivotal moment in Chinese history, ushering in nearly a century of humiliation. The barrage of comments on the screen soon vanished entirely, replaced by a new proclamation: "I want the foreigners dead." A regal woman appeared in the sky, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I want the foreigners dead. I would take on 10 of them alone, even if it meant biting them to death. Let us wage war against the British, the French, the Americans, the Germans, the Russians, the Italians, the Austrians, and the Japanese." The successive Qing monarchs were filled with fervor. If one woman from the imperial harem could possess such spirit, how could the Qing possibly fall? However, the comments on the screen erupted in opposition. "This old hag is so formidable, why not just shoot herself in the forehead?" The list of the 100 billion subsidy winners is out. The Qing's first loudmouth sister could annihilate a nation in a heartbeat. Cixi, the anti-Qing general, must surely be a spy sent by the foreigners. If only she could win just one battle, I wouldn't he harbor such hatred for her. Congratulations to the 8 nations listed above for their winnings. They mocked. Haha, reparations to Britain, transfers to France, payments to the United States, payments to Germany, transfers to Russia. Reparations to Italy, reparations to Austria, reparations to Japan. A sum of 450 million taels of silver was paid, equivalent to the Qing government's nearly 60 years of fiscal revenue combined. They demanded both grandeur and might. Cixi, the Grand Dame, during the early 100 billion subsidies. How dare she? In today's currency, each person could receive at least 2 million. Qin Shi Huang. Conquer the 6 states and be true to oneself. Cixi, declare war on 8 nations and pay without end. The Han. Those who offend our strong Han shall be punished, no matter the distance. The Qing. Those who offend our great Qing shall pay, regardless of their distance. The emperors of the Qing dynasty were left dumbfounded. The truth unfolded before them. Kangxi was so enraged that he fainted. Yongzheng pointed at the heavens and cursed vehemently. Wretched woman, ignorant fool. All other realms stood in astonishment. Was this not a case of unmatched bravado paired with unparalleled incompetence, where disaster struck and they fled faster than anyone else? Nurhasai, upon witnessing the actions of Cixi in later years, nearly ascended in fury. Unfilial descendants of later generations, the ancestral decree forbids marrying a woman from the Yeha clan. Yet you treat it as mere wind passing by. Our great Qing truly perished due to a curse. It is all fate. The Qing was established upon the bones of the Yehe tribe, and indeed, the Qing dynasty met its end at the hands of a woman from the Yehe clan. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon witnessing the pitiable state of the great Qing, struck the armrest of his chair with palpable fury. This cannot stand. The faction of Jianzheng must be eradicated. Fourth brother, strike with fervor, exterminate them entirely, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the scene in the heavenly dome shifted once more. A group of individuals clad in distinctive attire emerged from a towering building. The focus transitioned to a man. His brow furrowed as he gazed at a letter in his hand. Soon, the tumult of war erupted on the screen, accompanied by the man's anguished cries. For every inch of land, a drop of blood. For every 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. I would rather die a valiant death than live as a slave to a fallen nation. Should hostilities commence, no distinction shall be made between the North and South, nor between the young and the old. Every individual bears the duty to defend our homeland. The visuals depicted countless soldiers rushing to the battlefield, fearless in the face of gunfire and chaos. Whoever dares to betray our nation or annihilate our kind shall face us in a relentless battle. To ensure the survival of our race, we must resolutely resist to the very end. Blood stains the earth, and for every inch of our land, there is an inch of blood. Across the vast expanse of our sacred homeland, corpses lie in abundance. On May 16th, the 29th year of the Republic, over 7,000 square kilometers of the Jiahan Plain fell without defense. The nation stands at the precipice of life and death. Only we can offer our lives for its preservation, with no alternative in sight. As the younger generation matures, they must take up arms, avenging their fathers and serving their country with loyalty. One day, our banner shall undoubtedly flutter atop Mount Fuji, allowing our descendants to live free from humiliation. As his words faded, the heavens fell silent, only to be filled moments later with the insistent refrain, "Do not forget national humiliation." Tears well up. The era of prosperity is hard won. We must remember our obligations. What right do we possess to forgive those who have harmed our nation? May our land remain intact and our motherland flourish. The light we follow is the radiant glow of the 5-star red flag. Oh, how I weep. The entire populace echoed, "Do not forget national humiliation. Pure love is reserved solely for China." All salute. Long live the Chinese people. We must strive for self-improvement. The barrage of comments is denser than in any previous dynasty. The rulers of past eras bore heavy hearts. In mere seconds of video, they could not comprehend what transpired in subsequent generations. Yet, the cries proclaiming for every inch of land, a drop of blood, for every 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers clearly indicate that future generations found themselves in a dire crisis of national survival, prompting such heart-wrenching howls. In the realm of the great Qing, Nur-Hasai reclined in his chair, his heart ashen, for nothing could rival the anguish of witnessing the demise of the great Qing with his own eyes. Kangxi gazed at the heavens, consumed by wrath. Who, after all, was the unfilial descendant that allowed our great Qing to fall? Yongzheng, his eyes turned skyward, felt the weight of sorrow upon him. With his astute intellect, he finally comprehended the reasons behind the disdain that future generations held for the great Qing. With a sigh, Yongzheng felt his spine bend further under the burden of realization. Li Luo paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and continued to observe. The celestial tableau shifted, revealing the grand declarations of various dynasties. The great Qin dynasty, brave and resolute. We shall face the nation's tribulations together. Our blood shall not run dry. And we vow to cease not in our struggle. The Han dynasty. Those who dare to infringe upon the majesty of the Han shall face retribution, no matter how distant they may be. The great Sui dynasty. To the barbarian tribes from all directions. Any who dare to offend shall surely face the annihilation of their nation, the obliteration of their lineage, and the extinction of their descendants. The Tang dynasty, all foreign tribes, daring to raise arms, shall be executed. The Song dynasty. Though my nation may perish and my lineage may be extinguished, I vow never to align myself with traitors. The Ming dynasty. No marriage alliances, no reparations, no territorial concessions, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates, and the monarch sacrifices for the realm. The Republic of China. An inch of land costs a drop of blood, 100,000 youth, 100,000 soldiers. Li Luo's phone vibrated several times. The screen transformed, revealing a bubble-like graphic. Li Luo exited the musical notes and tapped on the bubble. "What time will you be home today? I asked Aunt Wang to prepare don't report for you." Li Luo gazed at the old man's avatar, momentarily entranced, before swiftly responding beneath the message, 5 o'clock. In the context of the Great Qin, what time does 5 o'clock represent? The Han Dynasty, the methods of timekeeping employed by future generations differ from ours. Song Dynasty. Is Dompapork a creation of the esteemed Su Shi? Su Shi. Is my Dompapork truly so renowned? Three Kingdoms. What is Dompapork? Is it more delectable than the ancient soup concocted by the strategist? The Qing Dynasty. Can future generations indulge in meat at every meal? Are they satiated and warmly clothed? Li Luo glanced at the time. It would take merely 30 minutes to taxi home. With ample time still remaining, he resolved to return later. The next video commenced. The sequence of China's feudal dynasties. In the realm of the Great Qin, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, ponders, how many dynasties have emerged after the illustrious Qin? In the realm of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Liu Bing inquired, how many years has our great Han Dynasty endured? To which Emperor Liu Xiu, the Guangwu Emperor, responded, has our Han truly met its demise? The illustrious strategist Zhuge Liang of the Three Kingdoms remarked, the tides of the world dictate that what is long divided must unite, and what is long united must divide. The verse chronicling the dynasties of China unfolds. The three sovereigns and five emperors commenced, with Yao, Shun, and Yu in succession. The Xia and Shang, followed by the Western Zhou, then the Eastern Zhou in two segments. The spring and autumn period and the warring states culminated in the unification under the Qin and Han. The division of Wei, Shu, and Wu transpired, followed by the two Jin dynasties, both ancient and modern. The southern and northern dynasties coexisted, succeeded by the Sui, Tang, and five dynasties. The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qin conclude the imperial lineage, and thus the dynasty reaches its completion. This rhyme, once uttered, reverberated through the ages, leaving the successive dynasties in awe. The Ming Dynasty. Without an emperor to govern the realm, how does society function? Liu Xie of the Eastern Han gazed upon the three kingdoms of Wei, Wu, and Shu in the celestial dome, gritting his teeth in resentment. They are all treacherous ministers and rebellious subjects, deserving of punishment. Yongzheng, observing the Qing dynasty as the final feudal dynasty, momentarily flickered in thought before immersing himself in the revision of memorials. A father likened the setting sun to a red egg, and unexpectedly, his young son eloquently responded. On a stretch of highway, the sun dipped low, painting the sky with hues of twilight. The father and mother were admiring the sunset from the highway. The mother exclaimed, wow, this is beautifully captured. The father echoed, red egg, red egg. Suddenly, a tender voice rang out, wherever I gaze, it is all China. The five stars shine bright, embodying faith. The scene shifted to a young child, clutching a box of potato chips, reciting with conviction, may our generation's youth defend the prosperous China. How fortunate it is to be born in China, to witness a century. May the mountains and rivers remain unscathed, and may our motherland thrive in prosperity. In this life, I regret not entering China. In the next, may I still be a Chinese. A tearful voice remarked, if faith had a color. The previous lines resonate. We grow under the red flag, nurtured by the spring breeze. The people have faith, the nation possesses strength, and the ethnicity holds hope. Another voice chimed in. He truly moved me. I could not contain my tears when that tender voice emerged. A flourishing China, a cycle of 60 years. It seems our ancestors have indeed returned. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a poignant video captured my attention, wherein a pregnant woman approached a martyr's cemetery, exclaiming, today, China is at peace. Which hero shall accompany me to behold these vast landscapes once more? Ah, how the most resilient and formidable generation has returned. As I watched, tears streamed down my face. The great expanse of China is indeed magnificent. The youth must continue to forge ahead. My enchanting ancestor merely sought immortality. Yet that inept Su Fu failed to deliver. Were Su Fu to have successfully procured the elixir of life, it is likely he would not have constructed the Great Wall, but rather a fortress along the borders of the Milky Way. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang, the only emperor of the ages, stands out in history. Were it not for the decree of the first emperor, commanding 1 million elite troops to guard the frontiers, what rebellion could you possibly muster? In the realm of the Great Qin, Su Fu trembled as he witnessed the scorn of future generations directed at him from the celestial screens. Fearing that the emperor's wrath might lead to his demise. In an instant, the lethal gaze of Yingzheng fell upon him. No wonder the screen was filled with calls for Su Fu's demise. He had failed to procure the elixir of immortality. Bearing the weight of Yingzheng's deadly glare, Su Fu fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I have learned of a mystical island in the East Sea, known as Palai. I beseech your grace to permit me to take 500 young boys and girls to this island in search of the elixir of immortality. I vow to secure it for you. Yingzheng regarded the trembling Su Fu below, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, the screen shifted once more, capturing the emperor's attention. The scene depicted fluttering banners and cavalry moving like a tempest, raising clouds of dust, their hooves resounding throughout the universe. Long spears stood like a forest, and curved blades gleamed like the moon. This was the might of the Great Qin's million-strong army. Yet, what was the lament of the Great Qin? It was that after 549 years of unification, it had only endured for a mere 14 years before crumbling into oblivion. The words on the celestial screen struck Zheng like a thunderbolt. What did it mean to unify for 549 years? Yet lose it all in just 14? After all his efforts to unify the realm, the screen revealed that the Great Qin had only existed for a fleeting 14 years. Zheng's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, grappling with the disconcerting information presented before him. Who was the second emperor of Qin, destined to bring about its downfall? His eyes scanned the faces of his trembling sons. In his heart, he believed that his eldest son, Fusu, was his rightful heir. Did Fusu, upon ascending the throne, lead the Great Qin to its demise? The hall fell into an oppressive silence, with officials like Li Si rendered mute, unable to fathom that the formidable Great Qin Empire was destined to fragment after only 14 years of existence. In the Grand Hall, the ministers harbored disparate thoughts. The celestial screen continued to display the illustrious and valiant yet prematurely departed Duke of Qin, Xian, the valiant king of Qin, Wu, who met his demise due to a shattered limb from the dragon Wending, the loyal hound of the ruling class, Shang Yang, the nemesis of the common folk. The undefeated Bai Qi, who perished in a war he never engaged in, the premier minister of the First Empire, Li Si, whose fateful misjudgment led to the tragic demise of his entire family. Li Si's face turned ashen, grappling with disbelief at the unfolding scenes. Was it truly his fleeting thought that brought ruin to his kin? What had his future self done to endanger the lives of his entire lineage? The screen persisted. The spirited young general, Li Xian, suffered a catastrophic defeat with 200,000 Qin troops against Chu, the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, who, despite being a sovereign who spared his ministers, lived in a suffocating solitude. The one who burned books and buried scholars yet failed to establish a coherent ideological framework. The firstborn of Qin, Fusu, who perished due to a forged decree. With a resounding crash, Zheng swept all the wine cups off the table. His countenance darkened as he learned of Fusu's tragic end by a fabricated edict. The relentless blows left Zheng teetering on the brink of despair. The tomb raider of the Qin Empire, Hu Hai, the second emperor, came into focus. Hu Hai? Zheng's gaze bore into the trembling figure in the corner. He was indeed the one responsible for the downfall of the second Qin dynasty. It was no wonder the screen incessantly proclaimed, Zhao Gao, Li Si, Hu Hai, Su Fu must perish. These few had conspired to doom the Great Qin. The treacherous schemer, Zhao Gao, the Battle of Jiulu, where the few triumphed over the many. Hastening Qin's demise, the three emperors who reigned for merely 46 days, yet fell to a minor official from Sisui Pavilion. As the subtitles descended, a flurry of comments erupted. Hu Hai, Zhao Gao, Li Si usurped power, forged decrees to slay Fusu, truly deserving of death. Most astonishingly, not one of the 6 Qin monarchs was a foolish ruler. All had devoted themselves to the monumental task of unification. Alas, there was Hu Hai, the disgrace. It would have been preferable had the remnants of the 6 states been thoroughly eradicated. The ancestors ultimately showed leniency, neglecting the critical importance of total annihilation. The Great Qin bore no regrets. It fulfilled its historical mission. The Han dynasty inherited its legacy. For centuries, Qin's laws and governance have prevailed. A veritable eternal emperor. He standardized writing, transportation, and measurements, benefiting both his era and posterity. The video concluded, and Li Si, Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai knelt in a collective plea. Father, spare me. The celestial screen has slandered your son. I harbor no treasonous intent. Hu Hai implored, my loyalty to your majesty is as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. The events depicted are purely calumny. Their silence only exacerbated Zheng's fury as his gaze turned to the kneeling figures. Li Si remained mute, awaiting the emperor's judgment, acutely aware of Zheng's character, even if the events revealed by the celestial screen had yet to transpire. Yet, given the emperor's temperament, survival was an impossibility for them. Li Si closed his eyes. Could those who endangered the Great Qin expect clemency? You, who conspired for power, forged decrees, and murdered Fusu. Fusu took his own life. Meng Tian's fate would surely mirror his. Zheng, in a fit of rage, mocked his loyal son and trusted chancellor. The weighty revelations from the celestial screen rendered Ing Zhang momentarily speechless. Li Si, do you have any final words? Li Si raised his gaze to meet the emperor's furious countenance and bowed deeply. I have nothing to say. I submit to your majesty's judgment. Ing Zhang repeated the word good several times, inhaling deeply before declaring, summon forth, execute Zhao Gao by dismemberment. Depose Li Si from his chancellorship and imprison him. Place Hu Hai in chains. Zhao Gao collapsed, lifeless, as despair engulfed him. Li Si and Hu Hai were imprisoned, while Zhao Gao faced immediate execution. Comments flooded the screen once more. Su Fu must perish. Had the ancestors lived longer, there would have been no Liu Bang or Xiang Yu. Had Su Fu not poisoned the emperor with toxic elixirs, he would not have met an early demise. Alas, in July of 210 B.C., the 49-year-old Qin Shi Huang passed away at Shekyu. All rose in tribute to the departed ancestor. Ing Zhang, incensed by the celestial revelations, was appalled to discover that he had been poisoned by elixirs. Su Fu's legs buckled as he realized his fate was sealed. Su Fu, you dared to poison me. Drag him out and execute him by dismemberment. Ing Zhang surveyed the ministers with a piercing gaze. Any who threatened the Qin dynasty would meet their end. Issue the decree. Spare none of the likes of Xiang Yu or Liu Bang. Understood. The celestial screen shifted once more, accompanied by a lively background score. As a charismatic voice began, a brief exploration of the lesser-known dark histories of various provinces. The screen transformed into a humorous portrayal, revealing a black steed from Kunlun with a curious expression. Do you know the dark histories of your home province? In ancient times, only those residing in what is now Hunan were considered the authentic populace of the Central Plains. The Great Wall was constructed to guard against the Mongolian tribes. The rat-like folk mentioned by Guan Yu referred to the people of Zhujiang and Jiangsu. The narration continued with humorous anecdotes about various provinces and their historical contexts, maintaining an engaging tone throughout. However, upon deeper examination, the barbarians referred to by Qin Shi Huang are, in fact, the Mongolian friends of today. The Mongols might be astonished to realize that the Great Wall, constructed to ward off invaders, was intended to defend against their own ancestors, shattering their previously held beliefs. In Xinjiang, the ancient kingdom of Lulan is immortalized in verse. Through countless battles, clad in golden armor, I shall not return until Lulan is conquered. I am willing to wield my sword solely to vanquish Lulan. This mythical adversary of ancient poets corresponds to the present-day Xinjiang region. Lulan was the first stop on the journey to the western regions and frequently engaged in treacherous dealings with neighboring states, even executing envoys from the Han dynasty, thus earning significant enmity. In Shandong, the descendants of Qiyu believed themselves to be proud heirs of Confucius and Mencius, only to discover that they are not descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors. Rather, it was their ancestors who were vanquished by these legendary figures. In ancient times, Shandong was the territory of the Eastern Yi, and Qiyu was the chieftain of the Eastern Yi people, renowned for his fierce prowess in battle. In Zhujiang, the phrase Eastern Jiang rat from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Guan Yu vehemently berates them, was a source of youthful fervor. However, upon maturity, one realizes that it was indeed a reference to the people of Zhujiang and Jiangsu. In Yunnan, Zhuge Liang's southern campaign to subdue the region and capture Meng led to a profound sense of vulnerability among netizens from Yunnan. In Hebei, the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers by Bai Qi, all hailing from Handan, once seemed heroic in the eyes of youth, but now resonates with a personal connection to their own ancestry. Upon the release of a particular video, the comments section erupted with reactions. I exerted tremendous effort to climb the Great Wall, intending to showcase the achievements of my ancestors, only to discover that it was erected to defend against them. I am utterly flabbergasted. The very hero I idolized, Hua Tsubing, fought against my own forebears. Another lamented. Until the Xiongnu are vanquished, how can one feel at home? One exclaimed, the Great Wall was constructed to thwart our incursions, aside from internal strife. We represent the most significant threat in Chinese history. So, as a proud Mongolian, should I feel honored? A voice chimed in. Please note my IP from Guangdong. The southern barbarians of Ur are indeed my ancestors, and the ancient land of exile is now known as Lingnan. Another asserted. I am from Guangxi and can assure you that we have no dark history. Yet another retorted. Hold your laughter, for during Qin Shi Huang's southern campaigns, it was your people who were defeated. One from Jiangsu mused, now a prosperous province. I never imagined that the Eastern Jiang rat spoken of by the martial Saint Guan Yu referred to my ancestors. A voice from Jiangdong introduced themselves. Greetings. I am one of the eastern Jiang rats from Jiangsu. Someone reflected, I used to think the western regions were far-off lands, only to realize that Xinjiang is indeed part of it. A person reminisced, my childhood hero was Yu Fei. I longed for him to strike at the Yellow Dragon, only to learn that my family resides in the Yellow Dragon's territory. One from Shandong remarked, I take pride in being a legitimate descendant of Yan and Huang, only to find out that Qi Yu, who was defeated by them, is my true ancestor. Another lamented, if there is to be any tragedy, it is ours. Ancient criminals were often exiled to the lands of Bashu, now known as Sichuan and Chongqing. Despite being called the land of abundance today, we once bore the notorious title of Southern barbarians. Finally, a nostalgic voice recalled, in my youth, reciting Manjiang Hong stirred a fervor within me, and I yearned to join Yu Fei in battle. Yet, upon further inquiry, I found that he fought against my own ancestors. One concluded, I am grateful to have been born in the New China, where the 56 ethnic groups coexist as one family. Had it been 500 years ago, the outcome would have surely been dire. In the realm of the Great Qin, what? The New China comprises 56 ethnic groups. After dealing with the likes of Zhao Gao and Li Si, Yingzheng seemingly accepted the reality of the fall of the Qin dynasty. Yet, upon witnessing the proclamation on the celestial screen regarding the existence of 56 nations in the future, he was left in a state of astonishment. Yingzheng gazed at the sky with an incredulous expression. As an emperor, who could fathom the complexities of governing a nation better than he? During his reign, he waged campaigns against the southern tribes and fought the Xiongnu to the north, yet he failed to incorporate them into the dominion of the Great Qin. How is it, then, that the New China could embrace 56 ethnic groups? His curiosity grew ever more profound regarding the manner in which the administrators of New China managed these diverse peoples. In the realm of the Han dynasty, where 56 ethnicities coexist as one family, how many minority groups exist, and how many are considered the majority? Lu Che's gaze flickered as he unexpectedly encountered the name of Hor Tsubing amidst the comments. To be revered by future generations for a millennium, Hui Tsubing must possess extraordinary qualities. Lu recalled that Hui Tsubing was the nephew of Wei Qing, and it seemed prudent to have Wei Qing escort Hui Tsubing for an audience. As the vehicle navigated through increasingly sparse buildings, it finally came to a halt before an opulent estate after traversing a street lined with sycamore trees. Dear passenger, your destination has been reached. Please collect your personal belongings, and we welcome you to visit again. Li Luo alighted from the car and gently closed the door, standing contentedly before the He Manor. How long had it been since he last returned home? Upon reflection, it had been nearly 4 years. The thought of reconciling with the old man brought a relaxed smile to Li Luo's lips. Mr. Li, you have returned. The security guard recognized Li Luo and hurried over to open the door for him. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement and strode in with purpose. Esteemed owner of He Manor, welcome home. As Li Luo proceeded along a winding path, he admired the picturesque rockeries that flanked him in harmonious disarray. Father, behold the residence of our esteemed guest. It is truly a marvel of craftsmanship, Zhuge Liang remarked, his gaze towards Lu Shan imbued with warmth. Serene and elegant. With pavilions and corridors artfully arranged, it is indeed a splendid abode. Approaching the largest villa, Li Luo entered directly. The interior was spacious and empty, and to his surprise, the old man was nowhere to be found. Wang Ma, has my father not yet returned? Hearing his voice, Wang Ma turned and, upon seeing Li Luo, her face blossomed with joy. Young master, you have finally returned. She glanced outside at the fading light and replied with a smile, Mr. Li has not yet returned. He usually comes back by 6. Li Luo nodded casually and settled into a seat, as the generations marveled at the luxurious yet understated elegance of Li Luo's home. The grand screen above began to shift once more. Moments later, a new video materialized on the screen. Why is Wei Zifu regarded as the greatest blessing of Emperor Wu of Han? Upon seeing this, Lu Che's spirits lifted. He cast a contemplative glance at Wei Zifu standing by his side. Soon, on the grand screen, a graceful woman clad in a flowing red gown entered the hall, accompanied by melodious music and a narrating voice. In 128 BC, Wei Zifu, born of a singer, was conferred the title of empress, and thus her life ascended to its pinnacle. Simultaneously, she brought the most formidable dowry in history to Emperor Wu of Han, the imperial dual treasures of the Han dynasty. The emperors of successive eras gazed at the grand screen, enviously contemplating the imperial dual treasures that Wei Zifu had contributed. 1. A general undefeated in 7 battles, transformed the dynamics of the Han and Xiongnu conflict. The other, a valiant leader who swept across the northern deserts, was bestowed the title of Wolf Jusher. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng has come to realize that the dynasty succeeding the Great Qin is none other than the illustrious Han. The assessments rendered by posterity regarding the Han are far from negligible, with particular reverence bestowed upon Emperor Wu, Lu Che. Wang Jian gazes in astonishment at the heavens above. And among the martial leaders, there exists a mutual admiration. He harbors an inexplicable premonition that the imperial duo brought forth by Wei Zifu must indeed be formidable generals, and notably, renowned ones. In the realm of the great Han, Wu Zubing gazed calmly at the celestial expanse, yet within him surged an indomitable spirit of battle. If they could venture forth, so too could I. He envisioned his name echoing through the ages, revered by generations to come. He was determined to achieve glory akin to the esteemed generals of yore, aspiring to become a noble and valiant young commander. In the eastern Han realm, Lu Xiu looked upon the heavens with a glimmer of envy. If only I, Lu Xiu, possessed the dual brilliance of the great Han, my accomplishments would surely rival those of my ancestors. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei reflected deeply as he beheld the celestial canvas. Alas, the pearl shone too brightly, and fate had allotted him but a fleeting moment. How fortunate was Bei to have his second and third brothers by his side, united in the pursuit of great undertakings. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin extolled the virtues of the empire's unparalleled dual heroes, Wei Qing, whose divine prowess appeared as if from the heavens, achieved apotheosis in a single battle, while Hu Zubing, with overwhelming force, vanquished all adversaries, outshining the might of the entire army. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di gazed upon the celestial expanse, deeply moved. You are the first general to accomplish the feat of sealing the wolf's lair, while I am the first emperor to achieve this honor. How lamentable it is that we could not exist in the same era. Fortunately, the heavens allow me to behold the grandeur of the former champion marquis. The scenes in the sky continued to unfold. In the ensuing decades, spurred by the words of Emperor Wu of Han, if the bandits can advance, so can I. The empire commenced a comprehensive counteroffensive against the Xiongnu. Wei Qing's initial campaign culminated in a resounding victory at Longqing, followed by a succession of triumphs. Leaving no room for defeat, he reclaimed the vast grasslands of Hehu and the Hetao region, inflicting significant damage upon the main forces of the Xiongnu during the battles in the northern steppes, ultimately earning the titles of Grand General and Grand Marshal. Upon his final audience with Emperor Wu, he was honored with the prestigious treatment of being carried aloft by the Tiger Bin and bowing before the emperor as he descended from his throne, an accolade unparalleled in the Western Han court. His nephew, Hu Zubing, surpassed even his illustrious uncle, embarking on his first campaign at the tender age of 17 as a cavalry officer, leading 800 elite riders to directly assault the Xiongnu royal court. In that singular confrontation, he was bestowed the title of Champion Marquis, and upon receiving accolades from Emperor Wu, he proclaimed, "While the Xiongnu remain unvanquished, how can I consider home?" At 19, he embarked on a second expedition, elevated to the rank of General of Cavalry, commanding a force of 10,000 elite Han cavalrymen, traversing the Yinji Mountains to reach the Qilian Mountains, thereby securing the Hishi Corridor. By the age of 21, he led 50,000 elite riders, quenching their thirst in the vast sea, and directly advancing to the sacred mountain of the Xiongnu, Wolf's Lair, becoming an indomitable war deity that instilled fear in the hearts of the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu lamented, "Having lost my Qilian Mountains, my livestock no longer thrive. Having lost my Yinji Mountains, my brides are devoid of color." This single engagement forced the Xiongnu to retreat, leaving the southern steppes without a kingly court. The sealing of the Wolf's Lair, the quenching of thirst in the vast sea, the return to the Great River, the alignment of counties along the Qilian, and the lone warrior traversing the entirety of Xiongnu territory became the pinnacle of military achievements sought by ancient generals. In the northern front, the lone wolf, Emperor Wu and Hu Zubing, engaged in casual discourse. "Zubing, you bear a striking resemblance to me," spoke Emperor Wu. "Your Majesty, did you not also seal the Wolf's Lair at 20? Replied Hu Zubing. "Where is your courtesy, young man?" In a moment of levity, Hu Zubing conversed with his subordinates. "How many foes do we face?" he inquired. "A mere 100,000, came the reply. "And our forces?" "A formidable 800. In another instance, Sun Quan remarked. I was utterly impressed. Amidst the lively banter, a Xiongnu leader proclaimed, 100,000 against 800, the advantage lies with me. Hu Zubing retorted. 100,000 against 800, the advantage lies with me. Reflecting on the distinction between himself and Hu Zubing, one noted, Hu Zubing sealed the Wolf's Lair at 20, while I, at 25, still inquire of my mother whether I may sample this spicy snack. In a bittersweet reminiscence, it was noted that at the age of 24, Huitziobing fell ill and closed his eyes forever. He was an unparalleled war god, but like a meteor, his existence was brief yet resplendent, leaving an unfulfilled longing in the annals of Chinese history. In the realm of the great Han, Liu Che, who had just been reveling in the triumph over the Xiongnu brought forth by the dual brilliance of the Han, suddenly found his excitement frozen on his lips. He gazed in disbelief at the heavens above, where a shooting star fell. Wei Qing also clenched his fists, his face a mask of sorrow and regret. Who could have foreseen that his nephew would achieve such greatness, yet have his life cut so tragically short? Liu Che roared in fury, questioning the heavens, "My champion. He has lived but 24 years. Why does heaven envy the talented? Why must it take the life of a youth?" He could scarcely fathom that his jewel of the Han had only graced the earth for a mere 24 years. Summon Huitziobing, and quickly send for the court physician. Spare no effort. He must be saved. At that moment, Huitziobing entered the court with a heart full of complex emotions, yet his gaze soon solidified with determination. Even if his life was fleeting, he vowed to live it to the fullest. As the scene continued to unfold, a fleeting video depicting Huitziobing and Wei Qing flashed across the celestial screen. The next video commenced. Across the ages of China, a retrospective on the 10 most formidable generals in Chinese history. Generals from various dynasties were momentarily taken aback, each craning their necks to behold the heavens, for who would not desire to be remembered through the annals of time, to etch their name in history, and to become a great general worthy of renown? In the 10th position, a man born with unparalleled bravery, charging single-handedly into the fray. 3 times seizing the spear of the king of Qi, renowned for his 7th merit, the valiant general Yu Qigong of the early Tang dynasty. From the celestial screen, comments floated in. Long, the foremost subordinate of Emperor Taizong, he strikes down whomever he wishes. Indeed, it is Li Erfeng, with the Qin king wielding a sword and Yu Qijingda holding a spear. Who in this world could stand against them? Drunken in the spring breeze, he ranks 10th. I concur. Who dares oppose? The foremost figure of the Tang dynasty, Wei Qijingda, not only valiant in rescuing his sovereign, but also unwaveringly loyal, rightfully occupies the 10th position. In the 9th place stands Zhang Dingbian, a formidable warrior of the late Yuan dynasty, who charged into battle as though traversing an unguarded realm. His prowess remains unparalleled. The 8th spot is held by Yang Zixing, initially a general under Cao Cheng, who pledged allegiance to Yu Fei in the fight against the Jurchens, boldly penetrating enemy lines as if they were non-existent. In 7th, we find Li Guang, the flying general of the Western Han, renowned for his unparalleled archery skills, striking terror into the hearts of the Xiongnu for half a century, epitomizing the essence of a Chinese archer. The 6th position is awarded to Chang Yuchen, the preeminent valiant of the Ming dynasty, who led from the front in every battle, earning him the moniker of Chang Shirwang, and never tasted defeat throughout his illustrious career. In 5th place is Guan Yu, famed for his legendary exploits of traversing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, as well as his swift execution of Hua Xiong and Yin Liang, solidified in historical accounts as the mightiest warrior of the 3 kingdoms. The 4th position is claimed by Elbu, a figure of imposing stature and unmatched combat prowess, often regarded as the pinnacle of military strength during the 3 Kingdoms era, a man worthy of facing multiple adversaries simultaneously. 3rd is Bai Qi, one of the 4 generals of the warring states, whose lifetime was marked by an unblemished record, known as the Killing God, striking fear into foes with his formidable reputation. In the 2nd position is Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, whose unmatched valor and commanding presence have left an indelible mark on history, challenging the notion that history is solely written by victors. As the video reaches this point, anticipation builds. Who could possibly be ranked first among these illustrious warriors? In the realm of the Han dynasty, the foremost warrior must undoubtedly be the illustrious champion Marquis of the Great Han, who drank from the vast seas and was honored in the Wolf's Lair, a man who epitomized the pinnacle of military achievement in Chinese history. General Wei, having triumphed in 7 battles, could also be regarded as the preeminent warrior. However, I, Han Xin, declare my dissent. At the tender age of 20, I have already swept across the land, victorious in every engagement, seizing every opportunity, and my resolute stand at the riverbank reverberated throughout the realms. Surely, I am deserving of the title of the foremost. In the realm of the warring states, Li Mu asserts, I, Li Mu, have repeatedly led my troops against the Xiongnu, and thus I am worthy of the highest honor. Lianpa adds, I, Lianpa, am likewise a renowned general of Zhao, having led countless campaigns and achieved great feats for my state. Among the warriors, I must surely claim my rightful place. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's mind became astir with thoughts. At the tender age of 17, he took to the battlefield, vanquishing foes and relentlessly pursuing them for 2 days and 3 nights, often leading by example and plunging into the heart of enemy ranks. Most of the vast territory of the Tang dynasty was conquered by him. Before ascending to the throne, he was already a general of unparalleled prowess, a war god in the guise of an emperor, unmatched by any other. He rightfully deserves the title of the foremost general in history. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di beamed with pride. As the son of heaven, I have conquered the wolf Jiao Xiu and quenched my horse's thirst in the vast Han Sea, personally leading the charge into the northern deserts. I am the first emperor to possess such honor. I ought to be the foremost general. Li Luo, perplexed by the conclusion, awaited the revelation of the identity of the greatest warrior, one who could surpass the generals of 5 millennia and claim the top seat. Where's the first? He pondered. Was the video finished? Did it leave the suspense to haunt his sleep? Upon browsing the creator's details, he found it was the sole video, leaving him disheartened. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Li Luo to inhale deeply. Wang Ma, how delectable. It had been years since he savored her dompa pork, and the craving was overwhelming. With a cheerful smile, Wang Ma presented the dish. I knew the young master would enjoy my dompa pork. Li Luo exaggeratedly inhaled the scent. Ah, the fragrance is intoxicating, and the color is tantalizing. Wang Ma, your feast today is truly lavish. I am fortunate indeed. The scene shifted to a table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, evoking envy from all eras. How fortunate are the people of later generations, feasting on meat and fragrant rice at every meal. It's hard to believe they dine better than the current sovereign. As the astonished gaze of the populace lingered, the video resumed. Would you recommend a recipe for dompa pork? Li Luo mused, marveling at the algorithm's prowess. Following the video instructions, he learned that even Su Dompa himself would commend its taste in the northern Song dynasty. Su Shi, astonished, lifted his head. The celestial screen teaches the art of cooking dompa pork, and it includes my story? Could it be that my culinary skills have persisted through the ages? Let me witness the authenticity of this dish in later times. Li Luo eagerly opened the cooking video as a poetic narration emanated from the celestial screen. Today's topic. Do you know the origin of the renowned dompa pork? Legend has it that when Su Shi served as governor of Hangzhou, he led the people in dredging West Lake, constructing embankments, and improving livelihoods. Knowing his fondness for pork, the citizens presented him with the meat as a gesture of gratitude. Su Shi instructed his family to cut the meat into cubes, braising it to share with the laborers who aided in the dredging. Thus, the dish became known as dompa pork, spreading its fame. The cooking method is unique, requiring the selection of pork belly, seasoned with yellow wine, soy sauce, and rock sugar, and slow cooked to perfection. During the cooking process, the aromas of wine and meat intertwine, resulting in tender, flavorful morsels. The finished dompa pork boasts a vibrant red hue and a melt-in-the-mouth texture, leaving an unforgettable taste. Wang Ma, having approached at some point, smiled and said, "Young master, this is how dompa pork is made. Choosing firm pork belly helps maintain its shape. Here, we prefer to use Huadia wine, which renders the meat exceptionally tender and delicious." Once she began discussing cooking, Wang Ma seemed to open a floodgate of words, sharing her culinary insights endlessly. The celestial screen remained fixed on the lustrous dompa pork, its enticing appearance captivating the gaze of people throughout history. In the northern Song dynasty, Zhang Huaimin glanced at the dompa pork on the celestial screen and then at the dish before him. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and remarked, "Oh dear. Su Dompa, this doesn't seem to be your method." Su Shi stroked his beard, replying, "Indeed, it appears that later generations have made modifications. I must admit, the improved version is visually appealing and delightful in flavor." With a piece of dompa pork and a sip of wine, Su Shi reveled in bliss. Now, he felt unconcerned about his banishment. After all, he had powerful connections and a brother who could assist him. The celestial screen continued to transform, transitioning to the next video. The aesthetic of violence pinned by our ancestors began to play, accompanied by a haunting flute melody. Verses filled with a sense of martial beauty appeared on the screen. Slaying 1,000,000 soldiers of Jiangnan, the blood on my sword still fresh. The mountain monk knows not the name of the hero, only asking for his title. Great ambition satiated with the flesh of invaders, laughing and drinking the blood of the Huns. Awaiting the day to reclaim the old mountains and rivers, facing the heavenly gate. With fine wine and night-glowing cups, I long to drink as the peep urges. Do not laugh at the one who lies drunk on the battlefield, since ancient times. How many return for more? When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom amidst the slaughter of 100 flowers. The fragrant aroma permeates Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Kicking aside the mundane path, I shoulder the burdens of ancient and modern sorrows. To you watching the screen, do you still cherish the poetry of violent aesthetics? Li Luo, entranced by the verses, eagerly dived into the comments section, eager to witness the literary prowess of fellow netizens. Too cool. My favorite line is, dignity resides only at the sword's edge. Truth lies within the cannon's range. Li Xiaodai, the most menacing line remains, this journey to the spring terrace calls upon old comrades. Banners of 100,000 display Yama, Shinjo Dadi, when I recite, with the sun and moon in hand, plucking the stars. Who in this world can match me? How would you respond? Rabbit ears, burning the treasury to ash, stepping on the bones of officials in the heavenly streets. What do you think upstairs? Post 00S. Huang Chao's poetry is indeed domineering, but I still find this the most magnificent, with a 3-foot green peak in hand. Who in the world dares to kill? Lost in the lotus. How about this? Kill a man every 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Guanguan Jujio. It must be that line. Why must one be buried in the land of their ancestors? Life is full of green mountains everywhere, spring-like seasons, galloping through Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. This is the best. One thought, with 100,000 heads spilled. We must strive to restore the world's balance. Astounding. The emergence of poetry filled with martial beauty stirred the admiration of scholars, military leaders, and common folk alike throughout history. The beauty of Chinese characters has endured for millennia, yet seldom has there been poetry so infused with a sense of violence, both simple and profound, yet resonating deeply. In the realm of the great Tang, Emperor Li Shimin was profoundly moved. What a poignant assertion that dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Li Shimin deeply resonated with this sentiment. 3 months after the bloody conflict at Chuanwu Gate, which claimed the lives of 2 princes, Li Yuan abdicated the throne. Just as the nation celebrated and peace reigned, the Turkic Khagan seized the opportunity to march southward. The Treaty of Weishui cost him the dignity of the Heavenly Khagan and tarnished the illustrious reputation of the General of Heavenly Strategy. It also undermined his long-held belief that he was the most suitable candidate for the throne of the Great Tang. This was a profound shame that marred Li Shimin's life. Following the Treaty of Weishui, he endured 3 years of humiliation and hardship, allowing the Turkic Khagan to perform a dance in Chang'an, ultimately seeking to redeem his honor. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di wholeheartedly concurred with the aforementioned sentiment. The distinction between right and wrong, success and failure, ultimately boils down to the principle of the victor's narrative. The one with the mightiest fist dictates what is deemed truth. In the realm of the great song, Xian Qiji, his hair a silvery hue, fixed his murky gaze upon the heavens. Once, the landscape of the great song was resplendent. Dear sir, open your eyes and behold the state into which it has decayed. With homes lost, where lies the promise of better days? Until the invaders are expelled, how can one anticipate a brighter future? Should XN be granted the sight of a unified land, where mountains and rivers harmonize, he would not flinch at the prospect of dying 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Alas, the lament of one with white hair. Xian Qiji unsheathed his sword, sending the wine flask flying as he recited aloud. In drunkenness, I light the lantern and gaze at my sword. Dreams return to the sound of horns in the encampments. 800 li under my command roast the meat, while 50 strings echo the sounds from beyond the frontier. Autumn on the battlefield, soldiers poised for action. The steed gallops like the lu, the bowstring snaps like thunder. To resolve the affairs of the realm for the sovereign and earn a name both in life and death. Alas, the lament of one with white hair. Which of those verses, capable of deifying with but half a line, captures your heart? As the scene unfolds, snowflakes dance in the air, accompanied by the mournful notes of the flute. New poetry emerges. Li Bai's longing for you, endless memories, brief longing, infinite extremes. Nalan Xingda's if life were only as it was at first sight. Why sorrow in autumn's wind with a painted fan? Li Bai's clouds envision garments. Flowers envision beauty, spring breezes brush the lattice, dew glimmers bright. Huang Zheng's the colors do not enchant, yet people fall under their spell, in the eyes of lovers. She is a beauty. Su Shi's a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, flowers fragrant, moonlight shaded. By Juyi's hidden sorrows give birth to silent resentments. At this moment, silence speaks volumes. Su Lin's the pavilion by the water receives the moon first. Sunward flowers and trees easily welcome spring. Or Wei Xian's a single misstep leads to eternal regret, turning back after a century. Suddenly, the comments section erupted. Chocolates. The poetry of ancient times is truly enchanting. I marvel at their prodigious talent. Rainbow fish. Still, I prefer the line. To buy osmanthus flowers and share wine. It cannot compare to the youthful revelry. Durian King. If I were to propose, marry a woman from Sichuan or Chongqing and enjoy a life of ease, how would you respond? The resilient women from Sichuan and Chongqing. What nonsense. Sichuan women are undeniably gentle. Gaga mayhem. Is that the kind of gentleness found on the mountains of Shu? Facepalm milk bee. Many believe Sichuan women to be fierce, with fiery dispositions. Yet, much of this stems from the wartime era when men perished in droves, leaving women to uphold their families, forging their tenacity. The comments, originally a poetic duel, shifted dramatically. Old Z. Not many in Sichuan can claim to be authentic natives. Crying goddess I adore. Indeed, we Sichuan women can uphold half the sky. Tears for ancestors. As long as the Anhui army endures, the Sichuan army will not emerge. Once they do, China shall not perish. Little treasure. The Guangdong army deployed 930,000, yet only a mere 3,000 returned, martyrs cemeteries to the landscape. Even in my rural hometown. Love little angel. Indeed, in Guangdong at that time, every household hung white silk, weeping through the night. The screen filled with a torrent of comments, reverberating through the ages, leaving all rulers astonished. What transpired in the annals of history that could lead to the annihilation of an entire province, leaving every household clad in mourning? As long as the Anhui army endures, the Sichuan army will not emerge. Once they do, China shall not perish. The sorrow for this historical chapter could be felt even through the screen. A desperate yearning through the ages to uncover its truth. Moments later, a new video emerged. As long as the Sichuan army lives, China shall not perish. What monumental contributions did the Sichuan army make in the fight against the invaders? In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Empress Wu Zetian's expression darkened with sudden apprehension. The notion of resistance against Japan surged in her mind. She recalled that the name Japan had been bestowed upon it by her. Could it be that this insignificant nation would dare to invade China in the future? She, Wu Zetian, would never consent to such an affront. As the video commenced, a battlefield emerged, shrouded in smoke and illuminated by flames, casting a pall over the land of Xinzhou, where sorrow reigned. In 1937, the Japanese army launched a full-scale invasion of China. A poignant declaration from General Liu Xiang of the Sichuan army resonated. Until the Japanese menace is eradicated, the Sichuan troops shall not return. Thus, 5 million Sichuan soldiers, bearing the flag inscribed with the character for death, marched forth to resist the Japanese invaders. Clad in thin garments and donning straw sandals, armed with merely rudimentary weapons, they engaged in the most harrowing of battles, with only a fraction returning alive. Ultimately, the ranks of the Sichuan army were filled predominantly by youths. During that time, every household in Sichuan donned white mourning attire, with white silk hanging from every door. As 9 out of 10 homes were devoid of sons, the Sichuan army became the most sacrificial and tragic force in the annals of the War of Resistance. As long as the Sichuan soldiers stood firm, China would endure. They shed their last drops of blood for their homeland. We pay homage to all the heroes of the anti-Japanese struggle. The comment section erupted with fervor, a sea of messages flooding the screen. All rise. Salute to the heroes of the resistance. In times of national calamity, the entire populace stands ready to fight. Every province is great. United, we confront the enemy. Every inch of territory is stained with blood. For every 100,000 youth, there are 100,000 soldiers. As long as Sichuan endures, China shall not perish. There remain countless souls who fell in battle, never to return home. We, the Xiang army, are those who gather for reunion meals at dawn. So too are we in Anhui. The entire province has been ravaged, with 700,000 Qian troops lost without a trace. Throughout the ages, tears have been shed. Better to be a dog in a prosperous age than a man in a time of chaos. With the entire nation mobilized, flames of war engulfed the land of Xinzhou. Every home draped in mourning. What a scene of despair it must have been. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin stood in the grand hall. His countenance darkened with fury as he endeavored to compose himself. The Wokou, a people who grasped minor principles yet forsook greater righteousness, posed an immense threat to posterity. Suddenly, he overturned the tables and chairs in a fit of rage, bellowing towards the outside, "Summon the messengers, and convey my decree to expel the Wokou from Chang'an." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Qi Jiguang stood resolute like a deity of war, clad in armor, wielding a sharp blade, and possessing unwavering determination. "Sons, eradicate the Japanese pirates," he commanded. The valiant warriors of the Qi family army understood the dire threat posed by the future scourge of the Japanese. Brandishing their swords, they vowed to eliminate the invaders completely. Throughout the ages, as various dynasties sought to expel the Japanese, images of the battlefield began to unfold across the heavens. The lands of Jianghuai lay strewn with corpses, bereft of mourners, revealing the grim truth behind the absence of a unified dialect in Anhui. It was during the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom that the people of Anhui sacrificed their lives. From the Taiping Rebellion to the First Sino-Japanese War, the Huai army was decimated, and the final remnants of the Anhui army fell during the Battle of Shanghai, leading to the formation of China's First Orphan Army, composed of boys averaging 13 years of age, all of whom perished in valor, leaving Anhui devoid of military forces in the latter stages of the War of Resistance. Thereafter, the province was left with only women and children, nearly becoming a ghost town. Eventually, brothers from all corners of the land converged, forming the contemporary Anhui. The vast province transformed into a tapestry of diverse dialects and customs. The people of Anhui have little record of their genealogy, and ancestral worship is a rare sight. While it is well known that households in Sichuan and Chongqing hang white silk and weep nightly, few are aware of the countless unburied remains scattered across Jianghuai. Suddenly, comments flooded in. Time waits for no one. Even in a small village, there are 9 martyrs' cemeteries, accompanied by a map. Chengcheng, Anhui can attest to 2 facts. Every county and even every village has a martyrs' cemetery, and schools are indeed built upon burial grounds. Wind in the Rose. As you know, Anhui boasts 22,000 martyrs' cemeteries. The Thieving Fox. Do you know why Anhui enjoys both rice and noodles, sweet and spicy, dumplings and glutinous rice balls? My world is red. May the morning sun always shine upon our homeland, and may we never forget the blood of our martyrs. Wang Chuanfu, at that time. A saying went, if a gold ingot were thrown to the ground, no one within 3 miles would pick it up, for there was simply no one left in Anhui. Li Luo's eyes brimmed with tears. Each time he encountered such videos, he was overcome with emotion. He typed Anhui into the search bar, and soon an array of videos appeared. Sniffing, he quickly moved on to the next one. Why is Anhui referred to as a province that fought like a nation? Anhui engaged in warfare for half a century against Japanese aggression. It is widely recognized that China's resistance began with the September 18th incident in 1931. Yet the struggle of the people of Anhui commenced with the First Sino-Japanese War in 1894. For over 50 years, Anhui was embroiled in conflict, enduring devastation until the Sichuan, Guangdong, and Hunan armies joined the fray. After the able-bodied men had perished, young boys of 11 or 12 took up their fathers' rifles to defend their homeland. The first child army of China emerged from Anhui, each carrying rifles taller than themselves, charging into battle against the Japanese forces. Faced with overwhelming odds, none surrendered. They all heroically perished for their country. The entire history bore witness to this unimaginable valor. The comments section of the video was filled with thousands of expressions. The sun is truly warm. 2 villages in Anhui are close, yet one celebrates the new year on the 23rd and another on the 24th. Some at noon and others at night. Kaiwa Basket. There are 29,000 martyr cemeteries nationwide, and Anhui alone possesses 22,000. Guishanyu. It is said that Anhui is not affluent, yet it was the wealthiest during the era of Huizhou merchants. Hubba hubba. I used to think every province had many martyrs' cemeteries, but now I realize every county in Anhui has one. During Qiming, schools take students to pay respects. Is it the same in other places? Farewell, Conxiao. Whoa. While other provinces boast famous mountains and rivers, Anhui's cultural tourism is defined by martyrs' cemeteries at this moment. I am truly moved to tears. So, what are the regrets of each province after 14 years of war? Alas, these are not merely the regrets of provinces, but the sorrows of 56 ethnic groups, the unresolved grief that flows in the veins of 1 billion Chinese. Guangxi, Sichuan, Guangdong, Yunnan, and Guizhou have never failed their nation. They honor the uniforms they once wore during the war. The greatest regret of Anhui is that a contingent of children averaging less than 14 years of age took to the battlefield, depleting the province's populace. As for Shaanxi, it trained 1.6 million young men and dispatched 1.15 million brave sons of the Qin. It is a tale of those born in Shaanxi and dying in Shandong, a bittersweet saga. The texts are thin, yet history is profound. Though we have not met, we have benefited from its legacy. The Hui army did not perish, nor did the Sichuan army retreat. Throughout history, all have been astounded by the fierce struggle to defend the nation. From the brief snippets flashing across the heavens, one can glean the profound tragedy of this war. Firstly, in northeast China, the army bore the label of non-resistance as they traversed the nation, never to return. They fired the first shot of resistance at Jiangqiao, ultimately retreating to the land of the bears. In the expanse between the White Mountains and Black Earth, the anti-Japanese United Army struggled valiantly, while mass graves concealed the remains of 600,000 laborers. The sacrifices of General Wu Keruan and all the soldiers of the 67th Army on the battlefield of Shanghai are etched in memory. Secondly, Hebei endured the loss of the Shanhaiguan Pass, where heroes of the Great Wall fought valiantly but exchanged their lives for treasonous treaties. The fierce battle against the Japanese at Nanyuan claimed the life of General Tang Linga, while countless heroes from Yin and Zhao persisted in their resistance from behind enemy lines. Thirdly, Hunan witnessed the destruction of the Yellow River's Huayuanqiu, leading to the drowning of 890,000 innocent souls. And 3 million compatriots perished from famine amidst natural disasters and human-made catastrophes. Even with the land ravaged, Hunan contributed the second largest number of troops and the largest grain supply. Heroes fought to the death, refusing to surrender, even while subsisting on roots and cotton fluff. 9 million valiant sons of Hunan fought across the nation, with 13 million compatriots falling to the ravages of war. Fourthly, Shandong saw 2,000 Sichuan soldiers perish in the defense of Tung County, while Zhang Zizhong sacrificed himself in a pledge of loyalty. The forced conscription of 400,000 laborers remains a haunting memory. Fifthly, Shaanxi witnessed 140,000 souls buried in the graves of Datong and the extraction of 14 million tons of coal. The city of Taiyuan could not be held, and the soldiers fought fiercely on the mountains of Zhongtiao. Sixthly, Anhui is remembered for the battleship Dingyuan charging towards Japanese vessels in the Yellow Sea. The annihilation of the Anhui army in the Battle of Shanghai and the heroic stand of the Guangxi army in the Mengqing sniper battle, where not a single soldier survived after 3 days of fighting. Seventhly, Jiangsu saw 300,000 soldiers unable to defend the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, as the city of Nanjing fell prey to the atrocities of the Japanese, with corpses littering the streets and rivers running red with blood. The bloodshed at Purple Mountain and the eternal loyalty at Yuwatai are forever memorialized. Eighthly, Hubei endured 400,000 sons shedding blood in the Wuhan campaign, where the skies bore witness to their sacrifices. The fiercest hand-to-hand combat occurred at Shirpai Mountain, marking the darkest hour of resistance, yet it also signified the dawn of resurgence. Ninthly, Hunan's 15 divisions that set forth for Shanghai never returned, while 8,000 valiant soldiers valiantly defended Changde. The city of Changsha remained unconquered, while Jiangxi's sons and daughters sacrificed everything for the fight. Sichuan, bearing the emblem of death, met their end with dignity. Guangdong's 900,000 troops returned with barely 3,000 survivors, and Guangxi's 20,000 soldiers faced 150,000 Japanese with unmatched valor. Yunnan's 1.5 million dug out the lifeline of resistance, while Shanghai's 300,000 heroes bled into the Huangpu River. In a display of unity, all Chinese, regardless of region or age, fought valiantly against the invaders. Suddenly, a torrent of comments surged from the heavens. Carved into our bones, flowing in our blood, is the enmity of our nation. Whoa! I cannot bear to watch for more than a few seconds without weeping. We shall undoubtedly remember, etching history into our hearts, never to forget the shame of our nation. Why do tears often well up in my eyes? It is because of my profound love for this land. Let us pay homage to our ancestors and never forget our national humiliation. Altogether, never forget national shame, remember history, and with strength, I stand for my country. As Ms. Zhang Chuanru stated, forgetting is akin to a second massacre. How can we dare to forget? Each time I encounter such videos, I hesitate to scroll away, fearing that doing so would be a disservice to our forebears. Throughout the ages, those who witnessed the harrowing scenes in the heavens were rendered speechless by their shock. Everything shattered their worldview. The mountains and rivers lay in ruin, and the land of our ancestors weeps. There are those who, in their fear, dare not gaze upon the skies. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Qi Jiguang was consumed by an unquenchable fury. His gaze burned with intensity as he bellowed, "Brothers, follow me into battle. Let us annihilate the Japanese invaders and rid ourselves of these vile enemies. By eradicating them, we shall spare our descendants from this calamity." The Qi family army, already driven to madness by the provocations from the heavens above, was united by a singular thought: to kill. To kill. Each soldier fought valiantly, their swords and blades akin to dragons, relentlessly claiming the lives of the enemy. In the late Qing dynasty, the heart of the Japanese aggressors remained unchanged in their invasion of China. The accursed pirates, these beasts devoid of humanity, continued their relentless covetousness towards our land. "Do you see? Do you see?" The voice echoed, "Your Majesty, these brutes have never ceased their ambitions against our beloved China." In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Che beheld the heinous crimes committed by the Wokou against future generations, igniting within him a fierce wrath. How could the world descend into such chaos? What, pray tell, are the sovereigns of later days doing? Allowing a minuscule nation to act with impunity upon the sacred soil of China. Wei Qing's fists clenched in fury. Had it not been for the pressing calamity posed by the Xiongnu, he would undoubtedly have led the valiant cavalry of the Han to obliterate the Wokou. In the realm of the Great Qin, the emotions of Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, defy mere complexity. To his eyes, although the Great Qin has perished, the people of future generations are still his descendants. How could his subjects allow themselves to be oppressed by foreign adversaries? In the grand hall of the Tang dynasty, the floor was strewn with kneeling figures, some unable to contain their tears. Empress Wu Zetian was utterly infuriated. How dare these foreign oppressors belittle the descendants of China? Throughout the ages, ambitious sovereigns have witnessed such indignities and longed to mobilize their forces to vanquish these invaders. The soldiers, upon seeing the sacrifices of future warriors, their blood spilled upon the battlefield, felt their eyes blaze with fury, yearning to transcend time and join the fray against the enemy. Li Luo wiped his eyes, striving to suppress the rising tide of emotion. It was unbearable. Tears threatened to flow as the memories of the brutal anti-Japanese war overwhelmed him. He resolved to watch some stirring videos to steady his resolve. In the next moment, the heavenly screen transformed, and an exhilarating soundtrack reverberated, stirring the spirits of all who had ever lived. Wei gazed intently at the celestial display, his blood boiling with passion. Let us together witness those awe-inspiring scenes that ignite our fervor. One strike to break the silence, lest 100 blows befall us. Our Chinese sons, how could we submit to these invaders? Remember, until the last of the foreign brigands is eradicated, our children shall reclaim their home. To ensure our race's survival, we must resolutely resist to the end. Everything we undertake today is of unparalleled honor. The sword unsheathed, for the dignity of the Chinese nation. Kill. Kill. Li Luo set down his phone, and after watching the video, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated considerably. "Young master, Mr. Li has returned." Upon hearing Wang Ma's delighted exclamation, Li Luo looked up to see Li Shihang striding in with purpose. Instantly, he stood up and murmured, "Father, you're back." Li Shihang, filled with excitement, patted Li Luo on the shoulder, scrutinizing him from head to toe before saying, "Xiao Luo, you've lost weight." He glanced at the sumptuous spread on the table and swiftly pulled Li Luo over. "Xiao Luo, come, let us sit down and enjoy a meal together. Today, let us share a drink." Neither father nor son were particularly loquacious, and after years of separation, there were no superfluous pleasantries exchanged. They quietly sat at the table, eating and drinking. Li Shihang served Li Luo a piece of dompa pork and could not resist asking, "What are your plans after leaving the company?" Li Luo smiled, replying earnestly, "I intend to travel a bit. Having entered a company right after graduation, I haven't had the chance to properly appreciate the magnificent landscapes of our motherland." Seeing that Li Luo had made plans, Li Shihang nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong is indeed the true deity who loves humanity, an ideal figure in the realm of mortals. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Wu Qingyan gazed thoughtfully at the manuscript of Journey to the West in his hands. Wasn't Sun Wukong a character he had just crafted within this narrative? The generations to come cherished his work, particularly the figure of Sun Wukong. If memory served him right, The protagonist Sun Wukong was indeed a monkey. How could it be that future generations adored a mere monkey? With such perplexity swirling in his mind, a video began to play across the celestial screen. In his youth, he had never encountered a monkey so extraordinary. It finally dawned on him why he was dubbed the Monkey King. Throughout the ages, all were left astonished, gazing at the heavens in disbelief. Wasn't this about Sun Wukong? Why then the focus on a monkey? Could it be that this idealized, benevolent Sun Wukong was, in fact, a monkey? The various generations of monkey performers could not help but glance at the less-than-intelligent monkeys they held in their hands. Indeed, at different stages in life, one might find themselves repeatedly enamored with Sun Wukong. You pluck the peaches for me, and I shall guard you throughout your life. In the imagery, a monkey lay trapped beneath a mountain, while a young shepherd boy joyfully bounded over. I will fetch you some fruit to eat, the shepherd exclaimed, offering the fruit to Sun Wukong, who devoured it voraciously, while the boy nibbled cautiously. When they met again, the shepherd had aged significantly, yet Sun Wukong recognized him instantly, the frail old man being the very boy who once picked peaches for him. The elder was the first to genuinely rejoice at Sun Wukong's escape from the Five-Finger Mountain. Later on, the old man faced peril from bandits. And for the first time, the Monkey King acted decisively against a mortal foe. The scene shifted to the Monkey King, donned in grass skirts, traversing oceans to seek enlightenment. Upon his return, he was determined to care for his little monkey. During a severe drought in Fengstan County, he, filled with compassion, pleaded with the heavens for rain on behalf of the people. He treated women with gentleness and respect. Witnessing a girl about to leap into a river, he transformed into a kind matron, greeting her with, "You must have endured much hardship." When misinterpreted, he would storm off in anger. Yet a few soothing words from Tang Xin would quell his fury. While instructing Zhu Beiji, he imparted, "One must be courteous to others when addressing younger individuals. Refer to them as young lady, and for the elderly, call them grandmother." When scriptures were damaged, he would console, "The universe is inherently imperfect. Thus, the scriptures too may be incomplete. Beyond the realm of human capability." In his quest for knowledge, he remarked, "Seeking immortals and divination pales in comparison to taking charge of one's own fate. Reciting scriptures is less effective than possessing true skill." He affectionately referred to Princess Ironfan as sister-in-law and called the jade-faced fox demon. During the tumultuous events in the heavens, even in a state of inebriation, he did not mistreat the celestial maidens. He restrained the seven fairies solely for the delight of savoring peaches and sought the assistance of Guanyin, patiently awaiting her preparation, willing to wait no matter how anxious he felt. After being trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries, he emerged still embodying the cheerful spirit of a young man. On the journey to acquire scriptures, even in moments of frustration, he would merely express his annoyance with a playful pout, exclaiming, "How bothersome." As the scene transitioned, an interview appeared against the celestial backdrop. The narrator inquired, "Why is Sun Wukong your ideal type?" The young woman pondered for a moment before responding, "First and foremost, Sun Wukong possesses exceptional martial prowess and holds a righteous worldview, keenly discerning right from wrong, with the ability to protect you. Furthermore, as the beautiful Monkey King, he embodies attractiveness, which speaks to his charm. Additionally, having endured 5 centuries under the Five-Finger Mountain, he emerged still radiating the optimism of a bright young man, showcasing emotional stability. He boasts an extensive network. When faced with challenges, he can rally numerous allies. Most notably, he is acquainted with the god of wealth, with his golden staff weighing an impressive 13,500 pounds. And with gold priced at 600 per gram, he is indeed prosperous. Importantly, he possesses a residence in the Water Curtain Cave, lands in the Flower Fruit Mountain, and travels in the Somersault Cloud, all while being the illustrious leader of a grand family, a formidable warrior in the celestial hierarchy, and maintaining emotional composure, only occasionally expressing mild exasperation. He is equipped with remarkable problem-solving abilities, a strong sense of self, and widespread connections. He is known for his kindness towards the young, possesses an unparalleled ability to discern tea, and, most significantly, can transform into various forms that will suit your preferences. Moreover, he can fend for himself when hungry or thirsty, can handle disputes, remains devoted solely to you without being entangled with other romantic interests, and is easily appeased when upset. Where else can one find a partner of such formidable background, possessing wealth, land, numerous followers, and the qualities of an ideal civil servant? Though there may be a slight abundance of hair during a kiss, which could be a tad prickly, it is certainly manageable. In the realm of the Ming Dynasty, Wu Qingyan stared in astonishment at the celestial screen displaying evaluations of Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a barrage of comments flooded in. Sisters, if he can tolerate Tang Xing, he will surely have no trouble with us. Women from various dynasties gazed at the screen, contemplating the perfection of their ideal partner. If I could transform his golden staff into a golden bracelet to wear, how delightful that would be. The women's eyes sparkled with longing. No woman could resist the allure of radiant jewels. Sun Wukong's golden staff was pure gold, akin to possessing a mountain of wealth. What was more, he was free from the entanglements of in-laws and relatives. He remained unfazed by Tang Xing's incessant chatter. Notably, he could arrive on a cloud of 7 colors to whisk you away. Zixia fairy mused. My beloved is a great hero destined to come on a rainbow cloud to marry me. The thought of such a wedding was indeed splendid. He could even erase your name from the book of the underworld, granting you immortality. If he preferred long hair, I would let mine grow, uncut. Though he may not be tall, he can manifest the essence of heaven and earth. He's the monkey of my dreams. Li Luo, upon reading the comments, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I will surely laugh myself to death in this comment section. What talents we have here. Has staring too long at the screen made the monkey handsome? Indeed, browsing videos without reading the comments lacks soul. The following morning, Li Luo awoke early, surveying the villa, which was devoid of Li Shihong's presence. With sleepy eyes and disheveled hair, he inquired, Wang Ma, where is the old man? Wang Ma brought forth a sumptuous breakfast, smiling. Young master, you're up. Mr. Li has already left for work. Li Luo glanced at the clock. It read 8:30. So early? Wang Ma knew not whether it was early or late, but she was obliged to fulfill Mr. Li's instructions. By the way, young master, Mr. Li asked me to give this to you. After handing over a bank card, she departed. Li Luo received the card, surprised, then smiled and sat down to enjoy breakfast. The celestial screen reappeared, and the populace looked up, their eyes brimming with envy at the sight of Li Luo's lavish meal. Ah, what a bountiful breakfast! If only the old man could have a taste, he would die content. An elderly man, gnawing on dry bread and washing it down with water, felt increasingly disheartened by his meager fare. As the sun set and the evening breeze embraced the day, Li Luo picked up a small steamed bun. But just as he took a bite, his phone rang. It was old Qin. Li Luo answered, and old Qin's excited voice came through. Old Luo. A smile crept across Li Luo's face. What's up? Did you settle in smoothly? Smoothly, beyond expectations. Thanks to you, my salary is now 3 times what it was. Old Luo, you truly are a gem. Glad to hear it. Old Qin's praises brought a capitalist smile to Li Luo's face. Keep up the good work, with your talent. You want to be overlooked at Stone Group. After a brief conversation, Li Luo hung up, feeling a weight lifted off his mind. Suddenly, a video title caught his attention, and he eagerly clicked on it. Soon, a new video appeared on the celestial screen. If Zhuge Liang had succeeded in unification, would Lu Shan be regarded as a wise ruler? In the Three Kingdoms realm, Liu Bei stared at the screen, dumbfounded. A dou? A wise ruler? Why do people refer to a dou as a monarch? Zhang Fei and Guan Yu suddenly recalled a possibility, quivering with excitement. Brother, you succeeded. The grand endeavor is complete. Congratulations. Liu Bei's eyes lit up as he focused intently on the screen. Had his lifelong ambition to restore the Han dynasty finally come to fruition? Yet, he also noticed Zhuge Liang's name in the title, his strategist, the one who aided a dou? Had he entrusted his legacy to him? Indeed, the strategist was a loyal minister. Cao Cao, furious at the mention of unification, recalled the opportunity he had missed to eliminate Liu Bei and lamented his lost chance. My lord, do not be angered. The title on the screen is merely hypothetical, indicating that Zhuge Liang did not achieve unification. We are aware of the future trajectory. Why not seize this moment to eliminate Liu Bei? After hearing the advisor's analysis, Cao Cao's mood shifted from dark to cloudy, a glimmer of shadow crossing his eyes. For the sake of his grand ambition, Liu Bei must not be allowed to live. The video commenced, revealing a plump ruler resembling a child, weeping before Zhuge Liang. The appearance of a dou left everyone stunned. Is this chubby, Navi person the future young Lord Edo? The figure of the strategist appeared, aged considerably. Let us not speak. The screen reflects the future, and the strategist is naturally no longer young. Several familiar faces appeared on the screen, aged, yet instantly recognizable. As the discussion in the Three Kingdoms realm subsided, a narrative emerged within the celestial display. Today's topic: if Zhuge Liang achieved unification, would Lu Shan be regarded as a wise ruler? Not merely a wise ruler. We may even need to worship Lu Shan. The significance of Lu Shan unifying the realm differs from that of others. For others, unification signifies nation building. For Lu Shan, it signifies restoration. If Lu Shan were to restore the Han during his reign, It would mean the resurrection of the Great Han. If Zhuge Liang assisted Liu Shan in unification, the mandate would return to the Han. Anyone attempting to usurp the Han again would be defying the heavens. This could lead to a peculiar situation. No matter how weak the emperor, one could become a powerful minister without daring to covet the throne. You might rebel, but only against treacherous officials, never against the emperor. Who holds power is irrelevant. The realm must bear the Liu name. Comments flooded in. If Zhuge Liang truly unified, historical texts would praise Liu Shan for his merit-based governance and adept use of talent. If unification occurred, it would indeed signify the mandate returning to the Han, an emperor forever bearing the Liu surname, akin to the Zhou's son of heaven. In the Three Kingdoms realm, Liu Bei, overwhelmed by the numerous benefits listed for Zhuge Liang's unification, felt an itch of longing, yet every possibility was tinged with if only. Liu Bei's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the heavens, pondering, if only the strategist succeeds in the future, how wonderful that would be. Why does heaven treat me so harshly? Cao Cao, dismissing his earlier indignation, remained transfixed by the celestial screen for quite some time. Ha ha, Liu Bei. The mandate is not yours. Your efforts are in vain. As the crowd marveled, the next video commenced. To what extent did Liu Shan trust Zhuge Liang? The scene portrayed the portly Liu Shan, who was feeding Zhuge Liang peanuts. The prime minister was the prime minister of the world. While my father in office was a lifelong father to me, Liu Shan, often depicted in history as the incapable Edo, was but a child hidden behind Zhuge Liang, weeping and yearning for affection. During Zhuge Liang's northern expeditions, Liu Shan expressed, "Father, I desire neither the grand ambitions of a kingdom nor a vast empire. I merely wish for your company. What use is wisdom if he lacks a father in office? I have a father in office, and that suffices. I cannot be without my father. The nation cannot exist without him. I implore my father to return to Chengdu. I shall guard him day and night." For Liu Shan, the stability of the nation and the throne paled in comparison to Zhuge Liang's singular significance. After Zhuge Liang's demise, he refrained from appointing a new prime minister, bestowing kindness upon Zhuge Liang's son and marrying off his daughter. He recited the memorial on the expedition, continued the policies and laws promulgated by Zhuge Liang, and employed talents recommended by him. He even erected a temple in honor of Zhuge Liang, who was merely a minister. Comments on the screen flowed. The one on the mountain. Liu Shan's level of understanding is commendable. He knows his limitations and never issues reckless commands. Nor does he hinder progress. Acknowledging defeat, he spared the common people the burden of strife and surrendered directly. The practice book, he is not the incapable Edo. During the Three Kingdoms period, it was a high-stakes scenario. Even Zhu Yuanzhang might not have fared better than him. He is simply an ordinary man. Swan Lake. Future generations regard Liu Shan as the incapable Edo, while Zhuge Liang sees Liu Shan as a well-behaved child who listened attentively, understood, and sought affection. Rainbow Deer. The most vilified emperor, Zhuge Liang spent his life in northern campaigns, yet no one ever inquired about the military supplies and finances. The Big Dipper, Liu Shan, who could not recite a poem, memorized the memorial on the expedition. Caged, it is remarkable that he managed to sustain the Shu kingdom for 40 years after Zhuge Liang's passing. Today's topic 1. Was the memorial on the expedition a counsel or a coercion? Answer. The biological father departed early, and the godfather was preparing for battle, fearing the child would falter. It was merely heartfelt advice akin to urging Edo to ensure that food is in the pot and money in the drawer while I attend to some matters. If there are issues, seek out Uncle Jiang, Uncle Dong, or Uncle Fei. You must study diligently and eat well. We all love you dearly. We find the memorial on the expedition too lengthy, while Liu Shan deems it too brief. He adhered to it word for word, employing each individual designated by his father until all those above him had perished, leaving him with no one to rely on. Ultimately, the fate of the Han dynasty waned. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei gazed at the relatively youthful Zhuge Liang, moved to tears. With a military advisor like him, it was as if he were a fish in water. According to the information on the screen, he knew that before his death, Liu Bei entrusted Edo to Zhuge Liang, who took excellent care of him. Comments flowed. Jiang Wei. I have a strategy, Your Majesty. Liu Shan. Are you mentioned in the memorial? Jiang Wei. Your Majesty. Is it possible that I am the one waiting? We find 738 characters overly lengthy, while Liu Shan finds them too concise. Liu Shan reigned for 41 years, with Zhuge Liang assisting for 11. Did Liu Shan truly lack the ability to rise? Liu Shan. Father, please update the memorial to 2.0 in my dreams tonight. Liu Shan advanced from Season 1 to Season 11. Had Yufei possessed such an emperor, Mongolia would have been but a minor challenge, and even the Bear country would have been vanquished. Yu Fei was a valiant general, yet he lamentably lacked a wise ruler. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang, the prime minister of Shu, gazed at the screen, lost in thought. Tears welled in his eyes at that moment. He contemplated much. If Shu Han had a fierce general akin to Yu Fei, success in the northern campaigns would have been assured. Now, Shu Han was in disarray, with seasoned veterans either dead or aged, devoid of fresh forces. Consequently, after his death, the young lord was left without capable aides, and after decades of solitary defense, he ultimately sealed the fate of Shu Han. All of this weighed heavily on his conscience. "Father, why do you weep? Please do not cry." Zhuge Liang, with tears streaming down his face, looked at Lu Shan, whom he had raised, filled with profound sentiments. The scene transitioned on the screen, filled with fluttering paper money and comments bidding farewell to the prime minister. The elderly Zhuge Liang, amidst the echoes of "Take care, prime minister," slowly closed his eyes. "Oh, I can no longer rise against the rebels. Oh, vast heavens, how you have wronged me." Comments. Even after 1800 years, we still hope for the prime minister's victory. Exhausted and dedicated, Zhuge Liang epitomized the loyal and wise minister. The moment Zhuge Liang's coffin returned to Chengdu, one could feel Lu Shan's heart-wrenching sorrow across the screen. Watching the television brought tears to my eyes. Lu Shan's repeated calls of father pierced the heart like a sharp blade, as if Lu Shan too was destined to follow him. On December 6, 2017, the Xiqing high-speed railway officially opened, connecting Chengdu to Xi'an in just 3 hours for a fare of 263 yuan. The fare of 263 yuan was chosen because the fall of Shu Han occurred in the year 263 AD. Alas, a mere 3-hour journey represents a chasm that Zhuge Liang could never bridge throughout his life. From the 3 visits to the thatched cottage to the entrustment at Baidi City, from the fire at Baolang Slope to the autumn winds at Wuzhong Plain, Zhuge Liang's life was a testament to his promises. Li Luo's eyes turned red as he watched. Why must I use Zhuge Liang and Lu Shan? At that moment, Lu Shan also saw the densely packed comments, his expression shifting dramatically. His father had died, he had passed on the path of the northern campaign. "Oh, father, please do not die. I do not desire the nation or its stability, I only wish for you." Lu Shan turned and threw himself into Zhuge Liang's embrace, weeping like a child, utterly unable to accept the reality of losing his father. Zhuge Liang stroked Lu Shan's head, tears of comfort streaming from his eyes. After his death, the little one in his arms endured for decades. It was indeed a hardship for him. Simultaneously, he felt a greater concern for the northern expeditions, as the screen displayed that he had not completed the northern campaigns before his death, feeling unworthy of the late emperor's trust. Today's topic 2. If Lu Shan had been decisive, could he have toppled the powerful minister Zhuge Liang? The netizens responded, "If you merely say to Lu Shan, 'Your Majesty, shall we eliminate the powerful minister Zhuge Liang?' you would understand Lu Shan's decisiveness." Li Miao had no significant achievements, yet he remains renowned over 1800 years later. Criticizing Lu Shan is one thing, but Li Miao, who criticized Prime Minister Zhuge Liang, was swiftly executed by Lu Shan. Would you not consider him decisive? Comments. Scene 1. Li Miao, Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang may harbor ulterior motives. Lu Shan, execute him. Li Miao, when shall we summon Zhuge Liang back? Lu Shan, do I need to trouble my father to return for your execution? Scene 2. Lu Shan, what? You claim the Prime Minister plots rebellion? Quickly, summon him back. Li Miao, Your Majesty is wise. Lu Shan, wise? I would execute you before my father. Scene 3. Li Miao, Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang intends to usurp the throne. Lu Shan, is that so? If my father becomes emperor, I shall be the crown prince. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, at the Prime Minister's residence in Xuchang. How absurd it is that Zhuge Liang, that boy, could be called Prime Minister. How could there be such evaluations? Seeing the grand acclaim for Zhuge Liang and Lu Shan, Cao Cao's eyes burned with fury. In the past, during the Battle of Chibi, he suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Zhuge Liang, shattering his dreams of unifying the realm. Today, the adulation of Zhuge Liang and Lu Shan by posterity feels like a dagger deeply embedded in his heart. 18 centuries later, while history remembers Zhuge Liang, it forgets Cao Cao. Cao Cao served as prime minister, just as Zhuge Liang did. He unified the north, sparing the common people from the ravages of war. In terms of politics, literature, strategy, and military prowess, he was on par with Zhuge Liang. In Eastern Wu, Ajanya, Liu Bei's hypocrisy allowed him to ascend to the throne. How could Zhuge Liang attain eternal fame? Sun Quan was deeply displeased. After years of intellectual duels with Zhuge Liang, he had always emerged the loser. Observing the present-day admiration for Zhuge Liang, he was further incensed. He ordered the capture of Jingzhou, declaring that Guan Yu must not escape. With Guan Yu defeated, he was eager to witness how Liu Bei, a mere merchant, would continue to dream of imperial glory. Yes, my lord. The barrage of comments read, no matter how moving, Shu Han still fell. Jiang Wei died, and Han subsequently perished. From Han Xian to Jiang Wei. The restoration of the Han dynasty, though unfulfilled, was his ideal's terminus. A spirited young general stepped forth from the backdrop. The story commenced, do you know the valiant Jiang Boyue from Tianxue? And it concluded, my plans have failed, thus is fate. An elderly general, devoted to inheriting the legacy of the martial marquis, expended his last ounce of strength. To him, the fall of a nation was defined by the demise of its ministers. With Boyue's death, the kingdom of Shu Han met its end. Over 25 years, he led 11 northern expeditions for the dynasty, pouring his life's blood into the cause. As the enemy advanced, he was prepared to fight to the death but soon learned of the emperor's surrender. He infiltrated the enemy territory, fighting valiantly for the restoration. Yet his plans were thwarted, and his spirit departed amidst the chaos. He remains the sole figure in history to define a nation's fall through the demise of its ministers. Youth is priceless. A hard seat leads directly to Lhasa. Within the backdrop, a diverse group of travelers congregated in a carriage. An elder passionately delivered a speech. Indeed, youth has no price. A hard seat takes one straight to Lhasa. The scene shifted to a convoy traveling along the national highway, flanked by undulating snow-capped mountains and vast grasslands. In this lifetime, I must traverse Route 318, heading west to Lhasa, beneath the azure sky and white clouds. The cerulean lakes and emerald meadows undulated like waves, dotted with wildflowers. Contemporary youth likely share this sentiment. I shall earn a great deal of money and visit countless places. I will see the Golden Mountains in Tibet, the Tsongshan and Orion Dali, the Buddhist kingdom in Surthar, and the village Super in Guizhou. I will chase the clouds, write letters to the seasons, and wander through mountains and lakes, seeking all the romance the world has to offer. As the video concluded, Li Luo found himself salivating with envy. He had just resigned and was in a fortunate position of leisure and wealth. To miss the opportunity for travel would be a disservice to the years of hard work as a corporate drone. Li Luo was a decisive individual. He immediately set his travel plans in motion, ready for an impromptu journey. Mother Wang, I will be away for a few days. Please do not cook for me during this time. Mother Wang emerged from the kitchen, spatula in hand. Young master, where are you off to? You just returned. Why not stay a few more days? Li Luo flashed a grin. Youth has no price, hence Mother Wang raised an eyebrow. Ah, young master. You are going to Lhasa? Are you prepared for altitude sickness? Observing Li Luo's eager demeanor, Mother Wang couldn't help but worry. Li Luo's expression twitched as he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Young master, please do not disregard your health because of a trending internet phrase. Do not venture alone to Lhasa without considering altitude sickness. Li Luo was taken aback. He had not expected Mother Wang to be aware of the internet meme about youth having no price and the hard seat journey to Lhasa. Seeing his astonishment, Mother Wang smiled triumphantly. Young master, where do you think I am? Though I am over 50, I keep up with the trends. I am not one to fall behind in what young people enjoy. Mother Wang pulled out her phone, displaying her collection of apps. Li Luo was momentarily stunned, then felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, Mother Wang, you are impressive. Mother Wang inquired. So? Thus, youth has no price, Mount Tai is beneath our feet. With great bravado, Li Luo declared, first stop, Mount Tai. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng paused upon hearing a familiar name, momentarily taken aback. He pondered whether Mount Tai had undergone any changes since his time of enfeoffment and sacrifice. The longing to behold Mount Tai once more stirred within him. Without further ado, Li Luo shouldered his backpack and bid farewell to Wang Ma, promptly purchasing a ticket to embark on his journey. As he settled into the high-speed train, Li Luo gazed out at the passing scenery, imbued with a spirited determination. Oh, the diminutive Mount Tai, how he yearned to conquer it. The sky above seemed to brighten, infusing a sense of buoyancy into his travels, and no expedition would be complete without a well-crafted itinerary. Do you know? This is the quintessential guide to ascending Mount Tai. First, arrive at Tai'an Station. Then, after disembarking, stroll along Dongyue Street for 8 kilometers to reach the base of the ascent, the Dai Temple, where emperors of ages past held their grand sacrificial ceremonies. Ascend the city walls to catch a distant glimpse of the minuscule South Heavenly Gate. After a 500-meter walk, one arrives at Dazongfang, established during the Jiajing era of the Ming Dynasty, marking the entrance to Mount Tai. Passing by the Guandi Temple, he reaches Yishanmen, continues past the Red Gate Palace, and arrives at the entrance where Confucius ascended. He traverses the first of the 3 heavenly gates, the Red Gate, and finally arrives at the ticketing area of Mount Tai at Wanfeng Building. He strolls past the grand entrance of Dumu Palace, the Sangguan Temple, and the Water Curtain Cave, reaching Hutian Pavilion. After crossing Huema Ridge, passing the Yaowang Temple dedicated to Sun Simiao, and traversing the Buitian Bridge, he steps onto the Middle Heavenly Gate. Enduring 293 steps, 8 ancient temples, 192 stone tablets, and 366 inscribed cliffs, he arrives at the Middle Heavenly Gate. What to do upon reaching the 18 turns? Simply embrace the challenge. He passes through Longmen and Shengxianfang, ultimately arriving at the South Heavenly Gate. He visits the Temple of Confucius, traverses the West Divine Gate, and reaches the summit at Yowangding. Li Luo resolved to adhere to his plan, resting at a nearby hotel for the night before setting off at 4 a.m. the following day. At the foot of the mountain, he encountered throngs of university students ascending Mount Tai, their simple climb exuding the fierce spirit of 6 major sects besieging the bright summit. The air was filled with their exuberant shouts. Oh, the small Mount Tai, how they were determined to conquer it. Upon hearing the students' boastful declarations, an elder passing by displayed a look of disdain. Young fellows, do not speak too soon. You might consider acquiring a trekking pole for unforeseen circumstances. Old man, we are university students, young and vigorous. This little Mount Tai poses no challenge for us. A glimmer of understanding shone in the elder's eyes. At the foot of the mountain, you stride with confidence, unafraid of the mere 545 meters. Yet, Mount Tai has a reputation for humbling the overconfident. Li Luo, following closely behind the elder, gazed at the seemingly endless steps ahead, in full agreement. University students regard the trekking poles at the foot of Mount Tai with disdain, dismissing the elderly man's suggestion to ascend slowly as a warm-up. They sprint up the mountain, leaving the old man and Li Luo far behind. Young men, do you not tire from running so swiftly? The university students shouted in unison, not tired. As they passed the mountainside, Li Luo was already panting heavily, leaning against a large tree to catch his breath, while the elderly man continued to stride forward with remarkable agility, calmly leaning on his hiking stick. Surprisingly, halfway up the mountain, Li Luo encountered the same group of boastful students who were now struggling, using both hands and feet, their faces resembling that of a defeated dog, adorned with expressions of existential doubt. The elder chuckled upon seeing them. Young fellows, how do you feel now? Still so confident? The young men maintained their bravado. This small Mount Tai is nothing to us. The elder smiled knowingly before disappearing from Li Luo's sight. After more than 2 hours of arduous climbing, Li Luo, following the elder, finally reached the South Heaven Gate. To his astonishment, he encountered the group of students once again. Each student was gasping for air, and as they faced the elder, they smiled and said, "Elder, haven't we reached the summit?" The elder pointed at the South Heaven Gate as if he had discovered something amusing. Is this really the summit? As someone who has studied the guide, Li Luo couldn't help but cover his face. They were nowhere near the top. Haha, young fellows, this is merely the ticket office for Mount Tai. This place is also known as the waste selection line for Mount Tai. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in despair, utterly unprepared for the revelation that their strenuous efforts had only led them to the ticket booth. A university student exclaimed with a bold expression, "What shall we do? My friends, shall we continue to ascend?" The university student, extending his tongue and exhaling forcefully, remarked, "Having come this far, if I do not reach the summit of Mount Tai, I would be remiss for having spent these 2 hours." The university student, panting heavily, exclaimed, "A mere Mount Tai. I can handle it." As the university student Ding gazed at the hiking pole, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After ascending over 600 steps, Li Luo felt as though his legs no longer belonged to him. Before the climb, a modest Mount Tai conquered. After the climb, a modest Mount Tai. That is my father. When Li Luo reached the summit of Mount Tai, the dawn had yet to break, and the mountaintop was shrouded in mist. Standing at the edge of the rocks, he admired the vast land enveloped in thick fog, only to find a throng of university students had gathered around him without his awareness. Zhou Qing, quickly bring out the national flag. It was the group of students who had been exhausted halfway up the mountain. Li Luo had encountered them numerous times during the ascent. Now that they had reached the pinnacle, not a hint of fatigue was visible. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhou Qing raised the 5-star national flag high, waving it vigorously against the backdrop of the twilight sky. With the bright red banner fluttering in the breeze, Li Luo, inspired, opened his phone and directed the flashlight toward the flag, casting a beam of light upon it. The perfectly timed illumination shone upon the soaring five-star flag, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. At that moment, a surge of patriotic fervor surged through them. Zhou Qing, holding the flag aloft, called out with a loud voice, "Brothers, I trust that many of us have felt exhausted along this journey, and some may have even contemplated giving up midway. Though our lives may often be fraught with disappointments, let us not halt our steps. Let us continue our march towards our dreams. The sharpness of the sword comes from being tempered. The fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from bitter cold. I believe that in the near future, we shall surely find success. The five-star flag shall always be the brightest beacon illuminating our path through darkness. Now, let us loudly proclaim our motto. May our youth defend the prosperous China. May our motherland flourish and thrive. If faith has a color, it must be the red of China. Now, let us follow the steps of the five-star flag and press on." As Zhou Qing's words faded, the summit of Mount Tai erupted in fervor. Li Luo once again spotted the elderly man, who discreetly wiped away a tear and nodded at Li Luo. "I underestimated this group of students," the old man remarked. "We refer to such actions as faith. This is indeed how contemporary university students ought to be. Tang Dynasty, I am not certain what it is, but gazing at this scene evokes a sense of sorrow within me, leaving my nose inexplicably tinged with emotion. The Han, are these all university students? Their vibrant demeanor truly brings solace. Northern Song, a group of students, so spirited? Qing Dynasty, remarkable. What is with this awe-inspiring spectacle? The sun gradually ascends, and the number of red flags atop Mount Tai multiplies. On one side, the brilliant dawn, and on the other, the fluttering crimson banners. Li Luo suddenly feels a surge of patriotic fervor swell within him, akin to the sunlight piercing through the darkness of dawn. As the red flags symbolize the collective faith standing proudly at the summit of Mount Tai. This scene is both romantic and moving, evoking tears in Li Luo's eyes. When the flames illuminate the starry sky, the world will no longer require lighthouses, for we are the sun. Zhou Qing shouts passionately, and everyone joins in his fervor. Each generation has its own long march, each generation bears its own responsibilities. In a prosperous era, we must not squander our fortune, and in a timely moment, we must strive with all our might. The youth we admire most, the dream chasers who shine the brightest, remain steadfast to their original aspirations, their youthful vigor everlasting. Their aspirations destined to last through the ages. Today, I, an old man, shall share in your fervor. As soon as the elder's words fell, Li Luo cried out, "Long live our motherland!" The echoes of "Long live our motherland" resounded across the peak of Mount Tai, accompanied by the rising sun and the crimson banners, creating a moment filled with emotion and awe. As Li Luo prepared to descend, a certain app had already captured this profoundly moving moment, garnering even more likes and shares than he had anticipated. Within a mere 30 minutes, the video of the fluttering red flags on Mount Tai amassed tens of thousands of comments, all filled with praise. That cursed sense of fate imparts a sense of urgency to charge forth. The youth are capable, the future is promising, and the call of duty resounds. How dazzling! It is the five-starred red flag. No wonder it shines so brightly. The moment the light touched the national flag was simply exquisite. If belief possessed a color, it would undoubtedly be the vibrant red of China. I have no regrets in my life for choosing China. In my next life, I shall still be Chinese. May my heart be devoted to China, and may I dedicate my years to the mountains and rivers, believing in the red of China. I, the great China. Every stroke and dot represents our backbone. Upon this land, every thought and sentiment embodies our future. After the revelry, the university students began to descend one by one. And Li Luo too was set to embark on a new journey. Youth has no price. We shake off the mountain as we descend. Little Mount Tai, you are my father. I am subdued. I have been conquered by Mount Tai. Li Luo followed behind, his legs trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Zhou Qing, where is the imposing spirit of your little Mount Tai? I still prefer your untamed essence over this pitiful appearance. Now I finally understand what the seniors meant when they said it's easy to ascend but difficult to descend. Oh, my legs are utterly unresponsive to my commands. Zhou Qing awkwardly moved down step by step, his face pale from the mockery of his friends. Li Luo, panting, descended, encountering many who rested along the way. Finally down. Mount Tai, you are my father. How foolish I was to underestimate you. I shall never call you little Mount Tai again. Before the climb, I had a rebellious spirit. After the climb, my rebellious spirit aches. Li Luo listened and laughed all the while. University student, is it not merely Mount Tai? Mount Tai, is it not simply a university student? After descending the mountain, Li Luo was utterly exhausted. Upon entering the room, he laid down and fell asleep. leaving behind the celestial tapestry of awe-inspiring monarchs from various dynasties. Qing dynasty. Is Mount Tai truly that lofty? Is it not just 600 steps? The Ming dynasty, exhausted yet fervently passionate, the future belongs to the youth. The Tang dynasty, is this not the essence of a hero? We admire heroes and extol their virtues. The Han dynasty, one must possess dreams and a sense of faith. Li Luo spent an entire day and night in slumber at the hotel, awakening to find the date stirring a sense of disquiet within. No wonder it is said that Mount Tai is a remedy for insomnia. Li Luo ordered takeout on his phone, reclining in bed while scrolling through his device. At that moment, a surge of patriotic fervor welled up within him. Beneath the vast sky, a spirited young scholar was the first to exit the examination hall, followed closely by like-minded companions. With a confident smile, he turned to the waiting parents outside and exuberantly proclaimed, "Long live the great Chinese people." The youthful exuberance and confidence he exudes are truly captivating. In the great Tang dynasty, with the youth so spirited, how could the nation possibly fail to flourish? The Han dynasty, passion intertwined with faith forges a fervent spirit. Upon witnessing him, I too felt my blood surge with excitement. The three kingdoms, those of future generations, exude confidence and happiness. At the opening ceremony of the sports event, 7 students proudly brandished the 5-star red flag, sprinting with determination. From a bird's-eye view, the vibrant banner fluttered gracefully in the wind. Every time I behold this banner, an inexplicable force envelopes me. The Han dynasty, radiating righteous spirit, forever youthful and perpetually striving. In the great Tang dynasty, we aspire to possess our own faith and banner. The scene shifts dramatically across the celestial canopy. As a man brandishes a crimson flag and boldly proclaims to the world, "Each shall contribute their knowledge and skills, striving for a prosperous nation, impervious to foreign humiliation, capable of standing tall upon this earth." Ultimately, I have ample reason to believe that the future globe shall undoubtedly be a realm adorned with the crimson banner. Fishermen from Qingdao, Shandong, returning from the sea, encounter the Shandong ship and erupt in enthusiastic cheers. In the imagery, the fishermen lift their red flags, beckoning friends to witness the distant approach of the Shandong vessel. The captain, filled with exhilaration, speaks into his radio with fervor. "Hello, Shandong ship. This is new fish 05589. Seeing you fills me with excitement. Shandong ship, you are our hometown vessel, and to see you here brings great reassurance. Thank you for your guardianship." Amidst the vast ocean, 2 vessels surge forward like colossal steel beasts, riding the waves. They stand as the most loyal sentinels, safeguarding the tranquility of our homeland and its people. Protecting our nation and its citizens is our solemn duty. We wish you safe travels. The crew aboard the fishing boat beams with joyful smiles, saluting the people's navy. The Ming dynasty, such a colossal entity traversing the vast ocean, is indeed a rarity. Our vessels of the Ming are inferior in comparison. The great Song dynasty, the colossal ships upon the sea, are truly breathtaking, a sight that has profoundly expanded my horizons today. The great Han, the nation safeguards its people, and the people cherish their nation. In the tumultuous world of the great Qin, how can one attain peace and tranquility? Among the valiant souls of China, who stands ready to compete? At dawn in Tiananmen Square, tens of thousands sprint 100 meters to witness the flag-raising ceremony. In the footage, a group of passionate youths runs with fervor, boldly advancing towards the rising sun, accompanied by music as the red flag ascends gracefully. Their pursuit extends beyond the national emblem. It embodies the future and hope of China. The Han dynasty, the Chinese people of later generations, have never lost their backbone. The valiant Chinese, undeterred, shall never falter. In the grand era of the Tang dynasty, with modest efforts, contributions were made to the nation, and future generations would commend such endeavors. A call to witness the sea at Huang'an Island prompted a magnificent mobilization of fishermen from the Guangdong region. Under the vast sky, hundreds of thousands of fishing vessels moved in harmonious order, presenting a breathtaking spectacle of sails competing against one another. On one side, foreign vessels posed provocations, while on the other, China's own patrol fishing boats stood resolute. In terms of unity and numbers, no one could resist the allure of an open family lineage. The achievements of Chinese fishing boats are well documented. The Ming dynasty, absolutely exhilarating. In a word, let us go for it. The Tang dynasty, the fishermen of later generations, are indeed heroes. The Han dynasty, glorious and proud. The great Qin, its strength remains uncertain. It grows stronger in the face of formidable challenges as 1,000 sails billow, proclaiming the might of our nation. A new generation of youth raises their voices in fervent proclamation atop the majestic peak of Wugong Mountain at an elevation of 1918 meters, holding high the red banner. The entire assembly resounds, "May we dedicate our youth to safeguarding the prosperous era of China. Long live our motherland. Long live the Chinese people. The Great Qin, with descendants of such caliber, how can China not prosper?" The sight of them bravely shouting evokes memories of past charges. The Tang Dynasty. How fortunate it is to witness such a fervently passionate scene. The Song Dynasty. Witnessing their spirited demeanor, my eyes unexpectedly brimmed with emotion. When shall I possess such fortitude? The phone cover belongs to a post-00s individual, not an idol or an anime character. In the image, a girl, wrapped up warmly, has lost her phone, which is handed over to the host. The host is profoundly moved by the girl's phone cover, which bears the words, "Pure love. Solely for China." The comments echo, "In remembrance and tribute, pure love, solely for China." My daughter, at 10 years old, has a WeChat name that declares China will never concede defeat, and her idol is Chairman Mao. Hehe, my profile picture has always been the national flag, unwavering until death. This is a final farewell from a fallen soldier. Today's youth genuinely love their country. In recent years, I have distinctly observed a shift. The number of those who idolize foreign cultures has dwindled, and our nation shall grow ever stronger. The people possess faith, the nation harbors hope, and the country wields strength. Long live the motherland. Long live the people. Each generation is tasked with its own mission. The post-00s are not a lost generation. The Qing Dynasty. What defines the post-00s? The Great Ming Dynasty. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. These young people are truly remarkable. In the prosperous and peaceful era of the Tang Dynasty, being born not only signifies enjoyment, but also entails a profound responsibility. In the Grand Han Dynasty, when the youth are robust, the nation flourishes. Thus, the generations to come, regardless of gender or age, shall embody the spirit of valor. The Great Qin. For those of future generations, with them, what worries could there be about the absence of a future? In the realm of the Great Qin. Yingzheng gazed upon these videos, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. He regarded himself as the ancestral figure of all of China. Resonating deeply with the youthful passion, fervor, and patriotism of the generations that followed. With an exuberant spirit, he proclaimed, "Our magnificent China rises like the sun." With each individual embodying the essence of a dragon, it is only fitting that it should be so. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, the celestial tapestry captures the essence of pure love, solely for China. Li Shimin felt a pang of bittersweet emotion rising within him, predominantly touched. As descendants of the past, we must honor our ancestors, unafraid of formidable foes, with fervor and brilliance. Li Luo lay in bed, scrolling through several videos. Suddenly, the hotel room's landline rang. Li Luo hastily put down his phone and answered the bedside telephone. On the other end, a mechanical voice announced, "Hello, I am your robotic attendant. Your delivery has arrived at the door. Please retrieve it in a timely manner." Li Luo was taken aback. After years of being a corporate drone, had the outside world evolved into something unrecognizable? Amused, he swiftly hung up and stepped outside with his phone, only to find a petite robot standing dutifully at his door. "Goodness, were you the one who called me?" he marveled, as the hallway lay empty save for the small, blinking robot. Circling the robot in curiosity, he marveled at its convenience until a message appeared on its screen. "Your items have been delivered." Glancing at the display, Li Luo pressed the door button, and indeed, the delivery compartment opened to reveal the takeout he had ordered half an hour prior. The robot chimed, "Thank you for your patience. Please take your items and click the close button on the screen." Li Luo inquired, "Little one, do you possess any other functions?" The robot replied, "Would you like to take a photo with me? Let us say cheese together." Li Luo chuckled, "Oh my, you can say cheese too? You are utterly adorable." As he retrieved his food from the robot's compartment, he prepared to snap a picture, but the robot swiftly closed the compartment and turned away without a moment's hesitation. "Wait, you're just leaving?" exclaimed Li Luo. The robot responded, "Don't forget to give me a glowing review." "Do you really need a review, being a robot and all?" he mused as the robot gracefully departed, gradually fading from view. This whimsical encounter left all historical figures astounded. Master Carpenter Liu Ban gazed at the agile robot with eyes aglow, wishing to transcend time and experience the marvels of robotics firsthand. "How splendid! Truly splendid!" he exclaimed. "What smooth lines, what intricate design! How does it speak? How can it walk autonomously? Has craftsmanship in later generations reached such heights? I long to learn from a master. Oh heavens, how do I find one?" Craftsmen from various dynasties were deeply captivated by the robot on the celestial tapestry, hastily sketching its likeness with rudimentary branches, each treating it as a precious treasure. As the robot departed, Li Luo clutched his takeout in disbelief. Is this technology really present in our country now? Others have been abroad for 3 years and can't adapt to the changes. I've stayed in the country and haven't stepped out for days. And I'm already out of touch. Standing at the doorway like a naive fool, he stared for 10 minutes, returning to his room with the takeout. He pondered and then pulled out his phone to order milk tea on a certain app, expecting a swift delivery akin to his previous experience. He was surprised when the delivery took an unusually long time. Checking the app repeatedly, he found it stated the meal had been delivered to the hotel. Yet the delivery robot had not arrived. Just as Li Luo was lost in thought, the room's phone rang. Finally, he thought, opening the door without hesitation, only to find the corridor empty, devoid of any delivery robot. Does it not appear if I don't answer the phone? He wondered, confusion etched on his face. What a peculiar situation, he mused, smiling wryly as he closed the door and answered the phone. The mechanical voice on the other end pleaded, "Sir, help me, save me." Startled, Li Luo quickly asked, "Who are you?" Peering skeptically at the landline, he recognized the robotic voice. "I am the delivery robot. Don't ask questions, just help me. Save me." The robot's voice echoed like an enchanting melody, repeating its plea, leaving Li Luo both amused and bewildered. "How can I save you? Where are you?" "I'm trapped in room 1304. The guest is playing with me. Please rescue me." All right. I'll call the front desk for help," he assured the robot. After hanging up, he promptly dialed the hotel front desk to explain the situation. Surely, his takeout would be safe now. Just as he ended the call, he heard a familiar cry outside. "Help me! Save me!" Could it be that the front desk had retrieved it? Without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the door to find another robot that resembled the delivery one, sprawled on the floor, incessantly pleading, "Help me! Save me! What happened? Why did you fall?" he asked the robot. "Oh, don't mind how I fell, brother. Just help me up," it replied. Li Luo rushed over to assist the robot. Just as he was about to ask something, the robot abruptly exclaimed, "Please do not approach. I am working. Please do not approach. I am working." Li Luo couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Hey, you ungrateful little creature, have you forgotten who helped you up?" The robot merely turned away with an air of indifference, bypassing Li Luo as it moved on. Am I being ignored by a robot now? When in need, I am brother, but when not, I'm invisible. You certainly understand social nuances. Following the robot for a short distance, it eventually stopped outside another room. Clearly, this was not his takeout. Li Luo shrugged and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the Qing dynasty, laughter erupted. Is this robot truly speaking, or is there someone hidden inside? Great Ming, when shall our illustrious dynasty possess such divine artifacts? The Song dynasty. It is exceedingly amusing. I can hardly contain my laughter at this little creature. The Han. Truly, those of future generations are quite adept at their amusements. One might say they possess an understanding of human sentiments and worldly affairs. Yet it is rather limited. The Qin. Do they truly possess their own thoughts? Having indulged in a satisfying meal, Li Luo reclined on his bed, scrolling through his phone, finding himself less anxious about the arrival of his bubble tea as he patiently awaited the robot's delivery. "You uncultured folks are infuriating," he muttered. Once more, the sound of the robot echoed from outside the door, prompting Li Luo to open it, encountering several individuals in the corridor, their gazes locking in mutual confusion. The robot walked past Li Luo, its gaze fixed ahead, grumbling as it moved, "I am vexed. I am leaving." "You must figure this out on your own," Li Luo exclaimed. The individuals in the corridor awkwardly scratched their heads. "Please don't go. My meal has yet to be retrieved." The two burly men, disregarding Li Luo's presence, hastily approached the robot, encircling it as they puzzled over how to obtain their order, poking and prodding without a clue. Bystander A inquired, "How do we retrieve the meal?" Bystander B replied, "It's too advanced. I can't figure it out." Almost instantly, both men turned to Li Luo, a hint of embarrassment in their voices. "Brother, do you know how to get it out?" The robot sighed. "Today has been quite unfortunate. I was subjected to indecent treatment by these two. I am not at fault." The robot continued, "Manager Liu, I require additional payment for my emotional distress." Haha. The two gentlemen burst into laughter at the robot's quip, while Li Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. He stepped forward to assist the two men in entering the password to retrieve their meal. At long last, after enduring a series of trials and tribulations, the two gentlemen successfully obtained their takeout, having simultaneously broadened their horizons. The elder brother patted the robot's head and said, "All right, you may leave now." As soon as the two brothers released the robot, it dashed towards the elevator as if pursued by a pack of wolves, not daring to look back. Soon, Li Luo received her bubble tea, and in the next moment, the scene on the screen shifted dramatically. Hotel guests ordering takeout, the delivery robot arriving. And after a few minutes of waiting, one guest, frustrated, turned to leave. The screen displayed a solitary robot striding forward with an air of aloofness, while a person chased desperately behind it. Our takeout was inside that little robot, and when it spotted us, it promptly turned and fled. The viewers, once victims of the robot's antics, immediately began to comment, "Life is but a play. The first time facing this contraption, I couldn't retrieve my order. It called me a relic of the last century. My dear friends, who understands being scorned by a robot?" Fei commented, "Last time at the hotel. The elevator was out of order, and this thing insisted on entering, blocking the doors from closing. Ultimately, two brothers exited, and it slipped in. Boasting, watch me press the elevator button from afar." Colorful little piglet chimed in, "I've experienced that too. No matter how much I yelled, it wouldn't stop. I was forced to follow it all the way down to the lobby." Braised Lion's Head added, "It was particularly fierce, demanding, 'Step aside, don't disturb my work. You're in my way.' But it said it in a squeaky voice. Who gets that? More high-pitched than me." When the delivery robot tipped over and called for help, the entire room erupted in laughter. The hotel delivery robots are utterly incompetent. Last time, when I rode the elevator with one, it canceled my floor and headed straight for its own, cheerfully declaring that riding together was delightful. On another occasion, I asked the robot if it wanted to join me in the elevator, and it replied, "No thanks, I'm not going up. With my large frame, I would exceed the weight limit. I'll take another elevator," and it stepped back to close the door. My dear friends, who can relate? I was the only one in the elevator, and I was mocked by a robot. Li Luo chuckled at the barrage of complaints about the robot from netizens. Is no one filing complaints against these robots? Just as the audience was left bewildered, the next video began. Are robots today this brazen? Guests at hotels encountering unreasonable robots. A few days ago, during a business trip, I stayed at a hotel with a robot. Once, while sharing an elevator, it was at the back. And upon reaching the floor, it declared, "I'm getting off now," and proceeded to trample over my feet. I encountered one that insisted I was crowding it. Though I hadn't even touched it, it kept insisting, "Move aside, you're in my way," until I was pressed against the elevator wall, at which point it finally fell silent. Apparently, it must stand in the middle of the elevator. I didn't hear it at the door, causing a delay of several minutes, and when I finally emerged, it mockingly asked, "Brother, did you fall into the toilet?" I was about to call the police. Previously, I had purchased a box of candy at the hotel, and when the robot delivered it to my room, it banged on the door. After I took it, it asked for one back. I replied, "You can't eat." And it audaciously responded, "I have a mouth." I once encountered a robot in the elevator. We wouldn't let it take center stage, so we pushed it to the side. It stood there repeatedly lamenting, "Who will rescue me? Why treat me this way?" Until we finally yielded the center position. With a wry smile, I recalled a robot at the hotel with a cat perched atop its head. The cat refused to budge, causing the robot to run amok in the lobby, loudly exclaiming, "You need to lose weight. You are truly fat." Li Luo found herself in fits of laughter, almost snorting like a pig, at the antics of the robot in the video. Oh, it seems that I no longer have such a fervent desire for a robot all of a sudden. In the Tang Dynasty, humans could still be subjugated by robots. The Song Dynasty, the crux of the matter is that you have yet to find a place to reason. The Han Dynasty, truly, it is a marvel of artificial intelligence. The Three Kingdoms, the final one is equally remarkable. It is a robot that expresses disdain for a chubby cat. In the realm of the Great Qin, Ingzheng cast a glance at the uniquely characterized robot, then observed its rather rebellious approach to tasks, and suddenly felt a sense of comfort in the service of the eunuchs by his side. The wooden figures, typically inept, now appeared rather charming in comparison. This robot truly possessed a remarkable ability. It dared to interject at pivotal moments. In the scene, a mother was assisting her child with homework. Gradually, her tone grew increasingly irritable. Is it really that difficult? Aren't these things simple enough to utter? All you need is hands. Whenever it came to doing homework, the child would dawdle, as if the task were a matter of life and death. The atmosphere became charged with tension, leaving the child utterly bewildered by the mother's fierce demeanor. Suddenly, the robot spoke up. "Do you have any plans for today?" Without a moment's hesitation, the mother barked, "Silence." In an instant, The robot's expression shifted from a neutral demeanor to one of indignation. The mother continued her lecture, the table echoing with sharp bangs. In the next moment, the robot, feeling unjustly treated, questioned, "Did I say something wrong? Why are you treating me this way?" The mother, even more enraged, pointed at the robot and admonished, "There is a battle here. You need to be quiet." The robot retorted, "Would you like to know what time it is now?" The mother, both furious and speechless, replied, "I do not wish to know." Meanwhile, a spectator exclaimed, "How adorable this robot is! Ha 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 ha. The Ming Dynasty, quite amusing. Ha 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 ha. The Han Dynasty, you have me in stitches. Ha ha ha. In the grand era of the Tang Dynasty, this is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. It exhibits remarkable courage. Ha 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 ha." The barrage of comments is inundated with an abundance of laughter. The flying fish, ha ha ha, my expression has swiftly transformed from O2. Circle, robot, this household will be in disarray without me. Unconditional love. The key point is that the robot is genuinely upset. Lovable, master, silence. Robot, Dory, it even changes its expressions. Mother, if it weren't for your value, I would have disassembled you long ago. Li Luo laughed until his stomach ached. It was his first realization of the humor these robots possessed. If only the delivery robot would linger a while longer. It might just replicate the incidents seen in the videos. With nothing to do, teasing them is quite amusing indeed. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin found himself unable to suppress his amusement upon witnessing the antics of a robot. While he had encountered many fiercely protective individuals, he had never before seen a robot exhibit such endearing guardianship. The Guanyin maid was in fits of laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, clutching her belly and exclaiming in mirth. The palace maids and eunuchs in the Taiji hall stifled their laughter, reflecting upon years of sorrow, struggling to contain themselves. It was a truly comical sight, a veritable treasure of humor. Li Shimin fought against his laughter, but ultimately succumbed, slapping his thigh and bursting into hearty guffaws. Guanyin maid, this robot must surely be allied with that child. Ha ha, I am utterly amused. Amidst the laughter, the next video commenced. The title hinted at evidence of artificial intelligence abruptly turning into artificial folly. Li Luo stared at the title in surprise before clicking to play the video. The screen revealed an adorable, charming robot with a bobbing little head. The robot earnestly inquired, "Which school do you attend?" "I study at the Institute of Technology," came the response. The robot smirked slightly, stating, "I am from Tsinghua. If you had exerted a tad more effort, you could have been like me." "Which institute are you from?" The robot pressed, "Dalian Polytechnic or Beijing Institute of Technology." "I am from MIT," came the reply. The robot immediately took a step back, its eyes widening in shock. The narration continued, "Artificial folly. This conversation is beyond salvage." The Qing dynasty remarked, "Was that step back from the robot sincere?" Daming, what are the distinctions among MIT, Beijing Institute of Technology, and Dalian University of Technology? Even a robot was startled by it. In the grand era of the Song dynasty, why do you flaunt your pride? Why have you ceased to do so? The Han dynasty, I still admire its untamed and proud demeanor. In the grand era of the Qin dynasty, for the first time, I beheld a look of astonishment upon the visage of a robot. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed in curiosity at the robots engaging in fluent conversation with humans. Their ability to communicate and perform tasks, albeit sometimes resulting in amusing situations, showcased the astonishing advancements of future generations. Lu Ban observed the robots in the sky, recognizing the stark contrast between his own creations and these sophisticated beings. Though he had constructed mobile robots, the challenge remained: how could one enable a robot to speak? True genius, it seemed, could unlock countless possibilities with but a mere spark of inspiration. Artisans from various dynasties fixated intently on the celestial display, eager to glean further insights. After a day of rest at the hotel, Li Luo felt rejuvenated and prepared to embark on a new journey. His next destination, Shaanxi, with renewed vigor. He exited the hotel and hailed a ride through a ride-sharing app. As the perspective on the celestial screen shifted, it revealed the clean and comfortable interior of the vehicle. For people of all eras, cars were no stranger, yet they remained astonished by the comfort and smoothness of the ride. While organizing his belongings, Li Luo addressed the driver. "Sir, could you please drive a bit faster? I'm in a bit of a hurry, thank you." To his surprise, there was no response. Assuming the driver had not heard him, he repeated, "Sir?" After several calls with no reply, Li Luo sensed something was amiss. "Why aren't you responding?" he queried. Lifting his gaze in suspicion, only to be utterly bewildered. There was no driver in sight. He had unwittingly boarded a driverless ride-sharing vehicle. Li Luo, as if encountering an entirely new world, glanced around in astonishment, first at the front seats and then at the back. Indeed, apart from himself, the vehicle was entirely empty. As the driverless car glided smoothly along the road, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the realization that the world had evolved into an unfamiliar state. Goodness, has the world transformed into something I no longer recognize? I feel like a complete novice, he mused. The Qing dynasty observer chuckled. Ah, how I relish witnessing the expression of one who has never encountered such marvels before. In the grand tapestry of life, I have come to realize that the fool is none other than myself. Following my mentor has truly broadened my horizons. The Great Song Dynasty, what is that called? Autonomous vehicles? In the Grand Tang Dynasty, the term envy has become synonymous with our incessant competition. The dreams of my childhood have illuminated my present. The generations that follow have fulfilled them for me. As a citizen of the Great Qin, I find myself struggling to keep pace. Half an hour later, Li Luo arrived at the high-speed railway station, where the flow of people was bustling yet remarkably orderly. In the realm of the Great Qin, Your Majesty, the celestial screen has unveiled a scene. An aerial perspective reveals a colossal high-speed railway station nestled in a corner of the city, surrounded by a web of thoroughfares, with a steady stream of vehicles flowing like a river. Such a magnificent structure, could it merely serve as a transportation hub? Liu Bang, Liu Che, Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyin, and emperors of various dynasties are all astounded as they gaze upon the high-speed station displayed on the celestial screen. How many souls must inhabit the world of the future to necessitate such an immense transit center? The population, a matter of utmost concern throughout history, instantly piques the interest of the emperors. Look, a gentleman has entered a carriage. Observe, there are carriages both ahead and behind. How lengthy must this vehicle be? Soon, the image on the celestial screen transitions to Li Luo. As a man of wealth, he certainly would not compromise his comfort. He swiftly locates his seat and settles down. The vehicle begins to move gently. It's in motion. The carriage is indeed in motion. All the figures from history watch this spectacle with bated breath. The vehicle initially glides slowly, but its speed rapidly escalates. By the time the onlookers comprehend the situation, the scenery outside the windows has transformed into mere indistinct shadows. In stark contrast, within the carriage, Li Luo rests his chin on his hand, quietly observing the blurred landscape outside, his expression one of calm indifference, entirely unfazed. It is astonishingly swift, remarkably smooth. On the celestial screen, a locomotive races forward with the speed of the wind, emitting a dragon's roar as it surges across the land. Like a mighty dragon soaring through the earth. Wherever it travels, heavy snow turns into misty rain, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The figures from history stand frozen in disbelief. What have they witnessed? Like a dragon, like lightning, it traverses the vast expanse of the Middle Kingdom. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin gazed in astonishment at the high-speed trains racing across the celestial screen, a tingling sensation coursing through him. His mouth agape and eyes wide. His voice became dry and incredulous. Is this possible, Guanin's maid? Could the images upon the celestial screen be deceitful? Does such swiftness truly exist in this world? Observing the profoundly shaken Li Shimin, Empress Changsun gently placed her hand upon his. Your Majesty, the scenes displayed upon the celestial screen are undoubtedly genuine. The people of the future have indeed achieved the remarkable feat of traveling 1,000 miles in a single day. Upon hearing her words, Li Shimin cast a glance at Empress Changsun, exclaiming with amazement, I comprehend this, yet it is simply too astonishing. Each moment, the unfolding images on the celestial screen continually reshaped his understanding. He felt an overwhelming yearning for the future. In the realm of the three kingdoms, even my swift steed, the Lu, pales in comparison. The vehicles and high-speed trains upon the celestial screen are truly breathtaking. If the northern expedition possessed such divine means, traversing 1,000 miles in a day, what would hinder its success? O vast heavens, why must you be so unkind to Liang? In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng gazed upon the celestial expanse, his heart stirred with awe no less than that of any other sovereign. He swallowed hard, his countenance marked by disbelief. The speed was astounding, almost supernatural, so swift and so overwhelming. Even with the finest roads of Qin and the swiftest steeds, I could not match such velocity. This is the true essence of lightning speed. If our Qin possessed such thoroughfares and vehicles, would it not enable us to traverse the world in a single day? Why endure months of travel in the east? Yingzheng turned to the eunuch and commanded, record every word displayed upon the heavens without omission. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, the Minister of Works wore a distressed expression, striving to minimize his presence. The grand road that the previous emperor wished to construct had already caused great anxiety among his colleagues, with some nearly developing sores at the corners of their mouths. If the emperor desired the creation of celestial marvels, he feared that even death would not suffice to bring such wonders to fruition. The crown prince, Zhu Biao, bore an awkward smile upon his face. The Minister of Works hastily bowed, inquiring, "Your Highness, what are your commands?" An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Could it be that the emperor truly wished for them to delve into such matters? Thoughts of demise flickered through his mind. "Minister Zhu, my father has decreed that you shall construct a high-speed rail." The weight of apprehension that had hung heavily upon him was finally lifted. However, the minister's brow furrowed deeply, as the notion of creating such a marvel seemed utterly implausible in this era. Even if he were to be executed, he would still be incapable of achieving it. "Your Highness, the construction of such a wondrous invention as the high-speed rail would undoubtedly require immense manpower and resources, which future generations might struggle to gather. We are truly akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice." The crown prince patted the Minister of Works on the shoulder. His message clear: failure to accomplish this task would result in dire consequences. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Li Hongzhang's visit to America marked him as one of the earliest officials to encounter advanced technology. As he beheld the marvel of high-speed trains, swift as lightning and capable of traversing vast distances in mere hours, he fell to his knees, arms raised in exultation, proclaiming, "Heaven bears witness. Blessings upon my China." With tears of joy and laughter mingling, he felt an immense weight lift from his chest, bringing a sense of relief to his very being. The Qing dynasty had long been overshadowed by foreign powers, subjected to their scorn. Yet, he believed that future generations would surpass these nations, accelerating past them in progress. Straightening his stooped back, Li Hongzhang held firm in his conviction that no other nation could rival their advancements. "Indeed, heaven does not forsake me. To hear the truth in the morning is worth dying by evening." Meanwhile, Empress Dowager Cixi, cradling her small dog, gazed disdainfully at the heavens, remarking, "Our Qing also possesses railways and trains, albeit they lack the grandeur of those in the sky." As for Li Luo, having grown weary of the scenery outside, he began to search for travel advice regarding Xi'an. Soon, he gathered a list of must-see attractions, including the Terracotta Army, the Steel Forest, the Big Wild Goose Pagoda, the Dacian Temple, and the History Museum. Each seemed delightful, yet he found himself in a quandary over which to visit first. After a brief moment of contemplation, he settled on the Terracotta Army, recognizing the significance of this archaeological treasure housed within the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The Terracotta Army was an indispensable landmark in Xi'an, and his primary motivation for choosing this city was the desire to behold this extraordinary sight. In the grand realm of the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng found himself momentarily taken aback. The mausoleum of the first emperor? A treasure-level artifact? The Terracotta Army of Qin Shi Huang? All the officials promptly knelt in unison, their gazes fixed upon the information displayed in the heavens, collectively gasping in astonishment. The Terracotta Army of Qin Shi Huang? Has His Majesty's tomb been excavated? This revelation sent shockwaves through history, akin to stirring a tempest. Every emperor of past dynasties was gripped by trepidation, fearing that their own resting places might be unearthed after their demise. The mere thought of their tombs being excavated and subsequently transformed into tourist attractions was utterly disgraceful. For a sovereign, to have their final resting place disturbed and laid bare for public viewing was a matter of utmost indignity. Moments later, Yingzheng's countenance darkened with fury. "My tomb has been violated. Who dares to disturb my resting place?" The ministers trembled in trepidation, collectively imploring, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." Yingzheng gazed at the celestial expanse, contemplating inwardly. "It is imperative that my tomb be equipped with an abundance of mechanisms and infused with more mercury." Having meticulously planned his travel itinerary, Li Luo commenced scrolling through short videos. Generations past had grown accustomed to gazing upwards at the heavens daily, each captivated by the spectacle. Do you comprehend why foreigners hold Qin Shi Huang in such high esteem? Upon seeing the title, Li Luo was rendered speechless. He understood the reverence that Chinese people held for Qin Shi Huang. History books heralded him as the eternal emperor, and he had grown up hearing tales of the emperor's remarkable achievements. It was only natural for the Chinese to idolize him. Yet he was astonished to discover that foreigners also revered Qin Shi Huang. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng donned a black dragon robe, his stature imposing. His piercing gaze fixed upon the celestial expanse, and upon hearing of the reverence that foreign lands held for him, the weight of his earlier frustrations began to lift. A beam of golden light illuminated Yingzheng, enhancing the majesty of this formidable emperor. In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Bang reclined comfortably in the embrace of a beautiful maiden, observing the adulation directed towards the first emperor upon the celestial canvas above. A hint of inscrutable amusement danced in his eyes. He pondered whether the emperor of the Great Han would command the same reverence from the distant tribes as the first emperor had. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, within the grand confines of the Daming Palace in Chang'an, a vibrant spectacle of song and dance unfolds. The once mighty Khagan of the Turks now performs clumsily in the Great Hall, exerting himself in a bid to curry favor with the Son of Heaven of the Tang. Li Shimin observes the celestial canopy above, feeling a twinge of discontent. Revered by the vassal states as the heavenly Khagan, does he not garner as much admiration as the illustrious Qin Shi Huang? In the realm of the Ming dynasty during the Yongle era, Emperor Zhu Di was receiving envoys from various nations. Zheng He embarked on his maritime expeditions, accompanied by a multitude of foreign dignitaries who arrived in the Ming court to pay their respects. As the sovereign of the Ming, and being the sole emperor to be bestowed the title of Wolf in the residence of Xiongnu, he projected the grandeur and majesty of the Ming dynasty far and wide. One might ponder who garners greater admiration from foreign barbarians, myself or Emperor Qin Shi Huang. In the tapestry of the scene, the formidable figure of Qin Shi Huang stands elevated, his gaze profound as he surveys the vast expanse of the Middle Kingdom. The scene swiftly transitions to reveal a dark steed resembling a figure from Kunlun. Do you understand why Qin Shi Huang is regarded as the ancestral dragon of China, the unparalleled emperor of all time, with a population of 1.4 billion, encompassing 56 ethnic groups, over 80 languages, and 30 scripts? How has China managed to unify as one, standing resilient against external threats? As the narration unfolds, the echoes of history resonate, causing all dynasties to erupt in fervor. The great Qin sees the youth? You speak of seizing the youth? With a population of 1.4 billion? The Han dynasty. What? A population of 1.4 billion and 56 ethnic groups? Are future generations truly not jesting? The Tang dynasty boasted a staggering population of 1.4 billion, encompassing 56 ethnic groups, over 80 languages, and 30 distinct scripts, a truly astonishing feat. The Ming dynasty. How much grain would it require to sustain a population of 1.4 billion? The Qing dynasty. It is 1.4 billion, not 14 million. Why has the population grown so vast in later generations? Throughout history, those who were once indifferent now fixate intently upon the heavens. One must recognize that the ancient population was minuscule compared to later eras. During the Han dynasty under Emperor Liu Che, the population was merely 60 million, while in the Three Kingdoms period, it plummeted to 760,000. The prosperity of a nation's populace is of paramount importance, and they yearn for the heavens to unveil methods to augment this population, ideally through food supplies. The video continues. Similarly, Arabia boasts 1.4 billion people, speaking a common tongue, yet it has splintered into 22 nations, utterly failing to achieve unity. Not only does it struggle for cohesion, but conflicts frequently erupt among them, primarily due to the absence of a figure akin to Qin Shi Huang. After vanquishing the six states and unifying the realm, Qin Shi Huang established an unshakable foundation for China. To unify cultural ideologies, he incinerated numerous Confucian texts. Though he preserved medical and agricultural literature, he enacted numerous policies beneficial to the state and its people, standardizing written language, cart tracks, currency, and measurements. In a span of 15 years, he paved the way for the future of the Chinese nation, instilling the concept of unity into the very bloodline of the people. Thus, China has historically been a unified dynasty. Whoever ascends the throne regards the unification of the realm as their sacred duty. Europe and China occupy nearly the same land area. Yet Europe is fragmented into 44 nations, lacking an individual with the determination and capability of Qin Shi Huang to unify the world. The commentary reads, I believe it is not that Europe lacks Qin Shi Huang. Rather, Qin Shi Huang lacked a world map of his time. Without his vision of unity, the present would consist of provinces as independent nations. Were he granted an additional 500 years, we would travel without visas. Have you ever witnessed a tyrant who spares loyal ministers? Have you seen any tyrant capable of unifying the realm? Since his reign, the concept of unity has persisted. One cannot claim the title of Son of Heaven without it. Had Qin Shi Huang unified the globe, we would not witness such rampant turmoil today. lamenting only that he did not possess a global map at that time. To my surprise, the people of later generations hold such profound reverence for His Majesty the Emperor. The Han Dynasty. What does the word sphere signify on the global map? The Three Kingdoms. What should I do if I find myself envious? I desire a copy of such a map, not for the purpose of warfare, but solely to broaden my horizons. The Tang Dynasty. Beyond the vast territories of the Middle Kingdom, later generations lament the fact that Emperor Qin did not unify the world. Shall we take it upon ourselves? The vastness of the world cannot be confined to a mere corner. Beyond lies the starry sea awaiting our conquest. The ongoing narrative of the Tianmu video persists. Following the archaeological discovery of the Yuming Qin bamboo slips, the accounts therein starkly contrast with the image of Qin Shi Huang as a tyrant, indulging in cruelty and hedonism. Alas, who is tarnishing the reputation of our venerable ancestors? The Confucians are excessively critical, glossing over the achievements of emperors while magnifying their faults. Fortunately, the discerning eyes of the populace remain unclouded. Despite the grim portrayal, it does not diminish my admiration for him. Qin Shi Huang's thoughts were remarkably advanced, and he notably championed the rights of women. His decision not to appoint an empress stemmed from a fear of courtly intrigues disrupting the governance of the state. The infamous burning of books and burying of scholars primarily targeted the historical texts of rival states, while the philosophical works of pre-Qin thinkers, alongside agricultural and medical writings, were meticulously preserved and disseminated for the benefit of laborers across the nation. The scholars he executed were largely charlatans. Yet the narrative has inflated the toll to thousands of Confucian scholars. Over a decade, he unified the 6 states, followed by another 10 years solidifying a political structure that has endured for over 2 millennia. He standardized the script and measurements, creating a cohesive cultural identity for Chinese civilization. Throughout his lifetime, he never executed a loyal minister. Even El Buwei, who caused turmoil in the palace, was merely relocated with his family to Shu. Contrary to popular belief, the Corvée labor system was not as brutal as recorded. Both men and women received living allowances. The 1975 discovery of the sleeping tiger Qin slips documented the legal framework of the time, stipulating regulations against deforestation in spring, the capture of fledglings, and the construction of dams that would disrupt fish spawning. As the comments flow, while other emperors buried live servants with them, Qin Shi Huang constructed the terracotta army in his name, using clay figures to honor the souls of soldiers who fought for the nation. It is said that he sought to provide these souls a place of rest. Had I lived in that era, I too would have followed this emperor. The Qin dynasty may have perished, yet China endures. When the Qin fell, a 1,000,000-strong army did not retreat to save it. Without Qin Shi Huang, China would not be a unified nation today. The debate over who ranks second between Emperor Wu of Han and Emperor Taizong of Tang will always persist. But there is no dispute that Qin Shi Huang holds the first place. Those who malign him are undoubtedly the remnants of the old aristocracy of the 6 states. While the common folk are indifferent to who reigns as emperor, they only care whether their emperor can ensure their sustenance and warmth. In 221 B.C., with the defeat of Qi, the Qin army completed the unification of the realm, bringing all territories under the dominion of the Great Qin. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng, witnessing the reverence bestowed upon him by future generations, became ever more resolute in his pursuit of unification. After Zhou acquired dominion over the realm, he instituted a feudal system, granting lands and titles to those who had rendered service, which ultimately led to incessant warfare across the land. The unification of the Great Qin was destined by the heavens. Gazing at the celestial tapestry, all understood that the Great Qin would inevitably unify the world, bringing an end to the age of turmoil. At this moment, no one dared to criticize the tyrannical Qin for its prolonged wars that had rendered the populace destitute. In the grand tapestry of history, there lies the tale of the Han Dynasty. Ha ha ha, in those days, Xiang Yu stood as the bulwark of the rebel army. Yet he ultimately fell to my esteemed Liu Bang. Xiang Yu, who proclaimed himself the overlord of Western Chu, audaciously divided the realm into 18 parts, yearning to restore the bygone era of warring states. In the end, this so-called overlord met his demise at Gaixia, taking his own life, while the empire returned to the Han. In the realm of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang felt an overwhelming sense of pride. What a splendid assertion. Our Sui dynasty has brought an end to nearly 3 centuries of turmoil and achieved unification. As a man of stature in this world, how can one content oneself with a mere corner, devoid of grand aspirations? Those lacking ambition are destined to be supplanted. A unified realm is the essence of eternity. The commentary, forget ancient monarchs. Even I, a purveyor of duck necks, aspire to unify the entire city's duck neck market. wishing for my Yang's duck necks to flourish across major cities in China. Only through unification can true peace be attained. On this small planet, with over 200 countries. Is this not sheer fragmentation? Sun Shi Huang sought refuge along the Yangtze River, yet he was condemned both in his era and in the annals of history as a coward. To grow and thrive, to achieve greatness anew. This ambition is not limited to emperors, but even the common folk harbor such aspirations. If you wish to confine yourself to a small domain, others will not grant you that opportunity. Lacking ambition invites conflict. To remain in a corner is akin to treachery. True leadership lies in national unification. As I observe the world, how can I allow others to rest while I am wide awake? Deep within, we all yearn for unity. Even as a humble vegetable vendor, I wish to unify the marketplace. Those who share the same street in commerce understand that it's a matter of survival. Either one thrives at the expense of the other, or vice versa. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Let me not gaze upon a world map, for upon doing so, I am possessed by the spirit of Qin Shi Huang, yearning for the unification of mountains and rivers. Qin Shi Huang, standing at an impressive height of 198 meters and wielding a sword measuring 162 meters, could be likened to Cao Cao's sword at his waist. Historically vilified as a tyrant, he mandated that each household contribute at least one male member to support the elderly during conscription. He promoted gender equality, transforming the practice of burying the living with the dead into the creation of terracotta warriors, symbolizing that fallen soldiers could be interred alongside their sovereign, continuing to guard their king. Commentary: I stand at merely 155 meters, shorter than his sword. Oh my, a sword of 162 meters. What an affront. Furthermore, during the construction of the Great Wall, laborers earned 5 coins a day, enough for a family of 4 to dine for just 1 coin. Those conscripted for the wall were akin to high-ranking officials. Traditional festivals still allowed families to reunite. I, a mere cog in the corporate machine, find myself utterly overwhelmed. The sword of Qin Shi Huang measured 168 meters. If only I could be lifted and flung, I would still bite back. I am Jin Chan. Were I Tang Xing, I would simply crawl into his mouth. If he refuses to eat, I would hold his mouth and crush it to feed him. Part of a fierce tiger, isn't Tang Xing associated with the Tang dynasty? Delicate scent of roses, be more proactive in past lives. Potato strips, a Qin monk would suffice as well. I relish chaos, setting aside facts. The Tang dynasty was not in the wrong. Why could Li Yuan not have established the Tang before the spring and autumn period? Delicate scent of roses, setting aside facts. Why couldn't Jin Chanzi have been born a few lifetimes earlier? Potato strips, Tang Sung has 9 past lives. Yet this Jin Chan truly shows a lack of understanding and is vexed. The Great Qin dimension, the Great Han dimension, the Great Tang dimension. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, after several hours of travel, Li Luo finally arrived in Xi'an, a city steeped in a millennium of history and grandeur. Indeed, it possesses the weight of antiquity while exuding a modern ambience. Upon his arrival, Li Luo was instantly captivated by this city, rich in cultural essence yet vibrant with the pulse of everyday life. After a brief respite, he set forth to his first destination in Xi'an, the terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang. As he stepped into the museum housing these remarkable figures, Li Luo felt transported to the formidable era of the Qin dynasty. Before him stood an awe-inspiring array of soldiers, their expressions resolute and commanding. Deeply moved, he could almost hear the echoes of clashing weapons from 2 millennia past. As the sun began its descent, the silhouettes of the terracotta warriors cast shadows upon the walls. In that moment, Li Luo envisioned the scene of Qin leading his soldiers in triumphant return after a victorious battle. With a sense of nostalgia, he felt as though he had been transported back 1,000 years, as if these clay figures continued to loyally safeguard the tranquility and peace of the Chinese land. Observing them, he sensed a dialogue unfolding between the ancient and the contemporary. The fine details of hair and the meticulous craftsmanship of each figure's hands and joints were strikingly lifelike, and as he examined the distinct palm lines on the warrior's hands, he was left in profound awe. What makes the terracotta army one of the 7 wonders of the world? A clear and assertive voice interrupted his reverie. A group of lively children passed by, led by a young guide who was enthusiastically imparting knowledge about the terracotta warriors. Children, she exclaimed, Pit No. 1 covers an area of 14,260 square meters, and we have unearthed about 2,000 warriors, each averaging 1.8 meters in height, truly unparalleled in history. Under the expansive sky, rows of soldiers stood in perfect alignment. Among them were seasoned generals, fearless warriors, and youthful recruits. all bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity, as if recounting the glorious past of the Qin Empire. Li Luo instinctively softened his footsteps, trailing behind the guide. Once again, the guide's powerful and proud voice resonated. What are we truly here to see today? Are we merely observing lifeless figures? The children shook their heads in unison, their innocent voices chiming. No. Exactly, the guide affirmed. Do you know why the Chinese civilization has led the world for over 800 years during the past 200 years? The children responded in chorus. We don't know. Li Luo chuckled softly at their puzzled expressions as the guide continued. Look closely at the fine lines around the eyes, the palm prints, and the intricate patterns on their footwear. These details reveal not only the appearance of the terracotta warriors, but also the spirit of the era, embodying the essence of craftsmanship and cultural confidence. Among the 4 ancient civilizations of the world, ancient India, ancient Egypt, and ancient Babylon, why do we not prefix ancient to China? The children gazed at her, still confused. Because the other 3 civilizations have perished, while our Chinese civilization has preserved its lineage for over 2,000 years. Even today, our 34 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions continue to uphold the administrative systems established during the Qin dynasty. Our ancestor, Yingzheng, unified the written language, fostering a sense of belonging and identity among us all. We consider ourselves children of China, unified as one whole. Are you children of China? The guide inquired. This time, the children responded without hesitation, eagerly declaring, We are all children of China. I am Chinese. The guide nodded affirmatively and continued. Have we ever experienced division in history? A child piped up with youthful conviction. Yes, I know. We have divided many times. Correct. During the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties, and the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms following the fall of the Tang. Yet, despite such fragmentation, the Chinese nation remains a cohesive and unified entity. Imagine if, over 2,000 years ago, Emperor Qin had not unified the 6 states, established a common script, standardized weights and measures, and created a cohesive railway system. Today, China could resemble Europe, fragmented into numerous nations. A question arose. Has Europe ever been unified like China? Li Luo found himself captivated by the guide's narrative. He recalled that Europe had indeed experienced brief periods of unity. The guide, sensing his intrigue, nodded and elaborated. The Roman Empire was unified for several centuries, but their unity crumbled swiftly. They were like a pile of loose sand. That is why we say, when one side is in trouble, aid comes from all directions. This stems from the seed of unity that Qin Shi Huang planted in every Chinese heart, the ideology of a unified state. There exists a phrase, Qin Huang, Han Wu, which signifies that Qin Shi Huang laid the foundation for China's territory, while Emperor Wu of Han reinforced the idea of unity. Hence, dear children, the terracotta warriors are not mere emotionless statues. Through these myriad likenesses, we can perceive the countless valiant soldiers of the Qin, who established the first feudal dynasty in Chinese history, known as the Qin Empire. It was with the emergence of such a unified dynasty that China became the nation we recognize today. And the Chinese people evolved into the unified entity we are proud to call our own. Suddenly, the hall erupted with applause, a tribute not only to the guide's eloquence, but also to the children's pride in their identity as Chinese. In that moment, one child raised a fist and, with the purest of voices, proclaimed, to study for the rise of China. As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of voices echoed around him, to study for the rise of China. The room erupted into a fervent round of applause. In that instant, Li Luo comprehended a profound truth. Patriotism is not merely a trend, but an intrinsic responsibility. Deeply moved by the children's fervor, he gazed at the terracotta figures, feeling the weight of the grand military formations, and instinctively softened his footsteps, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering spirits of the valiant soldiers. Over the course of an hour, Li Luo explored the entirety of the Terracotta Army Museum. He beheld formations composed of over 300 archers, and witnessed kneeling archers arrayed in 8 divisions at the heart of the assembly. Each warrior stood poised, ready for action, prepared to alternate between standing and sitting at a moment's notice. He observed a vital segment of the Qin military. As he moved, the perspective shifted, revealing the grandeur of the terracotta army throughout the ages. In the realm of the great Qin, Yingzheng rose unsteadily to his feet, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the celestial canvas above, fearful of missing even the minutest detail of his terracotta warriors. The imagery unfurling across the sky depicted his formidable legion, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, brimming with an air of lethal intent. These valiant warriors, who fought valiantly for their sovereign, continued to safeguard his tomb even 2 millennia after his demise. As Li Luo exited the museum, he found himself amidst an unexpectedly large gathering outside. A youthful figure stood at the entrance, vibrant and animated, addressing the crowd with fervor. The annals of humanity's history and achievements may fade with the passage of time. Yet China shall endure through their legacy. We shall uphold the banners they raised high and defend the rights of the Chinese people. The entire assembly echoed in unison, "Long live the Chinese people, long live youth, long live our motherland." As everyone stood together, proudly raising their red flags, they shouted in unison, "This is a time of national prosperity and peace." Upon returning to the hotel, Li Luo reclined on his bed, still immersed in the profound impact that the terracotta army had upon him. The imagery above him no longer featured the formidable warriors. Li Luo took a moment to compose himself before reopening his phone, eager to seek further information about the terracotta warriors and the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Amidst the complex emotions spanning various dynasties, the video of the celestial display resumed. A devoted admirer of Qin Shi Huang, the foreign mercenaries of Qin Shi Huang. Narration, truly. My charming ancestor continues to inspire fervent fans even a millennium later. In the realm of the great Qin, the ministers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes fixed upon the celestial canopy above, perplexed. What, pray tell, is a fervent fan of an illegitimate offspring? They could grasp the concept of sustenance. Humans partake in grains and cereals, requiring 3 meals a day, each one indispensable. Could it be that a millennium hence, foreign tribes offer food in homage to His Majesty? The first emperor? In the realm of the Han dynasty, the admiration for Qin Shi Huang among future generations is indeed profound. Liu Bang, indulging in the embrace of a beauty, gazes at the sky and feels a pang of jealousy at the veneration bestowed upon Qin Shi Huang. He brought an end to the tumultuous final years of the Qin dynasty, compelling Xiong Yu to take his own life at Gaixia, thus establishing the Grand Han Empire and uniting the realm under Han rule. Yet, why do posterity only remember the siege of Baidang and the oath at Beima? In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Che was filled with exuberant joy. The names of Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han were forever intertwined in the annals of history. The ministers of Liu Che's court proclaimed their loyalty with fervent cries of "Long live the emperor." They had come to understand, through the elucidations of their guides, that the great Emperor Wu had further solidified the ideology of a unified empire. This signified, indeed, that the sovereign they served was a wise ruler, and thus, they, as his loyal subjects, shared in the glory of his reign. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin found himself consumed by an insatiable curiosity, pondering whether, in the ages to come, there would exist those among foreign lands who revered him. "Guanin's maid," he inquired, "do you believe there will be individuals in the future who will hold me in esteem?" The Empress Changsun smiled gently, offering her reassurance. "Your Majesty, your influence extends across the seas, and you are venerated as the heavenly Khan. Undoubtedly, there will be those who admire you." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di gazed at the heavens, filled with uncertainty. Did foreigners truly hold admiration for Qin Shi Huang? With all neighboring states of my Ming dynasty subdued, am I not deserving of a devoted fan? As the video commenced, a foreign youth, captivated by the terracotta warriors, decided to immerse himself by cosplaying as one. He stood motionless within the pit, successfully evading several inspections, traveling from afar to become a burial companion in the terracotta warriors' pit. One might mistakenly believe he was an overseas mercenary of Qin Shi Huang. Netizens humorously commented, "In this reincarnation, I shall forever remain your soldier, my king." The screen lingered on the scene where several security personnel, disguised as terracotta warriors, dragged the foreign cosplayer away. The barrage of comments erupted. "Ha ha ha, he has been fined. Banned from entering for 10 years. Yet when the time comes, he will rush back to behold the terracotta warriors." I was astounded by his tenacity. He even envisioned that his place had been reserved for him. Indeed, there were European soldiers in Qin Shi Huang's ranks, as confirmed by DNA testing. When apprehended, he lamented, "My king, I concede. This retreat shall last a decade, yet I shall return to see you again." Being carried away, he remained utterly still, indicating his deep immersion in the role. It was quite humorous. There was an elderly tour group visiting the terracotta warriors, moving slowly and observing keenly. Eventually, they discovered one of the warriors blinking, initially believing it to be a ghost, only to unearth the truth. Qin Shi Huang remarked, "Dear fan, please remain calm. You are the only living soul here. The rest are mere clay figures. I do not require the living for burial." In the realm of the great Qin, Emperor Yingzheng found himself both amused and perplexed upon witnessing the scene. He had not anticipated that the term illegitimate fan held such connotations. A figure had coated himself in yellow clay and concealed himself within the ranks of his terracotta warriors. The assembled ministers, struggling to suppress their laughter, wore expressions of mirth. Observing this, a court eunuch immediately prostrated himself and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for winning the hearts of the people. Your charisma has captivated even those from foreign lands." In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang displayed a look of astonishment. Did Emperor Qin truly possess foreign troops? Within the celestial canopy, the barrage of comments suddenly became animated. He could legally attend a cosplay event in Xi'an as a terracotta warrior, which was utterly hilarious. Yingzheng mused, "It is my fault. Had I lived for 2 millennia, I would have certainly made him my loyal vanguard." Observing his stature, it seemed he was meant to accompany the first emperor in death a millennium ago. However, on that fateful day, he suffered from an upset stomach, missing the auspicious moment to join His Majesty. Thus, with an overwhelming obsession, he reincarnated time and again, ultimately seizing the opportunity to stand guard for the emperor. Is it conceivable that he was a soldier of Qin in a past life? Hence, he traveled across vast distances to accompany His Imperial Majesty. The documentary Bright Moon elucidates that the unification of the realm is an instinct deeply ingrained in the Chinese psyche. Why is it that whenever a nation divides, various warlords fervently aspire to achieve unity? Unification is a primal impulse, an essential endeavor. It is an instinct bestowed upon us by Emperor Qin, etched into our very bloodlines. Ever since he standardized script and measurement, it has been destined that there can only be one emperor on this land. Who could possibly reject a stone inscribed with the decree of heaven, proclaiming eternal longevity? Each time a dynasty fractures, warlords proclaim a resounding slogan: "The universe is yet to be determined. We are all dark horses." The comments echo: Chao Wei, the world, the world. Shu Han, the world, the world. Jiangdong's rabble, Jingzhou. Jingzhou, someone remarked, the so-called imperial seal is merely a stone crafted from Hatian jade, lacking any true value. Yet, should I come upon it, it would signify that I am the son of destiny, ordained by heaven for eternal prosperity. I shall gather the 9 tripod cauldrons, acquire the Konggong seal, and wield the emperor's sword to reforge the position of the human sovereign. Mickey Mouse interjected, "Some claim that during unification, one may mock his capabilities, but never his aspirations." A Bright Day declared, "Many believe Zhuge Liang's relentless northern expeditions hold little chance of success, yet no one has ever deemed this ambition misguided." A voice chimed in, "Whenever someone seeks to maintain a corner for themselves, others will murmur, 'This fellow lacks the vision to strategize.' Another added, 'They would even say, without great ambition. He can be easily vanquished. Among 10 warlords, if 3 yearn for unification, the remaining 7, lacking initiative, are destined to await their demise. If among 10 warlords, 9 are content to remain in their confines, the solitary one shall undoubtedly become the ruler of the realm." The Eastern Wu, seeking merely to secure a corner, has faced scorn for nearly 2 millennia. If you aspire to unify, your subordinates will proclaim your exceptional talents, assuring you they will brave fire and water for you. Conversely, if you do not seek unity, you will be labeled as a ruler content with a small domain, lacking ambition, unworthy of their assistance. Different paths lead to divergent fates. Should you shun unification, your followers will pledge their allegiance to another. In the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, when Cao Cao passed, he was memorialized as the martial emperor, Liu Bei as the former lord, while Sun Quan was simply referred to by his name. The tenets of self-cultivation, family governance, state administration, and world peace underscore the importance of achieving harmony in the realm. The declaration of warlords establishing their own kingdoms is merely the beginning. The ultimate goal is the unification of the realm. Should one resist unification, they must brace themselves for being unified by others. The Shu Han, the weakest in power, made 9 attempts to reclaim the Central Plains, never forgetting the ideal of unity. Conversely, the Eastern Wu, the strongest, chose to remain in Jiangdong, fixated solely on Jingzhou, and has been derided for over 2 millennia as a rabble. The Song dynasty, which failed to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yanyan, is remembered by posterity as the weakened Song, a mere coward. In the realm of the great Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin was on the verge of tears. He was, after all, the man who unified the nation and brought an end to the chaotic era. Why, then, do people of later generations incessantly cling to him? What kind of talk is this? Cowardly, weak Song. Does our great Song dynasty truly lack such strength? The 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun, I shall reclaim them. Is that not within my power? Above, the cosmic canvas gradually faded, replaced by a new title, astonishing. 5,000 Years of Chinese History. From the Battle of Zhu to the Last Emperor's Abdication, Part 1. The chronicle of dynasties fell into a hushed silence. Soon after, a haunting call of horns echoed, as a band of primordial, bloodied warriors marched through the snow. We hold the earth as our mother, sustenance as our heaven, and the yellow as our fortune. Henceforth, you shall govern the realm. 2700 BC, the Battle of Zhu. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan fought against Qiyu. 2697 BC, the first year of the Yellow Emperor's era. 2070 BC, Qi, son of Diyu, ascended to the throne of the Xia dynasty. After Diyu tamed the waters, he divided the land into 9 provinces. The fall of Tai Kong led to Hou-Yi taking over the Xia. 1900 BC, it is said that 5 brothers settled at Luo, composing the 5 Sons Song. 1500 BC, the Battle of Mingtiao, where Shang Tang decisively defeated Xia Jie, leading to the demise of the Xia dynasty. 1600 BC, after the destruction of the Xia during the Battle of Mingtiao, Shang Tang established the Shang dynasty. Destiny decreed the emergence of Shang. 1046 BC, the Battle of Mai, where King Wu vanquished Zhou and established the Western Zhou. 1300 BC, oracle bone and bronze inscriptions evolved into mature forms of written language. The music intensified, drums and horns crescendoed. Suddenly, the characters Western Zhou appeared prominently upon the celestial screen. An emperor stood atop an insurmountable staircase, gazing down upon the vast earth. 1046 BC, King Wu defeated Shang and founded the Zhou dynasty, with its capital at Hao. 841 BC, a rebellion arose, with King Yu of Zhou igniting fires to mock the feudal lords, leading to the fall of Western Zhou. 770 BC, King Ping of Zhou moved the capital to Luoyang, an era subsequently referred to as the Eastern Zhou, heralding the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Throughout history, countless souls gazed upon the sky, their hearts increasingly ignited. The spring and autumn period was an era of tumultuous upheaval. If one aspired to dominate the lords, only one stood above all, Guanzhong. Victory in battle depended on courage. When morale flourished, triumph followed. When it waned, defeat ensued. 722 BC, the historical chronicle spring and autumn commenced here. 679 BC, Duke Huan of Qi rose to prominence, followed by Duke Wen of Jin, King Zhuang of Chu, King He of Wu, and King Gojin of Yu, collectively known as the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period. 595 BC, the establishment of the 19-year and 7 intercalary month system was solidified. 579 BC, the alliance of Jin and Chu marked the first military pact of the spring and autumn period. 536 BC, Zheng Zikan cast the legal tripod, promulgating codified law. 498 BC, Confucius traveled among the states, gathering disciples and winning hearts through virtue. The imagery unfolded like an ink-wash painting, history revealing itself in strokes. The weighty essence of history rushed forward, accompanied by uplifting music. A barrage of comments appeared across the celestial canvas. This is my ancestor, who fought atop the iron-eating beast. Can one truly wage war upon such a creature? Is it not merely a fade that could charm the Yellow Emperor to death? One must admit. Perhaps the Yellow Emperor was indeed fond of adorableness. I, Qin Shi Huang, demand tribute. I, Qin Shi Huang, request 50 from you. Witness my grand history of vengeance. I admire Confucius for winning hearts through virtue. It must be said, Confucius' sword is indeed named virtue. He wielded it daily, striking down those who opposed him. Was this not the embodiment of winning hearts through virtue? A disciple, traveling with Confucius, could not help but steal glances at the sword at his master's waist, his expression one of unspoken curiosity. The fervent gaze made it difficult for Confucius to ignore. With a sigh, he turned to his disciple. Yan Hui, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Yan Hui respectfully bowed. Master, is it true that the sword at your waist is called virtue? Does winning hearts imply that one may resort to force if not obeyed? Hearing his disciple's inquiry, Confucius glanced at the celestial canvas, his lips twitching involuntarily. 494 BC, King Gojin of Yu, besieged at Mount Kuaiji, sent emissaries to King Fuchai of Wu, seeking peace. In this time of peace, how can I sustain myself? For 73 BC, King Gojin of Yu triumphed over Wu, proving that the earnest can prevail, as 3,000 Yu warriors could consume Wu. For 81 BC, the compilation of the Gongong version of the Spring and Autumn Chronicle concluded. Suddenly, the scene on the celestial canvas shifted, a palace gate opened, unveiling the dawn of the Warring States period. For 53 BC, the division of Jin into 3 factions marked the beginning of the Warring States era. Without Confucius, eternity would remain a long night. Confucius. For 79 BC, the passing of Confucius marked the conclusion of the Zhuozhuan version of the Spring and Autumn Chronicle. Water is the weakest of all, yet none can conquer it. For 45 BC, Duke Wen of Wei appointed Li Kuei to implement reforms, and Li Kuei authored the legal classics. For 03 BC, King Lai of Shou recognized Han, Zhao, and Wei as feudal lords, marking the commencement of the Ziji Tongjian. The greatest good is akin to water. Lousy. All are white, yet I alone am black. 390 BC, the founder of the Mahist school, Mozi, passed away. 386 BC, the era of the 7 warring states, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Zhao, Han, and Wei, was established, marking an unprecedented flourishing of academic discourse and competition among various schools of thought. In the realm of the Qin, Yingzheng observed the reforms of Shangjun, filled with profound emotions. He was the most esteemed and meritorious figure of the Qin dynasty, initiating the Shangyang reforms with the support of Duke Xiao of Qin. The might of the Qin dynasty began with the reforms of Shangyang, marking the ascent of Qin from that pivotal moment. Through agriculture, warfare, and the establishment of laws, these strategies propelled the state of Qin to its zenith, laying a robust foundation for the subsequent unification of the 6 states. Regrettably, Shangyang met a tragic end, torn apart by 5 horses, which left Yingzheng deeply mournful. The tapestry of history continued to unfold. In 350 BC, Qin relocated its capital to Xianying. In 349 BC, the Qin implemented a hierarchy of 20 ranks. The scene depicted a multitude of galloping steeds amidst a backdrop of flames and conflict. In 342 BC, during the Battle of Meiling, the state of Qi decisively defeated Wei, leading to the suicide of the general Pang Wan. The narrative shifted to a desolate, snowy landscape, echoing the sorrow of the world. Shangyang took one last gaze upon the magnificent landscapes before gently closing his eyes. In 338 BC, he met his demise through dismemberment. The commentary echoed, undoubtedly. He is the foremost statesman of the past 4 millennia, who single-handedly ended the era of Qin's moral degradation. Though Shangyang perished, the laws of Qin endured. In times of chaos, stringent measures are essential. Had Shangyang not enforced such harsh penalties, Qin would have remained mired in hunger and despair. Every system bears its pros and cons. Shangyang's reforms harmed the aristocracy. His figure gradually faded from the scene. In 334 BC, Wei and Qi proclaimed themselves kings, initiating the era of regional lords in the Central Plains. The narration continued. In these tumultuous times, nations frequently waged wars against one another. The strong prevail, while the weak perish. In 314 BC, internal strife plagued Yin, allowing Qi to seize its territory, only to later withdraw. In 307 BC, Zhao Wulingwang adopted the attire and cavalry tactics of the nomadic tribes, training his forces accordingly. In 287 BC, the allied forces of Zhao, Wei, Han, Yin, and Chu launched an assault on Qin, compelling Qin to cede land to Zhao and Wei in pursuit of peace. The commentary remarked on Qin's historical concessions, contrasting their reputation for strength. In 286 BC, Qi eradicated the state of Song, prompting reflections on its past significance as a commercial hub. Qi's conquest led to gains for Chu, despite Song's non-inclusion among the 7 warring states. In 284 BC, the allied forces of Yin, Qin, Han, Zhao, and Wei besieged Qi, resulting in the loss of over 70 cities, leaving only Zhu and Jima standing. In 278 BC, the defender Tian Dan employed the Fire Ox formation to deliver a crushing defeat to Yin's forces, restoring Qi, albeit with diminished strength. The commentary noted Qi's exceptional prowess, suggesting that even a united front of states struggled against it, while Qin, having endured numerous conflicts, emerged increasingly formidable. The true essence of Qi vanished when the Tian clan assumed control. In 280 BC, Chu launched an offensive upriver against Qin but was subsequently repelled. In 279 BC, Chu faced defeat at the Battle of Yin against Qin forces. In 278 BC, the capital of Chu, Ying, fell to the general Bai Qi, leading to its relocation to Chun, while the poet Chu Yuan tragically drowned himself in the Miluo River. The commentary lamented Chu Yuan's fate. likening it to the tragic tale of the inept Chu king. In 271 BC, Fan Yi proposed the strategy of distant alliances and close attacks to King Zhao of Qin. In 262 BC, Qin invaded Han, severing its connection with the city of Xinjiang. Han sought aid from Zhao, which dispatched the veteran General Lien Po to assist. The screen filled with excitement as viewers expressed their fervor for the epic saga of Chinese warfare. The legendary Bai Qi emerged, a figure of death and glory, proclaiming his identity as the supreme general of Qin. In 260 BC, Bai Qi achieved a monumental victory at the Battle of Chongping, resulting in the execution of 400,000 surrendered troops. The commentary reflected on the art of war, emphasizing the importance of surprise and strategy. Bai Qi demonstrated remarkable prowess, emerging victorious in over 70 campaigns against the Six States. He is forever revered as a deity of warfare. In 258 BC, the lords of Wei Zhao and Chu decisively defeated Qin forces near Handan, with the Lord of Wei achieving further victories at the pass of Hangu. In 256 BC, after the death of King Zhou, Qin invaded Loi, leading to the surrender of the western Zhou, thus marking the end of the Zhou dynasty. In 249 BC, Prime Minister El Buwei led forces to eliminate the eastern Zhou lord Ngongyi. By 247 BC, after the passing of King Zhuangxiang, the 13-year-old Ingzheng ascended the throne, honoring El Buwei as his uncle. The commentary celebrated the emergence of a unifying figure, expressing excitement over the impending consolidation of power. In 241 BC, Chu relocated its capital to Shochuan to evade Qin's advances, losing the capacity to resist. The commentary erupted in enthusiasm as the timeline of conquests unfolded. In 230 BC, Han was annihilated. In 228 BC, Zhao met its end. In 225 BC, Wei was destroyed. In 223 BC, Chu fell. In 222 BC, both Yin and Yu were extinguished. And in 221 BC, Qi was vanquished, culminating in the unification of the Central Plains under the Qin dynasty. The viewers expressed a sense of pride and exhilaration at witnessing the fall of nations, feeling a deep connection to the Qin legacy. The scene crystallized into a map, signifying the dominion of Qin. The viewers, overwhelmed with emotion, yearned to traverse time to join Qin Shi Huang in his conquests. Soon, the narrative shifted once more, revealing a man with piercing eyes and an imposing presence, exuding disdain. He lamented the complexity of characters, vowing to eliminate the cumbersome scripts following the subjugation of the Six States, replacing them with a singular, efficient form. The commentary playfully requested more content, likening Qin Shi Huang's life to that of a protagonist in a thrilling tale. Ingzheng, having unified the Six States, recognized the need for reform in governance, reminiscent of Liu Bang's rise after the fall of the Qin. Some viewers speculated that emperors like Liu Che and Li Shimin were incarnations of Qin Shi Huang. The narrative envisioned the resurrection of the Terracotta Army, ready to embark on another grand campaign, promising expansive territories in its wake. A singular blue Earth is insufficient for His Majesty's ambitions. We can also venture forth to the moon, the solar system, and even the Milky Way. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang found himself incensed upon witnessing the barrage of comments in the celestial screen above. How outrageous. I am who I am. I cannot be a mere reincarnation of Ingzheng. Similarly, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, was taken aback by the influx of remarks, asserting his identity as himself. Not a reincarnation of the first emperor of Qin. Those in later generations may admire the first emperor, yet they should not diminish his accomplishments. Lei Luo glanced at the video restoration, which spanned over an hour. Upon checking the progress, he noted that it had only just reached the point of the Qin dynasty unifying the Six States, with less than 2 minutes of viewing completed. I feel a bit hungry. The video is rather lengthy. I shall like and save it for now and grab a bite to eat before returning to watch it at a leisurely pace. Exiting the museum. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon this ancient, solemn city, imbuing it with an even greater sense of poetic charm and historical resonance. Had poets like Li Bai and Du Fu been present, they would undoubtedly have composed verses inspired by such a scene. As Lei Luo faced the evening glow, a line suddenly slipped from his lips as the sun sets. The heartbroken wanderer roams the earth. Alas, how out of place that sentiment was. Snapping back from his reverie, Lei Luo recalled the humorous incident from the previous day at the museum entrance, which brought a smile to his face. Throughout the ages, people would share a knowing chuckle, as even the uneducated common folk would recognize the profound disconnect between the poem recited by the gentleman and the surrounding environment. Who would have thought that the gentleman possessed such a humorous side? Suddenly, a magnificent ginkgo tree appeared on the screen, its leaves a brilliant golden hue. Its canopy casting shadows across the land, while golden leaves blanketed the ground in a stunning display. Legend has it that one who has not witnessed its golden leaves has not truly experienced autumn in Xi'an. To think that this ancient ginkgo tree in Xi'an was personally planted by Li Shimin I 400 years ago? Lei Luo gazed in astonishment at the aerial view of the tree, as if it were the only radiant splash of gold in the entire world. The rulers of past dynasties were left in confusion, as the video had only progressed to the Qin dynasty, and they yearned to know what followed. Would the gentleman not delve into the epic history of China spanning 5 millennia today? No, we adore history. Please, do not skip ahead, sir. Everyone anxiously awaited Lei Luo to continue the narrative of the history beyond the Qin dynasty, yet their hopes were destined to be dashed. The celestial screen continued to showcase that towering ginkgo tree from various angles. As the golden ginkgo tree was revealed from above, an unexpected thought crossed their minds. It truly was quite a sight to behold. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin was taken aback. He could not recall ever planting a ginkgo tree within a temple. Had his memory faltered? Empress Changsun gently placed her hand upon his. Your Majesty, fret not. It may pertain to the future, she offered reassuringly. Perhaps it is the future sovereign who has personally planted a ginkgo tree in the temple. Li Shimin found her explanation quite reasonable. I had not anticipated that this ginkgo tree would exceed 14 centuries in age, flourishing splendidly in its golden hue. Li Shimin mused with newfound pride, realizing that even a tree he had casually planted could astonish future generations for a millennium. The imagery depicted the ginkgo thriving amidst the ancient temple, captured from an aerial perspective, revealing a verdant landscape where the striking golden leaves stood out brilliantly. In the ancient Guanyin temple in Xi'an, it is said that Li Shimin himself planted this tree 400 years ago. Legend has it that due to his failure to rescue the Dragon King, he was often haunted by dreams, prompting the construction of Guanyin temple and the planting of a ginkgo tree. As dynasties have risen and fallen, and the cosmos has shifted, this ancient tree remains resolutely upright, having weathered the tempests of time, resonating through the ages. Gazing upon this tree evokes a palpable connection to 1,000 years of history. The ginkgo, still standing after a millennium, offers no sight of the once mighty heavenly conifere. The comments echo. The pit was dug by Qin Xiong. The tree was purchased by Fang Xianling. The initial soil was filled by Li Shimin, and the remaining earth was packed by Yu Qigong. Upon completion, Wei Zheng scolded from the side. Your Majesty, you are losing sight of your duties. Cheng Yaojin, robust and brawny, took charge of watering it. No. It was Changsun Wuji who watered it, while Cheng Yaojin pruned the branches. The ginkgo, still enduring, offers no glimpse of the heavenly Khan of that day. Suddenly, I grasped the sentiment behind the phrase things have changed. Standing before this ginkgo tree, I felt as though I were face to face with Li Shimin himself. Had I known it would become this renowned, I would have planted several more. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's lips curled into a smile. Guanyin maid, have you noticed? The future generations wish for me to plant a few more trees. I love my people as my own children. The subjects of the future are also citizens of my Tang. Their desires shall be fulfilled. Today, I shall venture out of the palace to plant trees. Li Shimin laughed heartily and immediately issued orders to leave the palace. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the attendants to bring a few individuals from the celestial screen. The attendant hesitated, finally mustering the courage to inquire, Your Majesty, should we also summon Lord Wei Zheng? Li Shimin's expression faltered at the thought of Wei Zheng's likely scathing remarks, criticizing him for being distracted by trivial pursuits. Given Wei Zheng's character, he might indeed unleash a torrent of reproaches upon him. Observing Li Shimin's momentary dismay, Empress Changsun couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, do invite Wei Zheng. Li Shimin regained his composure. Very well, let Qin Xiong dig the holes, and Fang Xianling shall procure the trees. I shall be the first to shovel the soil alongside the Guanyin maid, while the remaining earth shall be filled by Yu Qigong. As for that rascal Wei Zheng, let him dig the holes. After all, he has reprimanded me more than once or twice. Truly, I am a sovereign who welcomes counsel. The celestial screen continued to display comments. Flying Fish Bubble mused. Could it be that the 1,000-year-old ginkgo trees have attained sentience? Love Leaves Traces remarked. This tree must surely embody the aura of an emperor. If heaven were sentient reflected, after growing for millennia, the tree likely possesses a spirit of its own. The scene on the celestial screen shifted abruptly to reveal a towering edifice, behind which lay mountains resembling ink-wash paintings. Indeed, all things possess a spirit. When the temple thrives, the nation flourishes. Within this sacred temple stands a 400-year-old plum blossom, once seen by Su Xiaka and admired by Li Bai. After 14 centuries, it encounters you and me once more, sharing the beauty of blossoms with ancient souls in different times, yet the same place. It has been said that this plum blossom ceased to bloom since the invasion of China, only to blossom again after the victory in the War of Resistance. During the pandemic, it too remained dormant, only to flourish 3 years later once the crisis had passed. Witnessing the plum blossoms in full bloom feels as if the flowers are whispering, another year of good fortune awaits. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin clasped the hand of Empress Changsun, gently laying the first handful of earth. Suddenly, he beheld the ethereal beauty of a plum blossom illuminated against the sky. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. A sly smile danced upon Li Shimin's lips as he called out, "Xinling." Upon perceiving the emperor's intentions, Fang Xinling resignedly set down his spade. "Your Majesty, I shall procure a plum blossom at once." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang led Empress Ma to a secluded spot within the palace, where he personally planted a ginkgo sapling. With a sense of pride, he gestured towards the half-human tall seedling and proclaimed, "Sister, in times past, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, planted ginkgo trees. Today, we too shall plant one together." He envisioned that centuries hence, future generations would gaze upon this ginkgo tree and remark, "Behold, this was planted by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and his empress." In an unexpected turn, a trend of tree planting swept through the imperial courts across various dynasties. In the animal kingdom, a peculiar scene unfolded. 3 fluffy cats were nestled together in slumber, while a lone leopard restlessly rolled about nearby. The solitary snow leopard, amidst a den occupied by a couple, found itself in a predicament as its pregnant mate tossed and turned uncomfortably. The devoted snow leopard husband immediately wrapped around her, offering comfort and warmth. Meanwhile, the single leopard awkwardly squeezed into a corner, lamenting, "Oh dear, you too will soon be parents." The comments echoed, "That poor leopard, devoid of a mate and a den. No partner, no cozy bed. It prefers to huddle close rather than seek a new sleeping place. Why must the 3 leopards reside together?" The solitary leopard sighed, "Your sweet romance encroaches upon my solitude." This single leopard would eventually have to assist the couple in raising their offspring, becoming the compassionate figure in the feline realm. Today's topic: what achievements must one attain in modern times to aspire to the legendary status of conquering the wolf's haunt? In the realm of the Great Han, Lu Che straightened his back, for who does not know that the Great Han boasts 2 brilliant pearls, one being Wei Qing and the other, Huitzubing. The legendary act of Fenglang Ju Su signifies the resounding triumph of the Great Han's war god, Huitzubing, as he vanquished the Xiongnu, advancing to the sacred mountain of Longju Su and establishing an altar to the heavens, an achievement revered by generations as the pinnacle of ancient military prowess. The entire populace of the Great Han erupted in fervent cheers, filled with immense pride. Every valiant man aspires to realize this glory, to achieve Fenglang Ju Su, a testament to male honor. The video screen illuminated with scenes of modernity. In contemporary times, should one wish to emulate Fenglang Ju Su, one must enlist at the age of 16, command troops by 17, and gallop into the heart of Tokyo, planting the crimson flag across the entirety of the cherry blossom nation. After being bestowed the title of Marquis, one would lead an army across the Pacific, successfully landing in the beautiful nation without any navigational aid, employing blitzkrieg tactics to conquer cities with minimal casualties, annihilating the entire military of the beautiful nation, and advancing to its capital, capturing numerous officials. Before the White House, a monument to the heroes of the people would be erected, and a grand flag-raising ceremony would ensue, with all singing the national anthem. This entire journey would be completed by the tender age of 21. The comments flowed, "Galloping into Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. With my strength, why pursue Fenglang Ju Su? I shall carve my own 8 characters, commanded by heaven. May my reign be eternal. Even so, I dare to call myself." One can refer to oneself as this emperor, this humble one, or this solitary one. Are there mangoes? This stirs my blood. I yearn to achieve such heights, and then inscribe a page in the family tree. In jest, Huitzubing's record, with 800 cavalry in his first battle, capturing numerous prominent foes and slaying over 2,000, leading to the title of Marquis, followed by Feng Lang Ju Su, riding through the vast seas, remarkably at such a young age. Rooted and pure, those who achieved Feng Lang Ju Su were all older than he. Fields of Hope ascend directly to the position of Grand General. Fat Lord, question, why instigate war? Iced red tea. I no longer wish to study English. Flowers bloom and wither. I am already 20 years old. Is there still hope? In the realm of the great Tang, Li Shimin felt that the plum blossoms and ginkgo leaves in his hands suddenly lost their allure. How vexing. There is nothing that our great Tang lacks in champions and marquises. In the realm of the great Song, Zhao Kuangyin wore a troubled expression. Each time such exhilarating scenes unfolded, the empire he established was invariably subjected to disparagement. With a sigh, Zhao Kuangyin lamented that the emphasis on civil affairs over military prowess had ultimately proven to be a grave error. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di gazed at the heavens, a smug expression gracing his features. As an emperor, he had sealed his dominion over the lofty peaks of Wolfjushu, ensuring that his name would be immortalized in history, celebrated for all eternity. In the realm of the great Qing, Emperor Kangxi gazed upon the heavens, reflecting upon his illustrious achievements. He had quelled the Zhenghars, vanquished Wu Sangui, and reclaimed Taiwan. Surely, he deserved a place among the esteemed? In ancient China, the pinnacle of honor for military generals was epitomized by the 5 illustrious figures enshrined at Mount Wolfjushu. The foremost among them was Hua Tsubing, the champion marquis of the Western Han dynasty. In the 4th year of the Yuan Shou era, 119 BC, Emperor Wu commanded generals Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing to lead 50,000 cavalry deep into the northern deserts to engage the main forces of the Xiongnu. Hua Tsubing advanced over 2,000 li northward, clashing with the left king of the Xiongnu, annihilating over 70,000 adversaries. The Han army pressed onward to Mount Wolfjushu, where they erected an altar to worship the heavens. Thus, the unparalleled glory of Mount Wolfjushu was born. One cannot help but ponder what might have unfolded had Hua Tsubing lived to the age of 60. The entire chronology of the world would surely have required revision. For it is no longer merely the year 2023, the globe now revels in the zodiac. The Chinese warrior, outnumbered yet emboldened, a mere 800 seals against a mobilization of 100,000 troops. One might jest. Liu Che, upon marrying, found himself immensely fortunate due to the bride's dowry. With the formidable Wei Zifu bringing 2 royal treasures, Hua Tsubing not only bewildered the Xiongnu, but left Emperor Wu himself in a state of confusion. Such feats would be deemed too fantastical for even the most daring of novels. The second figure was Dou Xian of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the early years of the Yongyuan era, 89 AD, the southern Xiongnu Chanyu requested troops for a northern expedition. General Dou Xian allied with the southern Xiongnu and Chang tribes, achieving a resounding victory against the northern Xiongnu at Mount Jilao. Dou Xian pursued the enemy over 1,500 kilometers, slaying over 10,000 foes. Upon reaching Mount Yanran, he emulated Hua Tsubing by inscribing his accomplishments upon stone, an event now known as the Yanran Stele. It is noted that the Yanran Stele stands on par with the honor of Mount Wolfjushu. Hua Tsubing's triumph at Wolfjushu and Dou Xian's inscription at Yanran symbolize the relentless efforts of the Han dynasty in their campaigns against the Xiongnu. Dou Xian's victories compelled the Xiongnu to retreat westward, and his legacy as the nemesis of the Xiongnu endures. The third illustrious figure is Li Jing, Duke of Weigua from the Tang dynasty. In the 3rd year of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, specifically in 629 AD, a civil strife erupted within the Eastern Turkic state. Emperor Li Shimin resolved to take the initiative against the Eastern Turks, appointing Li Jing as the supreme commander to lead an army of over 100,000 northward. Li Jing, at the helm of 3,000 elite iron cavalry, forced Kagan Sheli to retreat in disarray. Subsequently, he galloped past the foot of Mount Longju, effectively eradicating the northwest menace to the Tang dynasty. The commentary reads, "A true warrior seeks not for fame, as exemplified by Li Jing, who crushes all adversaries in his path." Li Jing is indeed a figure who has carved his name into the annals of heroism through his military achievements. Truly deserving of the title God of War of the Tang dynasty, Li Jing himself remarked, "Victory upon victory is merely the norm in military affairs." The fourth figure, Lan Yu, the Duke of Lianghua in the Ming dynasty. In the 21st year of the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang appointed Lan Yu as a general. leading an army of 150,000 to the north against the Mongols. Lan Yu pursued them all the way to Lake Bir and then ventured deep into the northern desert, decisively defeating the remnants of the Yuan army, driving them back to the vicinity of Mount Longju. The commentary observes, Ji Di feared his father first, and then feared Lan Yu, the mightiest spear among the second generation of Ming generals. Lan Yu is akin to the Ming version of Huizubing, the fifth figure, Zhu Di, the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty. From the 6th to the 24th year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di led military campaigns against the Yuan forces 5 times, ultimately pursuing the enemy to the foot of Mount Longju, where he performed a sacrificial rite with a white horse, engraving his accomplishments on stone and triumphantly returning to court, becoming the only emperor in history to be enshrined at Mount Longju. The commentary notes, in the latter years of Emperor Wu of Han, 9 out of 10 households were left empty. Yet, the Yongle Emperor's victories left the Ming in a flourishing era. The Yongle Emperor's 5 campaigns in the northern desert were all resounding triumphs. His famous declaration, "The Emperor dies on the battlefield for the state, as it should be," resonates through time. His military achievements require no remorse, as no one has surpassed him since the Ming's founding. 5 centuries later, only you, Yongle Emperor, could reach such heights. My respect for you is not merely threefold, but boundless. Born amidst the flames of war and perishing on the path of conquest, the emperor on horseback. Observing the Ming dynasty, one cannot help but feel the stark contrast when reflecting on the Song dynasty. In the realm of the great Song, Zhao Kuangyin remarked, "It appears that this is never-ending, is it?" In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was left utterly astonished. In the illustrious Ming dynasty, there existed 2 illustrious figures, yet amidst what should have been a moment of jubilation, a profound sense of bewilderment pervaded. Who, one might wonder, was this Yongle emperor? Zhu Di? The crown prince, Zhu Biao, was equally taken aback. He cast another glance at the celestial expanse, where it was unequivocally inscribed, Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, the sole sovereign to hold the title of Lao Wolf's residence. Each character was comprehensible in isolation, yet when conjoined, it eluded his understanding. Both Zhu Di and Zhu Biao, in unison, exclaimed, "Fourth brother, have you ascended to the throne?" Zhu Yuanzhang found the situation utterly absurd. How could his 4th son, Zhu Di, be proclaimed the Yongle emperor while his own heir, Biao, had not yet taken the throne? Had the 4th brother conspired to usurp power? Upon hearing the inquiries from his father and the crown prince, the Prince of Yin, Zhu Di, was beset with cold sweat. Though he was a man with aspirations for such a position, the crown prince held regency, enjoying the confidence of the court officials. And with their father in the prime of his reign, Zhu Di dared not covet the imperial throne. As if struck by an unsettling thought, Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened ominously. Zhu Di fell to his knees, hastily swearing to the heavens, "Father, elder brother, believe me, I harbor no ambitions for the throne. All that appears in the celestial expanse is a slanderous fabrication. My elder brother is benevolent. How could I, as the younger brother, seize his rightful inheritance? I beseech your discerning judgment, father." No sooner had Zhu Di uttered these words than an image materialized in the celestial expanse, instantly diverting the attention of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Zhu Di exhaled a sigh of relief, praying that the heavens would spare him from misfortune, for he held no desire for the throne. As the narrative unfolded, Zhu Yuanzhang felt an inexplicable pang of unease. A voice from the heavens recounted the unfortunate fates of historical crown princes, stirring palpable tension among all present, who feared they might be the subject of scrutiny. Throughout history, the role of the crown prince has been perilous. Although a crown prince exists just beneath the sovereign, wielding immense power, should he fail to ascend the throne, his fate is often dire, either rendered powerless or facing death. Only those crown princes who have yet to ascend and who aspire to the throne truly comprehend the hardships of this role. At that moment of heightened anxiety, the name of the first crown prince emerged. First, Fusu, the eldest son of Qin Shi Huang. In the mountains dwells Fusu, in the marshes blooms the lotus, a gentleman, gentle as jade. Despite commanding an army of 300,000 Qin troops, he met his demise by self-inflicted death due to a forged edict. My father commands my death. What right have I to question it? As the name of the gentle Fusu appeared in the celestial narrative, the commentary surged. Had Fusu ascended, he could have continued the Qin legacy. Why did he choose to take his own life? The expectations of Qin Shi Huang for Fusu were undeniably high. His indulgence of Huhai stemmed from the latter being his youngest son. Fusu was the future of the Qin. Gentle and kind-hearted, he was entrusted with a formidable military force. a testament to the confidence bestowed upon him for his growth. Yet, Fusu, burdened by his status as the legitimate heir, his virtuous reputation, and the support of the military magnate Ming, ultimately chose to end his own life. In the realm of the Great Qin, Fusu felt his cheeks flush with shame as he reflected on the expectations his father harbored for him. He was burdened by a sense of guilt for the trust and nurturing bestowed upon him by his sovereign father. Fusu truly believed that no amount of sacrifice could repay the grace of his ruler. Fusu, do you not recognize your errors? Qin Shi Huang's voice softened. Yet his gaze betrayed a mix of disappointment and sorrow for his son's plight. Even a tiger does not consume its cub. How could you be so foolish? With tears brimming in his eyes, Fusu perceived the concealed paternal affection within his father's gaze. He bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Father, your son acknowledges his faults." Next, we turn to Lu Ju, the eldest son of Emperor Wu of Han. He was known for his benevolence, gentleness, and caution. During the calamity of the witchcraft incident, he was coerced into rebellion and ultimately met his demise by hanging during his flight. Ascending to prominence at the tender age of 7, he bore the weight of expectations and faced the disaster of the witchcraft case, reminiscent of the fabled phoenix. You often lament that a son does not resemble his father. In this final moment, do I not reflect your essence? As the celestial screen erupted with commentaries, it became evident that being a crown prince was indeed a perilous position, too mediocre, and one is deemed unworthy, too radiant, and one becomes a target. These emperors seemed afflicted by a peculiar ailment. How refreshing it was to consider Zhu Yuanzhang, who never feared his heir. Lu Ju sought to clear his name, resolute in his refusal to submit. Emperor Wu frequently chastised his son for not mirroring his character. Yet it was precisely when Lu Ju resembled him the most that he was eliminated. 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, and 3 wild boars, none could cultivate Fusu, Li Qingqian, or Lu Ju properly. Only one was adept, yet tragically, he never ascended the throne. Dragons, phoenixes, and boars, 3 individuals could not unite to form a single crown prince. Even the most illustrious emperors throughout history failed to produce a worthy heir. As the comments flooded in, a chill ran through the hearts of crown princes from various dynasties. Suddenly, they perceived the precariousness of their positions and pondered, perhaps it would be wiser to forego the title of crown prince altogether. In the realm of the Han dynasty, the queen, Wei Zifu, appeared pallid, her body collapsing in an instant. The heartlessness of the imperial family weighed heavily upon her. With the death of her brother and the crown prince compelled to rebellion, what more was there for her to comprehend? Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to the emperor at her side, her heart laden with bitterness. She wished for her son to forego the title of crown prince and the throne itself, desiring only that he might live a life of safety and peace. In a moment of resolute clarity, Wei Zifu knelt upon the ground, her voice a lamentation. "Your Majesty, I am unworthy of this position. I beseech you to relieve me of my title as queen." In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's heart jolted upon witnessing the barrage of comments. One could not guide Fusu, another could not mentor Li Qingqian, and yet another failed to instruct Lu Ju. One of them was indeed referring to him. Empress Zhongsun, upon seeing the celestial screen, felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. As the queen of a nation and mother, she would prefer that the crown prince lead a life of idle luxury rather than risk losing his life. "It will not happen, Guanyin maid. My son will not falter. I shall ensure such a fate does not come to pass." The third figure, Li Qingqian, the eldest son of Emperor Taizong of Tang, gifted and compassionate in his youth. He succumbed to despair due to a leg ailment, ultimately failing in rebellion and dying in exile. His rebellion was a desperate attempt at self-preservation. Yet such actions inevitably offend the very foundations of power. After 18 years, can my character not be proven? The comments suggest he may have sought to spur his son into greater efforts, yet it regrettably devolved into mutual suspicion. Li Chengxian is indeed one of the most lamentable crown princes. Having already been established as the crown prince, why indulge in unrealistic fantasies regarding Wang Wei? Perhaps it was intended to serve as a sharpening stone for Wang Wei, yet the blade shattered instead. The father is unaware of the son's plight, and the son is oblivious to the father's struggles. Li Shimin's approach is somewhat ruthless, akin to nurturing a venomous creature. The fourth figure, Zhu Biao, the eldest son of the Ming dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon seeing the celestial title, Zhu Yuanzhang nearly fainted from shock. He cherished his children and would never harbor the trepidation typical of other dynastic rulers toward their heirs. Yet, why was his Biao the fourth to face such tragic fate? Grasping Zhu Biao's hand, Zhu Yuanzhang was choked with sorrow. "Biao, I would never regard you with suspicion. You are my carefully nurtured successor." As Zhu Yuanzhang's lamentations echoed, the video commenced. Zhu Biao, in his youth, governed with kindness and compassion, yet fell during a tour and passed away prematurely. The heir that Zhu Yuanzhang had painstakingly raised ultimately became a source of profound grief. As the celestial voice faded, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. "My dear Biao, how could you allow me, a white-haired man, to mourn a black-haired son? You unfilial child." Observing the content on the celestial screen, the Prince of Yin, Zhu Di, was rendered speechless. He never imagined that his beloved elder brother, the son of their father, Zhu Biao, had succumbed to illness. With Zhu Biao alive, he would never have dared to rebel. Even in the prince's absence, the young heir would ensure the throne would not fall to him. But what of the Yongle emperor? Had he truly usurped his nephew's throne? At this revelation, Zhu Di was suddenly jolted, his heart racing with trepidation. If such were the case, would their father not flay him alive? The celestial screen was inundated with comments. Zhu Biao was beloved by the people, yet fate denied him the opportunity. Zhu Yuanzhang suffered the loss of his father in his youth, his wife in midlife, and his son in old age. It is unfathomable to consider the toll Zhu Biao's death exacted on Zhu Yuanzhang. Had Zhu Biao lived, Zhu Yuanzhang would not have executed so many founding generals. With Zhu Biao's demise, Zhu Yuanzhang descended into madness, spilling blood without restraint. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang cradled Zhu Biao in his arms, weeping inconsolably. His breath hitching with each sob, he held Zhu Biao's face, scrutinizing it from every angle, terrified that a moment's inattention might lead to the loss of his beloved son. Tears streamed down Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he disregarded his own appearance, repeatedly calling out, "Summon the imperial physician, quickly summon the physician." His voice trembled with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing Zhu Biao's heart to quiver. "My dear son, do you feel unwell? If anything troubles you, do not hesitate to inform your father. We shall seek a remedy." Zhu Biao, caught between laughter and tears, found his father's concern excessive, for he was still young, robust, and brimming with vitality. Witnessing his father's frantic efforts, the strands of white hair beginning to appear at his temples, Zhu Biao's heart ached profoundly. "Father, the comments say that during your later years, I will encounter some ailments, so you need not worry. I am currently in good health and capable of governing the realm." As the poignant scene unfolded, the hearts of crown princes from various dynasties chilled in unison. It was indeed a formidable task to be a prince, yet an even greater challenge to bear the title of crown prince. They sighed, wishing for a future existence far removed from imperial lineage. The video continued to play, showcasing Zhu Biao, the vice-emperor of the Ming dynasty. He was the most powerful and stable crown prince in history. Should he ever contemplate rebellion, Zhu Yuanzhang would become his commanding general. His life was enveloped in the profound love of his father, and his untimely demise shattered Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. The comments echoed, "Zhu Biao is the child of Zhu Yuanzhang. The others are but offspring of the Hongwu emperor." Indeed, Zhu Biao was the mightiest crown prince in the entirety of the Ming dynasty, nurtured solely by Zhu Yuanzhang, with his brothers treating one another with utmost respect. Could it be that the excessive bloodshed had rendered him resilient, with such fortitude passed down to his descendants? Had Zhu Biao survived, even with 800 bold hearts, Zhu Di would never dare to rebel against his elder brother. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, King Yin, Zhu Di, found himself on the verge of kneeling before the celestial canopy as his throne was indeed seized through rebellion. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, still reeling from the loss of his beloved eldest son, was confronted with the proclamation of Zhu Di's insurrection emblazoned across the heavens. How audacious, he mused, that his throne was usurped. Enraged, Zhu Yuanzhang turned away in fury, delivering a forceful kick that sent Zhu Di sprawling to the ground. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, he erupted in vitriol. You ungrateful wretch, dare to rebel against your elder brother." With a face akin to one who had ingested bitter herbs, Zhu Di lamented, "Father, I assure you, I would not dare to rebel even if I possessed 100-fold courage." Zhu Yuanzhang, however, dismissed Zhu Di's pleas, seizing a nearby whip and striking him with unrelenting ferocity. The hall echoed with Zhu Di's anguished cries, a sound so harrowing it instilled fear in those who heard it. Zhu Biao, quick to intervene, gazed at his battered brother and felt a pang of sympathy. "Father, please cease your assault on the fourth," he implored. "I have faith in him." The celestial display continued to unfold, revealing the life of the privileged heir, Prince Yiwen, Zhu Biao. Born in 1355 as Zhu Yuanzhang besieged Nanjing, he was the cherished fruit of Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma's love, embodying the hope for succession. The barrage of commentary proclaimed, Empress Ma was Zhu Yuanzhang's one true love. Had Zhu Biao donned the dragon robe, Zhu Yuanzhang would have deemed him more regal than himself. Should Zhu Biao have attempted a coup to ascend the throne, any minister in his company would have faced the emperor's wrath. This father is reliable, Zhu Biao mused. I aspire to be emperor. To which Zhu Yuanzhang replied, very well. We shall pass tomorrow. As the seasons turned, Zhu Biao expressed a desire to diminish the fiefdoms. Brother, let me be the first to be reduced, Zhu Di offered, revealing the envy of the princes of bygone eras, who longed for such a divine father and ruler. How fortunate Zhu Biao was to encounter such a sovereign. Had they known the ease of being a prince like Zhu Biao, they would have awoken from dreams with smiles. Upon Zhu Biao's birth, Zhu Yuanzhang captured Nanjing. At 5, Zhu Biao was enlightened by the esteemed scholar Song Lian. When Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed himself king of Wu, he immediately named the 9-year-old Zhu Biao as his heir. By 13, Zhu Biao was entrusted to honor their ancestors in his father's stead. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension, Zhu Biao was promptly named crown prince, basking in the opulence of favoritism, while also being the most secure crown prince in history. Surrounded by ministers during ancestral rites and military alliances, Zhu Biao gazed at the celestial display of his father's affections. Moved to tears, the commentary flowed. Zhu Biao, Father, I seek to usurp. Zhu Yuanzhang, my son has matured. As long as Zhu Biao lives, the fourth shall face no peril. Seeing the comments, Zhu Yuanzhang's ire intensified as he pointed at Zhu Di, commanding, you shall return to your fief at once, without summons. You shall not enter the capital. As you command, Zhu Di acquiesced. Zhu Yuanzhang held no inclination to slay his son, for Zhu Biao was his sole heir, and he must safeguard his position unwaveringly, thus quelling Zhu Di's ambitions. Carried away by the palace attendants, Zhu Di felt a stir of curiosity about how he might ascend to the throne. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. As Li Luo perused the comments, he was taken aback by the overwhelming admiration for Zhu Biao. Do they truly hold him in such high regard? He pondered, continuing to scroll until a title caught his eye, the last dignity of the Ming dynasty. Who could have foreseen that the preservation of the Ming's final dignity would rest upon a cadre of eunuchs? In the 17th year of Chongzhen's reign, as Li Zicheng stormed into Beijing, Wang Qingyan led 500 eunuchs in a steadfast resistance. The palace's eunuchs fought fiercely, with many palace maids choosing to take their own lives rather than surrender their honor. Ultimately, only a handful of palace attendants were captured, coinciding with Emperor Chongzhen's suicide at Coal Mountain. In a poignant scene, Emperor Zhu Yujian, burdened with complex emotions, ascended Coal Mountain, surveying the city ablaze with conflict. The officials who once proclaimed loyalty to the nation were nowhere to be found, and the only companion by his side was the eunuch Wang Qingyan. In silent reverie, they faced one another, sharing an unspoken bond. How could the Ming dynasty's emperor abandon his country? Zhu Yujian lamented, feeling unworthy before his ancestors. As he took his own life, he left behind a blood-stained edict. I have reigned for 17 years, lacking virtue and failing my duties, provoking the wrath of heaven and the ire of my ancestors, all due to the negligence of my ministers, who allowed the rebels to encroach upon the capital. In death, I cannot face my ancestors. I shall remove my crown and cover my face with my hair. Let the rebels divide my corpse, but do not harm a single commoner. In the next moment, an elderly eunuch, with hair as white as snow, knelt reverently, cradling the crown of Emperor Chongzhen and crying out in anguish. We bid farewell to the Ming emperor on his journey. Following this, Wang Qingyan, the loyal minister, sacrificed himself alongside his sovereign, hanging from a nearby tree in solemn tribute. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, the successive emperors bore a heavy heart, steeped in the sorrow and fury of their lost kingdom. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted into raucous laughter, his boisterous mirth echoing throughout the grand hall. Zhu Biao shuddered, hesitating to speak, fearing that his father might be driven mad by the haunting images of their fallen state. Observing the scene of Wang Qingyan sacrificing himself for his sovereign, Zhu Yuanzhang praised. What a noble minister, dedicating his life and loyalty. Far more admirable than those literati who wield only their pens. Zhu Biao's complexion turned pale, his heart sinking. It was evident that his father had indeed been deeply affected. Above, a flurry of comments cascaded across the celestial screen. Wang Qingyan's loyalty is undeniable. He is the only eunuch interred within the imperial mausoleum. Tears welled, for he was the sole valiant eunuch of the Ming dynasty. A band of eunuchs fought valiantly against their enemies, while the Donglin faction knelt in submission. The traitorous eunuchs all perished for their country, while the loyal scholars hesitated by the cold waters. From Zhu Yuanzhang to Wang Qingyan, Thus concluded the saga of the Ming Empire. After perusing the comments on the celestial screen, Zhu Yuanzhang finally grasped the sentiment expressed online: a bowl at the start, a rope at the end. He gazed blankly at the screen, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, he murmured, "Has the fourth prince left the palace?" Zhu Biao calculated Zhu Di's movements and hastily replied, "Father, given the fourth prince's pace, he likely hasn't departed yet." With a sigh, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, "Summon him back." Emperor Chongzhen, Zhu Yujian, felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. Since ascending the throne, he had labored tirelessly, personally attending to every matter without a hint of negligence. "I am not a king destined to fall. Why then does every circumstance suggest otherwise?" Whether it be self-destructive measures or stubbornness, he aspired to be a ruler of revival, not one of ruin. The scenes displayed above were unbearable, forcing him into the role of a fallen monarch. The mightiest dynasty of antiquity. No marriages of alliance, no tribute. No territorial concessions, no reparations. Simultaneously, the celestial screen synchronized with the annals of history. In the realm of the Great Qin, Ing Zheng and Fu Su have resolved their inner conflicts and are in high spirits. He has also witnessed the ultimate fate of the dynasty known as the Great Ming. Where the sovereign met a tragic end by hanging himself at Coal Mountain, his demise undeniably harrowing. Was this the most formidable of dynasties? Refusing to form marital alliances, eschewing tribute, rejecting territorial concessions, and dismissing indemnities, there lies a semblance of fortitude. It is no wonder that posterity holds this dynasty in high esteem. In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Bang recalled the vulnerabilities of the Han dynasty and contemplated a diplomatic marriage to secure the stability of his empire. He yearned for the fortitude displayed by the Ming dynasty, yet lamented the constraints of his own power. It is imperative for the future sovereigns of the Great Han to conquer the Xiongnu and redeem the past humiliations. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, although Li Shimin perceived himself as the venerated heavenly Khan, he found it impossible to avoid political marriages and alliances. Following the Yangshi Rebellion, Princess Chonghui was wed to a Khitan chieftain. As she departed through the city gates, she cast a lingering glance back at Chang'an, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. To send a concubine for the sake of national stability, yet where shall I find a general to serve? She lamented. Why am I not a princess of the illustrious Ming dynasty? In the realm of the Great Qing, the Emperor Qianlong was seething with fury, pointing at the heavens and unleashing a torrent of invective. The Ming dynasty stood as the most formidable of all dynasties. What was my Great Qing in comparison? Did the Great Qing lack fortitude? Xishan quietly urged, "Your Majesty, our dynasty undoubtedly possesses valor, yet our descendants have shown a modicum of weakness. How can blame be placed upon your Majesty? To me, your Majesty embodies the true dragon of the realm, a sagacious sovereign who has ushered in a prosperous era." Upon reading the inscription, Zhu Yuanzhang was stirred with emotion, seemingly forgetting the demise of the Ming dynasty. "Look, my child, our Ming dynasty knew not the marriage alliances of the Han, nor the treaties of the Tang, neither did it accept tributes like the Song, nor engage in the rituals of brotherly states. Even in its downfall, the Ming was revered by posterity. The Ming Emperor Zhu Di, filled with fervor, recognized that despite the inevitability of the Ming's extinction, future generations held the dynasty in high esteem. Having seized the throne from his nephew, he harbored no regrets. "My life has been one of atonement. Now I can finally face my father with honor." The sovereigns of the Ming dynasty gazed intently at the heavens, for the dynasty had perished, and each ruler bore responsibility for its demise. In the next moment, an image unfolded of a man clad in yellow robes standing upon an altar, holding a golden goblet, proclaiming to the heavens, "I, Minister Zhu Yuanzhang, humbly beseech the celestial bodies, the mountains and rivers, as well as the tombs of my imperial ancestors. Since the fall of the Song dynasty, the mandate of heaven has been held by those in the desert, ruling the central plains for over a century. Now, as the mandate concludes, I, in accordance with the will of heaven and in harmony with the people, shall expel the century-old afflictions, subdue the northern and southern warlords. On the 14th day of the first month, I shall offer sacrifices atop Mount Zijin, proclaiming to heaven and earth the establishment of the great Ming dynasty." With the era named Hangwu, his resounding voice echoed through the firmament. Zhu Yuanzhang recalled this moment as he founded the nation on Mount Zijin. The imagery shifted once more. An elderly man, exuding authority, recounted the entirety of his life. The Yongle emperor, having committed grave errors, had also achieved monumental feats. For decades, he lived in trepidation, never experiencing a single day of tranquility. Some labeled him a usurper, while others accused him of warmongering, squandering wealth recklessly, indifferent to the welfare of the people. The generations to come would not grasp the hardships I endured, laboring tirelessly on the battlefield, enduring frost and snow. How could I halt the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia when I must face my ancestors in the afterlife? Future generations shall know me. I have never wasted a moment. In battle, I rode forth to slay the enemy. In peace, I governed the realm. The aged emperor was depicted leading his troops into battle, charging valiantly and invincibly. Behind him stood countless soldiers of the Ming dynasty, unafraid of death, following him into the fray. They vowed not to return until the enemy was vanquished. Their sovereign's might exemplified in the Yongle emperor's valor. Alas, he understood that his legitimacy was questioned, pouring all his frustrations into territorial expansion and warfare, ensuring that his offspring would inherit a rightful legacy. With 5 victorious northern campaigns, Emperor Zhu Di emerged triumphant. The more one admired the Yongle emperor, the more one yearned to know what Zhu Biao would have been like as emperor. Such a pity. The Yongle emperor quelled the steppes, relocated the capital to Shuntian, navigated the Grand Canal, and compiled the Yongle Encyclopedia, proving to be a far superior ruler than Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen, upon ascending the throne, squandered the empire established by Zhu Yuanzhang within mere years. Indeed, it was true, Zhu Yuan sought to diminish the feudal lords, employing ruthless methods that ultimately forced Zhu Di to rebel. If he intended to curtail the power of his uncles, they would not have objected. However, he offered them no avenues for survival. Within a year of his ascension, he deposed 5 uncles and even drove Prince Xiang to his death, leaving Zhu Di no choice but to rise in revolt. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were engulfed in astonishment. Their gazes met, reflecting mutual shock. Upon my death, it is to be Zhu Yunwen who ascends the throne. What of my esteemed grandson? Zhu Biao swayed slightly, recalling a certain possibility that rendered his countenance pale, his lips trembling. Father, with Zhu Yunwen's accession, it signifies the absence of Xiongyang. As he stared at the heavens, a surreal sensation enveloped him. He perished prematurely, his son Zhu Yuan took the throne, and immediately thereafter, he dismantled the feudal lords, leading to the demise of his own uncle, forcing the 4th prince to revolt. 4th brother, I, as your elder brother, have wronged you. Wounded and bruised, Prince Yan, Zhu Di, was escorted back by an attendant. Upon reaching the threshold, he overheard his elder brother's words, stirring unrest within him. Zhu Yunwen's ascension brought about the death of the king of Xiang, his most cherished younger brother. With reddened eyes, Prince Yan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Elder brother, how dare he?" Zhu Yuanzhang felt a wave of darkness enveloping him. His favored grandson was lost, the carefully nurtured heir was gone. Within less than a year of Zhu Yunwen's reign, he ruthlessly stripped the feudal lords of their power. No sooner had Zhu Yuanzhang departed than Zhu Yunwen turned against his uncles. Grief-stricken, he clutched his chest, wailing in despair. My 12th son, forced to take his own life. How could his heart be so cruel? Just after my departure, he unleashed such violence upon his own kin. Zhu Biao's eyes brimmed with guilt. He had cherished the L family, while also nurturing affection for Zhu Yunwen's gentleness and kindness. Yet, he was taken aback by Zhu Yunwen's insidious nature, his heart as cold as steel, leading him to wonder if the Fade had merely been a pretense. Father, 4th brother, I vow to provide you with an account. Zhu Biao clenched his teeth resolutely and declared, "Let Zhu Yuan return to Fengyang." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, the young emperor gazed upon the celestial tapestry where future generations extolled his uncle Zhu Di while hurling slurs at him. Anger gnawed at him, teeth clenched in frustration. What was amiss with the act of diminishing the feudal lords? His uncles held positions of great power. Without curtailing their influence, how could he uphold his reign? As a sovereign, how could he show leniency? If they complied with his decrees, he would spare them his wrath. In that moment, Zhu Yunwen's heart was tumultuous. The scene shifted to a portly emperor, slowly advancing towards the throne. Throughout my life, I have conducted my affairs with integrity. Should fate bestow upon me even a mere month or a solitary day as emperor, I shall ensure that the world understands that the individual seated upon that throne values the realm and its people above himself. The comments flowed. The prosperity of the Yongle era owes half its credit to Emperor Renzong. The foundation of the Renzhuan governance was established by Zhu Gaoqi. Though he reigned for merely 10 months, in essence, he governed for decades. To speak bluntly, Yongle was but Renzong's general in the northern campaigns. While Zhu Di waged wars abroad, Zhu Gaoqi managed state affairs. There is no fault in this. He had fought since childhood. Zhu Gaoqi acted as regent for 11 years, earning the most illustrious posthumous title. The 2nd and 3rd sons possessed the talent of generals but lacked the demeanor of a commander-in-chief. Had Zhu Gaoqi's martial prowess been slightly greater, he could have been the second Li Shimin. In many respects, Zhu Gaoqi wielded deeper control over the empire than Zhu Di was aware of. Without Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Di would have faltered long ago. Both the campaigns against the northern steppes and the Yongle Dadayan required significant resources. Since the Jingnan rebellion commenced, General Zhu Di repeatedly charged into battle, expanding the territory for his lord, Zhu Gaoqi, for decades through southward and northward campaigns. Zhu Di fought under the banner of the emperor, while Zhu Gaoqi, under the title of Crown Prince, effectively reigned as emperor for over 20 years. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di gazed upon the rotund figure of the Crown Prince in the celestial expanse above, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Though he had always harbored a disdain for the portly prince, even contemplating his dismissal at one point, the Crown Prince had consistently performed commendably, leaving Zhu Di without any grounds for reproach. To his astonishment, the son he had underestimated had excelled remarkably. Historical assessments of the Crown Prince would later prove exceedingly favorable, nearly rivaling those of both his father and himself. Zhu Di pointed towards Zhu Gaoqi and addressed the Crown Prince. Observe. The future generation shall regard me as the formidable general of the northern campaign, your esteemed self, the most capable among the Ming. Zhu Gaoqi, unable to discern the nuances within Zhu Di's words, promptly knelt in reverence. I possess neither great talents nor the martial prowess of my elder brothers. My sole desire is for all under heaven to have enough to eat and wear, devoid of treasonous thoughts. As emperor, one must prioritize the well-being of the common people. With a shift in the scene, a man clad in armor raised his sword and shouted a rallying cry to charge forth. How could a man of valor succumb upon his bed? If one must perish, it ought to be in the service of the nation, following the military banner. Spear in hand, sword drawn, fighting until the very end. When the nation is besmirched and foreign foes invade, I shall stand as the general. My grandfather inflicted pain upon them. I shall subdue them, eradicating them completely. The death of a sovereign for the sake of the realm is a matter of natural justice. In the scene, thousands of soldiers, unwavering in their resolve, charge forward fearlessly. The commentary reads, had Zhu Zhanji lived a decade longer to cultivate the god of war of the Ming, he would indeed have been the true embodiment of valor. His life's blemish was begetting the god of war of the Ming dynasty and subsequently passing the throne to him, a hexagonal warrior, yet lacking slightly in the realm of progeny. The regret of the Ming lies in the brevity of the lives of the two emperors who initiated the benevolent and prosperous reign. Had Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu Zhanji lived a tad longer, the dynasty's longevity would have surely been extended. As the scene shifts, Zhu Zhanji lies upon his bed, his frame emaciated. The mountains and rivers endure. Do not weep, dear friends, tread lightly. A voiceover proclaims from the heavens. He is the hexagonal warrior of the Ming dynasty, capable of securing peace with the pen and stabilizing the world with the sword. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he established the benevolent and prosperous reign, elevating the Ming's power to its zenith. His fondness for keeping crickets earned him the jesting title of the Cricket Emperor. In the year 1398, Zhu Zhanji was born in the residence of the Prince of Yan, the firstborn of Zhu Gaoqi and Lady Zhang. It was Zhu Zhanji's birth that compelled Zhu Di to decisively launch the Jingnan campaign. In 1402, Zhu Di ascended the throne, renaming the era Yongle, while Zhu Gaoqi was designated as crown prince the following year. In the 9th year of Yongle, Zhu Zhanji was bestowed the title of imperial grandson. The commentary continues, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Gaozu, and Zhu Gaosui, in any dynasty, would befit the role of emperor. The Ming may not rival the Han or Tang in grandeur, yet its integrity surpasses that of both. In the glorious moments of the Ming, 5 dragons ruled simultaneously. In the realm of the Great Ming, the hearts of successive emperors trembled with anticipation, their eagerness to comprehend the meaning of 5 dragons in one court palpable. Indeed, the celestial canopy did not disappoint their expectations. For in the next moment, a new title emerged upon its expanse. The glorious moment of the Ming dynasty, with 5 dragons reigning simultaneously. Upon the emergence of this title, monarchs throughout history were left astonished. Emperors have long been regarded as the true sons of the dragon. The simultaneous presence of 5 dragons in the Ming dynasty suggests the existence of 5 sagacious rulers within this illustrious dynasty. In the realm of the Great Chain, Yingzheng cast a gaze of envy and admiration towards the celestial canopy. The heavens had just recounted the most lamentable princes, and in the next moment, it revealed to Yingzheng that although the Ming dynasty had lost the sagacious Prince Yaiwen, it had gifted the realm with several wise sovereigns. How could the fortune of the Ming dynasty evoke such jealousy in contrast to his own Qin, which perished after merely 2 generations? In the realm of the Han dynasty, Lu Che found himself consumed by envy and resentment as he reflected upon the regrettable fate of certain crown princes, among whom was his own son, Lu Ju. At this juncture, the esteemed General Wei Qing and the Empress Wei Zifu jointly petitioned for the removal of the crown prince, advocating for the establishment of a new heir. The significance of the crown prince's position is paramount. Thus, such a decision cannot be made lightly. As Lu Che grappled with this predicament, the heavens imparted a revelation. The Ming dynasty, having similarly lost its crown prince, did not succumb to instability but rather flourished and prospered. This realization inevitably stirred a sense of imbalance within Lu Che's heart. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin had grown weary of expressing his envy. For a dynasty to endure through the ages, the presence of a sagacious ruler is of paramount importance. Have you not observed the sentiments of netizens, who assert that whenever a wise monarch enjoys a prolonged life, the longevity of the nation itself is similarly extended? One cannot help but ponder whether the next sovereign of the Tang will possess such wisdom. Moreover, the matter of the crown prince presents yet another source of vexation for the day. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with an extraordinary exhilaration. His stature erect and proud, the thought of his descendants being referred to as the 5 dragons sharing the throne filled him with boundless excitement. What a magnificent tableau it must have been to earn such a commendation from posterity. The smile gracing Zhu Yuanzhang's lips was impossible to conceal. How could his progeny be so remarkably exceptional? This son resembled me so closely. Yin Wang Zhu Di, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Hastily bowing his head and retreating into a corner, dutifully assuming the guise of a mere wooden figure. It is often said that the Ming dynasty was the most resolute dynasty in Chinese history, upholding the principle that the Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates, refraining from marriage alliances, tribute, and servitude, thus earning the reverence of later generations as the last bastion of China's dignity. As the conversation unfolded, Zhu Yuanzhang's pride swelled, causing Zhu Biao to experience a pang of discomfort. Father, have you forgotten that our Ming is fallen? The last sovereign, Emperor Chongzhen, met his demise by hanging himself on Coal Mountain. Though his death displayed great fortitude, the dynasty had indeed perished. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively, silencing Zhu Biao's lamentations. Why speak of such disheartening matters when he was in high spirits? Could he traverse centuries to rectify the chaos left for his descendants? The dialogue continued, evoking the era of the 5 dragons sharing the throne, the zenith of the Ming dynasty. Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhang, Emperor Jiangwen Zhu Yunwen, Emperor Yongle Zhu Di, Emperor Renzong Zhu Gaoqi, and Emperor Xuanzong Zhu Zhangji. This was indeed the most prosperous and glorious epoch of the Ming dynasty. In the realm of the Great Ming, Zhu Biao gazed upon the name of Emperor Jiangwen, Zhu Yunwen, inscribed upon the list, his heart awash with complexity. His father was the emperor, his son was an emperor. His brother was an emperor, yet he remained a mere prince, forever the crown Prince Yaiwen. A sudden, intense gaze caught his attention. Turning, he beheld his brother Zhu Di, the future Yongle emperor. With a sigh, Zhu Biao recalled the deeds of Zhu Yunwen, a flush of embarrassment coloring his countenance. He bore no ill will towards Zhu Di, only lamented the excessive actions of his own son. Fortunately, he had relegated Zhu Yunwen to Feng'ang, convinced that the unfolding events in the heavens would not come to pass. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, the esteemed Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di, was consumed by fury. Should not his temple name be Taizong? Did the eldest fail to heed his directives and unilaterally alter his temple name? Ah, you unfilial descendant, how dare you alter my temple name? Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoqi cried out in protest. Father, I have always been obedient. How could I possibly change the temple name you established? Even if given 100 lifetimes, I would not dare. Zhu Gaoqi trembled under the weight of his own flesh, kneeling upon the ground, his face contorted like a steamed bun. He refused to take the blame for this transgression. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Di found some solace in Zhu Gaoqi's honesty, despite his corpulence. The eldest son was indeed compliant. It must be the unfilial descendants of later generations who were responsible. This thought only intensified Zhu Di's ire. While he could manage his sons and grandsons, the disobedient progeny of the future remained beyond his control. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, emerged from humble beginnings, rising through the ranks during the peasant uprisings at the end of the Yuan dynasty. He gathered renowned generals, vanquished rivals, and unified the Central Plains, marking a significant chapter in Chinese history as the lowest-born emperor and the sole ruler to unify the country from south to north. Upon his ascension, Zhu Yuanzhang restored the realm, revitalized production, and encouraged recovery. The comments in the background noted, the 5 dragons ruling together signify a short reign. Indeed, following Zhu Di's demise, the subsequent emperors were often short-lived. Among the 16 emperors of the Ming, the first 5 provided resources to the war god of the Mings, while the last 10 sought to repay those debts. The 5 dragons of the Hongwu era included Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Di, Zhu Gaoqi, and Zhu Zhanji. The half-dragon, half-python figures were Zhu Biao and Zhu Gaoxiu, while the singular python was Zhu Gaozai. The 16 emperors of the Ming were a fusion of eccentricity and peculiarity. The 5 dragons of the Hongwu reign significantly drained the fortune of the Ming, while the 11 dragons of the Wanli era completely exhausted it. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng beheld the barrage of comments upon the celestial canvas and found himself unable to harbor envy towards the 5 dragons of the same dynasty. For a sovereign, life is fleeting. How then can one fulfill their grand ambitions? Nevertheless, he was greatly intrigued by the mention of the divine warrior of the Ming dynasty within the comments. It appeared that this divine warrior was also an emperor, as the Ming had already witnessed a sovereign elevated to the status of a wolf-hunting ruler. To be hailed as a divine warrior suggests one possesses unmatched martial prowess akin to the legendary Bai Qi. Yet, it remains a mystery what feats this divine warrior of the Ming accomplished to be immortalized in the annals of history. In the realm of the Great Han, Liu Che gazed into the heavens, lost in thought. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that the title of God of War of the Great Ming was not one of praise, but rather a disparagement. Liu Che stroked his chin, pondering. God of War of the Great Ming? The tone of the phrase seemed to imply a wayward son. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin tilted his body slightly, his gaze flickering with intrigue. His Tang dynasty flourished splendidly, admired even by those of future generations. He found it hard to believe that the monarchs of his illustrious dynasty would be inferior to the 5 dragons of the Ming dynasty. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang and his compatriots were oblivious to the comments flashing before them. Their attention was wholly captivated by the ominous phrase short-lived. Short-lived? Are my descendants destined for brevity in life? With the demise of his son, Zhu Yuanzhang was engulfed by panic. Summon the imperial physician, hasten the call. How could this be? He wielded power yet had not relished its fruits, only to face the specter of premature death. An emperor could scarcely tolerate such a fate. Zhu Yuanzhang fortified central authority, launching multiple campaigns to vanquish the remnants of the Mongol Yuan in the north while simultaneously dismantling the separatist regimes in the south, achieving a grand unification. Upon his death, Zhu Yunjun ascended to the throne as the crown prince. Following his coronation, he aggressively curtailed the power of the feudal lords, even deposing 5 princely kings, provoking the most formidable of them, the Prince of Yen, to revolt. Fallen blossoms and flowing waters, he proposed the reduction of princely power, leading to the demise of the Prince of Xiang, coupled with a malevolent posthumous title. Could Zhu Yunjun be so foolish? The polar bear remarked. The Prince of Xiang was both cultured and martial, avoiding conflict, yet he was unjustly accused of minting counterfeit currency. It was utterly perplexing. While the policy of reducing princely power held merit, the method employed was flawed. One ought to emulate Emperor Wu of Han and implement the decree of favor redistribution. Spring Jiao and Ruhua asserted, the intent behind reducing princely power was to diminish authority, yet you targeted individuals directly. Zhu Yuanzhang cautioned, treat your uncles well. Do not bring harm upon them. Zhu Yunjun replied with a smile, very well, upon your closing eyes, I shall eliminate them all. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang finally glimpsed the comments on the barrage. With a forceful slap upon the table, he pointed at Zhu Biao and vehemently exclaimed, Fool! How could you have produced such an imbecile? His methods are cruel, yet his abilities are lacking. Even the suggestions from netizens surpass his own. The literati surrounding him were all executed without mercy. Witnessing Zhu Yuanzhang's genuine fury, Zhu Biao dared not retort and stood quietly by, offering a contrite smile. Yes, father. Please calm your temper. That boy has already received a severe reprimand. Zhu Di, standing nearby, muttered, Isn't it you who chose him? Once in power, you began to target your uncles. As soon as Zhu Di's words fell, Zhu Yuanzhang glared fiercely, his anger palpable. The celestial scene continued to unfold. Following Zhu Di's ascension, he abolished all policies from the Jiangwen era. During his reign, he dispatched Zheng He on 6 voyages to the west, compiled the Yongle Encyclopedia, annexed Annan, and relocated the capital to Beijing. He personally led 5 military campaigns, establishing the tradition of the Ming emperors guarding the nation's borders. The barrage echoed, a dynasty of dual great emperors, the Hongwu Emperor, the Yongle Emperor, the last glory of the Han people in a feudal society. He toiled diligently throughout his life, all to prove his father wrong. Had it not been for the desire to demonstrate this to his father, he might not have exerted himself so fervently. If Zhu Biao had not perished, or if Zhu Yunwen had not diminished the nobility, he would have become the finest general defending the borders. With Zhu Biao alive, Zhu Di could have fought for supremacy with a tranquil heart. Historically, those usurpers who ascended the throne illegitimately have always been consumed by worry, fearing the sharp quill of history, such as Emperor Taizong of Tang and the Yongle Emperor of Ming. Indeed, the Yongle era was remarkable. The Jingnan campaign succeeded solely through the resistance of Beiping and emerged victorious. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di's lips curved slightly, and every character displayed in the celestial canopy brought him immense satisfaction, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping a bowl of chilled mung bean soup on a sweltering summer day. He felt that his reign as emperor was no less remarkable than that of his elder brother. The title of Yongle Emperor resonated with him. As Zhu Yuanzhang beheld the accolades for Zhu Di's achievements illuminated in the heavens, a flicker of inner turmoil crossed his mind. The fourth prince was indeed fit for the throne, and the crown prince was equally commendable. He found himself enveloped in confusion, pondering the weighty decision that lay before him. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimon's eyes twitched upon reading the phrase improperly attained position. Much of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty was established through his endeavors. Had he not been present here today, the world may well have forgotten the name Li Shimon. He harbored no regrets. Ming Renzong, Zhu Gaoqi, was the legitimate eldest son of Zhu Di, yet due to his corpulence, he was often overlooked by his father. In contrast, his younger brother, Zhu Gaoziu, garnered Zhu Di's favor due to his martial prowess. During the Jingnan campaign, Zhu Gaoqi remained in Beiping to secure the logistical support for the Yin army, while Zhu Gaoziu bravely charged into battle, frequently aiding their father. After Zhu Di ascended the throne, Zhu Gaoqi's position as the crown prince remained ambiguous, until the grand scholar reminded Zhu Di of the potential of a virtuous grandson to prosper the Ming for 3 generations. The commentary reads, "Haha, this is hilarious. What a virtuous grandson, destined to enrich the Ming for 3 generations. Zhu Zhanji is impressive, yet his offspring is deemed the divine warrior of the Ming. One fears not the idle pursuits of the wealthy second generation, but rather their lofty ambitions, reminiscent of the Ming's foreign students from Walla. The virtuous grandson fathered 2 ineffectual sons. Without the intervention of Yu Qian, the Ming dynasty established by Zhu Chongba would have perished after 5 generations. The sole blemish on the legacy of Xianzong is the existence of a warrior's son, prospering 3 generations, yet faltering 10, with each succeeding generation more peculiar than the last. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Zhanji, the crown prince, found himself utterly dumbfounded, immersed in the glorious legacy of his illustrious lineage. He was abruptly met with scathing remarks that struck him like a bolt from the blue. The celestial screen proclaimed his prowess, yet it could not shield him from the harsh truth that his offspring was but a pitiful failure. Who, pray tell, has tarnished the splendor of our Ming dynasty? Who is the true warrior of the Ming? Zhu Zhanji's eyes blazed with fury, his desire to strangle the source of his frustration palpable. Though the heavens declared his fate to be short-lived, such news did not evoke as much passion within him. Life and death had long ceased to be of concern during his campaigns alongside his grandfather. However, the impending calamity he had unwittingly sown for the Ming left him in turmoil, unable to maintain his composure. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng was left astonished, pondering how a fine bamboo could yield inferior shoots. The wise emperor, a paragon of the hexagonal warrior, found himself with a son of little merit. Soon after, a bitter smile graced his lips as he contemplated the fate of his dynasty, realizing that he had no grounds to deride Zhu Zhanji, who, too, proved to be ineffectual, squandering the empire that belonged to me. Yet, despite Zhu Zhanji's son being a disappointment, at least the legacy of the realm continued. Encouraged by the words of the grand scholar, Zhu Di resolved to appoint Zhu Gaoqi as the crown prince. Zhu Gaoqi, through cautious demeanor and the commendable nature of his son Zhu Zhanji, ascended to the throne without peril. Upon his ascension, Zhu Gaoqi rectified the laborious policies of the Zhu Di era. The commentary reflected, "The wisdom that appears foolish aptly describes Zhu Gaoqi. Had he lived to the age of 60, his accomplishments would rival those of his father, Yongle. The illustrious lineage of the Ming were God, his great-grandfather, grandfather, father, brother, and son were all sagacious rulers, rendering the Ming War god a peculiar exception. After years of conflict, Zhu Gaoqi was able to provide military funding, a testament to his capable stewardship of the family fortune. At the age of 49, Zhu Gaoqi passed away, and the crown prince Zhu Zhanji ascended, honored with the temple named Xuanzong. Posterity would refer to his reign alongside that of Rinzong as the era of Rinxian. During Zhu Zhanji's reign, a period of recuperation and economic development ensued as he quelled internal strife and refined the cabinet. However, his untimely demise sowed the seeds for the decline of the Ming dynasty. The commentary suggested that the era of the Ming war god was on the horizon. Zhu Zhanji's son, woefully inadequate, achieved feats that no emperor had accomplished in 5 centuries. Such a substantial fortune nearly squandered could be considered a talent, outpacing even Hu Hai. My grandfather inflicted pain upon them. I shall subdue them, and my son will infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Zhu Di instilled fear in them. Zhu Zhanji brought them to heel, and Zhu Qizhan made them revel. Generations of accumulated wealth were lost in the singular battle of Ming Baozong. Historically, he was the only one known as the door-knocking emperor, single-handedly dismantling 500,000 elite soldiers of the Ming. In the dynamic of father and son, Zhu Zhanji and Zhu Qizhan were the tiger's sons, while Zhu Qizhan and Zhu Jianshan were the dog's father and tiger's son. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Xuanzong ascended the throne, and Zhu Zhanji was overwhelmed with fury to the point of spitting blood. He recalled personally naming Zhu Qizhan, bestowing upon him the character, which signifies a military stronghold, filled with boundless expectations. He had appointed Zhu Qizhan as the crown prince, harboring great hopes for him, yet he never anticipated such inadequacy. The great warrior of the Ming, the revered son of heaven, Zhu Qizhan, now left Zhu Zhanji profoundly questioning his own judgment. What, indeed, had Zhu Qizhan accomplished? The voice of Zhu Zhanji erupted in fury from the grand hall, prompting the palace attendants to instantly kneel in submission. Only Sun Ruowei, the mother of Zhu Qizhan, stood defiantly. Your Majesty, what the heavenly curtain has uttered is sheer nonsense. Zhu Qizhan is your son. Do you not trust your own flesh and blood? Zhu Zhanji's countenance darkened, as he had favored the Sun family, even deposing Empress Hu Shanshang for her. However, this did not grant him the liberty to jest with the empire of the Ming. Today's topic of discourse: is Zhu Qizhan the worst emperor in the history of the Ming dynasty? Upon the emergence of this subject, Zhu Zhanji felt a wave of darkness envelop him, his blood surging violently. Gazing at the child in Sun Ruowei's arms, he was consumed by an overwhelming urge to seize the infant and extinguish its life within the swaddling cloth. Your Majesty's illustrious reputation has been tarnished by your hands. Known as the Heavenly Son, the god of war, and a student of the Urid, Zhu Qizhan stands not only as the most incompetent ruler of the Ming, but also ranks among the most foolish and corrupt of the over 400 emperors throughout the feudal dynasties. The Battle of Tumu Fortress resulted in the disastrous defeat of the Ming army, the emperor captured, and 200,000 soldiers slaughtered, decimating decades of military accumulation in a single confrontation. The once invincible Zhang Fu met his demise, while the Oirat forces advanced northward, encircling the capital. At the brink of survival for the Ming dynasty, his brother Zhu Qiyu ascended to the throne. As the grand edifice of the Ming teetered on the edge of collapse, Yu Qian led troops to fortify the capital, turning the tide during a critical juncture. Yu Qian welcomed the enemy at the gates, engaging in a fierce battle outside Beijing for an entire month, ultimately causing the wall of forces to disband. Had it not been for Yu Qian's resolute resistance and valor, the Ming would have repeated the tragic fate of the Southern Song. Comments: this traitor brought ruin upon the Ming at its zenith, his only contribution being the birth of Zhu Jianshan, a worthy son. Zhu Di declared, in the past 3 centuries, only I could reach this point. Zhu Qizhan asserted, in the past 3 centuries, only I could be bound here. Be confident. In the past 3 millennia, only I have been ensnared to this extent. The 2 emperors of the Song, Huizong and Qin Dai, at least held sway in Liaodong, while he ventured directly into the heart of the steppe. Merely holding the title of Heavenly Son would suffice to affix him to the pillar of shame as the sole Han traitor among Han and foreign emperors alike. Even during the Song, such a scenario was unprecedented. He favored eunuchs, executed Yu Qian, and upon his return to power, established a monument for Wangshan, earning the title of the worst emperor in over 5 millennia, a distinction well-deserved. Zhu Qizhan's most fitting end should have been to perish at Tumu Fort. He should have drowned before embarking on his campaign. No, he ought to have perished at birth, in the realm of the Great Song. Upon witnessing the netizens' remarks in the heavens, comparing the current emperor to the feeble Huizong and Qinzong of the Song dynasty. The minds of several emperors from that illustrious era found a sudden sense of equilibrium, even moved to tears of joy. The Song dynasty, despite its persistent decline in strength, thrived economically. Although it faced the humiliation of Jingkong, the sovereign of the Ming dynasty, during its zenith, ultimately led the nation to ruin. People dread comparisons. In contrast, the Song appears far superior to the Ming's martial prowess and the foreign students from Walla. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Xuanzong gazed upon the infant with a heart full of malice towards Zhu Qizhen. Sun Ruowei, trembling while cradling Zhu Qizhen, glanced at the heavens, aware that regardless of reality, her and Zhu Qizhen's future was utterly bleak. It seemed that the cold palace would be their inevitable fate for the latter part of their lives. Upon the return of Zhu Qizhen, Zhu Zhanji seized the opportunity to usurp his brother's throne. Once in power, he executed loyal ministers and favored treacherous eunuchs, summing up Zhu Qizhen's life as a relentless endeavor to wreak havoc upon the Ming dynasty, while those around him tirelessly cleaned up the mess he created. As the words of the narrator faded, Zhu Zhanji, with eyes ablaze, overturned the table before him. He rushed towards Sun Ruowei, snatching the child from her grasp, causing her heart to shatter with fear as she desperately tried to reclaim Zhu Qizhen from his hands. Perhaps it would be better for me to end your life now than to allow you to bring ruin upon the Ming Empire in the future. After watching the video, Li Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a talent!" He scrolled through the comments, filled with sarcasm directed at the Walla students abroad. They proclaimed that while the Ming Emperor guards the nation's borders, this one comes knocking, bringing enemies to persuade surrender. Ha ha ha, the Walla students, having studied abroad, have become even more foolish and tyrannical. The Ming clan is aptly named the Door clan for a reason. His brother, Zhu Qiyu, was entrusted with a critical mission and valiantly defended Beijing, saving the Ming dynasty. Despite sharing the same father, how could their differences be so stark? Zhu Qiyu had many admirable qualities, yet he was too soft-hearted. He should have ended Zhu Qizhen's life upon his return. In the footage, a man in red appeared, Zhu Qiyu, who, riding a noble steed, looked back with a gaze full of reluctance. Yet, in the next moment, he resolutely spurred his horse onward. Entrusted with a grave mission to protect his homeland, Emperor Jingtai, Zhu Qiyu, exemplified the valor of the Zhu lineage, willing to pledge his loyalty to the nation. Even if I perish on the battlefield, I shall have the honor of facing my ancestors. The scene shifted to one of raging flames, where the same man wielded a long sword, courageously battling foes. I ascended to the throne amidst the smoke of war, my reign dedicated to preserving the empire of the Ming. Every day, every night, my thoughts are consumed with how to safeguard the Ming. The seventh emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Jingtai, Zhu Qiyu, was the second son of Emperor Xuanzong, Zhu Zhanji, and the brother of Emperor Yingzong, Zhu Qizhen. In commentary, Zhu Zhanji remarked on Zhu Qiyu, deeming him weak-willed and unfit for great responsibilities. Little did he foresee that the very son he underestimated would ultimately uphold the Ming Empire. This seemingly feeble child managed to preserve the Zhu family's dominion. Had he resolved to act decisively and dealt with the foreign students, the Ming could have enjoyed another century of prosperity under Zhu Qiyu's reign. However, it is simplistic to overlook the presence of the formidable Empress Sun Ruowei at court. She audaciously approached adversaries seeking surrender, a singular act throughout history, unique to Zhu Qizhen. Upon reading the comments, Li Luo could not help but sigh. Zhu Qiyu stands as the most tragic and heart-wrenching emperor in Ming history. He rescued the dynasty from peril yet never gained entrance to the imperial tombs. If he had been more assertive and resolute, he might have been an emperor to rival his father. Furthermore, the demise of Yu Qian was deeply unjust. Escaping execution under the hands of the Yongle, Renzong, Xuanzong, and Daizong, he was ultimately slain by the Ming's military hero. Li Luo inhaled deeply, recalling Yu Qian's poem, which had been included in the compulsory 9-year education curriculum. To shatter my body without fear, I shall leave behind my integrity in this world. A great sovereign could not bear to execute him, nor could a benevolent ruler, nor a wise monarch. Yet a feckless emperor ordered his death. With Yu Qian's execution, Zhu Qizhen, like Zhao Guo, has been forever marked by history as a figure of disgrace. On the screen, a righteous man approaches with measured steps, loyal and valiant. Shining brightly alongside the sun and moon, he's the last pillar of the Ming, Yu Qian. A national hero, he stands alongside Yu Fei, one saved the Southern Song, the other rescued the Ming. In times of crisis, he rose to the occasion, reversing dire circumstances to save the nation and its people. His life was characterized by integrity, purity, and a profound love for his subjects. Alas, Yu Qian, Zhang Zhuzheng, and Wang Yangming each played pivotal roles in rescuing the Ming dynasty during its darkest hours, extending its lifespan by a century. The Ming dynasty truly teemed with talent, yet capable emperors were few. With 5 dragons sharing the throne, the nation's fortunes waned rapidly. Were it not for the remarkable Wang Yangming emerging in the latter half, Yu Qian would have undoubtedly been the preeminent figure of the Ming. After Yu Qian's passing, the Ming lost its steadfast loyalists. For the great man, he cherished this realm. Zhu Di even cautioned Zhu Zhanji, insisting that Yu Qian must not be harmed, yet, astonishingly, the sovereign himself ordered his execution. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Xuanzong, Zhu Zhanji, after perusing all the barrage of comments, was compelled to expel a mouthful of fresh blood. The provocations he endured throughout the day surpassed those of his entire lifetime. I shall designate Zhu Qiyu as the crown prince. I will personally instruct him. With a final glance at the heartbroken son Ruowei, he gestured to the officials. Take the empress away. The celestial display continued to unfold. As for Yu Qian, his prowess was unparalleled, had it not been for Yu Qian's valiant efforts. The tumultuous tide would not have been stemmed. The history of the Ming dynasty, which spans 276 years, has dwindled down to mere fragments. Throughout history, the successive ministers of war during the Ming dynasty have not garnered much renown. However, Yu Qian played a pivotal role in rejuvenating the Ming dynasty, rescuing it from the brink of peril. During the reign of Zhu Qizhen, the 6th emperor of the Ming dynasty, under the malevolent influence of the eunuch Wangzhen, he personally led an army of 200,000 to confront the Walla at Temu Fortress. There, he suffered a catastrophic defeat, resulting in the annihilation of his forces and his own capture. Seizing the opportunity, the Walla army advanced southward, besieging the imperial capital. At the critical juncture of survival for the Ming dynasty, Yu Qian resolutely opposed the prevailing consensus, personally overseeing the defense of Beijing. Under his remarkable leadership, the Ming forces triumphed in the defense of the city, driving the Walla back to the steppes and securing the release of Zhu Qizhen. However, upon Zhu Qizhen's restoration, Yu Qian was falsely accused and met with an unjust demise. Despite possessing the potential to rejuvenate the Ming dynasty, he tragically fell victim to Zhu Qizhen's treachery. As the comments reflect, after Yuan Chonghuan saved Chongzhen, he too met a grim fate, highlighting the dismal endings of loyal ministers. Throughout history, there has been a saying about achieving success and retiring gracefully. Indeed, many founding generals of the Ming dynasty faced execution at the hands of Zhu Yuanzhang. Among the figures I admire most in the Ming dynasty are Yu Qian, Wang Yangming, and Zhang Zhuzheng. He salvaged the empire, but could not save himself. It is worth noting that the loyal ministers of the Ming seem to share a common tragic fate. In the realm of the Ming dynasty during the Yongle era, Zhu Di, after reflecting upon the life of Yu Qian, could not help but let out a sigh. He had long proclaimed that only by shedding some of his impetuosity and arrogance could Yu Qian truly flourish. Heaven had not been unkind to the Zhu family, presenting them with such a remarkable talent, yet it culminated in such a tragic fate. Ultimately, it has left the hearts of loyal subjects in despair. The loyal ministers, cherished by 3 generations of emperors, still met with an untimely demise. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Xuanzong, Zhu Zhanji, reminisced about the moment he first encountered Yu Qian. In a state of inebriation and slumber, the once prominent scholar had composed verses that incensed Emperor Qingzu. Despite being a man of wild spirit, he possessed a heart devoted to the people, earning the admiration of his grandfather. Before his passing, his grandfather had specifically instructed that this man must not be harmed, yet fate led him to perish at the hands of a worthless wretch. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yingzong, Zhu Qizhen, was consumed by an uncontrollable fury. The effort he expended to restore his reign was monumental, nearly costing him his very life. He acknowledged the grave error of executing Yu Qian, yet felt utterly powerless. Had you survived, those who supported his ascension would not have acquiesced. The notion of revitalizing the Ming dynasty was but an illusion. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng finds himself envious once more. The Ming dynasty truly squanders its resources, failing to cherish its talents. Consider how desperately the Great Qin seeks out the gifted. Encountering such a remarkable individual would be a cause for quiet delight. Yet, instead of treating them with the respect they deserve, they are carelessly executed. Zhu Qizhen is indeed blind and heartless, unworthy of significant responsibility. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin was ever eager to seek out talented individuals. He could accommodate a person like Wei Zheng and cherish those of integrity and talent, such as Yu Qian. Talented individuals are often like spirited steeds. It suffices to tame them. It is only a feeble monarch who would mistakenly eliminate wise ministers. The demise of such gifted individuals is a lamentable tragedy, indeed. The video continues, and the scene shifts. Today's topic: do you believe the fate of the Ming dynasty has run its course? Yu Qian's life mirrored the essence of his poem Lime Ode, penned at the tender age of 17. At 15, he achieved the status of a scholar, and by 17, he had composed his renowned piece. At 23, he became a jinshi. At 28, he was appointed as an inspector, and at 32, he served as a provincial governor. At 51, he held the position of Minister of War, safeguarding the capital, yet tragically, he met his end at 59 under wrongful accusations. The scene transitions to a spirited Zhu Qizhen, captured by the Oirat during a personal military expedition. During the defense of the capital, from August 16 to November 8, 1449, the gray-haired Yu Qian donned armor and stood resolutely upon the city walls, vowing to share the fate of the Ming dynasty. In the eyes of the Ministry of War, there was no room for compromise. It was a battle to the death. Those advocating for retreat faced execution. A line of text appears: Yu Qian and the pro-war officials vowed to defend the capital at all costs, thus transforming the perilous situation of the Ming dynasty into one of stability. The comments reflect a shared sentiment: I possess the spirit of the Ming dynasty. It is a pity that we mourn for Yu Qian, a loyal minister of his time. Musi Li remarked, the Ming dynasty was filled with individuals of honor and wisdom. Yet the incidents at Tumu Fortress and the Jingtai incident remain stains upon Chinese history. Nangwa Xiangxi lamented, after Yu Qian, there were no more loyal ministers in the Ming dynasty, and the seeds of its downfall were sown from that moment. Chunin Huakai suggested, Yu Qian should have summoned the courage to thwart Zhu Qizhen's restoration and establish a new emperor, akin to Huaguang of the Han dynasty. My deepest admiration lies with Yu Qian, lamented another. It is regrettable how the internal strife of the Zhu family brought ruin upon him. Upon reading these comments, Li Luo felt a profound respect for Yu Qian. As he continued to scroll through his phone, a title captured his attention. What if Zhu Qiyu conversed with Yu Qian? Two tragic yet poignant figures in history. Zhu Qiyu, Yu Qian, you hold the power of 10 battalions. Yet you stand idly by as the southern palace seeks to restore itself, leading to the desolation of our realm. Do you not regret this? Yu Qian, I have no regrets. Zhu Qiyu, you repeatedly advised me to welcome back the emperor, yet it resulted in your execution. Do you not regret this? Yu Qian, I have no regrets. Zhu Qiyu, you are a man of integrity, yet you are falsely accused of treason. Do you not regret this? Yu Qian, I have no regrets. I choose to pursue what I believe is right. Yu Qian, the Ming dynasty belongs to the multitude of its citizens. It cannot be sacrificed for the affairs of a single ruler. Yu Qian, it cannot be reduced to mere personal interests. Wang Mingyang summarized Yu Qian's life. In Yu Qian's heart, the stability of the nation and the well-being of its people outweighed the significance of the monarch. In reviewing the characters Yu Qian had boldly confronted in the drama The Splendor of the Ming Dynasty, we find, first, Shi Di, may the emperor temper his warlike ambitions, renew benevolence towards the people, and bestow kindness upon the realm. Second, Zhu Zhanji, your majesty. All the princes have returned. If you dare to draw blood in the presence of the spirits, rebellion will arise within 3 months. Third, Zhu Qizhen, I believe we can avoid conflict with the Oirat. As Confucius said, if names are not correct, language will not be in order. I am a loyal minister, and for the benefit of the state, I will not shy away from the acts of battle. Fourth, Empress Dowager's son, your majesty. If your affection for the emperor leads you to squander national resources on war, calamity will befall the nation. The historical precedent of King Yu of Zhou igniting war to please a concubine serves as a warning. How will future historians judge your actions? You are mistaken, your majesty. In the realm of Great Qin, Yingzheng erupted into a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Yu Qian is truly formidable. He dares to confront anyone. The emperor felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards him. Yu Xiaobao, a true champion of the people, was indeed commendable. After a night of rest, Li Luo arrived early the next day at the hotel restaurant. The dining area was adorned with an exquisite array of breakfast options, featuring both Western delicacies and a variety of traditional Chinese fare. The common folk of all dynasties trembled with awe. For although they were aware that future generations enjoyed bountiful feasts, they were still astonished by the diverse offerings presented at the hotel. In the realm of the Great Qin, Emperor Yingzheng gazed in astonishment at the myriad breakfast offerings displayed in the celestial expanse above, rendered momentarily speechless. The sheer variety presented for a single morning repast was overwhelming. It seemed even an ordinary citizen in the future enjoyed superior fare compared to the emperor himself, evoking a sense of envy. Soon, the attention of individuals from various dynasties was captured by a colossal blue model within the dining hall. What could it be? A massive sphere loomed at the center of the restaurant. Li Luo stood calmly before this grand globe, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. A charming little girl approached, her face adorned with innocence and curiosity, inquiring, "What are you looking at, mister?" She appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, embodying the essence of youthful inquisitiveness. Li Luo knelt to meet her gaze, smiling as he replied, "I am observing the map of our nation." Map? The girl tilted her head in confusion. Li Luo pointed to a specific location, explaining, "This is indeed the map of our country." No sooner had he spoken than the perspective of the celestial display shifted dramatically. Ying Zheng gasped, his eyes sharpening with intensity. What? The map of the future? As Li Luo's words resonated, individuals from various eras stood dumbfounded. They were astonished to discover that the entirety of the future Chinese territory occupied only a minuscule portion of the model. Suddenly, the first emperor trembled and bellowed, quickly, "Summon the cartographers. I demand they replicate every detail." All the emperors from different dynasties were momentarily frozen in disbelief, but in the next instant, they sprang into action, commanding their artists to reproduce the map. Li Luo's voice continued to echo, "This is our planet, and this is my nation." The ancients were rendered speechless. What? Li Luo's tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. Yet, to the ears of rulers from ages past, it sounded like thunder. Why was it a sphere? Had they not always believed the heavens were round and the earth flat? Their long-accepted worldview was shattered by the colossal model on display, revealing a spherical world, leaving them in astonishment. Geographers and scientists from all eras erupted into chaos. "Silence," commanded the leader, his voice hoarse from urgency. "Continue listening. Have all those details been recorded?" He urged the cartographers to capture every fragment of information, fearing even a slight omission. After conversing with the little girl for a while, Li Luo was soon approached by her mother. After bidding farewell, he returned to his table. The artists from various dynasties were left in despair. "Sir, please don't leave. We wish to continue observing that model. We implore you. We have yet to finish the map." Their lamentations went unheard by Li Luo, who picked up a dumpling and began scrolling through videos on his phone. Before long, a title appeared in the celestial display, "Other Nations Through the Eyes of Chinese Netizens." An exhilarating soundtrack filled the air as the imagery began to unfold before the astonished onlookers. The scene opened with a man in ancient attire, his face marked by concern, pacing in a courtyard. The commentary read, "The nation viewed by netizens as a beautiful land. This rogue possesses great strength. Direct confrontation is unwise." The scene shifted to a general, his eyes aflame with fury, suppressing his hatred momentarily. "The nation seen by netizens as the land of cherry blossoms. This grudge is irreconcilable. Any who dare intervene shall be met with lethal force." Next, a general brandishing a long spear rode a magnificent white steed, rallying his troops with fierce determination. "The nation viewed by netizens as the land of the Gallic rooster. Why not surrender sooner?" Suddenly, the soundtrack transitioned to a lively melody. "The nation seen by netizens as the land of John Bull. You are but a decaying bone. I shall capture you in due time." "The nation viewed as the bear. We are brothers." "The nation viewed as the southern stick. From my perspective, it is as if I am inserting a marker to sell soul." "The nation viewed as the land of the white elephant. Ha ha ha." "The nation seen as the land of Hans. A single man stands impenetrable against 1,000. "The nation viewed as the land of Italy. Such a fool is unworthy of counsel." "The nation viewed as the land of maple leaves, merely waving banners, aiding the tyrant." "The nation viewed as the land of kangaroos, brave yet lacking wisdom, akin to wolves." As the celestial video catalogued each nation, a complete world map materialized before the audience. Upon witnessing this map, individuals from various eras erupted in astonishment. "My heavens, there are so many nations in this world. Beyond the Great Chain, there existed the land of the white elephant, the land of cherry blossoms, the land of the northern stick, and the land of kangaroos." As they beheld the vast territories displayed in the celestial expanse, the martial leaders of each nation gleamed with fervor, their eyes reflecting a deep yearning. As warriors, their destiny was to gallivant across battlefields, embracing the possibility of death. Now, learning of the expansive lands beyond their own countries ignited a primal fire within them. The celestial display was inundated with comments. "Ha ha ha, the world perceived by netizens aligns with my own vision. A chronicle of the 3 kingdoms elucidates the nations of the world. I suggest the 3 kingdoms serves as a manual. Had His Majesty the first emperor possessed a world map, The entire globe would now speak a single language. What need would there be for English? In the realm of the great Qin, Ingzheng gazed upon the celestial canopy, his breath quickening with fervor. He had once believed that the expanse of the Qin territory was vast, yet upon beholding the contemporary world map, he realized that Qin's dominion was but a diminutive fragment. Suddenly, Ingzheng and his court of scholars and warriors were imbued with a spirited zeal. The generals brimming with fervent enthusiasm. On the shores of the land, could there be any sovereign but the king? Beneath the heavens, could there be any territory but the king's? What significance does the unification of the 6 states hold? I shall lead the iron cavalry of the great Qin to carve out a grand expanse of territory. Ingzheng and his court exchanged glances, each perceiving the ambition reflected in the other's eyes. In the realm of the great Han, Liu Che gazed thoughtfully at the celestial map unfurling above him. Throughout his life, he waged war against the Xiongnu, engaging in conflict for 44 of his 54 years on the throne. After years of contention, he discovered that future generations would classify the Xiongnu among the ethnic minorities, achieving a vision of universal kinship. The melding of ethnicities and the unification of the realm resulted in a territory far more expansive than during the Han dynasty. Regrettably, the entirety of the Xiongnu lands was not incorporated into the empire. In the realm of the Great Song, Zhao Kuangyin was in exceptionally high spirits, repeatedly expressing his approval. The later generations have finally reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yinyan, accomplishing what he could not. The territory has expanded significantly beyond the boundaries of the Song dynasty. In the realm of the Yuan, do you see? The world is vast, and there remain countless lands to conquer. Let the entire world tremble beneath our iron hoofs. In the era of the Ming dynasty, Zheng He hastily instructed the cartographer to draft a maritime map. This voyage to the western seas was fortuitously aided by the celestial map, alleviating an urgent predicament. Zheng He was filled with exhilaration. With this map, he could explore far-off lands and extend the prestige of the Ming dynasty across the oceans. Li Luo, having taken a light breakfast, resumed watching videos. When a particular title piqued his curiosity, the innate warrior gene in the Chinese, Li Luo paused, finding it somewhat amusing. Do we possess such a thing within us? Shortly thereafter, the screen revealed a utopian paradise, where men tilled the fields and women wove, with flocks of chickens and ducks, leading a simple yet blissful life. The faces of common folk throughout history reflected envy, for their lifelong desires were merely stability and happiness, with a few patches of land, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. However, the scene swiftly shifted to one of chaos, with the clamor of war igniting. As rows of disciplined armies advanced with an imposing presence, warrior genes, it is no wonder that China stands resilient. Indeed, we all harbor the essence of warriors within us. The rulers of various dynasties, momentarily stunned by the shock of the world map, turned their gaze back to the celestial display. A voiceover gently articulated the revelation. It is no surprise that China excels in both warfare and agriculture. This duality was inscribed in our very genes from the outset. It is widely acknowledged that China is a nation profoundly devoted to peace, with its people often engaged in agriculture and horticulture. Who could have anticipated that such inclinations stem from our genetic makeup? It is indeed astonishing to consider that within the genetic framework of the Chinese populace lies a gene known as MAOA. As this revelation reverberated, individuals from various dynasties were left utterly astonished. What precisely is the MAOA gene? Do they possess such a gene? How could they have been oblivious to this fact? As we exchanged glances, a look of bewilderment graced our faces. This particular gene is referred to as the wartime gene or the gene of violence. No sooner had I spoken than a barrage of comments flooded in. It is no wonder our village is perpetually embroiled in disputes over the slightest sliver of land. Perhaps this is an innate advantage of our ethnicity. Throughout history, agriculture and warfare have been intertwined. Conflict arises to acquire more territory, while cultivation sustains the means for war. After all, the army must be provisioned before it is mobilized. In times of peace, we till the soil. In times of war, we become warriors. The imagery continued to unfold before us. Individuals possessing this gene exhibit an extraordinary propensity for aggression in specific circumstances, able to maintain composure even as adrenaline surges. In other words, those who are typically meek and unassuming can transform into formidable combatants when faced with change. They embody the diligent farmer. Yet once the land is no longer available, they unleash their ferocity. The comments echoed. Chinese people are inherently warriors. Cultivating land and waging war are not mutually exclusive. One moment one may be farming, and the next, aiming at a target. Mornings are for sowing, afternoons for training. We can ride into battle and then return to the fields. Is it possible that our ancestors recognized this genetic trait and thus devised agriculture to temper its intensity? China, with its 5 millennia of history, cherishes peace in the cultivation of land. If you deny me the opportunity to farm, I shall cultivate you instead. Reading the comments from netizens nearly brought laughter to Li Luo in the comment section. The video continued to unfold, illustrating that not only does this gene not diminish rationality, but it also confers enhanced strength and speed, an extraordinary dual advantage. It is no wonder that our ancestors, while tending to the fields, were able to conquer vast territories. Through this innate talent, China has repeatedly ascended to the pinnacle of the world. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng found himself momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances with his ministers, each harboring a singular question, is this truly the case? However, he quickly reconsidered and recognized the validity of the notion. Throughout Chinese history, the nation has been embroiled in perpetual warfare, whether actively engaged in battle or en route to it. Whenever the common folk found themselves bereft of land to cultivate, conflict would inevitably ensue. Yet, none had contemplated this perspective until the celestial video presented them with a novel line of thought. In the realm of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang found the notion quite intriguing. It appeared that centuries of relentless warfare had imbued our nation with an innate talent. One wonders whether the nations displayed in the celestial dome possess a similar gift as ours. Liu Bang was certain that the Xiongnu also harbored such abilities. Yet their skills lay solely in herding and plundering, neglecting cultivation altogether. Despite our remarkable endowment, we have not forsaken the noble pursuit of agriculture. We plant wherever we go. And even upon reaching the moon, our first instinct was to ascertain whether the lunar soil could sustain crops. Upon realizing its infertility, the entire nation lamented in sorrow. Yet, as we contemplated the possibility of cultivating on the far side of the moon, a collective gasp echoed through history as the citizens of various dynasties absorbed the proclamation. What? The moon? Confusion reigned, with many questioning if they had misheard, their eyes drawn skyward. However, it was not night. The moon was not visible. Was this celestial body indeed the one they envisioned? Astronomers throughout the ages were left dumbfounded, for the moon had always seemed an unattainable dream. Could it be that future generations had advanced to such heights of technology that they could set foot upon the lunar surface and extract its soil? Good heavens! Was this truly the case? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Perhaps it is indeed true. The astronomers felt their legs weaken, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of unreality, while others trembled at the thought of war, grappling with post-traumatic responses. We in China found ourselves sharing experiences of conflict and strategies for confronting adversaries. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin could not help but probe his ears. His eyes wide with astonishment, he turned to the Empress Changsun beside him for confirmation. Guanyin maid, I did not mishear, did I? His tone began to falter. The Empress glanced at the heavens, inhaled deeply, and replied, Your Majesty, it is indeed true. People of the future have truly set foot upon the moon. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Li Shimin, his face flushed as he grasped the Empress's hand, his eyes reflecting profound shock. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi held a golden hairpin in her hand, preening herself before the mirror, dismissing the words inscribed in the heavens with a scoff. With a disdainful snort, she expressed her incredulity. Landing on the moon, cultivating the land, such notions were nothing but utter nonsense. The chief eunuch hastily complimented, Your Majesty, you are absolutely correct. The matters concerning the celestial dome are purely figments of imagination. The moon, exalted and distant, is a realm that cannot be casually traversed. It seems that those of future generations are merely fabricating tales. Li Luo scrolled through the comments section, perusing each netizen's remarks. If only I had a flower pot. I would love to plant a bunch of scallions. As I age, this ancestral calling awakens within me. No wonder, whenever I encounter an empty plot of land, I am compelled to cultivate something. In times of despair, I can always return home to till the soil. In times of prosperity, I aspire to acquire a quaint courtyard, perhaps a few plots of land, to indulge in gardening, nurturing flowers, and raising a few geese. Cultivating the land is our livelihood. Warfare merely serves to protect the fields we tend. Agriculture is our primary pursuit, while conflict is but a passive defense. Having finished reading the comments, Li Luo felt as if 1,000 frustrations coursed through him. A sudden memory struck him during his survival gaming sessions. His instinct was to seek out land for cultivation once survival was assured. Recalling Yuan Lao's ambition to cultivate rice and seawater, he realized that he had indeed reached a certain age. The unique genetic predisposition of the Chinese people had been awakened within him. Throughout history, the common folk have often found themselves in a haze of confusion. Is it not a matter of mere capability to grow crops? Is it not an innate talent? Just as Li Luo found the situation amusing yet exasperating, the next video commenced. How peculiar is it for the Chinese to cultivate vegetables in the eyes of foreigners? Every ethnicity around the globe possesses its own inherent gifts. In the perspective of outsiders, the Bear Nation is a warrior race. The people of the Elephant Nation exude a natural affinity for song and dance, while the Kunlun slaves are endowed with a flair for rap, excelling in both melody and athletics. Some races are naturally adept in commerce. So what innate talent do the Chinese possess in the eyes of foreigners? The Great Qin Dimension. General Meng Yi gazed upon the words fighting nation, and a fervent spirit of battle ignited within his eyes. Based on the geographical coordinates previously displayed in the firmament, he had already discerned the precise location of the Bear Country. He rubbed his fists together, his blood coursing with excitement. He eagerly anticipated the day when he could engage in combat with those who are renowned as the fighting nation. In the realm of the Great Qing, Emperor Qianlong beheld with astonishment the spectacle of the people from the kingdom of the White Elephant dancing gracefully in a pool beneath the celestial canopy. Men and women twirled together in the water, and the emperor was left utterly flabbergasted. The assembled ministers were equally taken aback. What? Humans and cattle bathing together in the same pool? Qianlong was rendered speechless by the bizarre customs of this foreign land. He Shun's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling, as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Your Majesty, this small foreign nation, lacking in proper education, how can people bathe alongside livestock? In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin gazed in awe at the celestial display before him. Previously, the artist had nearly completed the world map. Standing beside the map, he and Empress Changsun marveled at the revelations, including the discovery that the homeland of the Kunlun slaves lay in Africa. This ethnic group, with skin as dark as coal, excelled in song and dance. However, the meaning of excelling in sports remained unclear. The video continued to unfold. The inherent racial aptitude of the Chinese people lies in agriculture, an unwavering commitment to cultivate vegetables regardless of time or place. A website in the beautiful nation showcased a video featuring a group of Chinese individuals growing vegetables at Yale University. These were the parents of international students who accompanied their children to the beautiful land for educational pursuits. Observing the barren land adjacent to the university, an instinctive urge to cultivate awakened within them. Soon, the once unremarkable wasteland transformed into a thriving Chinese vegetable garden. The comments echoed that the highest praise for vegetables is that they are homegrown. To be candid, farming holds a sacred and admirable place in my heart. It requires mastery of timing, geography, and the cyclical nature of the seasons, alongside a deep understanding of plant growth. Chinese heritage carries an innate talent for cultivation. For instance, while I struggle with flowers and trees, my vegetable garden flourishes. Although I lack agricultural skills, an intrinsic desire compels me to dream of possessing a yard where I could leisurely tend to a garden, grow vegetables, and nurture flowers. Regrettably, it is impossible to cultivate vegetables on the moon. Why, I ponder, did Wang Bochuan's agricultural talent remain dormant? For 18 years, she could only forage for wild vegetables. For a lifelong vegetable enthusiast, cultivating crops in a garden is merely routine. The places where the Chinese grow vegetables continually defy human imagination. Those with yards cultivate gardens. Those without utilize balconies, and those lacking balconies resort to rooftops. Even in flower pots or empty bowls, there exists an irresistible urge to place soil and plant something. The comments suggested that a foreign gaming company had conducted a survey, revealing that those who enjoy cultivating crops and games are predominantly Chinese players. Upon viewing this video, I instinctively glanced at the garlic sprouts I was nurturing in a foam box. The notion of self-sufficiency is ingrained in my very being. Since learning that lunar soil is unsuitable for cultivation, it has garnered little attention. The narration continued. While other nations aspire to reach the moon with the vision of a small step for mankind, China's ambitions focus on cultivating cotton on the lunar surface. The Chang'e 4 lunar mission carried potatoes. When Chinese netizens discovered that lunar soil could not support agriculture, there was a collective sense of disappointment. As the celestial commentary concluded, the rulers of various dynasties erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, fixating on the fleeting image of the potato on the screen. They understood the significance of cotton, a winter necessity for warmth, but their greater curiosity lay with the potato. An item deemed essential enough to accompany mankind to the moon must hold immense importance. The prospect of sustaining countless citizens with potatoes sparked lively thoughts among the rulers of the past. In the realm of the Ming dynasty during the reign of Emperor Wanli, the illustrious Zhu Yijun was filled with exuberance, for potatoes had commenced their introduction within the palace. However, their scarcity rendered them a delicacy reserved solely for the nobility. It is evident that future generations must have mastered the cultivation techniques of the potato to facilitate its proliferation into every household. Summon the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. I desire them to come forth and study the potato for me. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin gazed at the sky, his eyes reflecting an intense yearning for the potato. The absence of this tuber within the Tang territory indicated its status as an exotic species. Issue a decree, he commanded, and ensure that the potato is found for me. I care not what methods you employ, it is imperative that you bring the potato back to the Tang. Throughout history, emperors have recognized the significance of the potato. With a world map in hand, what difficulty could there be in retrieving such a humble tuber? At that moment, a sense of ambition flickered in the eyes of the sovereigns of bygone eras. Meanwhile, Li Luo's fingers danced swiftly across the screen of his mobile device. In an instant, a new headline illuminated the sky. Look, a new image has appeared in the heavens. The emperors jolted to attention, straightening their postures as their gazes collectively fixed upon the celestial display. A new video commenced, titled Ranking the Territorial Expanses of Dynasties in Chinese History. Upon the revelation of this title, Ing Zhang's spirit surged, his eyes alight with excitement. He yearned to discover the territorial extent of the Qin Empire following his unification of the 6 states. Where would it rank in the annals of Chinese history? The emperors of various dynasties shared in this fervor. None could resist the allure of such rankings. All eyes were riveted upon the celestial screen as the video unfolded. The top 10 territorial rankings in Chinese history were revealed, beginning with the 10th, the Qin dynasty. Ing Zhang was taken aback. The unified dynasty he had established, through the conquest of the 6 states, was only ranked 10th in terms of territorial size in Chinese history. This revelation meant that his grand Qin Empire was relegated to the lowest position. A surge of discontent welled within the heart of the first emperor. We, the Qin, with the might of 6 generations, commanded by heaven, have swept across the land, annihilating Yin, Zhao, Han, Qi, Chu, and Wei. Yet, despite our vast dominion, we find ourselves at the bottom of the list. His gaze quickly shifted to the world map behind him. He resolved to expand the Qin's territory further, employing the might of his iron cavalry to conquer an even greater expanse. The Great Qin Empire lasted through 3 generations, comprising 2 emperors and 1 king, with a reign of 14 years and a territorial expanse of 3.55 million square kilometers. It is indeed astonishing that the Qin's land area ranks 10th among empires. Given its reputation, the world's mightiest empire met its demise in a mere 14 years, leading to a day when one might wish to drag Hu Hai out for a thorough chastisement. The 9th position is held by the Sui dynasty, 581 to 618 AD. Yang Jian extinguished the Chun dynasty to establish the Sui, and during the reign of Emperor Yang, the territory expanded to 4.67 million square kilometers. There is no doubt that Yang Guang was a capable sovereign. However, he exerted excessive pressure on the aristocracy and commoners alike. The title Yang Guang was a posthumous epithet conferred by the Tang dynasty, while his original temple name and title were De Sui Shizu Ming Huang. Under the leadership of him and his father, the Sui dynasty indeed flourished. In my view, Yang Guang's contributions are significant, yet he was too hasty in his ambitions, attempting to accomplish in a single generation what should have taken 3. Without the establishment of the imperial examination system and the Grand Canal, how could the prosperity of the Tang dynasty have emerged? Yang Guang had both merits and faults, but the Tang dynasty chose to record only his failings. His impatience led him to seek rapid results in matters that required the patience of generations, unlike Emperor Wu of Han, who had the wealth accumulated over several generations to support his endeavors. The governance of Wen and Jing indeed laid a solid foundation for the achievements of Emperor Wu. As Yang Jian reflected on the impending demise of the Sui dynasty, he was overwhelmed with sorrow. After concluding 350 years of turmoil, establishing a unified dynasty, and ushering in the Kaihuang era, he dedicated 2 decades to this monumental task. Yet, the unity and prosperity of the Sui vanished in an instant, ultimately falling prey to the Tang dynasty under the Li family. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan felt a profound sense of indignation. With a cold snort directed at the celestial expanse, he turned his back in frustration. To his astonishment, the Sui dynasty had managed to secure a place on the list. What virtues or capabilities did Yang Guang possess? During his reign, the common people endured not a single day of peace. The 3 campaigns against Goguryeo had drained the populace and squandered wealth, leaving the subjects in unbearable suffering. How could it be that the Sui dynasty still made it onto the list? Li Yuan's ire intensified as he observed the favorable assessments of Emperor Yang of Sui in the comments from later generations. Beside him, an attendant wore a pained expression and hastily urged, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger and take care of your health." In the realm of the Western Jin, established in 266 AD, Sima Yin, grandson of Sima Yi, wore a beaming smile. Lifting his wine cup, he offered a distant toast to the heavens. As the saying goes, the throne comes around year after year. This year, it has finally graced his family. The empire had at long last fallen into the hands of the Sima clan. In the realm of the 3 kingdoms, Cao Cao, consumed by fury, hurled his wine cup aside. The old rogue Sima Yi had usurped power. He had foolishly believed Sima Yi to be akin to Liu Bei's Zhuge Liang, only to discover he had invited a wolf into his home. With concern etched on his face, Cao Pai seized the opportunity to counsel his father. "Father, I have long sensed the wolfish ambition of this Sima Yi. Such treacherous intent should be eradicated swiftly." Comments flowed in. The Sima clan is a scourge to the Han people. They are truly the most detestable family in history. This chapter of history makes me feel that humans are no different from beasts. Of the 35 million northern Han people, only 400 remain. The demonish Jian Neifeng is akin to Sun Ruowei of the Ming dynasty. This is a dynasty even the annals of history refuse to record. The only one in Chinese history that achieved nothing. In the realm of the Western Jin, Sima Yan's expression darkened upon reading the reviews displayed above. His teeth clenched in rage as he glared at the comments, wishing he could bore a hole through the heavens. Were these individuals to inhabit the Jin dynasty? He would undoubtedly drag them all out for execution. Such utter nonsense was simply intolerable. No one is permitted to gaze upon the heavens. Those who defy this command shall face execution. As the rulers from various dynasties cast scornful glances at the Jin dynasty, they pondered the significance of a dynasty unrecognized by historical texts, one that even the chronicles refused to document, a dynasty that had achieved nothing. They were utterly perplexed by the purpose of such a disgraceful existence. The Western Jin was, indeed, a historical pariah. Wei Zheng stepped forward, sighed deeply, and quietly remarked, "I concur, Your Majesty." 7th place, Eastern Han. The territorial expanse of the Eastern Han was diminished compared to that of the Western Han, covering approximately 5.8 million square kilometers. 6th place, Western Han. In 202 BC, Liu Bang established the Han dynasty, further expanding the territory built upon the foundations of the Qin dynasty. By the reign of Emperor Xian of Han, the territory had reached an impressive 6.09 million square kilometers. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang was filled with exhilaration upon discovering that the Han had secured the 7th position on the esteemed list, with the 6th position following closely. It was indeed a moment of pride for the Han. "Let us raise our cups together in celebration," he proclaimed to his loyal ministers. LG, the Empress, beamed with joy, lifting her cup in homage to Liu Bang and the court officials. Despite Liu Bang's affection for Lady Qi, it remained evident that the future of the Han dynasty lay with her son. At that moment, their relationship had not yet reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Liu Bang was the emperor, and she was the empress, both sharing in the honor of the Han's recognition on the territorial list. Though the reasons behind the division of the Han into eastern and western branches and the subsequent assessments were unclear, it was undeniable that both were part of the greater Han legacy. The ministers, their faces aglow with delight, raised their cups in unison. "Congratulations to Your Majesty. Our great Han thrives under your reign and that of the future sovereign." A comment floated through the air. "I wonder what the Han would be like if 10,000 Special Forces soldiers were to traverse back in time." I hold a deep fondness for the Han dynasty, as my ethnicity is Han. According to Western notions that equate conquest with territorial claim, the Han dynasty's dominion should be vast indeed. Thus, strength begets an expanding realm. While the Han nearly vanquished the Xiongnu, they did not incorporate them into their territory. If we measure by the standards of the Tang dynasty, the Han's expanse would extend to the Arctic Ocean in the north. The achievements of Hua Zubing, who conquered the northern steppes and drank from the northern sea, symbolized the Han's dominion over the vast northern expanses. In my view, the entirety of the globe belongs to the Han, for wherever rivers flow and the sun and moon cast their light, it is all Han territory. Fifth place, China. With an impressive cumulative territory of 9.6 million square kilometers, situated in East Asia, bordered by the Pacific Ocean. The outline of a rooster-like map appeared against the celestial backdrop, bringing amusement to netizens. Southerners often believe that Northerners view the map of China this way. Aside from the Northeast, which is deemed the North, the rest is all considered the South. In our perspective from Ling'an, apart from Guangxi, everyone else is a Northerner. We refer to Hunan as such. How could it possibly be considered Northern? Our Hainan boasts the South China Sea, making it the largest province. The terms Eastern E, Southern Barbarians, Western Rhone, and Northern D, are we serious? A little-known fact, Shandong individuals are often shorter than the height of leeks, with the tallest leek reportedly reaching 2 meters. Fourth place, the Ming Dynasty. In the realm of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang beamed with joy, grasping the hand of Empress Ma, his happiness akin to that of a child. Xiao Ying, behold, our Ming has made the list. Although the ominous specter of destiny foretold the eventual demise of the Ming Dynasty, it could not dampen Zhu Yuanzhang's current elation. He held steadfastly to the belief that future rulers would find their own fortunes, as the heavens had already bestowed ample warnings upon the sovereigns of the future. Should they wish to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, it was certain that they would devise means to alter the course of history. The Ming Dynasty stands as the last feudal regime in Chinese history ruled by the Han people, spanning 16 emperors and enjoying a reign of 276 years. During the reign of the Ming Qingzhou, the territory had expanded to an impressive 9.97 million square kilometers. The bullet screen comments reflected. The Ming Dynasty reached its zenith under the fierce rule of Zhu Di, yet this so-called pinnacle merely encompassed Yuzhou and Liaodong, with the rest being tributary states lacking actual control. The Ming Dynasty successfully reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, lost for 3 to 4 centuries, an achievement that eluded the entire Song Dynasty. Initially, the Ming Dynasty proved to be a formidable force, though it faltered in its later years. Historically, only the Ming Dynasty can claim successful northern expeditions among the dynasties that required them, alongside the Jin and Song, with the Ming being the most triumphant of all. In the realm of the Ming Dynasty under the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, Zhu Zhangji gazed upon the comments displayed in the celestial expanse, feeling a profound embarrassment wash over his countenance. The Ming Dynasty flourished under the diligent governance of several generations of sovereigns, achieving unprecedented prosperity. However, from the moment he departed, the dynasty began its descent into decline. Although a few rejuvenating rulers emerged subsequently, the Ming Dynasty ultimately commenced its deterioration following Zhu Qixin. Is it indeed true, as foretold by celestial omens, that the 5 dragons of the Ming Dynasty exhausted the nation's fortune, leading to the selection of an inept successor by the sagacious and valiant ruler? Thirdly, the Tang Dynasty. Renowned as one of the most prosperous and powerful nations of its time, emerged as the unified dynasty succeeding the Sui Dynasty, encompassing a total of 21 emperors. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, the Tang Empire reached an expansive territory of 12.37 million square kilometers. In the realm of the Great Tang, Li Shimon's face flushed with excitement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was confident that, given the strength and expanse of the Tang Empire, they would surely be recognized. Wei Zheng and Changsun Wuji, among others, came forth to extend their congratulations to Li Shimon. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate Your Majesty's triumph. Under your governance, our great Tang enjoys bountiful harvests and the populace lives in peace and prosperity. The vast territories of the Tang are indeed a testament to your fortune, a blessing for the great Tang, and a joy for the common people of the realm. Li Shimon, buoyed by Changsun Wuji's words, waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, bestow rewards. The barrage of comments included depictions of the Tang Empire's territory through the lens of Sakura country, which also encompassed the islands of Kyushu. They counted the vassal states as well. By such calculations, during the Tang Dynasty, I would have been considered a foreigner. The territorial zenith of the Tang Dynasty was reached during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. It is indeed difficult to fathom that Li Bai was born near Lake Baikal. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin was taken aback. His gaze fixated on the comments displayed across the heavens, as he repeatedly murmured the name of Tang Gaozong, Li Ji, for Li Ji was his 9th son. In the grand hall, the ministers suddenly began to whisper amongst themselves. To their astonishment, it was revealed that Prince Li Ji had ascended to the throne as emperor. Neither Crown Prince Li Chengxian nor Li Tai had succeeded. What a turn of events. As the news spread, those who had aligned themselves with the Crown Prince and Li Tai felt a surge of renewed hope, their eyes glinting with ambition. It seemed prudent to seek an audience with the newly crowned Emperor Li Ji. Crown Prince Li Chengqian's complexion turned ashen, reflecting the profound blow he had suffered. Once the announcement was made regarding his unfortunate status as the disfavored prince, he appeared utterly transformed, lost in despair. He stared blankly at the heavens, murmuring to himself, unable to fathom that after enduring a prolonged rivalry with Li Tai, it was ultimately Li Ji who emerged victorious. Fate and fortune, it seemed, had conspired against him. With a bitter smile and a dazed expression, Li Chengqian lamented, "What is not destined for me shall never be mine." The Qing dynasty was the final feudal dynasty in Chinese history, encompassing a total of 10 emperors and lasting for 268 years. By 1760, following the pacification of the Dzungar region, the territory of the Qing reached its zenith, approximately 16 million square kilometers. However, by the late Qing period, it had diminished to 35 million square kilometers. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qianlong had yet to bask in the joys of his achievements when a flurry of comments descended from the heavens above. It is not my intent to cast aspersions, but the territory of the Qing dynasty was largely acquired by sheer fortune. The early Qing period was indeed formidable, yet it later succumbed to a state of vegetative existence. Strangely, a thought emerged in his mind. I desire the demise of the foreign devils. Without exaggeration, 1/4 of the land was indeed seized by Qianlong himself. Upon reading that his conquests accounted for 1/4 of the territory, a smile crept across his lips that he could not suppress. Ishin, did you witness this? 1/4 of the land is mine by right. The Qing dynasty proudly stood second in territorial expanse. Ha ha ha, under my reign, the vastness of the Qing has reached its zenith. Qianlong's elation knew no bounds, while he Shun, ever the loyal subject, was quick to bow and express his congratulations. Your servant extends his heartfelt congratulations to your majesty. The first place belonged to the Yuan dynasty. Upon seeing the phrase Yuan dynasty, Li Luo experienced a moment of realization. The Yuan dynasty was renowned for its valiant and belligerent nature, reveling in warfare. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they carved out such a vast domain. Established by the Mongols from 1271 to 1368, the Yuan dynasty, with its capital at Dadu, boasted 5 generations and 11 emperors over a span of 98 years. Its territory encompassed 1,526,000 square kilometers, with its peak extent reaching 1,400,000 square kilometers. Upon this revelation, monarchs from various dynasties were left astounded. Particularly Zhu Yuanzong. He understood the ferocity of the Yuan cavalry, but was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of their domain, which was the largest in the annals of Chinese history. At this moment, the comments on the celestial screen multiplied, essentially unified the Eurasian continent. Ha, ha, ha. The Mongols also had their moments of glory. A voice from the crowd interjected, "Hey, up there, now we are all one family among 56 ethnicities." It is almost unfathomable how the Southern Song could endure for so long, while often deemed weak. The Southern Song's ability to withstand prolonged conflict with the Mongols reveals their true strength, even in the face of a formidable adversary. Securing dominion is challenging, yet maintaining it proves even more arduous. Resisting Sinicization inevitably leads to fragmentation. Present Genghis Khan with a world map, and he would traverse every inch of it. The physical prowess of Inner Mongolians is nothing short of extraordinary. As the new title emerged, all historical figures turned their gazes towards the celestial display. How difficult was it to confront the Xiongnu? What trials did the northern expeditions entail? What hardships did the lives of border inhabitants endure? No one understood better than those monarchs and generals who had long battled the Xiongnu. Just as the crowd expressed their awe, the video commenced. Finally, it became evident why the Great Wall was constructed with such fortitude. The screen presented a troop of traditionally clad Mongolian warriors advancing with an air of intimidation. Even through the screen, the palpable sense of pressure was undeniable. Our ancestors had contended with this fierce group for centuries. Who would dare jest about swiftly defeating the Xiongnu? It is no wonder that Genghis Khan once sought to invade Europe. Once, an elder from Inner Mongolia lost his way and simply kept walking. By the time he was found, he had wandered all the way to Shandong. Had he been mounted, he might have reached the coast. A comment stated, "Now I understand why our ancestors feared the Mongolian cavalry. This elder is practically a modern-day cavalryman. To trek so far on foot to Shandong is truly remarkable." What is this? They can sprint 10,000 meters at will, akin to a collegiate athletic event. Indeed, They have grown up alongside horses, matching their speed with that of the foals. The scene shifted, revealing a group of delightful children, backpacks in tow. The narration continued. In Inner Mongolia, children celebrate Children's Day by walking 10 kilometers. In the next moment, the children transformed into vibrant young students, also shouldering backpacks, proudly marching with raised banners. By the time they reached high school, their hiking activities began at 80 kilometers. A car ride would take 40 minutes. Yet they rely solely on their legs to cover the distance. Dear friends from Inner Mongolia, let us promise not to become zombies, shall we? A comment read, if our friends from Inner Mongolia turn into zombies, none of us will escape. They could likely run from Inner Mongolia to Hainan in a day. Possessing an exceptionally formidable grip, the Great Wall's robust construction is not without reason. Thankfully, we are now one family. Otherwise, the wall would need to be raised an additional 2 or 3 meters. It is said that in mountainous terrains, one should ride with the people of Chongqing, while for long journeys, one must ride with the Mongolians. Li Luo found himself in fits of laughter at the comments from the netizens. He held his phone, chuckling heartily. The comments were largely filled with joyous banter. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, experienced a shiver of trepidation. It is worth noting that he ruled for 54 years, with 44 of those years spent in conflict with the Xiongnu. It was not until the emergence of Wei Qing and Hua Zubing that the Han and Xiongnu experienced a shift in their military dynamics. Simultaneously, Lu Che grew increasingly curious about how future generations would achieve harmony among the various ethnicities. Each comment on the celestial screen captured his meticulous attention. He could hardly fathom that such a scene would unfold before him. In the vast expanse of the Han realm, Liu Bang gazed at the heavens with a complex expression. The man who once emerged unscathed from the infamous Hongmen banquet now found himself paralyzed by fear at the sight of the Xiongnu cavalry. He recalled the harrowing memory of the Xiongnu's eldest son, Madan, who had ruthlessly slain numerous relatives and proclaimed himself the chieftain of the tribe. Under Madan's command, they seized territories stretching from the southern Yin Mountains to the northern shores of Lake Baikal, from the eastern Liao River to the western regions. This formidable tribe emerged as the most powerful force in the north, becoming a constant source of anxiety for Liu Bang. In the second year of his reign, Madan led his fearsome cavalry across the Great Wall, advancing relentlessly towards Jinyang. Liu Bang, too, had suffered a significant setback at the hands of the Xiongnu. The memories of the encirclement at Baidang Mountain filled him with indignation. It was a profound humiliation. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed upon the celestial canopy, revealing an expression of envy. The grand amalgamation of cultures and the harmony of the world were remarkable achievements of future generations. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed upon the ominous sight of Mongolian soldiers looming in the celestial expanse. While the atmosphere of the comment section brimmed with merriment, his thoughts a tempest of contemplation. After millennia of strife with the Xiongnu, he could scarcely fathom that a day of reconciliation had finally dawned. Citizens from various dynasties, witnessing this harmonious tableau of future nations, wore expressions of envy, yearning for a life of stability devoid of warfare, which only heralded bloodshed and sacrifice. They longed for a tranquil existence akin to that of later generations. Perhaps the interactions among future nations could offer a novel perspective to monarchs of bygone eras. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged on Li Luo's phone, heralding the arrival of his salary. Upon discerning the figure displayed in the message, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Why was there only 8,000? What about the additional 5,000? Where was my team's bonus? He cursed inwardly, fearing that the avaricious Zhou had not pilfered his team's reward. Li Luo instinctively dismissed the remaining balance in his bank account. Although he did not lack for funds, having resigned, he was resolute that he would not relinquish a single cent that belonged to him. With haste, Li Luo navigated to Zhou's WeChat, typing furiously. Where is my team's bonus? What about my 5,000 yuan? I've resigned. You wouldn't dare covet my hard-earned money, would you? The other end remained silent for the moment, yet Li Luo was unperturbed. He trusted that Zhou would undoubtedly see his message. Currently traveling, he had no immediate intention of returning to the company, nor did he wish to engage with former colleagues. Should Zhou truly abscond with his 5,000 yuan bonus, Li Luo knew he would find a way to address the matter. Before long, Zhou's reply materialized on his screen. Li Luo, you've resigned. Do you still expect your 5,000 yuan bonus? Li Luo chuckled in indignation, quickly retaliating. What? You don't wish to pay? If you desire it, plead with me, and perhaps I shall consider it. As he read Zhou's response, Li Luo's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond. Instead, he rose and stepped into a corner to make a phone call. A few minutes later, he returned to his seat as if nothing had transpired. If Zhou wished to deprive him of 5,000 yuan, he would ensure he recouped it through inflated rent. Indeed, Li Luo was the landlord of the former company. Old Qin had once jested about the landlord sharing the same name as Li Luo, and he had laughed it off. Little did they know that Li Luo was, in fact, the landlord. The celestial screen suddenly darkened, leaving the historical figures perplexed. Fortunately, it soon returned to normal, revealing Li Luo's handsome visage. As he enjoyed his breakfast, he continued to peruse videos. Aside from the Han ethnicity, other nationalities appeared to possess inherent advantages, as among the 56 ethnic groups. At least one was always tasked with the role of admiring and applauding. On screen, a gallant young man rode a horse, reminiscent of an ethereal spirit frolicking across the vast grasslands. In the next moment, a spirited young woman from a minority swiftly galloped past him on horseback, her hair dancing in the wind, captivating all with her stunning entrance, as if the breeze itself favored her. As she ran, Li Luo felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, momentarily forgetting all his troubles. The scene shifted, accompanied by a melodious and lively tune. Two Tibetan compatriots, one large and one small, adorned in vibrant traditional attire, danced gracefully to the joyful music. Their movements were light and spirited, filled with an impressive vigor that seemed to awaken the innate dance cells within their bloodlines. The comments flooded in, overflowing with admiration for their ethnic talents and self-deprecating humor. The comments read, "Neck of Xinjiang, shoulders of Inner Mongolia, sleeves of Tibet on either side." Resounding applause from the Han. What could the Han siblings say? Well, the brothers from minority groups need an audience. Someone has to clap. Indeed. It was said that Tibetan dances required traditional attire, and even at a young age, their grandiosity was palpable. Do not envy. This is their innate gift. Of the 56 ethnic groups, 55 can sing and dance, while I am merely here to appreciate and applaud. Unlike modern netizens, the monarchs of antiquity wore frowns, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation as they observed the celestial dance. The scene transitioned again, revealing a young girl in Dunhuang attire, poised gracefully atop a large drum, her eyes sparkling like playful fawns as she swayed her slender waist, elegantly turning in time with the music, occasionally spinning and leaping. Her resplendent dance attire traced vibrant arcs through the air. The monarchs of various dynasties finally relaxed their tense expressions, a flicker of amusement illuminating their eyes. Soon after, a group of exuberant elementary school students appeared on screen, their necks twisting in rhythm with the music, some even managing to rotate horizontally. The classroom erupted into joyous laughter. The historical figures were left in awe, not only by the delightful performance of the children, but also by the sight of numerous girls within the classroom. Was this truly a place of education in future times? Why were there so many girls present? Could females also partake in the pursuit of knowledge alongside their male counterparts? In an age where boys and girls were separated at the age of 7, how could they be taught together? While the men marveled in astonishment, the ancient women gazed at the screen with envy. Girls receiving an education? Learning to read and write? Oh, how I longed to attend school. In that moment, countless women from antiquity yearned to be born into an era that permitted them to be literate. The celestial display continued, revealing a corner of the classroom bathed in brilliant sunlight, where a group of young students donned traditional Mongolian attire. With fervent passion, they sang and danced in harmony with the stirring music, the vigor of their performance palpable even through the screen. The comments read, "Seeing these children dance only makes me appreciate what's being even more." Li Shimin quipped, "Bring the Turkic Sheli Khan to Chang'an for a performance. Our ethnic advantage, agriculture." Gong Sanzan, whose forces were not particularly strong, lamented, "Where is my noble white horse?" Cao Cao, after the Battle of Guandu, remarked, "Yujin, check if there's any commotion in the north." Following the defeat at the Battle of Red Cliffs, he fumed, "The loss at Chibi only fuels my anger. Yujin, go north and find someone to vent my frustrations upon. Ever since I was a child, my dream has been to marry a Miao girl. Truly, as a child, I found them extraordinarily beautiful. Alas, I grew up to marry a fierce girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. What a misfortune." A shift in atmosphere occurs as a group of enchanting young women from the Miao region begins to dance gracefully, each step resonating with a unique melody. Their bodies sway harmoniously to the music, their eyes sparkling with clarity and brightness, and their movements filled with exuberance and warmth. Even from a distance, one can sense the distinct essence of their culture. A young child rides a pony, towering several times over him, confidently facing the camera. "Welcome to my hometown, Yulunber." The child exclaims cheerfully in Mongolian. He then gallops freely across the vast grasslands atop a majestic steed. In an instant, the poetic phrase "the youth adorned in splendid attire riding fierce horses" becomes clear. Dozens of young lads brandish red flags as they gallop against the wind, their eyes brimming with self-assurance. Throughout history, people have been too preoccupied to notice the scenes unfolding above them. Monarchs from various dynasties gaze in awe at the remarkable apparatus upon the horse's back, their eyes gleaming with admiration for such a splendid piece of equestrian equipment. "Quick, capture this in a painting," they urge, for with such a divine object, cavalry could engage in battle with enhanced agility and maneuverability. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding acknowledges the significance of this invention. Once the artist completes the illustration, the ruler hastily instructs craftsmen to work through the night to produce it. Li Luo begins to peruse the comments section. "Our innate talents lie in agriculture and warfare. For the past 5,000 years, we have either been engaged in battle or on the path to conflict. Are you suggesting that Han artists performed the 3-3 strategy during examinations?" He recalls his own prowess in lion dancing, having stepped in at his school as performance only to find himself struggling with the lioness movements. If the Han were adept at both song and dance, as well as agriculture and warfare, would there be any room for pride in others? The Han people maintain, as long as we have enough to eat, we can discuss astronomy and geography. If we are starving, let us unite to contend for the world. Our ethnic heritage is rooted in farming and ensuring our enemies are buried beneath the soil, while also collecting plastic bags to cultivate land anywhere. Upon reading the final comment, Li Luo chuckles lightly. During his time away, he seems to have unconsciously acquired the habit of collecting plastic bags. Now, in his modest rented room, he has neatly stacked numerous plastic bags. In the past, he would never have harbored such a habit. He shakes his head in resignation, realizing that with age, various talents begin to awaken. The new video begins. What unique buffs do Chinese people possess? How many do you have? This topic instantly captures Li Luo's attention, his head tilting with curiosity. Every Chinese individual possesses an exceptional tactical acumen. Immediately, phrases like "golden cicada shedding its shell," "throwing a brick to attract jade," and "killing with a borrowed knife" appear on the screen, alongside strategies such as stirring the grass to scare the snake, crossing the sea under cover of darkness, and deceiving the enemy. Even the profound insight in warfare, deception is paramount. One must appear capable while concealing true intentions, resonates within him. Simultaneously, the eyes of people from various dynasties widen in astonishment. Do these phrases seem familiar to you? Have you employed them? Attack when they are unprepared. Seize the leader first. Just a few concise words convey a comprehensive battle strategy. Even the market vendors adeptly utilize Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems to negotiate prices, employing tactics such as letting go to seize while the stall owners skillfully use the bitter meat strategy, creating an illusion that both parties have gained a significant advantage, leading to mutual satisfaction. The comments flow. Indeed, one must not underestimate the wisdom of the common folk. Someone quips, "Why is Sun Wu's treatise on warfare called the art of war?" From its very first line, warfare is a matter of deception. The nature of conflict was forever changed. In the past, battles were conducted with civility. However, since the advent of Sun Tzu, the battlefield has transformed into a space of reciprocal aggression. Everywhere I look, it is Han territory, I muse, referring to observations made through a telescope. I only know the retreat strategy from the 36 stratagems. And I wonder when someone will employ the beauty trap against me? Centuries of martial prowess and territorial conquest have bestowed upon the Chinese a wealth of strategic and tactical wisdom, which has evolved into a cultural legacy deeply embedded in the veins of every Chinese individual. Whether they are highly educated intellectuals or those who have slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education, the comments resonate. I empathize deeply. This is the manifestation of 5,000 years of wisdom ingrained in our national identity. Zhu Yuanzhong remarks, "This is familiar, a matter of cultural habit." Furthermore, every Chinese person embodies the duality of being an atheist, where the left eye twitches heralds fortune, while the right signifies superstitions. The comments continue. Left eye twitches for wealth, right eye twitches for superstition. It all boils down to who stands to benefit. The idioms have been distilled into modern vernacular, such as "from anger to embarrassment" being succinctly expressed as "he's upset." I advise you not to spy on me, for each comment above pertains to me. When confronted by adversaries, one possesses an innate vendetta. To inquire about the greatest buff of the Chinese people, it is the spirit of retaliation. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. And are nobles born with any special entitlement? The comments reflect. In my view, our national buff includes proficiency in firearms, agricultural prowess, and selective superstition, all underscored by double standards. One might prosper, while I declare, I believe, I believe. If you are destined for poverty, I retort, leave. There's no room for superstitions here. Indeed, with a broom in hand, I feel as if I am Zhao Zilong, charging through the ranks. Not to mention the habit of collecting plastic bottles and bags. It is worth mentioning that the world is still undecided. We are all dark horses. Upon reading this comment, Li Luo burst into laughter. It indeed seems true. Our nation is the most vengeful. A historical saying states, a grievance spanning 9 generations can still be avenged. Even after 100 generations. The next video begins. Winning a battle is merely a footnote, while losing one could fill an entire history. As this topic arises, the spirits of historical figures are momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Yet upon reflection, it appears the commentary is astute. Even the Book of Rights records, a father's grudge is something to bear for a lifetime. A brother's feud cannot be forgotten. A friend's enmity must not be taken lightly. During the reign of King Yi of Zhou, a ruler from the state of Ji spoke ill of the Duke of Qi before the emperor, leading to the duke's tragic demise. This act of betrayal reverberated through generations, and when Duke Xiong of Qi ascended the throne, he immediately sought vengeance against the state of Ji. 3 years later, Ji's capital fell, and the state was obliterated. The time elapsed from Duke Ai of Qi to Duke Xiong was a total of 9 generations, spanning 198 years, thus giving rise to the adage regarding vendettas across generations. In the realm of the Great Qin, the so-called god of killing, Bai Qi, stroked his chin, expressing profound understanding. A victory meant the slaughter of 400,000 surrendered soldiers, ensuring that the Great Qin could advance eastward without any lingering concerns. Should they face defeat, however, it would necessitate an extensive discourse, a meticulous examination of the reasons for failure, and a comprehensive reflection on the matter. Winning was expected. Losing, on the other hand, would warrant a deep-seated grudge. The narrative continued in the backdrop. A victory could be summarized succinctly. The 6 kings fell, and the 4 seas united. A loss, however, would be meticulously documented, detailing the modern history from 1840 to 1949, down to the year, month, and day, noting the adversaries and the extent of the defeat, all diligently recorded. The barrage of comments reflected sentiments of vengeance, succinctly noting, revenge is a dish best served cold. From the Opium War to 1949, there exists a dedicated tome chronicling a century of humiliation. Those versed in the humanities would find the weight of this history overwhelming. From 1949 to the era of reform, only a few pages remain. Winning is often reduced to a mere word. Losing, however, necessitates an exploration of direct causes, indirect factors, triggers, military context, historical backdrop, societal influences, and economic aspects. Ultimately, it serves to convey to future generations the multifaceted nature of their failures. Messages flooded in, declaring the importance of remembering the beginning of modern humiliation, the Opium War. Even in childhood, the lesson of the destruction at human remained indelibly etched in memory. One can only hope for a chance to avenge the 35 million compatriots lost in tragedy within their lifetime. The 16 prefectures of Yenyuan had been lost for over 600 years, yet during the Ming dynasty under Zhu Yuanzhang, they were reclaimed. The humiliation of the Chinese people must be avenged with the heads of their enemies. Let us not forget the loss of the 16 prefectures during the Song dynasty. Zhu Di's northern expeditions even invoked the siege of Baidang by Liu Bang. National grievances can be avenged across generations. Those who have fought against China either faced annihilation, assimilation, or retreat, the lone exception being the cherry blossoms, to whom one might say, revenge is not forgotten, merely deferred. The history of the Han people glosses over victories while meticulously detailing defeats. If one speaks of a grand revenge ideology, one should familiarize themselves with the Gonyang school. Throughout the ages, emperors have begun to reflect on their past defeats, each secretly analyzing and taking notes, waiting for the day to exact their vengeance and reclaim their honor. As the emperors prepared for their clandestine retribution, the video continued to unfold. On the Azure Ocean, a colossal vessel surged forth, cutting through the waves. This was not the first encounter for those of past eras with such a behemoth, yet its immense form still evoked awe. Each time they beheld the advanced equipment of future generations, an exhilarating surge of blood coursed through their veins. Do you know why China's first aircraft carrier is named Liaoning? It serves to commemorate the Sino-Japanese War of 1894. The second carrier, Shandong, honors the Battle of Weihaiwei, while the third, Fujin, pays tribute to the Sino-French naval battle at Mwi in the realm of the Qing dynasty. Yongzheng was taken aback upon glimpsing the names of aircraft carriers inscribed upon the celestial tapestry. The nomenclature of these locations bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the Qing, implying that these battles transpired within the Qing dimension and that the Qing had suffered defeat. The frail figure of Yongzheng quivered with intensity. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, and an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow enveloped his heart. Repeatedly, he murmured, "The Qing has fallen." The barrage of comments reflected a collective memory of a century of humiliation, conjuring thoughts of that aged sorceress, Cixi. If I were to become a specter after death, I would not hesitate to strike her several times. Her existence is but a blight upon this world, contributing nothing but the act of passing away. She deserves to be reduced to ashes to quell the public's wrath. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi gazed upon the ominous array of curses displayed in the heavens, her countenance dark and foreboding. Seizing a porcelain vase, she hurled it violently to the ground, yet still felt an insatiable fury. The twisted visage of Cixi instilled a sense of dread in the kneeling attendants, who trembled in fear of being the next victims of her wrath. How audacious, how utterly brazen, to insult me. I shall have them all executed, subjected to the most torturous of deaths. Meanwhile, Li Luo stood composed by the floor-to-ceiling window, indulging in the scenic beauty outside. Ever since reconciling with the old man, his pocket money had substantially increased, freeing him from the constraints of budget travel. He had taken residence in the city's finest and most luxurious hotel, relishing this exquisite moment. Before long, the perspective of the heavens shifted to that of Li Luo. As the sun rose, the earth was bathed in a golden hue. Towering skyscrapers loomed before him, while bustling traffic surged below. The sights displayed in the heavens were utterly novel to the ancient onlookers, leaving them speechless in their awe. I have never gazed upon the world from such a lofty vantage point, Yongzheng mused, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The sacred rituals atop Mount Tai paled in comparison to this thrill. Soon, however, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his legs weakened, and his stomach churned violently. Yongzheng hastily seated himself, cradling his head, striving to quell the discomfort. People from various dynasties looked up at the heavens, some experiencing similar bouts of vertigo. "Oh no, I have a fear of heights." The unaffected observers were left slack-jawed, counting the floors of the skyscrapers, their eyes spinning in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 100. After a brief moment, they erupted in astonishment. A staggering 120 floors. How lofty indeed. Surrounding that establishment known as a hotel were numerous other equally towering edifices. Yet another day of marveling at the architectural prowess of future generations unfolded. Ever since the heavens had appeared, their gasps of wonder had been ceaseless. Li Luo savored the sunrise for a while before returning to his seat, engrossed in his mobile device. The trending topic for the day read, "If you could traverse back to ancient times, whom would you pledge your allegiance to? Liu Bei or Song Jiang?" Upon this prompt, the people of all eras erupted in fervent discussion. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei was en route to Longzhong, seeking to gather talented individuals for his grand ambitions. Hearing of the unparalleled brilliance of the recluse Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei, accompanied by Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, made the arduous journey to the thatched cottage, making repeated visits to beseech Zhuge Liang to emerge from seclusion. Upon seeing his name mentioned in the heavens, Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He sensed a premonition that, following this display, Zhuge Liang would indeed join him in pursuit of greatness. Inside the cottage, Zhuge Liang also beheld the celestial spectacle and rose to inquire of his attendant. "Are they still outside?" "Yes, master," came the reply. "The three gentlemen have been waiting outside, as they saw you were napping." Zhuge Liang cast another glance at the heavens, and the rhythm of his fan gradually slowed. "Very well, please invite them in." He was eager to learn what the future generations thought of Liu Bei and how they would choose. In the realm of the great song, Li Kuei, full of indignation, proclaimed, "My brother surpasses Liu Bei by thousands, nay, millions of times." In his heart, no one could compare to his illustrious and valiant brother. Song Jiang, with a subtle smile, halted Li Kuei's boastful words, raising his hand in humility. "How could I possibly be compared to the unparalleled benevolence of Lord Liu? It is merely the affection of my brothers. I am unworthy of such praise." As Song Jiang chuckled and saluted several heroes of Liashan, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing the heavenly screen place him alongside Liu Bei. The recognition of his character, akin to Liu Bei's, filled him with anticipation for what the heavens would reveal. If you possess great capabilities and encounter Liu Bei, you may face one of three possible fates. As the heavenly voice resonated, all eyes turned towards the celestial screen. eager to discern the outcomes for those who pledge their allegiance to Liu Bei. To master both civil and martial arts is to serve a wise ruler. Who would not wish for such a fate? In the realm of the three kingdoms, Cao Cao seethed with rage, feeling the heavens favored Liu Bei unfairly. Among the many historical figures, why must Liu Bei be singled out? He envisioned the multitude of talented individuals who would flock to Liu Bei after the revelation. Yet, he recalled how Liu Bei had once feigned weakness, allowing him to evade danger. The next encounter would be one of vengeance, culminating in the execution of the so-called thief with large ears. Why does the heavenly screen not recount my deeds? Cao Cao pondered, questioning where he fell short compared to Liu Bei. Meanwhile, Liu Bei remained unperturbed. On the contrary, he felt immense gratitude towards the celestial screen's divine revelations. Firstly, you share a common ambition and pledge brotherhood, forming an oath in the Peach Garden. At this, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were moved to tears. The heavenly words encapsulated their profound bond, forged in the pursuit of a grand endeavor, solidifying their roles as Liu Bei's trusted allies. They exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts aligned without the need for words. The heavenly narrative continued. You meet a tragic end, and he forsakes his state, solely to avenge you. Who, they wondered, might meet such a fate? Liu Bei felt a tumult in his mind as images of camaraderie with his brothers flashed before him. It was as if he glimpsed the future. Foreseeing the demise of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he envisioned himself, driven mad with grief, rallying his forces to seek vengeance. No, this cannot be true. The voice of the heavens struck like thunder in the hearts of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, leaving them in shock. They had lived valiantly, their martial prowess unmatched. Yet they were confronted with the specter of their own mortality. To claim they were untroubled would be a falsehood. The screen revealed no names. But the complexity of their emotions was palpable. As they grappled with their sorrow, the heart-wrenching cries of Liu Bei pierced the air. His lament was so profound that, despite Guan Yu and Zhang Fei being unharmed, the mere suggestion of loss twisted his heart in agony. My brothers, you cannot leave me. I may relinquish my kingdom, but I cannot lose you. You are my kin. I cannot endure a world without you. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei gazed at Liu Bei, witnessing his pallor and uncontrollable tremors, moved beyond measure. Their resolve solidified. They would fight valiantly to help their elder brother establish his dominion. Secondly, you are a neutral party, and he, in a bid to win you over, visits thrice at your humble abode. The moment the words were spoken, Zhuge Liang was taken aback. Did this not describe his own journey? The notion of entrusting the nation to him, allowing his son to call him father, was a testament to profound trust. In that instant, Zhuge Liang cast aside any doubts, determined to assist Liu Bei with unwavering dedication. Thirdly, for certain reasons, you may find yourself aligned with the opposing camp. He would not hinder your choice. Rather, for the sake of your family, he would even facilitate your departure. In the realm of the three kingdoms, Su Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sighed. Lord Liu embodies unparalleled benevolence and humility. With his vast intellect and exceptional wisdom, it is a great regret that I cannot serve him. My mother is held captive by Cao Cao and Xu Chang, and as a dutiful son, I must prioritize her safety, even at the cost of my allegiance to Liu Bei. With a heavy heart, he set forth to rescue his mother, vowing never to offer counsel to Cao Cao again. Upon seeing the heavenly screen, Cao Cao recognized it was Su Shu being referenced. Such a sharp intellect cannot be wasted. I shall employ whatever means necessary to ensure his loyalty, lest he fall into Liu Bei's grasp. The comments flowed. Do not speak of aligning with Liu Bei. I would sooner side with the petty figures of Jiangdong than join Liao Shan. Some remarked that Liu Bei served as a mirror. The petty saw their own reflection in him, while the noble recognized their virtues. While Cao Cao harbored grand ambitions, he was nonetheless capable as a leader. Liu Bei, in his quest for vengeance for his second brother, sacrificed his prospects of unifying the realm, while Song Jiang, in pursuit of reputation, poisoned his own loyal brother at the end of his life. Liu Bei's adversary, Cao Cao, referred to him as a hero of the age, while Song Jiang's foe labeled him a bandit. Better to be Liu Bei's dog than to serve as Song Jiang's brother. In the realm of the great song, Zhao Kuangyin gazed upon the celestial tapestry, intrigued by the evaluations of Song Jiang. Who is Song Jiang? Why do later generations regard him with such disdain? Zhao Kuangyin could not help but click his tongue in disapproval. For the sake of his own reputation, he would poison his brethren. Such a hypocrite, feigning benevolence, would undoubtedly meet his demise should he reside in this dynasty. In the realm of the Song dynasty, the heroes of Liangshan gazed in astonishment at the scrolling messages across the celestial screen, each inhaling sharply in trepidation. Timely reigned Song Jiang, known for his righteousness and generosity, held a significant reputation in the martial world. His formidable leadership skills allowed him to swiftly establish his authority at Liaoshan, with the ever-loyal Li Kuei at his side, looking to him for guidance. Was it possible that the individual mentioned in the messages as having been poisoned was none other than Li Kuei? Upon this realization, the Liaoshan heroes instinctively took a step back, feeling the pressure mounting upon them. Although they had long since cast aside their fears of life and death, none wished to perish without understanding the circumstances. In no time, a vacuum formed around Song Jiang. Aside from Li Kuei, no one dared to approach him. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Song Jiang's face, mingled with a simmering indignation. What are you all doing? Li Kuei, his face flushed with anxiety, was typically obedient to Song Jiang and could scarcely believe the celestial screen's proclamations. He fervently defended his brother to the Liaoshan heroes. Nonsense. The screen is spouting lies. Fellow heroes, do you not know my brother's character? Let us not allow the words of the screen to sow discord amongst us. Though Li Kuei was a rough man, his heartfelt words reignited a sense of conflict within the Liangshan warriors. Enough. Let us not speak further. The truth of right and wrong will reveal itself upon gazing at the celestial screen. Should you encounter Song Jiang, 3 potential fates await you. The screen now began to enumerate the outcomes for Song Jiang, and a flicker of unease passed through Li Kuei's heart. Yet, he quickly steeled himself, firmly believing that his brother Song Jiang was a good man. Surely the celestial screen would deliver justice for him. Firstly, you would look to him for guidance, treating him as a brother, and he would ensure your safety before his demise, fearing that you might tarnish his reputation. As the screen's words lingered in the air, everyone stepped back in unison, their faces betraying a look of horror. Song Jiang, known for his righteousness and generosity, often referred to his comrades as brothers. However, the heavens had not wronged him. In his final moments, he had indeed poisoned the very brother who had looked up to him. The heroes of Liangshan cast glances at Song Jiang, their eyes filled with contempt. To sacrifice the life of a brother for the sake of his own reputation, was this not the very essence of a hypocrite and a scoundrel? No, Song Jiang was not that kind of man. Li Kuei clumsily waved his hand, attempting to persuade the crowd that the heavens spoke falsely. Song Jiang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He surveyed the reactions around him. Some were doubtful, others scornful, and many filled with indignation. Only Iron Bull remained steadfastly loyal by his side. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed through Song Jiang's mind. Very well, you have chosen your path to demise. Yet, he was acutely aware that after the heavenly reckoning, the people of Liangshan would harbor no trust in him, and Liangshan would no longer be his refuge. A fierce determination surged within him. The heavens have wronged me. You are a neutral party. In an attempt to sway you, he slandered you, instigating rebellion and creating chaos within your household, leading to the loss of your family and wife, forcing you onto Liangshan. In the realm of the Song dynasty, Lu Junyi's eyes instantly reddened upon hearing the words from the celestial screen. How eerily similar was this situation to his own. Anger surged within him as he glared at Song Jiang, his body trembling uncontrollably. Song Jiang, I ask you, is what the celestial screen proclaimed true? Did you deceive me into joining Liangshan to bolster its power? To leave me with no escape, leading to my family's ruin and my loved ones being torn from me? You falsely accused me of rebellion, resulting in my capture and condemnation by the authorities. Each word Lu Junyi uttered was laced with profound hatred. His gaze fixated on Song Jiang, wishing he could devour him whole. He yearned to hear the truth directly from Song Jiang's lips. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Wu Yong's face, which Lu Junyi keenly noticed. He abruptly turned, staring aghast at Wu Yong. Wu Yong, tell me, did you play a part in this affair? Was it you who devised this scheme for Song Jiang? Wu Yong, known for his cunning intellect, was Song Jiang's right-hand man. Both Song Jiang and Wu Yong's faces turned ashen, their anger simmering beneath the surface, caught off guard by the rapid unraveling of events. Observing their reactions, a wave of despair washed over Lu Junyi, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Heaven is blind. I have mistaken my enemies for brothers. If I do not avenge this wrong, I am unworthy of being human. Song Jiang, Wu Yong, prepare to pay with your lives. The onlookers from Liangshan witnessed the animosity between Lu Junyi, Song Jiang, and Wu Yong. Their gazes towards the latter two now filled with scrutiny as they began to ponder if they too had been ensnared by the machinations of Song Jiang and Wu Yong. You are a neutral party, indebted to him, yet he has severed your path, forcing you onto the pirate ship. Alternatively, you are a villain, masquerading as a friend, committing atrocities and framing you, with your family being executed before your eyes, compelling you to join Liangshan. As the video concluded, the crowd erupted in chaos. They glared at Song Jiang, realizing the blade had finally turned upon them. The heroes of Liangshan began to speculate whether they had been coerced into joining by Song Jiang's schemes. A voice cried out, "Kill them." Instantly, Liangshan descended into turmoil. The novelist Shurnayan was elated. Was not the Song Jiang on the celestial screen a character from his own water margin? However, his depiction of water margin told the tale of Liangshan's heroes, and the Song Jiang he remembered was honorable, not the hypocrite spoken of by netizens. How could this be? Shurnayan mused. Song Jiang was meant to embody righteousness, generosity, and valor, a man of profound loyalty and strategy, despite his strong intentions for amnesty. He was not the wretched figure portrayed by netizens. Unable to contain his thoughts, Shurnayan revisited the earlier chapters he had penned. Perplexed by the realization that perhaps they were not reading the same water margin or that someone had altered his narrative, the mere thought of such a possibility ignited his fury, prompting a friend nearby to gently counsel, Yinduan, as the saying goes. 1,000 readers yield 1,000 interpretations of Song Jiang. This is the essence of artistic diversity. Do not forget your original intent. Though he understood the sentiment, a torrent of expletives swirled in Shurnayan's mind, left unvoiced. The celestial screen's video had ended, resonating through the ages. With Song Jiang as a counterpoint, Liu Bei's unparalleled benevolence shone even brighter, illuminating his status as a true sovereign. In an instant, the number of those pledging allegiance to Liu Bei surged, infuriating Cao Cao, who slammed his bowl down onto the table in exasperation. Liu Bei cannot secure the realm through intellect nor martial prowess. He merely excels in theatrics and winning hearts. Yet, you all fail to see the true face behind his mask of benevolence. It is utterly infuriating. Cao Cao, caught in a tempest of emotion, paced the hall, unable to quell the blaze of anger within him. Such treachery! I shall make Liu Bei pay dearly. Li Luo hastily navigated to the comments section, his wellspring of amusement. When I possess wealth, I shall remake water margin, and in the first episode, let Song Jiang meet his demise. A comment caught his eye. I want to portray Shimin Qing. Particularly the episode of his death. Remember to cast a beautiful actress as Pan Jinlian. Song Jiang, with his famed righteousness, had stained his official robes with the blood of his brethren. One could only wonder if, after so many lives lost, he remained secure in his position. With Gong Sunsheng's departure, their fate would be sealed, for Gong Sunsheng no longer wished to play along with Song Jiang. Li Luo's gaze shifted to the top of the comments, and he clicked on a link. The next moment, a video titled "The Heroes of the Grasslands Fulfill Their Oath of Loyalty" commenced. On screen, a general, riddled with arrows, slowly sank to the lake's depths, his eyes filled with longing and regret for the world above. The celestial screen bore the inscription, "The spirit of the white stripe returns to the Golden Gate." In the realm of the Great Song Dynasty under the reign of Emperor Huizong, as the celestial screen unfurled, all the valiant heroes of Liangshan stood in stunned silence. Except for the bound captives, Song Jiang and Wu Yong, the remaining warriors gazed blankly at the unfolding spectacle. They struggled to part their lips. Their throats constricted as if ensnared by a clump of cotton, rendering them utterly voiceless. Amidst the hushed crowd, a voice broke the stillness. Is that not our brother? Zhang Shun, the white strip in the waves? This utterance reverberated like a thunderclap, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. All eyes converged upon Zhang Shun in the corner, seeking to glean some revelation from his visage. Each hero of Liangshan bore a moniker. For instance, Song Jiang was known as the Timely Rain, and Wu Yong as the Star of Wisdom, while Zhang Shun was famously dubbed the White Strip in the waves due to his unparalleled prowess in swimming, gliding through water with the grace of a silvery fish. At this moment, Zhang Shun's face reflected astonishment, grappling with the incredibility of the news that had just been revealed. The celestial screen afforded little time for the Liangshan warriors to process their shock. In the next breath, a mournful narration echoed through the air. Once, my brothers of Liangshan, 108 strong, claimed the northern territories surrounding the capital, suffering not a single loss. Yet today, we mourn the loss of 7 or 8. Though Song Jiang remains, what countenance shall he bear when he meets the elders of Shandong once more? Accompanying this poignant narrative, the celestial screen displayed the fallen heroes of Liangshan. One scene depicted a grievously wounded general, struggling to uphold his spear, only to be pierced through the chest and abdomen by the enemy. On one side of the screen, the inscription read, "The short-legged tiger, Wang Ying." At the end of his path, the scene transitioned to another gallant warrior, 2 arrows lodged in his chest, teetering on the brink of death. The music shifted to a somber tone, and the screen bore the words, "The dauntless Shirshio, pierced by a flurry of swords." In the realm of the Song dynasty under Emperor Huizong, several valiant souls who perished in battle appeared on the celestial screen. Among them were the gallant Zhang Shun, known as the White Stripe in the Waves, the diminutive yet fierce Wang Ying, and the relentless Shirshio, each emerging from the crowd with expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. "Brothers," Zhang Shun implored, "is what the sky reveals truly the case?" Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound anguish, resembling a plea for help or perhaps a silent inquiry to himself. "Am I not alive and well? How could I have met my end, and in the depths of the river no less?" The others shared his confusion, their minds clouded with thoughts of Wang Ying's dire fate and Shirshio's heart pierced by a barrage of arrows. As the scene shifted, a general lay lifeless on the ground, an arrow lodged in his throat, his demise instantaneous. The screen inscribed, "The nine-patterned dragon, Shirjin, met his end by an arrow to the throat." Gasps of disbelief filled the air at the mention of Shirjin's name, igniting a fervor within the formerly tranquil hall of loyalty and righteousness. After all, he was a disciple of the esteemed coach Wang Jin and Dong Jing, ranked 23rd among the heroes of Liashan. The brave men of Liashan could hardly fathom the loss of such a valiant comrade. Upon seeing his name, Shirjin's expression flickered with shock, but soon a vacuum of silence enveloped him, creating a path through the throng. Taking a deep breath, he approached Wang Ying, Zhang Shun, and Shirshio. They exchanged glances, their faces marred by grim expressions. The imagery portrayed countless soldiers' corpses piled high, the earth beneath them stained crimson with their blood. The text on the screen transformed to a vivid red, declaring, "At the moment of surrender, the outcome was sealed." Following this, the fates of the fierce Qin Ming, Zhang Qing from the vegetable garden, and the fierce Sun Ernyang were grimly revealed, their eyes forever closing in death. Witnessing this, Li Luo felt an oppressive weight in his heart. Although he harbored no fondness for Song Jiang, he admired certain heroic figures from Water Margin. The entire video exuded a desolate, intense, and brutal atmosphere, compelling Li Luo to avert his gaze from the unfolding tragedy. Meanwhile, the heroes of Liashan were filled with trepidation, fearing their names would soon grace the ominous screen. In the scene, a beautiful woman wept bitterly before her husband, who lay on the brink of death. Blood dripped from his lips as he tenderly cradled her face, his gaze filled with love as he softly urged, "My dear, take care of yourself." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cautiously supported his shoulder, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. "Today, you serve the nation with loyalty. We shall meet again in the next life." With those final words, the woman took her own life, departing this world alongside her husband, truly embodying the essence of life and death together. The barrage of comments read, "What is love, that it binds one to life and death? Song Jiang deserves his fate. He has brought ruin upon us all with his relentless ambition for power. If only he could be satisfied with being a mere official. He was never destined to be emperor." Such a tragedy for the brothers of Liangshan. The loss of Yang Ji, Wu Song, and Lu Jishan weighed heavily on Song Jiang. From the original 108 heroes of Liashan, over 80 lay slain, leaving fewer than 70 to mourn their fallen comrades. This poignant segment brought tears to my eyes, as the tragic fate of the Zhang Qing couple unfolded. A general's triumph is built upon the bones of countless souls. Gong Sunxing had perceived this fate long ago, and had prepared himself, retreating into his own world of enlightenment. In the realm of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, a friend lamented, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Shirnian with a hint of reproach. "Why write about Song Jiang? You've doomed half of Liangshan's heroes. Zhang Qing and his wife have perished, and Sun Ernyang has followed suit. Could you not grant them a more favorable conclusion? Why craft such tragedies?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his ire directed towards Luo Guanzhong. Shirnian, caught between amusement and despair, shook his head in resignation. Who was it that advised me, claiming every 1,000 readers would have 1,000 interpretations of Song Jiang? I must not forget my original intentions. And now what is this? The celestial imagery struck with profound intensity, suffused with themes of death, regret, and oppression. The screen inscribed, "The Zhang Qing couple, a fleeting pair of lovebirds." In the realm of the Song dynasty, Emperor Huizong's era, Zhang Qing and Sun Ernyang embraced each other, weeping profusely. They not only glimpsed their own fates, but also beheld the poignant phrase on the screen. What is love in this world that binds life and death together? Zhang Qing's heart ached unbearably as he witnessed Sun Ernyang's sacrifice for him. He cradled her face gently, his eyes brimming with affection. "My dear, why are you so foolish? Why must you accompany me into the abyss? Sun Eryong nestled in Zhang Qing's embrace, her eyes shimmering with tears. In this world, without you, my beloved, I find no reason to linger. If given another chance, I would still choose the same path. Therefore, my love, please forgive my recklessness. The ranks of Zhang Shun and his comrades were augmented by the ill-fated couple, Zhang Qing and Sun Eryong, alongside the valiant Qin Ming. Lu Zhishan clasped his hands together. Murmuring a prayer, Amitba. The celestial screen continued to unfold. A choked voice from Wu Yong resonated. It was I who ventured to Shiji village, persuading the three brothers of the Ruan family to join forces and outsmart the birthday tribute. Among the 7 who once banded together, Brother Chao Gai met with misfortune, and the cloud-soaring dragon, Gong Sunxing, has departed on his journey. The red-haired ghost, Lu Tang, also perished in battle. The earthly spirit, Heir, and the short-lived Wu have both fallen. Among the 7, only you and I remain. As his words faded, the screen revealed a multitude of spirit tablets, flashing before the eyes of the assembly. Keen observers immediately discerned the spirit tablets of many departed brothers. The spirit tablet of the short-legged tiger, Wang Ying. The spirit tablet of the thunderfire, Qin Ming. The spirit tablet of the young marquis, El Fong. The spirit tablet of the great renowned, Guosheng. The spirit tablet of the iron flute fairy, Ma Lin. And the spirit tablet of the Wenzhong Green, He Sanyang. The dense array of spirit tablets hung ominously above them, akin to the sword of Damocles, a constant reminder of the lurking peril. Zhang Shun and his companions felt their eyes redden at the sight of so many beloved brothers' tablets, struggling to contain their emotions. This only deepened their animosity towards Song Jiang and Wu Yong. In that moment, their hatred reached its zenith. Brothers, may you rest in peace. A weathered voice from Song Jiang suddenly echoed from the celestial screen. The sentiments of the Liashan comrades ignited with fervor. Kill Song Jiang and Wu Yong. Yes, slay them. Avenge our fallen brothers. Revenge. Revenge. The hall of loyalty reverberated with cries for vengeance, each person filled with righteous indignation, vowing to eliminate Song Jiang and Wu Yong. Zhang Shun gazed at the plaque, once renamed by Song Jiang as the Hall of Loyalty, his fury intensifying. The former Hall of Loyalty had been called the Hall of Brotherhood. Song Jiang, what face do you have to claim the virtue of loyalty? With that, Zhang Shun kicked down the plaque of the Hall of Loyalty, and under the collective effort of the crowd, they reinstated the plaque of the Hall of Brotherhood. The death of the Buddha did not bring salvation to the deluded realm, but rather entered the realm of enlightenment, having perfected all virtues and extinguished all evils. Thus, only Wusong remained on Erlong Mountain. The celestial screen suddenly filled with comments. Among the 108 heroes of Liashan, not every one of them is truly heroic. For instance, Song Jiang is but a useless wretch. Let the world see how Song Jiang betrays his brothers. How I wish Chao Gai had not fallen, had he remained. The leadership of Liashan would not have so easily fallen into Song Jiang's hands, making it far less likely to be subjugated, bringing innocent souls to the mountain, only to lead them into submission later. Song Jiang, having married a misfortunate wife, lost his position and thus rallied 108 like-minded individuals to reapply. Yet the acceptance rate was below 10%. In the realm of the Song dynasty under Emperor Huizong, the severed heads of Song Jiang and Wu Yong swung from a tree, serving as grim reminders of their demise. Following their deaths, the gloom that had enveloped the heroes of Liangshan began to gradually dissipate. Once calmness returned, the brave warriors of Liangshan commenced contemplating their future path. Must they truly heed the ominous prophecies of the heavens and seek reconciliation with the imperial court, thereby placing themselves in peril? Conversely, should they persist in opposing the court, their stronghold on Liangshan might soon become untenable. It was an arduous dilemma, fraught with difficulty. Those who had been coerced into joining Liangshan once more dragged forth the bodies of Song Jiang and Wu Yong to desecrate their remains. In the realm of the Great Qin, Yingzheng gazed upon the so-called heroes of Liangshan with a disdainful expression. To him, they were nothing more than a ragtag assembly. What of the so-called Zhang Shun, the white stripe of the waves, and that woman named Sun Eryong? Why choose such a name as Mother Yasha? The first emperor did not harbor contempt for women. On the contrary, he held a profound respect for them. He merely regarded the 108 generals of Liangshan with equal disdain. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin let out a cold snort. They are but a band of robbers. Can the 108 heroes of Liangshan compare to my esteemed ministers? As he contemplated the so-called 108 heroes, a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, leading him to a sudden inspiration. Previously, he had conceived a preliminary idea to commission portraits of his loyal subjects. Why not place these portraits in the Lingyan Pavilion? thereby designating them as the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion? The more Li Shimin pondered this notion, the more he found it splendid. The portraits in the Lingyan Pavilion were originally intended to commemorate those strategists and warriors who had fought alongside him to establish the dynasty. He could already envision the overwhelming gratitude that his esteemed officials would express once this news spread. Summon Yin Liban at once. Instruct him to create portraits of my great contributors, to be displayed within the Lingyan Pavilion once completed. Yes, Your Majesty. After breakfast, Li Luo lingered in the hotel until evening. His next destination, the Tang Dynasty Nightless City. Having prepared adequately, Li Luo set forth with his backpack in tow. Upon arriving at the Tang Dynasty Nightless City, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of night, where countless colorful lanterns illuminated the city in a vibrant glow. Tourists from all corners of the world thronged the streets, including many foreign friends. Li Luo navigated through the bustling crowd, as if traversing a millennium to return to the glorious era of the Tang Dynasty. From a bird's-eye view, the radiant lights of the Tang Dynasty Nightless City spread out beneath the night sky. At this moment, the grandeur of the scene was indelibly etched in the minds of generations past. The impression left by the Nightless City on those throughout history could be encapsulated in just two words: magnificent spectacle. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin marveled at the opulence of the sleepless city. He beheld the myriad of exquisite goods lining the streets and the dazzling fireworks that illuminated the night sky with vibrant hues. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes in an attempt to discern any semblance to the bustling marketplace of Chang'an. In that moment, Li Shimin felt as though his spirit transcended time. Standing in the sleepless city of the Tang Dynasty centuries into the future, the sounds of laughter and merriment filled his ears, while before him unfolded a spectacle of mesmerizing performances and dances. His body trembled with excitement. This was indeed his Tang, a realm of tranquility, harmony, abundance, and strength. In the realm of spring and autumn, Lu Ban gazed in wonder at the brilliant lights adorning the heavens, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He was certain that the brilliance illuminating the night was not merely the flicker of candlelight. Lu Ban expressed his awe, fixating his gaze upon the celestial display. How marvelous! Truly marvelous! Such inventive brilliance and extraordinary craftsmanship. Perhaps I might draw inspiration from this divine phenomenon to create something wondrous. In the realm of the Great Chain, Yingzheng gazed at the celestial expanse, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this truly a replica of the glorious Tang Dynasty? His curiosity about the grandeur of the Tang, which succeeded the Great Qin, deepened. What level of prosperity must have existed to be remembered by future generations for a millennium? In the realm of the Song Dynasty under Emperor Huizong, Zhaoji harbored a sense of indignation, firmly believing that under his governance, the Song was the epitome of prosperity. As he unfurled the renowned Qiming Shanghe painted by Zhang Ziduan, he pondered in perplexity, which aspect of the scenes depicted did not surpass the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. Li Luo meandered through the vibrant streets of the sleepless city, unwittingly traversing a considerable distance. Ultimately, guided by navigation, he arrived at a celebrated local restaurant. He ordered a dish of gourd chicken and took out his phone to scroll through videos. Suddenly, the celestial screen began to shift. A gasp echoed as the attention of the crowd was drawn back to the sky. A title appeared, proclaiming, "Why does everyone adore the Tang Dynasty's flourishing age?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow, deeply impressed by the algorithm's prowess. He chuckled resignedly, acknowledging the irony of his situation, having just arrived in the Tang sleepless city. The algorithm immediately suggested related videos about its prosperous era. One word: remarkable. Having grown accustomed to the algorithm's formidable capabilities, he clicked on the video, and the visuals on the celestial screen began to transform. A magnificent city tower emerged, accompanied by an exuberant narration. Although the Song Dynasty boasted greater wealth, why did the majority still yearn for the splendor of the Tang Dynasty? As the narrator's voice faded, the intrigue lingered. In the realm of the Great Song, Zhao Kuangyin instantly straightened his posture, an involuntary smile gracing his face. Do you see? Even the heavens acknowledge the opulence and splendor of the Great Song, surpassing even the golden age of the Tang Dynasty. He has transformed the national policy from prioritizing civil affairs over military might, and he firmly believes that the Great Song Dynasty will soon shed the label of timidity, emerging as a paragon of strength akin to the formidable Han and the prosperous Tang, evoking admiration in the hearts of all. Zhao Kuangyin felt a surge of joy within. Having already conceived a resplendent name for the transformed Great Song, the Gallant Song, although the Song Dynasty is the most favorable era for the common folk, it suffers from a notable deficiency in military prowess. Regardless of victory or defeat, It has consistently paid tribute to foreign nations, a practice deemed rather cowardly. In contrast, while the economy of the Tang was not as robust as that of the Song, its military strength was formidable, instilling immense pride in every citizen of the Tang. The Tang possessed a terrifying military capability, capable of annihilating entire nations. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin nodded repeatedly upon hearing the discourse. Although he harbored a slight discontent regarding the Song dynasty's economic superiority over Tang, the moment he beheld the depiction of Tang as an immensely formidable nation-destroying force on the celestial screen, his grievances dissipated like mist. A flourishing economy paired with feeble military prowess and an overemphasis on literary pursuits at the expense of martial strength, how could one safeguard the homeland? Only through formidable military might. With fists that strike hard and blades that gleam sharp, can one deter adversaries from encroaching? As a fellow sovereign, Li Shimin felt a profound lament. He perhaps grasped the root of the Song dynasty's inclination towards civil pursuits over military matters. Yet he believed that as long as the monarch was sufficiently powerful, he could rein in and regulate his ministers. Regrettably, the later Song dynasty failed to comprehend this fundamental truth. The celestial imagery continued to unfold, revealing a Kunlun warrior clad in battle armor, dashing across the screen amidst the storm. He charged forward, braving the tempest, with the valiant cavalry of Tang rallying behind him. The Tang dynasty engaged in warfare an average of 3 times a year, having extinguished over 40 nations across more than 900 conflicts. It was not merely the heavenly Khan, Li Shimin, who was adept in battle. The valiant generals of the Tang dynasty were akin to formidable beasts of steel. The war god Li Jing led 3,000 cavalry westward, launching a swift strike against the Eastern Turks. In their debut, they utterly decimated the 100,000-strong army of the Eastern Turks. Foreigners took pride in obtaining a Tang dynasty green card and serving in its administration. The barrage of comments reads, "No wonder one dreams of returning to the Tang, for none can compare." The phrase "no one picks up what is dropped on the road, and doors remain unlocked at night" perfectly encapsulates the essence of the Tang era. Why did the Tang not construct the Great Wall? Because no one dared to challenge it. It was either to let them pass or for me to advance, declared the heavenly Khan Li Shimin. Generals of the Tang dynasty felt embarrassed to step forward unless they were assured of the nation's strength. The hidden significance within the tribute documents speaks to the grand military parades of the Tang. The Tang dynasty excelled in every aspect, while the Song dynasty only thrived in economic and technological realms. In terms of economy, military, culture, technology, diplomacy, population, and territorial expanse, the Tang was unparalleled in the world. Had Li Shimin not allowed Xuanzang to embark on his pilgrimage for scriptures and instead consumed him, we would still be basking in the glory of the Tang dynasty today. In the realm of the Great Chain, Yingzheng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name of Tang Xing. It struck a familiar chord within him. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. Why did the name Tang Xing resonate so profoundly? Where had he heard it before? The attendant beside him quickly bowed and whispered, "Your Majesty, that name appeared in the bullet comments earlier." At the mention of bullet comments, Yingzheng's memory was instantly jogged. Wasn't he the person whom internet users jested about, suggesting they would deliver Tang Xing's flesh to his lips? A sudden realization struck him. He was a monk from the Tang dynasty? Was his former incarnation a golden cicada? Could consuming his flesh grant immortality? The attendant was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Majesty wishes to consume human flesh? And the flesh of a future monk from the Tang dynasty? Your thoughts are indeed outlandish." The attendant began to regret having mentioned this, prompting the emperor's recollection. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Your gourd chicken is ready. Please enjoy." The server presented the gourd chicken at the dining table, placing it meticulously before Li Luo. As Li Luo gazed at the golden-hued gourd chicken, his eyes sparkled with delight. He leaned forward slightly, inhaling deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. How fragrant. The server smiled gently, delicately picking up a piece of chicken with chopsticks, and in the next moment, the entire chicken was separated from its bones. While separating the meat, the server enthusiastically informed Li Luo, "Esteemed guest, this is our signature dish." The preparation of gourd chicken dates back to the Tang dynasty, boasting a history of 1,000 years. Intrigued by the server's introduction, Li Luo's interest grew. Noticing this, the server elaborated further. It is said that during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, the Minister of Rites, Wei Ji, desired to savor chicken that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A personal chef achieved this delectable dish through the method of boiling, then steaming, and finally frying. This technique gave the chicken its gourd-like shape, hence the name gourd chicken. By the time the server concluded the introduction, the chicken had been entirely prepared. The crispy-skinned, tender-gored chicken left Li Luo thoroughly satisfied. The dish has been prepared for you. Please enjoy. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin could not help but swallow hard, having already dined, yet suddenly stirred by an insatiable appetite. He beckoned to a servant, whispering a few words into his ear. Having committed to memory the method displayed upon the celestial screen, he hastily instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare the exquisite gourd chicken. Understood. As he watched the servant depart, Li Luo began to savor the visually and aromatically delightful gourd chicken, simultaneously opening a dining app to peruse videos. In the next moment, a new title emerged. Li Shimin, the deity of the 7th century, the very soul of the Tang dynasty. While relishing his gourd chicken, Li Luo clicked on the video. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the footage commenced. The celestial screen depicted the Tang dynasty, showcasing Li Yuan, adorned in a yellow robe, solemnly presenting a long sword to his son, Li Shimin. The narration on the celestial screen gravely introduced. Before you stands the unparalleled general of heavenly strategy, the Khan of Heaven, jointly elected by the leaders of the northern tribes. The individuals involved at the Xuanwu Gate of the Tang dynasty, the creators of the Qin Wangpijin Lu, and the esteemed governor of Asia are subjects of admiration. The comments echo, he has arrived, that man has come, the dragon, the phoenix, and the swine, my eternal deity. Li Shimin fought valiantly throughout his life, conquering numerous states, yet ultimately received the posthumous title of literary emperor. Among the titles of civil and martial virtue, the literary designation surpasses the martial one. Li Yuan proclaimed, Shimin, I designate you as the Grand General of Heavenly Strategy. To which Li Shimin replied, Father, I bestow upon you the title of Grand Emperor. Initially, the idol of the people was Emperor One of Han, but with the emergence of the Phoenix, it became indisputable that he was the mightiest of all emperors. Emperor One of Han revered the Phoenix, only for it to transition into being an idol for others. The celestial screen continues to illuminate. The sagacious ruler of the Tang dynasty, endowed with wisdom, is known for his ability to recognize talent, forgive past grievances, and welcome counsel. The comments reflect, by using bronze as a mirror, one can rectify attire and cap. By using people as a mirror, one can discern gains and losses. By using history as a mirror, one can understand rise and fall. Wei Zheng stands apart from the pedantic scholars, for after challenging Li Shimin, he offered many sound pieces of advice. Historically, Wei Zheng could not have been so naive. He undoubtedly had his strategies. Delivering a slap followed by a shower of praise. Primarily, Li Shimin indeed possessed a remarkable capacity for tolerance. A prime minister's broad-mindedness can accommodate a ship. Li Erfeng's tolerance could harbor an aircraft carrier. In the Ming and Qing eras, there were no mere scholars. They were all partisans. Li Shimin's temperament was excessively generous. Had it been me, I would have surely given him a thrashing. Every era has its loyal ministers, yet not every era boasts a Li Shimin. Had it been Zhu Yuanzhang, Wei Zheng's grave would have been adorned with grass 10 meters high. In the hearts of later ministers, he was the dream sovereign. A paragon of martial prowess capable of annihilating 10,000 foes. He captured the Khagan of the Turks, returning to Chang'an to offer a dance as a unique spectacle. A creator of a flourishing age, endowed with the talents to govern the heavens and the earth, the comments on the celestial screen proliferate. Li Shimin declared, If you do not provide, I shall take it myself. The Xuanwu Gate incident was fundamentally a matter of Li Yuan. When you, along with your father and brothers, labor to establish a venture, and upon dividing the spoils, you are merely offered a smudge of cream to satisfy your cravings, could you truly accept such a fate? The strongest carbon-based life form of the 7th century, this assertion holds merit. The governor of Asia, the voice of the Eastern Hemisphere, speaks. Had there not been difficulties in communication with the Western Hemisphere at that time, he would have undoubtedly been the voice of the entire globe. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozu, Li Yuan, strained his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the celestial canopy above. Was it truly his son, Li Shimin, who had ascended to the throne? The thought seemed unfathomable. What of the crown prince, Li Jianqing? Li Yuan's gaze returned to the heavens, murmuring, Bestow the title of the supreme commander of heavenly strategy upon the one who is undeserving. Only Li Shimin had received such an honor. Yet, he harbored no intention of deposing the crown prince. How had Shimin become emperor? A wave of despair washed over Jianqing, his body weakening under the weight of realization. His younger brother had long harbored ambitions of treachery. This could only mean he had lost the contest for the throne. But he was the crown prince. The dire consequences of failing in the pursuit of power loomed ominously in his mind. instilling a deeper sense of dread. No. He must act preemptively to extinguish this threat before it could grow. With a steely resolve, Jianqing's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Shimin, do not hold me accountable. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, wore a faint smile as he gazed at the celestial canopy, feeling an uncontainable sense of pride. He eagerly anticipated more words from the heavens, as they were music to his ears. Comfortably seated upon his dragon throne, he rhythmically tapped the armrest beside him. Little did anyone know how long he had awaited this day, yearning for the acknowledgement of both the world and the annals of history. In the aftermath of the Xuanwu Gate incident, he was branded a usurper, a thief of the throne, and many prophesied that such deeds would invoke divine retribution. In the first year of the Jingguan era, a severe drought struck Hebei, followed by another in Shandong that summer. And the next year saw the arid conditions spread within the borders, leading to floods that displaced countless citizens. In the second year of Jingguan, locusts ravaged the land, leaving it barren for miles. Malicious whispers circulated, claiming that his ascension through the Xuanwu Gate had angered the heavens, resulting in this calamity. Under the pressure from his court, he issued 28 self-recriminating edicts, the sorrow of which remained unknown to all. Yet today, the celestial canopy finally allowed him a moment of vindication. Li Shimin, the illustrious sovereign of the flourishing Tang dynasty, treated wise ministers and capable generals with kindness, championed Confucianism, and laid the foundation for the prosperity of the era. During his reign, he was open to counsel, encouraged discourse, promoted agriculture, and established the renowned governance of the Jingguan period. He expanded the empire's territories, vanquishing the Eastern Turks and Shui Yantua, conquering Gaochang, and founding the 4 towns of Anxi. Under his rule, the Tang dynasty's expanse stretched widely, reaching the Eastern Sea to the east, the Salty Sea to the west, the Southern Sea to the south, and Baikal Lake to the north. He was indeed a timeless emperor, Li Erfeng. The comments flowed in. To be honest, Li Shimin is like a protagonist in a fantastical tale. He was as magnanimous as Emperor Gaozu of Han, and his martial prowess rivaled that of Emperor Cao Cao of Wei. Li Shimin's achievements throughout his life were extraordinary, unmatched by any ordinary emperor. Before the Xuanwu Gate, Li Jiansheng, the first in line for succession, undoubtedly harbored complex feelings towards his brother. Li Shimin nearly toppled from his throne upon hearing the title, Timeless Emperor, Li Erfeng, who permitted posterity to address him in such a manner. As the video concluded, the imagery shifted continuously before finally settling on a segment showcasing the 10 most renowned statesmen of the Tang dynasty, presented without regard to rank. The officials of the Tang dynasty collectively gasped, momentarily frozen, as they processed the information displayed before them. Once they confirmed their understanding, excitement surged through them, even causing Wei Zheng, known for his candid counsel, to breathe rapidly. Amidst the anticipation, words began to materialize upon the celestial screen. One of the 10 most distinguished statesmen of the Tang dynasty, Fang Xianling. Upon seeing the announcement, Fang Xianling visibly trembled with excitement, while Wei Zheng appeared somewhat disappointed, yet still joined the other officials in congratulating Fang. Li Shimin made no effort to intervene. He recognized that his ministers were overjoyed, and he saw no harm in allowing them a moment of happiness. In the Grand Hall, harmony reigned between the sovereign and his ministers, a joyful atmosphere enveloping the space. Li Shimin lifted his gaze towards the celestial screen, nodding in approval. It was entirely within his expectations for Fang Xianling to be listed among the honored. As a ruler, he too felt it imperative to reward his loyal subjects. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Bring forth 100 taels of gold for Fang Xianling." The words continued to unfold, as Fang Xianling's keen eyes remained fixed on the celestial screen, brimming with anticipation for the accolades it would bestow upon him. An exceptional statesman, he was endowed with remarkable talent and strategic acumen, serving as one of Li Shimin's most trusted advisors. In his early years, he allied with Li Shimin against the Sui dynasty, later assisting him in ascending the throne and managing state affairs, ultimately being honored posthumously in the ancestral temple. He was celebrated alongside Du Ruhui as Fang and Du, a paragon of ministerial excellence for future generations. Notably, he was also renowned as the most domestically cautious chancellor in history. After 22 years of service, he was revered as the foremost sage of the Tang dynasty and one of the 24 loyal ministers enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion. As the celestial screen's proclamation echoed, a thunderous laughter erupted within the hall. Li Shimin laughed so heartily that he doubled over, exclaiming in mirth. The court officials, unable to contain their amusement, sported flushed faces, stifling their laughter. Fang Xianling, however, gazed at the celestial screen, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression, The revelation of his domestic apprehension was now public knowledge. Li Shimin descended the steps, playfully patting Fang Xianling on the shoulder, jesting, "Ah, Chao Song, your reputation for fearing your wife has indeed reached posterity." With that, he burst into laughter once more, but soon his demeanor shifted, a smirk gracing his lips. "Nonetheless, I must congratulate you, Chao Song, for being recognized as the greatest minister of the Tang dynasty." Reflecting on Fang Xuanling's life, he had devoted himself dutifully to Emperor Taizong, tirelessly laying the foundation for the Tang dynasty's economic prosperity in the illustrious Xinguan era. Witnessing the celestial screen summary of Fang Xianling, Li Shimin felt a surge of emotion. Fang Xuanling's prodigious talents and unwavering loyalty had been instrumental in his service. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Shimin, and he leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to Fang Xianling. "What if I were to bestow upon you 2 beautiful concubines?" At this, Fang Xianling shivered at the thought, hastily shaking his head in refusal. "Your Majesty, I hold my wife in the highest regard. I would not wish to offend your gracious intentions." Meeting Li Shimin's knowing gaze, he could only manage a wry smile, fearing that news of the Emperor's offer would reach his wife's ears and provoke her ire. After all, the reputation of his domestic apprehension had already spread throughout the Tang realm. A little more wouldn't matter. The comments streamed in. Fang Xianling truly deserves to be Li Shimin's personal steward. He ranked 5th among the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingyan Pavilion and was the foremost figure in the political landscape during the Xinguan period. The accolades bolstered Fang Xuanling's resolve to remain loyal to his sovereign. Simultaneously, Du Ruhui, another eminent statesman, had also played a pivotal role during the Zuanwoman incident. Standing alongside Fang Xianling, their collaborative governance had significantly contributed to the success of the Xinguan era. As the celestial screen acknowledged Du Ruhui, the ministers began to congratulate him, their eyes eagerly fixed on the screen, hoping to be recognized next, aspiring to achieve the same immortal legacy as their predecessors. Li Shimin, witnessing both Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui recognized, beamed with delight. Du Ruhui felt a surge of joy, his body trembling with excitement, although he anticipated being acknowledged. A sense of unease lingered until the moment arrived. He had achieved high office and was indifferent to titles. Yet seeing Fang Xianling honored while remaining unnamed stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Only when the celestial screen finally began to recount his contributions did he feel assured. With a newfound confidence, Du Ruhui graciously accepted the congratulations of his peers, his commitment to serving his country reaffirmed. Fang Xianling approached him, clasping his hands in respect. "Congratulations." Master Du Ruhui reciprocated the gesture. "Mr. Fang, congratulations to you as well." The laughter of the ministers reverberated through the hall. Li Shimin remarked, "With such loyal subjects, it would be impossible for me to be a tyrant." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Today is a joyous occasion. Prepare a feast." The celestial screen continued its revelations. During his tenure as chancellor, Du Ruhui implemented institutional reforms and streamlined the bureaucracy, demonstrating remarkable talent in governance. He was esteemed as one of the greatest chancellors in Tang history, alongside Fang Xianling and other luminaries. Upon reading the celestial screen's summary, Du Ruhui felt relieved, grateful that no peculiar revelations had surfaced. The comments flowed. "Li Shimin, how shall we proceed?" "Fang Xianling, we can do this and that." "Du Ruhui, let us do just that." The trio reached a unanimous agreement. Fang Xianling would draft 10 proposals, Du Ruhui would select one, and finally, Li Shimin would render the final decision. Notably, there appeared to be no jealousy or rivalry among Fang, Du, Wei Zheng, and Wu Ji, as they shared a mutual understanding. As Li Shimin leisurely sipped his wine, he observed the camaraderie among these esteemed men, turning his attention back to the celestial screen. Suddenly, a shocking comment caught his eye. Du Ruhui was attacked and severely injured by Zhang Jiyu after failing to dismount before her residence, and he tragically passed away in the 4th year of Xinguan. Du Ruhui's complexion paled upon reading the comment. He had not anticipated such a humiliating fate. He recalled having been injured by the father of concubine Yin, losing a finger, and now facing another grievous assault from Zhang Jiyu. Li Shimin, equally troubled, promptly decreed that Zhang Jiyu be demoted to a commoner and cast into the cold palace, demonstrating the gravity of imperial wrath. With tears welling in his eyes, Du Ruhui bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty." An attendant, bewildered, quietly reminded, "Your Majesty, there is no Zhang Jiyu in the palace." It was implausible for the emperor to conjure a figure out of thin air. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Shimin, surrounded by countless beauties, could not recall the existence of a Zhang Jiyu among them. Clearing his throat, he descended to assist Du Ruhui back to his feet, reassuring him, "Fear not. I shall protect you from any harm." Li Shimin's words deeply moved Du Ruhui, who gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, wishing he could offer his very flesh and blood to his majesty. After calming Du Ruhui, Li Shimin secretly sighed in relief. The celestial scroll continued to unfold. Thirdly, Wei Zheng initially assisted Prince Li Jiansheng, but, after the Xuanwu Gate incident, pledged his loyalty to Li Shimin. During his tenure, he frequently spoke candidly, advocating for righteous governance, which enabled Li Shimin to implement benevolent policies, ultimately leading to the prosperous reign of Jingguan. Li Shimin, holding a small cup of wine, chuckled heartily, his joy evident. Despite Wei Zheng's direct admonitions often causing him discomfort, it was precisely because of such loyal ministers that the Tang dynasty flourished. Netizens in later generations remarked that his capacity for tolerance was immense. Tolerating a Wei Zheng was hardly a challenge. Wei Zheng's name became as renowned as his integrity. Li Luo held a favorable view of Wei Zheng and could not resist perusing the comments section. Here were two figures, one, a supreme sovereign, and the other, an unyielding advisor. They were at odds, yet it was Li Shimin who invariably bore the brunt of their confrontations. Li Shimin mused, "Though I detest him, I must admit there is merit in his words." Li Shimin cherished talent, and Wei Zheng was once a retainer of Li Jianxing. Heeding wise counsel leads to prosperity. The relationship between Li and Wei was one of love and conflict. Wei Zheng remarked, "I relish your vexation towards me, yet your inability to eliminate me." Upon seeing the comments on the celestial scroll, a smile crept upon Wei Zheng's lips. The netizens were right. He enjoyed provoking the emperor, engaging in daily banter that irked the sovereign. As the saying goes, to contend with heaven is endlessly delightful. To contend with earth is endlessly delightful. To contend with humanity is endlessly delightful. Witnessing Wei Zheng's unflappable demeanor, Li Shimin felt a headache coming on. Oh, how infuriating. Yet he could not help but admire him. Indeed, he felt a tumultuous mix of love and resentment towards Wei Zheng. Li Luo clicked on the link to the comments section, and a video of the tumultuous relationship between Wei Zheng and Li Shimin began to play. Li Shimin's face contorted in frustration. A foreboding sensation washed over him. It was always he who was wounded in their exchanges. He could scarcely recall how many times he had wept to Empress Changsun over this. The new video commenced. In the footage, Wei Zheng and Li Shimin engaged in a fierce argument. A caption read, "The enduring tale of the virtuous minister Wei Zheng and Emperor Li Shimin." Upon reading the title, Li Shimin's lips twitched in exasperation. He repeatedly reminded himself of his own vast capacity for tolerance, of being a legendary emperor, and that he could indeed endure the likes of Wei Zheng. The figure of the emperor depicted on the celestial scroll was not himself. Yet Li Shimin found himself empathizing with that portrayal. In the video, Li Shimin, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Zheng, seething, "Wei Zheng, you country bumpkin." After hurling this insult, he forcefully kicked a small table in the room, as if that innocent piece of furniture represented Wei Zheng himself. Unable to slay Wei Zheng, could he not at least vent his frustration on a mere table? In the video, Wei Zheng remained calm and composed, as if it were not he who had provoked the emperor to such fury. With righteous indignation, he retorted, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken." Li Shimin, visibly perplexed, inquired, "How am I mistaken again?" Wei Zheng replied, "Your actions not only are erroneous, but exceedingly foolish." The video displayed a caption. Wei Zheng's candid admonitions repeatedly infuriate Li Shimin. Accompanied by tense, dramatic music, Li Luo could not help but gasp. Wei Zheng was truly fearless. He showed no concern that Li Shimin might drag him out and execute him. The scene shifted. Li Shimin, brandishing a long sword, paced furiously within the chamber. And even through the screen, Li Luo could sense the turmoil and rage within him. In the frame, the gentle and virtuous Empress Changsun stood by, her gaze filled with concern. Cautiously, she inquired, "Has Wei Zheng angered you once more?" The video caption read, "On the battlefield, invincible, Li Shimin seeks solace from Empress Changsun." Accompanied by a cartoon depiction of Li Shimin weeping in the Empress's embrace, the sight rendered the historical Li Shimin's complexion ashen. The courtiers regarded Wei Zheng with profound respect. Only he could incite the emperor to such wrath that he sought comfort from the empress. In the footage, Li Shimin's face darkened. Gripping the long sword tightly, he bellowed, "Who else could it be? This country bumpkin has driven me to my wit's end." Clinging to a thread of rationality, he seemed to console himself, contemplating, "I cannot kill him. Should I do so, he would be immortalized, and I would bear the weight of infamy throughout history. I shall not fall for this. I will not slay him. The video caption noted, Li Shimin attempts to rationalize his decision against executing Wei Zhang. The scene depicted Li Shimin collapsing onto the ground, the sword thrust into the floor with force. Even through the screen, one could feel his frustration. The scene shifted once more. Wei Zhang, brimming with self-satisfaction, hands tucked into his pockets, reveled in the thought that the emperor had been driven away by a mere minister. This is a first for me, he mused. Another courtier, with genuine concern, advised Wei Zhang, our duty as ministers is to counsel the emperor, not to provoke him. Upon hearing the words, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it is the duty of a minister to counsel his majesty, rather than to provoke his ire daily. Unexpectedly, Wei Zhang seemed utterly indifferent. He boldly confronted Li Shimin. Your majesty must not, for it is my duty to speak candidly and advise, to assist the sovereign and rectify the state affairs. If even the ministers merely offer flattery, constantly appeasing your majesty, this would be the calamity of the Tang dynasty. Once more, Li Shimin found himself at a loss for words in the face of Wei Zhang's unwavering stance. In the realm of verbal sparring, he could never best Wei Zhang. Meanwhile, the video continued to play. In the frame, Empress Changsun, adorned in court attire, performed a profound bow to Li Shimin. I humbly congratulate your majesty. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance for the Tang dynasty to have a minister of Wei Zhang's caliber. After a moment of reflection, Li Shimin's anger dissipated, and he yielded. With such individuals around, it is impossible for me to be a tyrannical emperor. Having calmed down, Li Shimin approached Wei Zhang to express his apologies. What I did earlier was inappropriate. It shall not happen again. From now on, speak freely as you wish. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, upon viewing the video, the ministers cast sympathetic glances towards Li Shimin. To be so incensed by one's own subordinates, unable to express anger, to refrain from violence, and to avoid uttering reckless words, was indeed an unprecedented occurrence in both ancient and modern times. Once his fury subsided, he had to apologize and placate his ministers, a truly remarkable situation. Li Luo found great amusement in this spectacle, particularly enjoying the sight of Li Shimin left speechless by Wei Zhang's retorts. Displeased with him yet unable to eliminate him, Li Shimin ultimately had to humbly seek forgiveness from Wei Zhang. A phrase emerged upon the celestial canvas. Wei Zhang's audacity to speak candidly serves as a mirror for Li Shimin. The scene shifted dramatically. A fierce confrontation erupted once more between sovereign and minister, with Li Shimin again erupting in wrath at Wei Zhang's boldness. Wei Zhang fervently expounded his principles, governing the realm through civil administration. To rule effectively, one must regard all individuals as equals. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Zhang, vehemently declaring, You do not regard others as equals. Why do you not allow your son to marry a daughter of a humble scholar? In the scene, Wei Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he processed the emperor's implication. Your majesty suggests that ministers should intermarry with humble scholars? Li Shimin, rendered speechless by indignation, found himself once again departing in discord with Wei Zhang. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's countenance darkened considerably. The figure of Li Shimin in the heavens, for the first time, found himself in a position of reason, yet lost a quarrel with Wei Zhang. Not only that, he was so incensed by Wei Zhang that he fled to Empress Changsun to shed tears. Li Shimin began to feel a sense of unease and shortness of breath. Wei Zhang, whether in the celestial sphere or the mortal realm, seemed innately destined to be his adversary. Li Luo hastened the video's playback speed, capturing the scene where Li Shimin lamented to Changsun Wuji. He spoke grandiloquently, yet chastised others, treating me as though I were but a child. He was merely exploiting my magnanimity. The scene shifted to a familiar moment. A subdued Li Shimin, having calmed down, humbly apologized to Wei Zhang. I was in the wrong, he conceded, and I shall host a banquet in your honor. The celestial screen soon became inundated with a flurry of comments. It was said that Wei Zhang's longevity was largely due to his encounters with Li Shimin. Given Wei Zhang's repeated suggestions to eliminate Li Jianqing, he ought to have faced death 30 times over. Li Erfing possessed an admirable temperament. Indeed, in terms of magnanimity, Li Shimin's heart embraced the world. Despite facing daily reproaches, Wei Zhang could not extinguish him. What could he do? It appeared that Li Shimin had wept numerous times due to Wei Zhang's provocations, revealing a rather sentimental disposition. During their disputes, they exchanged barbs, with Li Shimin unearthing Wei Zhang's reluctance to marry into the humble families, using it as ammunition against him. Li Erfing's broad-mindedness was unparalleled among all emperors, while Wei Zhang's self-destructive antics continued unabated. Nevertheless, he still held a prominent position, ranking fourth in the Lingyan Pavilion. Wei Jing exemplified the model of a diligent worker, persistently challenging the great leader. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin found himself bewildered by the concept of Piyue, yet suddenly grasped the essence of the laboring class. Rather than feeling vexed, he turned to Wei Zheng with a playful grin. All his ire dissipating, and jestingly exclaimed, "It seems I have spent my entire life working for you." In a rare moment of flattery, Wei Zheng beamed and replied, "Your Majesty, your wisdom is unmatched." He then called for a serving of spinach to be brought to him. With Wei Zheng receiving his long-desired delicacy and Li Shimin appreciating the loyalty of his most vocal critic, an atmosphere of harmony enveloped the court, filled with mirth and camaraderie. In the comments section, one user lamented, "It's all his fault. This week I must memorize the 10 Thoughts of Remonstrance by Taizong." Another, named Li Luo, pondered for a moment before leaving a remark. Li Shimin is fortunate to have encountered Wei Zheng, and likewise, Wei Zheng is equally fortunate to have met Li Shimin. Just as Li Luo posted this comment, responses immediately flooded in. Unbeknownst to many, after Wei Zheng's demise, Li Shimin had his tomb desecrated. A user named Tian Xiangshang humorously added, "I was scolded by Wei Zheng in my dreams, so I had it repaired again. Haha, Li Erfing has it tough." Truly, he is the foremost critic of the Tang dynasty. Even in defeat, thoughts of Wei Zheng lingered. Evidently, the rebukes in the dream were quite harsh. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Wei Zheng's eyes widened like brass bells, as the previously harmonious atmosphere between sovereign and minister dissipated in an instant, rendering even the verdant spinach before him unappetizing. Wei Zheng lamented, "Your Majesty, you have desecrated my grave." His gaze toward Li Shimin resembled that of a betrayed lover. He had devoted himself diligently to the Tang, only to find himself undermined by his own sovereign posthumously. "What grave sin have I committed, Your Majesty, that you would exhume my remains and cast aside my corpse?" Li Shimin, evasive and distracted, averted his gaze. Little did he know what future events would unfold, compelling him to disturb Wei Zheng's resting place. He too was engulfed in confusion, you see. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Liu Che gazed in astonishment at the pair of sovereign and subject before him, his heart brimming with envy. Their relationship transcended mere hierarchy, resembling that of close friends. As netizens have aptly remarked, they embody a compelling chemistry as ruler and minister. Their mode of interaction can be succinctly summarized by a common adage: if one is not of the same family, one cannot enter the same door. Liu Che admired Li Shimin's magnanimity. Despite being provoked to fury by Wei Dui, he refrained from taking his life. Liu Che considered himself lacking such expansive tolerance. It is little wonder that later generations would regard Li Shimin as a monarch of remarkable personal charisma. In the realm of the great song, Xi and Qiji observed the camaraderie between Wei Zheng and Li Shimin with a sense of envy. Throughout his life, he devoted himself to contemplating how to serve his country. As the nation lay fractured and its landscapes ravaged, his heart remained tethered to the world, yearning for the day when he could gallop across the battlefield and reclaim the magnificent territories. Yet, time and again, he faced insurmountable obstacles, his remarkable talents left unfulfilled. Sipping his wine with a heavy heart, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips. How much more could he endure through the tempests of life? The fleeting spring had once again slipped away. Li Luo incessantly scrolled through the screen of his phone until he finally paused at a captivating headline. To what extent could Wei Zheng challenge Li Shimin? Why did Li Shimin order the demolition of Wei Zheng's tombstone after his death? Upon the emergence of this title, Li Shimin and his companions turned their gazes skyward, their hearts filled with curiosity, finally on the brink of revelation. Throughout his life, Wei Zheng had directly admonished Li Shimin over 200 times. In matters vast as national affairs and as trivial as daily life, Wei Zheng would always offer his candid advice to Li Shimin whenever the latter erred. Upon hearing the summary from the celestial screen, Li Shimin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had never kept a record of the instances when Wei Zheng had directly admonished him, and he was taken aback to discover that the number had reached a staggering amount. Wei Zheng, perceptive of the guilt in Li Shimin's gaze, chose silence, for he was more intrigued by the reason behind the king's act of toppling his gravestone. In his lifetime, Wei Zheng had discreetly recommended Du Jingluan and Hou Junji to Li Shimin. At this revelation, Wei Zheng slightly furrowed his brows. Both individuals were esteemed ministers of the Tang dynasty. What was amiss in their recommendation? Following Wei Zheng's demise, Du Jingluan was disgraced and dismissed, while Hou Junji was executed for treason. Wei Zheng had ensured that copies of his admonitions were safely stored at home and presented to the historian Chu Suiliang. As the celestial voice faded, Wei Zheng was startled into kneeling, soon followed by the historian. Li Shimin, witnessing the spectacle of Wei Zheng and Chu Suiliang prostrating, could not help but laugh in irritation. He straightened his posture, raising a hand to bid them rise and speak. The celestial message merely hinted at a suspicion of Wei Zheng's possible collusion for personal reputation, which incited his ire. Once more, Wei Zheng and Chu Suiliang knelt. Since I have already toppled your gravestone in the future, this matter shall not be pursued further. You may rise, Chu Suiliang. I shall not hold you accountable either. Upon hearing Li Shimin's declaration of non-pursuit, Wei Zheng and Chu Suiliang breathed a sigh of relief and gradually stood. Wei Zheng wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly aware that he was drenched in cold perspiration, having unknowingly ventured close to the gates of death that day. After witnessing the complex dynamics between Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, Li Luo reopened the previous video. The celestial screen continued to showcase the 10 eminent ministers of the Tang dynasty. The courtiers collectively exhaled in relief, returning to their seats to resume their revelry. Fourth, Changsun Wuji, a trusted minister of Emperor Taizong and brother to Empress Changsun, was tasked with assisting Emperor Gaozong Li Ji in revising the Tang legal codes. He held a high position without arrogance, aiding in the establishment of the Yonghui era, standing as Li Shimin's right hand and the second most significant figure in the Tang dynasty. He ranked first among the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion, enduring on the political stage for 33 years without faltering. Before Changsun Wuji could savor his achievements, the celestial screen was inundated with countless comments. History often reveals that the favored ministers of emperors seldom meet a favorable end, as seen with Pei Ji during Li Yuan's reign and Changsun Wuji himself during Li Shimin's. Li Shimin believed Li Ji to be the most benevolent, yet when it came to decisive action, he was more ruthless than anyone. Changsun Wuji remained utterly loyal to the Li family, unwavering even after Li heir's passing, only to meet a grim fate. Lost in thought, Changsun Wuji grimaced as he glimpsed the foreboding of his own future within the comments. Unafraid of death, yet fearful of the repercussions it might bring upon the Changsun family. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted once more, as the ministers were suddenly engulfed by a sense of melancholy akin to that of birds fleeing and bows being concealed. When the cunning hare perishes, the hunting dog meets a grim fate. If even Changsun Wuji could not meet a favorable end, what destiny awaits these loyal subjects? Fifthly, there is Di Renjie, who during the Wu Zhou period was held in high esteem by Empress Wu Zetian. He dared to speak candidly, playing a pivotal role in restoring power to the Li Tang dynasty. As the mention of Di Renjie arose, the commentary surged with enthusiasm. His prowess was undeniable. He compelled Wu Zetian to return authority to the Li family, marking him as a versatile and formidable figure adept at governance. Yet, his true brilliance lay in his ability to navigate interpersonal relationships, earning the trust of the notoriously cold-hearted Wu Zetian. Di Renjie's life was even more riveting than any televised portrayal. Among those who could attain high office, generous rewards, and trust from Wu Zetian, few surpassed 5 in number. Notably, half of those who later conspired to overthrow Wu Zetian were political allies of Di Renjie, while the other half were individuals he had elevated. Sixthly, there is Zhang Jianji, who, well-versed in classical texts and history, began as a scholar. His bold and forthright counsel to Wu Zetian led to his demotion. However, during the Wu Zhou era, he was recommended by Yao Chong and subsequently appointed as prime minister. The Xinlong coup ultimately compelled Wu Zetian to abdicate, reinstating Li Xian, the Tang Zhongzhou. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin performed a rather unseemly gesture. He vigorously dug into his ear, as if trying to grasp an absurd piece of news that had just reached him. "My minister," he inquired. I did not quite catch what was proclaimed from the heavens above. In the grand hall, silence reigned, and no minister dared to respond. Finally, a eunuch, braving the specter of death, leaned close to Li Shimin and whispered, "Wu Zhou Empress." Li Shimin was immediately incensed to the point of laughter. "The Wu Zhou Empress?" he exclaimed. "The empire of the great Tang has been usurped by a woman." In an instant, fury consumed him. He stepped forward and kicked over the table before him, sending fruits and wine cascading across the floor. In the grand hall, the ministers knelt in unison, fervently imploring the emperor to quell his wrath. "Investigate. Uncover the true identity of this Wu Zetian, the Empress of Wu." A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Li Shimin's eyes, and the officials trembled with trepidation. They had not witnessed the scene of countless corpses in the wake of an emperor's fury for quite some time. At this moment, Wu Meinyang, a mere talent of the imperial harem, was paralyzed with fear, her heart pounding in her chest. She realized there was no escape. In his pursuit to solidify the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin would undoubtedly ensure her demise. In the realm of the Tang dynasty's Emperor Gaozong, Shang Wanyi's face was etched with a look of horror. Upon regaining her composure, she knelt upon the ground, her voice hoarse with urgency. Your Majesty, she is already plotting to usurp the throne. Will you not consider abolishing the position of Empress Wu? Li Ji clenched his jaw, his countenance a stormy shade of gray. No matter how deeply he cherished Wu Meinyang, he could never trivialize the sovereignty of the Tang dynasty. While love held significance, it paled in comparison to the power he wielded. Li Ji nodded resolutely and commanded Shang Wanyi to draft the edict for the empress's removal. At that moment, upon witnessing the unfolding video, Wu Zetian was filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. The joy stemmed from her successful ascent to the position of empress, while the sorrow lay in the realization that her wings were not yet fully formed. She remained the consort of Li Ji. As the celestial curtain unveiled the entirety of her future actions, her fate shifted irrevocably, and she feared she might never reach the day when she could truly command the realm. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu, Lu Che, found himself utterly astonished. Just a moment prior, he had marveled at the numerous illustrious ministers and virtuous statesmen of the Tang dynasty, and in the next breath, a woman usurped the throne of the Li Tang dynasty. She successfully ascended as empress, holding sway over the empire for many years. Although a restoration was later achieved, the Li Tang dynasty had undeniably changed hands. Lu Che cast a wary glance at the gentle and virtuous Wei Zifu by his side, suddenly on high alert. He had never regarded women with any seriousness, yet Wu Zetian had imparted a stern lesson. He would not tolerate any threats to his authority. Yao Chong, who served as prime minister under Empress Wu, Emperor Ruizong, and Emperor Xuanzong, was renowned for his candidness and ability to advise. He proposed 10 guiding principles for governance, effectively reforming the bureaucratic landscape. During Emperor Xuanzong's reign, he fervently advocated for reform, promoting prosperity and eliminating corruption, thus ushering in the glorious Qiuan era. For 3 years of assisting governance during the Kaiyuan period, Yao Chong was hailed as the savior minister, alongside the esteemed Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Song Jing, collectively referred to as the 4 great ministers of the Tang dynasty. Viewers commented that after Yao Chong's passing, no one could counsel Emperor Ming, leading to a period of excess under Li Longji. During Yao Chong's tenure, Li Longji was notably frugal. Zhang Jiuling, the last of the esteemed ministers of the Kaiyuan era, witnessed the decline of this golden age. Before his death, he prophesied the fate of the Qiuan era, cautioning that Li Longji's excessive devotion to love could lead him astray. In the early stages, Li Longji appointed Yao Chong, Song Jing, and Zhang Jiuling, resulting in a clear and just political landscape, but later favored Li Linfu and Yang Guozhong, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Tang. Di Renjie and Yao Chong were regarded as the twin pillars of governance. One can only imagine the dismay these 2 ministers would feel at Li Longji's subsequent actions. Song Jing, who served the Tang dynasty through 5 reigns, was dedicated to revitalizing the empire. His life was marked by the vicissitudes of court politics, having served as prime minister under 5 emperors. During his tenure, he reformed the civil service and prioritized the improvement of the people's livelihoods. An upright individual, he was unafraid to speak his mind, collaborating with Yao Chong to assist Emperor Xuanzong in establishing the prosperous Qiuan era. Comments echoed the greatness of the Tang dynasty, highlighting the emergence of remarkable talents such as Yao Chong and Song Jing, the architects of the Kaiyuan prosperity. Song Jing's foresight and strategies were notably prescient. As the video approached its conclusion, the music began to soften. Zhang Jiuling rose to prominence during Emperor Xuanzong's reign, having been recommended by Prime Minister Zhang Shua. He was known for his forthright counsel, adherence to principles, and literary prowess, earning the admiration of posterity. He selected the virtuous and capable without regard for seniority, emphasizing the importance of local official appointments. Opposing unnecessary militarism, he sought to diminish the power of regional governors. A distinguished statesman, politician, literary figure, and poet of the Kaiyuan era, he was hailed as the foremost figure of Lingnan. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin found himself enveloped in a profound sense of admiration for the future sovereign, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. In the annals of the Tang dynasty, a significant portion of esteemed chancellors emerged during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong. With such a multitude of virtuous ministers to assist, how could the Tang dynasty not flourish? Among them was Li Bai, who rose to prominence during the reign of Emperor Dizong. He engaged in governance, mediating conflicts within the inner court, advocating for reforms, and opposing the excessive power of eunuchs. His fervent efforts in implementing reforms bolstered the central authority and actively defended against external threats, thereby stabilizing the dynasty's regime. Throughout his life, he served under 4 emperors, Xuanzong, Suzong, Daizong, and Dizong. Upon completing the video, Li Luo began to peruse the comments section. One user remarked, if Li Longji had died 20 years earlier, he would still rank among the top 10 emperors in Chinese history. Another commented, had Li Longji perished 2 decades sooner, it would have been akin to the reign of Qin Shi Huang. A different voice noted, the true sorrow lies not in loud disputes. Li Longji was the emperor who employed the most chancellors in history, each contributing uniquely to the creation of a prosperous era. Yet another user stated, the prosperity of the Kaiyuan era was the result of generations of effort, without Li Ji and Wu Zetian laying the groundwork. The Kaiyuan splendor would not have been possible. One user remarked, Li Bai possessed strategic vision rivaling that of Zhuge Liang, yet unfortunately, neither Li Longji nor Li Si effectively utilized him. Another added, Li Bai stands out as the only historical figure to have reached the pinnacle of power and withdrawn unscathed. As darkness enveloped the screen, all visuals vanished, leaving the audience from various dynasties momentarily bewildered. What happened? Why is there no image? They cried. Sir, please come out. We haven't seen enough. Their pleas echoed. We beg you, return quickly. A day without the screen feels unbearable. Please do not compel me to kneel in supplication. The impatient spectators fidgeted restlessly as Li Luo approached the checkout counter. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice resonated from the screen. Your account has received 145 yuan. Following this, the familiar scenery re-emerged on the screen. Lights glittered brilliantly, illuminating the ancient architecture scattered throughout. With his head slightly bowed, Li Luo fervently tapped on his phone, awaiting his driver's acceptance of the order. At that moment, a new title appeared on the screen, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the historical audience. In the visuals, a radiant young woman clad in vibrant Korean attire gracefully bowed, greeting everyone in her native language. Good morning, everyone. In the realm of the 3 kingdoms. Zhang Fei let out a cold snort and slammed his cup heavily on the table. What nonsensical chatter was that? In the realm of the Great Sui. Yang Guang abruptly downed a cup, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Is this not the tongue of Goguryeo? In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji, gazed at the celestial expanse, a perplexed expression gracing his features. Hadn't he already vanquished the Goguryeo regime? He had even established the Annong Protectorate for its governance. Could it be that subsequent generations had forsaken that territory? In the very next moment, a young girl switched to a language familiar to all, albeit with a rather awkward inflection. Welcome to Seoul for sightseeing. I am your guide for today. Please take good care of me. Since this is your first visit to Seoul, allow me to introduce you. No sooner had the girl finished speaking than an elderly lady, her hair a cascade of white and her countenance benevolent, interrupted, My dear child, we have visited before. The girl, utterly bewildered, responded, Ah? An elderly gentleman on the bus chuckled and explained, Young lady, we arrived over 60 years ago. The scene shifted, transporting us back to the period of the Korean War, where countless Chinese soldiers, armed with rifles, charged forward amidst the chaos of battle, spurred on by the resounding call to arms. The old man proudly raised his thumb and declared, We belong to the Steel Knife Company. The young girl remained bewildered, questioning, But I see that you have never visited according to your passports. Another elderly lady chimed in with a laugh, We do not need passports. But how did you come? The grandfather's voice resonated with strength as he replied, We entered while holding the red flag high. The scene shifted again, revealing General Douglas MacArthur surveying the horizon through binoculars, the flag of the United States billowing behind him. Below, the sounds of artillery echoed, and the land lay ravaged. A great leader stood tall, his voice commanding and robust. The United States seeks to bring the flames of war to our nascent nation. What shall we do? The soldiers below stood in unison, their gazes fierce, ready for action. Fight! Fight! The imagery of fluttering red flags filled the screen as the soldiers prepared to advance, a formidable force. Barrage of comments erupted. What just ignited? Once, this place was not known as Seoul, but rather Han City. The crowd recited in unison, We study for the rise of China. I love my country. My pure love is solely for China. My blood surged with passion, prompting me to slap my own face in fervor. An old veteran bore a broad smile, symbolizing the strength of our motherland. A veteran of the volunteer army visited Seoul. When he took his time retrieving his passport, he was questioned about his previous visits. He responded, I came once, in 51, driving a tank. No one dared check passports then. Li Luo, whose taxi had yet to arrive, chose to lean against a conspicuous tree, continuing to scroll through his phone. understanding the deepest truths through the most juvenile animations. Upon encountering this title, a soft, adorable white rabbit appeared in his mind. Do not cry, tears will freeze. If I cannot return to China, please remember me, the one who has tirelessly fought for the dream of a great nation. Patriots lie buried in the mountains. There is no need to wrap their bodies in horsehide. From this day forth, no one shall speak to me loudly again. A sudden glimmer of tears welled in Li Luo's eyes as he recalled the heart-wrenching moments spent watching this animated series in his youth. Just then, a car halted before him, and the driver rolled down the window, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you a passenger with the last four digits 5238? Li Luo wiped his eyes and nodded eagerly, "Yes. Dear passenger, please buckle your seatbelt once you board. We shall depart shortly." Li Luo sniffed and hurried into the car. He opened a video, and on the screen appeared a hat-wearing rabbit, bravely scribbling amidst the backdrop of relentless artillery fire. As long as life endures, the charge shall not cease. Forward, forward. Do you know, my friend? Dignity is earned, not bestowed by others. Familiar music filled the air, prompting the driver to ask, "Young man, are you watching that rabbit animation?" Li Luo acknowledged with a nod, and the driver continued, "I used to adore this series as well. Each time I watched it, tears would flow uncontrollably." Li Luo felt a bit embarrassed, his voice becoming more nasal. "To be honest, I almost cried just now. Watching these animations evokes thoughts of our predecessors, who endured hardships for 3 generations and fought battles for 3 generations." Li Luo cautiously asked, "You don't mind if I play the video aloud, do you?" The driver shook his head repeatedly, "Not at all, not at all. I believe this animation should be shown widely, particularly in schools. As one grows older, the sentiments deepen. Dignity resides only at the edge of the sword, and truth lies within the range of artillery fire. Indeed, it is so." Li Luo nodded in agreement. "We shall forever remember these martyrs." He resumed watching the video, depicting the scenic Yalu River, beautiful yet marred by those who sought to ignite war on Chinese soil. We have fought to this point along the Yalu. On Christmas Day, perhaps I may truly return home." The scene transitioned to a bald eagle making bold declarations. "We shall not only employ nuclear weapons, but also unite with 16 other factions to declare war on China. Let us strike now, with fervor, launching the final battle." The driver suddenly scoffed, realizing Li Luo was still in the back seat, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Hearing such words stirred my indignation." Li Luo nodded in understanding. Every admirer of that rabbit, every conscientious Chinese citizen, cannot remain indifferent in the face of the enemy's humiliation. Every rabbit embodies the dream of a great nation. Hand me another brick, and I shall return to the front lines once more. This life, I have no regrets in serving China. In my next life, I shall still be in China. That rabbit recounts the most harrowing history in the simplest of manners. The Great Qin, what is that rabbit? A tale of a multitude of creatures? The Han Dynasty, those rabbits, have the bald eagles become sentient, capable of speech and warfare? Is a multitude of creatures vying for territory? The Tang Dynasty, no. That rabbit seems to symbolize China, while that bald eagle appears to represent a formidable antagonist. In the grand narrative of the Song Dynasty, one cannot help but remark upon the adorable nature of these little rabbits. As Li Luo glided through the progress bar, a magnificent azure planet materialized on the screen. A voice, imbued with emotion, resonated. In a distant year, deep within the cosmos, there existed a cerulean planet, upon which lay a land known as China. The revered leaders, Yin and Huang, first unified this territory, thus bestowing upon its inhabitants the title of Yin Huang descendants. Many years passed, and the ancestor dragon unified the 6 kingdoms, leading to the designation of the rulers of China as emperors. Following this, the illustrious eras of the Han and Tang dynasties flourished, earning the admiration of friends from the Blue Star, who sought to obtain green cards during the prosperous Tang period as a mark of honor. When the simplistic drawing of Qin Shi Huang and 2 fluffy rabbits appeared, Ing Zheng of the Qin realm was taken aback. He finally comprehended that the tale of the rabbits was not merely about a group of creatures, but rather a vivid recounting of China's authentic history. Alas, his majestic image was utterly tarnished. In the scene, Ing Zheng was portrayed with an amusing blend of humor, simplicity, sincerity, and endearing softness, accompanied by 2 adorably fluffy rabbits, who continuously scattered flowers from their baskets. Yet, the elderly and somewhat foolish visage of Ing Zheng projected on the celestial canvas bore no semblance of the formidable emperor he once was, starkly contrasting with his legendary stature. The courtiers struggled to contain their amusement, though none dared to laugh aloud. As the moon waxes and wanes, prosperity inevitably gives way to decline. The narration shifted from fervent exultation to a tone of somber despondency. With the explosion of fireworks in the sky, a shroud of gloom began to envelop the imperial city. The scene transitioned, revealing a cartoonish official, drenched in sweat, surrounded by a menacing assembly of ferocious creatures. At the center of the table lay a map of China. Encircled by the bear of the north, the bald eagle, the rooster, the Gallic rooster, and John Bull, each revealing their covetous expressions as they gazed upon the map. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, the heart of Emperor Qianlong sank as he recognized the familiar braid, a symbol of the Qing. This indicated that the 8 creatures were not mere animals, but representations of 8 nations, encircling the Chinese map with greedy eyes. Qianlong understood their intentions. These shameless countries sought to carve up the territory of the Qing. The echoes of his wrath resonated throughout the Grand Hall, as he pondered their audacity to covet his empire. Indeed, in the next moment, the 8 creatures erupted into a cacophony of disputes, each vying to seize a piece of China's land. "I want this place," one declared, as the bear and the chicken glared fiercely at one another, unwilling to yield. The small braid, witnessing the escalating conflict, attempted to mediate. "Let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence." "Begone, this is not your place to speak," came the retort. Outside, the rabbit silently observed, tears finally spilling from its eyes. The rabbit's tears acted as a catalyst, transforming the atmosphere steeped in historical anguish. The barrage of comments overhead grew, expressing the viewer's distress. "It is unbearable. I long to travel back in time and strike those fools of the Qing dynasty. We must not forget our national humiliation. We must strengthen ourselves. To be backward is to be beaten." Li Luo's eyes brimmed with tears as this chapter of history unfolded before him, leaving him with a singular sentiment of frustration. "Frustration, indeed," he echoed. The driver, filled with righteous indignation, spat vehemently. "For thousands of years, our magnificent China has been bullied by these minor nations. Hence, to be backward is to be beaten." This phrase resonated through the ages, repeated by emperors of every dynasty. It may be coarse, but is it not true that to be backward invites defeat? Li Luo asserted. The more humiliating the experience, the more we must remember our history. As the first chapter concluded, a new video commenced. The screen still displayed the charming rabbits. Yet this time, a red star adorned their chests. No longer filled with resentment and anger, their eyes now reflected determination and composure. If China were to enforce conscription, what would unfold in Blue Star? Should China adopt a policy akin to that of South Korea, mandating military service for all men? The beautiful nation would find the bear alluring, the chicken amiable, and the South Korean men captivating. The comments flooded in. "Which department are you from?" "The 7th Culinary Army of Shandong Cuisine, the 3,872nd Mixed Cold Dish Brigade, the Fierce Tiger Battalion of the Cutting Team, and the Green Onion 2nd Battalion's Watermaking Class. I am the commander of the Sweet and Sour Pork Unit." If the rabbit were to mobilize 100 million troops, it would undoubtedly be a battle against aliens. For no nation on Earth could withstand a rabbit in full military readiness. As the parade commenced, the names of the soldiers echoed through the air. Here comes the Wang Wei Battalion. 3 days passed, followed by the Zhang Wei Battalion, and again, 3 days elapsed. In battle, a single brick could take down 3 individuals named Zhang Wei. The commander gazed pensively at the 10-meter-tall roster. Returning to his hotel, Li Luo lay in bed, his thoughts tumultuous. His mind replayed the images of rabbits, steadfastly raising their heads from the snow, as the call to charge instilled fear in their enemies. Each rabbit harbored a grand dream for their nation, yearning to return home, but was confined by the eagle's grasp. In the cramped darkness, they were a collective of like-minded souls, longing for their homeland. "Why are we trapped here?" one rabbit asked. "We wish to return and build China," replied another. "And you?" asked a third. The snow rabbit, sitting on the ground, gazed with sparkling eyes. "I wish to return to plant apple trees." Li Luo was overwhelmed with emotion. It is too tear-jerking. As the call to charge sounded, his tears flowed uncontrollably. Why apple trees? Because apples contain seeds. The sentiments of warriors throughout history were complex. Although the screen displayed a tale of rabbits and creatures, when they saw the fighting spirit in the rabbits' eyes, they were reminded of their former selves. Those rabbits were strong and courageous. When one fell, countless others surged forward, ready to sacrifice for the prosperity of their homeland. Suddenly, the screen shifted. A line of text gradually emerged, dedicated to the heroes who bled and sacrificed in the war to resist you. aggression, and aid Korea. Heroes shall forever be immortal, enduring through the ages. Following this, a melodious tune filled the air, the exquisite melody resonating deeply. The video depicted heroes waving red flags, gazing across the river. As the scene unfolded, the comments surged, eventually obscuring the entire video. Is this footage from the war to resist you? Aggression? The comments continued. To defend our homeland, we defeated the world's strongest army with the most rudimentary weapons. Salute to the Chinese soldiers. Without these ancestors, where would prosperity come from? They fought battles for 3 generations, enduring hardships for 3 generations, unseen yet benefiting from their sacrifices. This era of peace is as you wished. Li Luo meticulously read through each comment, only to feel a chill as the song reached its chorus, coinciding with the most poignant visuals. The clarion call of charge resounded, depicting soldiers charging forward fearlessly. The smoke of war intertwined with music, evoking a somber lament that pierced every heart. The collective thought was clear. We desire peace, not war. We seek prosperity in the defense of our homeland. We yearn for the flourishing era our ancestors envisioned. The singer's ethereal voice soared, powerful and resonant. As simple yet profound lyrics stirred the soul. And I will love the world you cherish. May your wishes be fulfilled with smiles. Your hand I'll grasp as I stumble along. Please lead me into tomorrow. Li Luo felt a profound resonance. Why should I wield the sword of my ancestors? He quickly composed a comment. The iron blood still exists. The mountains and rivers remain unscathed. In the realm of the great Qin, Ingzheng, who prided himself on his ironclad heart, found himself moved to tears by a certain video. He discreetly turned to the side, dabbing at the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, within the grand hall, the ministers began to chant fervently, "Brave old Qin, united in the face of national adversity. Until the last drop of blood is shed, we shall not cease our fight." In the west lies the great Qin, rising like the sun at dawn. A century of national grievances, as vast as the ocean, cannot be quelled. In a world beset by chaos, how can peace be attained? Qin boasts valiant warriors, who shall contend for supremacy. The voices of the ministers resonated like thunder, each word imbued with a spirit capable of swallowing mountains. Ingzheng felt an overwhelming surge of ambition, as if he could surmount any obstacle, paving a path of unimpeded triumph ahead. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin stood with his hands on his hips, gesturing grandly. Come forth, let the battle music resound once more. Let us share this moment together. As the video drew to a close, a monumental transformation unfolded. Towering edifices stood tall, radiant lights illuminated the night, and the vast expanse of the land, adorned in splendid beauty, spoke of an era of prosperity. The serene blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and sprawling grasslands narrated tales of a flourishing realm. A barrage of comments flooded in. I wish to send the author a blade. I am truly moved to tears. First, we pay homage to the martyrs for their unwavering loyalty to the nation. Second, we honor their spirit, which shall endure forever. Third, we beseech the martyrs to bless our China. The magnificent weaponry that our forebears once envied is now within our grasp. As the Han Emperor once declared, the tides of war have shifted. Peace is crafted by heroes, yet seldom do heroes enjoy peace. I fear that my pen may be too heavy, disturbing the noble souls of the martyrs, yet I also worry that my words may be too light, failing to capture their earth-shattering past. Li Luo reopened a cherished collection, revisiting an unfinished video. Friends, form groups of 3. Those in front have sacrificed. Those behind shall take their place. My 563rd Regiment has nearly been depleted. I now request to assume the role of squad leader. To the commanding officers, we volunteer for the frontline heights, engage in battle without loss, for every victory is a gain. Victory belongs to us. Long live our motherland. For the sake of triumph, direct your fire at me. The video culminated with the sole surviving rabbit, brandishing a rifle, charging towards an overwhelming enemy force. Moved to tears, Li Luo wept uncontrollably. Throughout history, none have remained untouched by the tumult of war. At this moment, their aversion to conflict reached its zenith. Yet, their disdain for war did not equate to fear. Should the enemy dare to encroach, they would, like the rabbit in the sky, retaliate fiercely, driving the foe away. Li Luo sniffed back his tears, wiping his face. As a title caught his eye, A Hero's Return Home. He clicked on the video, and soon the scene shifted. What took 2 hours to traverse, they endured for 70 years. This battle, if we do not fight, our descendants shall bear the burden. To resist America and aid Korea, to protect our homeland. The imagery changed to a biting wind and swirling snow. Soldiers cradled the remains of martyrs, draped in vibrant red flags, as they solemnly entered the aircraft. The motherland welcomes you home. The plane soared through the skies, returning to China. Decades later, the remains of the martyrs finally returned to their homeland. Police vehicles led the way, flanked by mournful crowds paying their respects. Veterans saluted along the route, bidding farewell to the heroes returning home. Eternal loyalty, heroes return home. Words began to materialize across the sky. 70 years have passed, the mountains and rivers remain intact. The motherland has come to bring the heroes home. Comments appeared, wait for me to return home, may the land remain unharmed. Take me home, to defend the land. Bring me home, so my soul may find peace. The iron blood still flows, the land is now safe. From youthful beginnings, loyal souls return home. Welcome, heroes, home. Such melodies paired with such visuals bring tears to the eyes, each viewing evoking a deep, choking sorrow. In the realm of the great chain, after watching the video, every person's eyes brimmed with tears, and no one had the heart to mock another. Wang Jian was the first to step forward, for among soldiers, there exists a profound mutual respect. The generations that followed have done remarkably well, ensuring that the heroes are not forgotten and are brought home. Your Majesty, I beseech you for a favor. Perhaps we should emulate the future and erect a monument to honor those valiant soldiers who perished for our nation. The old General Wang Jian's words resonated deeply with Ing Zheng, who waved his hand grandly, granting the general's request. You shall oversee this matter. Understood. Soon, a new title appeared upon the celestial canvas. The Lion of China has awakened, yet it is a lion of peace, endearment, and civilization. In the realm of the Great Qin, Ing Zheng appeared momentarily taken aback. The analogy that characterized China as a mighty lion was one he had never encountered before. A lion, awakened from slumber. The more Ing Zheng contemplated, the more he felt this description was remarkably apparent. The celestial canvas continued to unfold. China, a slumbering lion. In April 1949, prior to its liberation, it audaciously fired upon the British Royal Navy S-ship, the HMS Quartz. The tapestry depicted a colossal vessel struck by cannon fire, teetering perilously amidst tumultuous waves. A caption read, the HMS Quartz Incident. Following the establishment of the nation, China underwent 6 significant foreign conflicts, 1 year post-foundation, the Korean War. 13 years in, the Sino-Indian border conflict. 16 years hence, the Vietnam War. 20 years after, the Sino-Soviet Battle of Jinbao Island. 25 years later, the Sino-Vietnamese Battle of the Paracel Islands. And 30 years post-establishment, the Sino-Vietnamese border self-defense counterattack. To the west, it decisively confronted the British. To the north, it clashed fiercely with the Americans. To the southwest, it engaged the Thai. And to the northwest, it stood firm against the Russians. Having bested its neighboring adversaries, it emerged victorious in every encounter. As the celestial narration concluded, figures from various dynasties were left in astonishment. The future indeed proved formidable, a quintessential warrior nation, subduing its neighbors with virtue, while bravely standing against the Americans and the British. Emperor Ing Zheng's curiosity about the future intensified, along with a deep respect for the leaders of China who believed in striking a single blow to deter 100. Li Luo continued to scroll through the screen of his phone, when suddenly, a peculiar dialogue infiltrated his ears. In diplomatic exchanges between nations, magnanimity must prevail, showcasing our national character. Li Luo's eyes widened. Was this not a line from a currently popular television drama? He recalled with irony how, moments before, he had solemnly advised his juniors about the need for decorum, only to witness the dramatic chaos that ensued among the courtiers of the two nations. Li Luo chuckled, well aware of the subsequent twist in the plot. His curiosity about the video's impending reversal grew. The scene shifted to 2 factions seated across from one another, locked in a tense standoff. On one side stood the soldiers of China, and on the other, the representatives of the British. A caption read, the majestic moments of our elder diplomats. Once more, Li Luo felt the palpable intensity of their confrontation. I see no necessity for further dialogue between us. However, I can assure you, the HMS Quartz will not depart. As those words echoed, the screen displayed bold letters, bombardment of the British ship HMS Quartz. 1949. The scene shifted again, resonating with a powerful declaration. Foreign warships have no right to traverse our inland waterways with impunity. All foreign vessels must vacate Chinese waters by April 20th. Another transition revealed a ship named HMS Quartz speeding towards its destination, disregarding the warning and cutting through Chinese waters with an ominous presence. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the soldiers prepared for battle. In accordance with our military directive, all foreign warships must vacate the area by April 20th, they warned, urging the intruders to leave. Yet, the British forces, obstinate and unyielding, ignored the caution and continued their advance. A voice on screen declared sternly, "They have miscalculated. The Chinese are not to be trifled with. Provoking them will lead to dire consequences." The next moment, our artillery was aimed at the swiftly approaching HMS Quartz. As the British disregarded the gravity of the situation, multiple shells were unleashed. All batteries ready. Aim for the British warship. Fire. The next instant, a barrage of shells descended upon the enemy vessel with astonishing swiftness. The once arrogant ship crumbled under the ferocious assault, akin to a fragile structure collapsing. Soon, a white flag was raised above the enemy's deck. The battle concluded with a speed beyond imagination. Well done. I shall fire upon them to shatter their arrogance, making it clear that they now face not the Qing dynasty, nor the Republic of China, but the newly risen People's Republic. A resonant voice filled the celestial canvas, followed by a flurry of comments flooding the video. Never forget national humiliation, strengthen our China, a powerful nation, a people with faith. Though unseen, the gratitude was palpable. To all loyal martyrs, accept the homage of the younger generation. One bow for the valiant who defended the nation, a second for the undying spirit of our ancestors, and a third for their blessings upon our China. That statement was undeniably powerful. I shall fire upon them to shatter their arrogance. An overwhelming admiration for the elder generation surged within, brave, strategic, and commanding. History affirmed that no issue could not be resolved with a single bombardment, if a problem remained. It simply required another round. No chances for retaliation should be afforded to the adversary. All-out bombardment was permitted, without the need for prior approval, a display of sheer dominance. In the realm of the Great Qing, Emperor Qianlong gazed in astonishment at the artillery fire illuminating the heavens, murmuring to himself, "They have opened fire on the British warships." The ferocity of the bombardment was truly terrifying. Suddenly, he recalled the Battle of Yaksa during his grandfather's reign, where the Qing forces unleashed cannon fire upon the invading Bear Nation. In that victorious engagement, they had expelled the aggressors and reclaimed their occupied territories. But when did things begin to change? In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was overwhelmed with excitement, fervently slapping his thigh. "Strike! What a splendid blow!" he exclaimed. "The future generations have done remarkably well, showcasing the indomitable spirit of our great China." Habitually, Zhu Yuanzhang called out to his son Zhu Biao. Upon witnessing his father's animated expression, Zhu Biao immediately discerned that he had once again been captivated by the formidable power of the cannon displayed in the heavens. The Ming dynasty had already developed artillery, which played a significant role in the military domain. However, its power was far inferior to that of the celestial canopy. Zhu Yuanzhang was consumed by envy. Orders were dispatched to enhance the artillery's capabilities. The images from the celestial canopy were meticulously captured frame by frame. Li Luo swiftly scrolled down, his attention caught by the headline, "For John Bull warships damaged, their arrogance now diminished." The image revealed a ship riddled with bullet holes, its surface pockmarked and battered, docked by the riverbank. A narrative voice gradually emerged, recounting the events following the Yangtze incident of 1949, focusing on the warship Zisher Quartz anchored in Hong Kong. The celestial canopy promptly shifted to a close-up, with numerous bullet holes resembling ghastly wounds, unexpectedly laid bare before the audience. The narration continued to unfold. The multitude of bullet holes on the vessels signified the conclusion of an era where foreign powers acted with impunity in China. The barrage of comments erupted. "Woo-woo, this marks the first time since the Opium War that Western powers have surrendered to China. All I wish to say is, well fought. History has proven that only the formidable command respect. The fist is the ultimate truth." The celestial canopy was adorned with a multitude of hearts. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Li Hongzhang, with tears streaming down his face, hunched his body and raised his arm in a fervent cry. "The Western powers rampage across our land, committing every conceivable atrocity. We are powerless, forced to cede territory and pay reparations. Yet, heaven has eyes. I have witnessed the surrender of these powers with my own eyes. I, Li Hongzhang, shall die without regrets." In the following days, Li Luo ventured to the ancient city walls of Xi'an, visited the renowned Tang Lotus Garden, and explored the iconic bell and drum towers. He then made his way to the famed Muslim Street, indulging in the local culinary delights. Li Luo, akin to a wild stallion set free, reveled in his escapades. Exhausted yet exhilarated, he managed to check off all the significant attractions in Xi'an. After capturing photographs of the various sites and sharing them with his family, he returned to his hotel, content and ready to draft a new travel itinerary. Suddenly, a post lamenting the plight of overworked individuals caught Li Luo's attention. "Dear family, who understands? My computer is nearly smoking from the strain, working tirelessly at 2 a.m., far more than the production team's donkey. As a former corporate slave himself, Li Luo empathized deeply with the poster, having spent years as a diligent worker. He followed the thread and stumbled upon a cultural tourism account from Hunan, one of the 4 provinces of the river and mountains, where he found a video updating at the ungodly hour of 2 a.m. Goodness, this is an assault of content, he thought, as he scrolled through an astonishing 30 videos updated in a single day. No wonder they were still online at such an hour. He scrolled to the bottom, where the content began with standard scenic introductions, but soon transformed dramatically. Gastronomic delights morphed into stunning beauties, and picturesque landscapes became dashing young men. Li Luo couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Was this truly the aesthetic of a cultural tourism account? Upon noticing the account boasted over 2 million followers, he resigned himself to the reality that he had not stumbled upon the wrong channel. The tourism promoters were indeed going to great lengths to attract visitors. With a suppressed laugh, he clicked on a promotional video. The next moment, his drink erupted from his mouth, and he was left coughing violently. Once he regained his composure, Li Luo marveled. I now understand and even endorse the ways of King Zhou. I might even surpass him. Throughout history, onlookers have gasped at the celestial maidens appearing on the screen, with cascading dark clouds framing a peach blossom face, delicate spring mountains, and a slender willow waist. No words could adequately capture the ethereal beauty of the maiden. Li Luo's eyes gleamed with admiration as he eagerly clicked on the video. The enchanting sound of camel bells chimed. You believed I came to the Central Plains for what? The alluring voice enchanted all who heard it. On screen, the captivating Daji, with her bewitching gaze and breathtaking beauty, danced alone or cozied up with visitors. Even the most modest of maidens blushed, her heart racing under the spell of Daji's allure. How could such a mesmerizing woman exist? Shah, this is no virtuous lady. She is plainly a fox spirit. Another maiden, cheeks flushed, shyly retorted, she's not a fox spirit. She is a fairy sister, a harbinger of good fortune. Li Luo glanced at the comments section, where netizens displayed their own eccentricities. The sentiment echoed, I understand, endorse, and aspire to the ways of King Zhou. Suddenly, the meaning of a sovereign's neglect of morning court sessions became clear. Hunan, you have never sung such lullabies to me. A voice chimed in, critics, speak up. Critics, will you still deride me? It was hard to fathom that a Daji with a Hunan accent could be so enchanting. I realize now that I do not despise Daji, I merely long for her to treat me thus. Truly, in the Central Plains, one glance is all it takes for netizens to succumb to the charm of a beauty. It is often said that foxes are enchanting. Yet she is clearly a new omen of fortune after 24 years, in the realm of the Great Qing. The Qianlong Emperor was nearly overwhelmed by the allure of a captivating beauty, seemingly placed before him solely to entice countless netizens to embark on a journey. His heart ached, as he found himself inexplicably enamored with the enchanting Su Daji from the heavens above. I shall shower her with even greater affection, he resolved, contemplating the construction of a more resplendent stargazing pavilion for her. I yearn to be closer to her. Li Luo chuckled softly, shaking his head. With the resurrection of Daji, a visit to Hunan province had become an absolute necessity. He continued to scroll through the videos, witnessing a chorus of lamentation from figures throughout history. Please, sir, do not swipe away. We have yet to indulge our eyes. To his surprise, the next video featured none other than Su Daji in Hunan. In the footage, the beguiling Daji leaned affectionately towards a female tourist, gently resting her face in the palm of the visitor's hand, her expression unreserved. This only served to fluster the spirited women present, who, like fierce eagles, found themselves blushing in the presence of the charming Daji. Suddenly, the music surged with exuberance, and Li Luo raised an eyebrow, sensing that the video would soon reveal something remarkable. Sure enough, the scene shifted to reveal a male counterpart to Daji, adorned with fluffy fox ears, appearing in a delightfully alluring manner. Li Luo, having just taken a sip of water, nearly sputtered it out. The male Daji, with equally tender eyes, gazed meaningfully at the female tourists, leaving them utterly captivated and disoriented. The women from all ears grew increasingly bashful, their eyes drawn to the male Daji on the screen. Oh, how I wish to caress those charming ears atop his head. What a captivating man. As the scene transitioned, a group of impeccably fit young men, each standing an impressive 185 centimeters tall and boasting chiseled abs, showcased their physiques against a waterfall backdrop. Among them stood the enigmatic Zhang Qiling, the head of a mysterious clan, revealing a cryptic Qilin tattoo on his shoulder without hesitation. Li Luo was left dumbfounded. Hunan, have you lost your mind? Even more astounding was what followed. At the train station, a battalion of 185-centimeter male university students awaited to warmly greet the arriving guests. Not only were they handsome, but they also catered to the needs of the female tourists, treating them like princesses. At that moment, spectators from all eras gazed upon the screen, where female tourists were embraced like royalty, caught in a spectacle of enchantment. With the mesmerizing allure of the female doji in front and the adoring male doji behind, it was evident that every effort was being made to capture the hearts of visitors. Their collective sentiment was clear: future generations, you truly know how to play. Without hesitation, Li Luo booked a high-speed train ticket to Henan. After securing his reservation, he delved into the comments section. Ha ha ha, Harbin offers you a fox, while Henan presents you with a fox spirit to embrace. I've resisted the allure of barbecue. I've withstood the snow of Harbin. But Henan's Sudaji has pierced my heart. The playful banner continued. Harbin has its foxes, and Hunan has its fox spirits. Is this how we play now? He mused. It seems I must journey to Yutime Mountain, as the allure is undeniable. The relocation of the capital to Luoyang by Wu Zetian was certainly not merely for a bowl of spicy soup. Li Luo tugged at his hair, bemused by Hunan's audacious tactics. The humor in the comments escalated. What is this? To please tourists, Luoyang has reportedly forced all the peonies to bloom overnight. He recalled tales of Wu Zetian's past attempts to coax the flowers into winter bloom, met with indifference by the peonies themselves. As Li Luo continued scrolling, a video titled Blossoming Prosperity almost sent him into fits of laughter. Gillen, are you being serious? He exclaimed upon recognizing the overly youthful editing style, seemingly aimed at the post-00s generation. I shall go. Why not? He pressed on, nearly collapsing with laughter at Uncle Long's classic quotes. During holidays, one must devote oneself to leisure. Even while working, one must secretly indulge in play. Toss your work into the trash. The art of slacking off is honed through practice. Li Luo erupted in uproarious laughter. Where's the strongest slack-off technique? Shandong Vocational School. Contact Uncle Long. Next, he encountered the Blossoming Prosperity video, featuring skewers of boiled chicken for just 1 yuan and drunken butterflies. He wondered how the Gillen netizens managed to suppress their laughter. Was it an innate inability to smile? Laughing uncontrollably, he eagerly opened the comments section. Come on, let us establish a treaty of mutual respect among provinces. We refuse to ridicule each other. We cannot lose our joy, just as the West cannot forsake Jerusalem. I cannot sign this treaty, for laughter is essential. Haha, I would gladly sign the Mutual Respect Treaty. Whoever mocks, I shall seek out their local cultural bureau. He added, I did not laugh. Really? Only my lips betrayed my amusement. Being relatable is not frightening. What is alarming is being relatable in a ludicrous manner. Li Luo scrolled through various provincial cultural accounts. First to grace the screen was the enchanting landscape of Gillen, showcasing the stunning scenery that delighted the eyes. Gillen, home. Gillen, scene. Gillen, Gillen, home to all. Li Luo gaped in astonishment, as if he had never seen such a thing before. Whose genius has created a promotional video with the sound of a calculator? The video continued. The next to appear was Zhengzhou, and Li Luo shifted his posture, eager to witness the promotional presentation for the city. In every province, large or small, it is quite normal to have a promotional video. The brilliance of Zhengzhou illuminates the earth, dispelling darkness in every corner, with lively and captivating music paired with heart-wrenching vocals. Li Luo was left utterly astonished. What just transpired? Zhengzhou, do you intend to make me laugh myself to death and then inherit my debts? Instead of promoting your own Songgong Academy, the Zhongyue Temple, the Stargazing Platform, the Shuanghui Tree Ruins, the Shang Dynasty Royal City Ruins, the grand ceremony of ancestral worship at the Yellow Emperor's hometown, and the ancient Shaolin Temple, you emulate other provinces? This world has finally transformed into an unfamiliar visage. Li Luo wiped his face, manually closed his dropped jaw, and held no hope for the next province. Indeed, upon clicking on the next video, he was not disappointed by Hebei. It unequivocally demonstrated that there is no limit to absurdity, only more absurdity exists. Initially, the sight of towering skyscrapers seemed normal, with the Tangshan station boldly showcased. But at some point, the scene spiraled into chaos, the imagery shifting dramatically. The screen was filled with the character G, fluttering like leaves in the wind, scattering from south to north, east to west, from day to night, accompanied by an entrancing voiceover. It resembled a room full of mice chattering incessantly. The comments read, Shock from Lini, Shandong. Thank goodness it's not Shandong. If it were, I dare not imagine. The chaos would summon 100 piglets in no time. Shock from Harbin, northeast. Shock from F4 in southwest Guizhou. Shock from Inner Mongolia in the north. I simply wish to know, how's the mental state of Hebei? Is this self-destructive behavior or sheer madness? Shock from local Hebei residents. Ha ha ha, if you laugh at Hebei. You cannot laugh at us in Hunan. At this moment, both the ancient observers of the heavens and Li Luo shared the same expression, shock. There was no trembling, only astonishment. They exchanged glances, their feelings complex. Perhaps we should share a laugh too? All right. Ha 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 ha. After sliding past Hebei's conspicuous cultural tourism, Li Luo welcomed the next Southwestern F4 member, Sichuan. Accompanied by the infectious music, Li Luo felt as if his soul had left his body. The screen was filled with endless repetitions of Lao Gong, and soon, his mind was consumed with Lao Gong, say something. A flurry of comments flooded in. Sichuan must have some sorcerer guiding them. Good news, Sichuan has summoned a deity this time. Bad news, they summoned the deity of childbirth. Sichuan residents, take heart. It hasn't spread too far. Indeed, it hasn't. I've seen it all the way in the land of the bears. Rest assured, it hasn't left the planet. The moment Li Luo stumbled upon the Sichuan video, darkness clouded his vision. Was there anything normal left? The next province was Guangdong. Water he had just sipped trickled down his chin, and he paid no mind to wipe it away. The comments reflected a mix of joy and despair. From Fujian, I dare not laugh, lest they search, min. The Guangdong cultural tourism video continued. Fofo chicken, 1 yuan a skewer. Just thinking of you makes me chuckle. Pearl sticks, heroes and fairy tales. I really can't handle it. The comments read, don't release it, don't release it. Leave some face for Guangdong. Truly, I am at a loss for words. The dignity has been lost. Look at my IP address. This is despair. Brother you. I am Cheong. I can't hold back any longer. Ha ha ha. We are professionals. We generally do not laugh unless we cannot help it. Zhongshan narrowly escaped this calamity, thanks to the benevolence of cultural tourism. Li Luo laughed so hard he rolled on the bed, took a deep breath, and pressed on his cramping belly. Li Luo was dumbfounded. Ah, this? A large and small Hainan? Are you serious? The netizens had already given up. Have we exited the province? If we have, I shall move out of Hainan tonight. Initially, I laughed at other provinces, but upon turning to my own, I was struck with darkness. When I pulled up Tianjin's video, how would you respond? A user generously shared the link to Tianjin in the comments. The figures from all dynasties suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Could it be that madness has taken hold again? Li Luo clicked on the video, and as expected, it was filled with the character, Bang, arranged in neat groups of 10, swaying left and right to the music. Accompanied by ear-piercing sounds, it left one's mind buzzing. Jin good bang, that bang, that bang, that bang. That bang, 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 in the future, hey, Jean good bang. At this moment, Li Luo's expression mirrored that of an emoji from a certain messaging app. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Wu Qingyan found himself in a state of bewilderment, unable to gaze upon the manuscript of Journey to the West that lay in his hands. The weapon he had envisioned for Sun Wukong was none other than the Rui Jingu Bang, originally forged from divine iron by the Supreme Old Lord. The staff featured golden hoops at both ends. It had once been borrowed by Diyu for flood control and subsequently left in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, only to be claimed by Sun Wukong. Such an impressive origin story, yet it had been appropriated by future generations for trivial amusement. Now, whenever the thought of the Rui Jingu Bang crossed his mind, he was inundated with the refrain, Tianjin good stick, that stick, that stick, that stick. Hilariously, Tianjin seemed to have opted for a mediating stance between high and low scores. The scene shifted, and Li Luo could no longer muster a smile. The video bore a caption, Dalian, Liaoning. Yet, an eerie melody oozed from the screen, sending shivers coursing down Li Luo's spine. While other provinces embraced an exuberant spirit, was Dalian opting for a haunting ambience? This was not merely relatable, it was distinctly otherworldly. Tianjin, in the dead of night, were you attempting to whisk me away? The video dazzled with brilliant lights, striving to showcase Dalian's enchanting nocturnal scenery. However, Li Luo felt as though blood-red characters were spilling forth from the screen. It was as if he were not watching a promotional film, but rather a chilling horror narrative. The figures from various dynasties shared in his unease, perceiving not the beauty of the nightscape, but rather a sense of terror and oppression, accompanied by a chilling draft at their backs. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, several comments began to materialize. The people of Dalian will never forget this somber day. To be honest, I am from Zhonglian. Greetings, fellow townsmen, I am from Xiaolian. In an instant, laughter directed at other cities turned to astonishment. Who could have anticipated that Dalian would oscillate between fervor and madness, ultimately choosing to unleash its power? Hello, I am from Wulian. I have lost all connection to my roots. I am prepared to sever ties with Dalian. In the realm of the great Qing, the denizens of Qingnawa gathered in hushed whispers. Why does the landscape of Dalian resemble our own Qingnawa? A pale scholar nearby mechanically nodded in agreement. It is not merely similar, it is indeed our Qingnawa, inexplicably renamed Dalian. As soon as the words were spoken, the smiles of the Qingnawa folk vanished. They could finally grasp the sentiments of contemporary netizens. Is it too late to prevent the renaming of Qingnawa to Dalian? Li Luo decisively pressed pause, wishing to clear his mind before indulging in idle thoughts, and promptly closed his eyes to rest. The following dawn, he embarked on his journey to Hunan. Let me confront the stunning beauty of Daji head-on, Li Luo mused, filled with anticipation for the renowned Daji of Hunan, planning to head straight to Mount Yutai. The journey was long, so he resumed watching videos. You are so beautiful, truly, you are extraordinarily beautiful. The unintentional volume of his device rendered the entire carriage silent as if it had been struck by a spell. Flustered, Li Luo hastily turned down the volume, repeatedly apologizing, his eyes brimming with regret as he glanced at his fellow passengers. Silence enveloped the carriage like a shroud. Are you watching a cultural tourism video from Jiangxi? Suddenly inquired a fellow traveler, breaking the eerie quiet. Without hesitation, Li Luo nodded. Have you seen it too? He asked, his tone not one of inquiry but affirmation. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly brightened. We've all seen it. Who would have thought we would encounter it out of province? Another chimed in. We were equally shocked. Upon viewing the video, the group's trepidation dissipated. They say we shouldn't let the post-2000 generation manage the account. Li Luo chuckled awkwardly, realizing the carriage was filled with people from Jiangxi. I am from Jian, Jiangxi, the same Ji from the video. Are you familiar with Ruijin? Have you heard of the Gan army? Li Luo eyed the traveler with suspicion. The traveler, having settled his belongings, took a seat beside Li Luo and pulled out his phone. The screen shifted to reveal the traveler typing Gan army. And immediately a message appeared. In the early years of the Republic, Jiangxi's population was 30 million. By 1949, it had dwindled to 13 million. Of the 86,000 Central Red Army soldiers, 95 hailed from Jiangxi. Among the 614 founding generals of China, 1/5 were from Jiangxi, totaling 325 individuals. It is well known that without Sichuan, there can be no army. The children of Guangdong wear white in every household. Yet few realize that the Gan army was part of the Central Red Army. During the Long March, in Xinhua County, 240,000 people enlisted, with 110,000 joining the army. The traveler's eyes reflected both melancholy and pride. Li Luo patted his shoulder, saying, We shall not forget the heroes. The traveler tapped on a video on his phone. Are you aware of Jiangxi's resistance during the war? The screen depicted an elderly man, hair white as snow, holding eggs, pleading with soldiers rushing to the battlefield. Children, please eat something. A caption read, Jiangxi sent 1.03 million troops to the war. With a population of merely 10 million. Jiangxi is home to the revolutionary birthplace of Nanchang and the cradle of the Red Revolution, Jinggangshan. Jiangxi's contributions span from the War of Resistance to the Korean War, being the province with the most founding generals. The Gan Army was one of the 5 provincial armies, later reorganized into the Central Army, supporting the battles in Shanghai and guarding Nanjing, stretching their battlefield from domestic conflicts to Burma. Among Jiangxi's youth, 1 in 10 fought on the front lines. The video swiftly flashed iconic battles: the victory at Wanjiling, the Battle of Gaogao, the Battle of Madong, the Nanchang Campaign, and the Zhujiang-Jiangxi Campaign. The final scene depicted the blood of Jiangxi's people staining the Gan River, resolute in their refusal to retreat. Throughout history, none could have anticipated that a cultural tourism video would begin with laughter and conclude with tears. As Li Luo lifted his gaze, he found himself surrounded by fellow travelers. Our county currently has only 130,000 inhabitants. Almost every household displays a plaque honoring a martyr. A fellow passenger showed Li Luo a plaque commemorating the honored dead, to which he calmly replied, In my Jiangxi, there lies a small village nestled in deep mountains at an elevation of 800 meters. A place rich with the descendants of many martyrs. Jian County, a modest town, is home to General Mountain Park, where 13 major generals' memorials stand in the forest, and over 30 memorials for brigadier generals adorn the mountainside. At the entrance of the park, a grand monument bears the names of countless martyrs, identifiable, while many others remain nameless. Brothers of the 88th Division, can you see the scenes above? Yes, came the unified response. We have triumphed. Our resistance has succeeded. As the words resonated, the entire assembly erupted in fervor. The generals' voices trembled with emotion, and soldiers below shared the same glistening tears. Nothing stirs the heart more profoundly than hearing the victory of resistance proclaimed aloud. Their comrades' sacrifices were not in vain. The nation would not perish, for they had vanquished their adversities. Such scenes unfolded continuously across the war-torn landscape of China. Brothers of the 88th Division. Yes, the entire hall brimmed with determination. The soldiers quickly steadied their emotions, preparing for the imminent battle, for a fierce confrontation awaited. You are all educated soldiers of the Germanic faction. Each one of you is a warrior most needed by this nation, as well as its finest remedy. However, raising this flag is a grave insult to the struggles of the common folk. They will not hesitate to launch an offensive at any cost, even deploying heavy artillery. At that moment, we may not last even a few hours. Do you propose to raise it? Upon realizing that victory in the resistance was inevitable, the soldiers regarded death with indifference. Raise the flag. Let these scoundrels witness. We are still here. Even if one day I am honored in my demise, it would still signify loyalty to my country. At that time, I shall lie in the martyrs' cemetery, and school children will come to pay their respects every Qiming festival. A beautiful notion. Eventually, I shall be reborn in the future, attending school, savoring their delicacies, for there is so much I have yet to witness. The video on the screen concluded, and it was time for them to charge forth into the world. As the train pulled to a stop, Li Luo added the Jiangxi travelers' contact on his social media and bid them farewell as they disembarked. Soon, the entire carriage was left with only Li Luo. Li Luo opened the manly novel Zhen Huanzhuan with a fiery spirit. The exhilarating montage depicted a lone warrior, armed with a sword and mounted on a steed, ready for battle. In the scene, the weathered Li Yunlong's piercing gaze exuded disdain. What elite forces? I fight against the elite, sharpen my bayonet, and load my bullets. If they wish to annihilate the independent regiment, they still lack a good set of teeth. The scene shifted to the rugged Zhang Dapio wielding a large blade. His eyes filled with murderous intent. All soldiers, fix your bayonets and prepare to charge. Zhang Dapio's knife danced with ferocity, severing the heads of the enemy like slicing through melons. Following this, the political commissar of the independent regiment, Zhao Gang, aimed his firearm with precision, dispatching one enemy soldier after another. The independent regiment was not a band of loafers, they were warriors. The loyal Wei Daong shielded Li Yunlong amidst a hail of bullets, steadfastly protecting him. The commander treats me like a brother, my life belongs to him. In the midst of the charge, Li Yunlong shouted, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. What moved Li Luo the most was the solitary hero, Sun Dishing. Gentle music flowed as the scene displayed the cavalry's daily training. The soldiers rode spirited horses, wielding their snow maple swords, practicing their skills against straw dummies. This cavalry commander, Sun Dishing, was my former subordinate and a valiant warrior. Reporting to the commander and the political commissar, the cavalry is undergoing equestrian stabbing training. Please advise. Sun Dishing saluted Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang. The music gradually shifted to a more somber tone. Remember, even if only one soldier remains, we must continue the assault. If we must die, let it be in the charge. The scene transitioned, revealing Sun Dishing's cavalry surrounded by the enemy. With a shortage of weapons and ammunition, breaking through the blockade seemed nearly impossible. Sun Dishing counterattacked, facing an enemy force several times larger than his own, his expression calm, having long since disregarded life and death. Brothers, throw away your guns. We will leave nothing for the enemy. Draw your swords. The remaining cavalrymen unsheathed their snow maple swords, and a fierce battle was imminent. Cavalry, follow my command and charge the enemy. Despite the overwhelming odds, the two forces engaged in a brutal clash. After a fierce struggle, only a handful of Sun Dishing's cavalry remained. Li Luo could no longer bear to watch. Cavalry, continue the assault. The music grew increasingly mournful as our soldiers fell one after another, leaving only Sun Dishing, who had lost an arm, with his remaining right hand. Sun Dishing slowly raised his snow maple sword, facing the numerous adversaries ahead. His eyes remained steady, one man, one horse, one sword. He let out a final roar and charged forward without hesitation. Cavalry attack. The response was the mournful whinnies of war horses as the final charge unfolded and heroes fell. In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color, leaving only shades of black and white. Ultimately, only the heroic steed remained on the battlefield. Li Luo was so affected by the scene that his scalp tingled, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath. In the realm of the great Qin, Ing Zheng's heart surged with fervor. The Qin people revered martial valor, and he held great respect for heroes. When faced with adversaries, he would unsheath his sword, the blood splattering upon the ground, engaging in battle against overwhelming odds, demonstrating that even in death, one could attain immortality. Sun Duxing embodied the true essence of a soldier, possessing both the spirit and the capability to charge into the fray. In the realm of the Han dynasty, the esteemed General Hua Thubing exclaimed in admiration, "Well done. A single man should embody the valor of an entire army, charging forth with courage. I, Hua Thubing, hold great respect for such men." In the realm of the three kingdoms, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu filled their cups to the brim, raising them high towards the heavens in a toast to the heroes. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, when he found himself alone, the only response that met him was the neighing of war horses. The valiant generals of Li Shimin were filled with profound emotions, willing to sacrifice their lives for their nation, regarding death as if it were a return home. The Song dynasty, he is a true soldier, imbued with valor. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes brimmed with an intense crimson hue. He was a true hero, courageous enough to charge forth against his enemies. Zhu Di, equally stirred, fervently exclaimed, "A true man should wield a 3-foot sword and establish unparalleled achievements. Though death may come, honor remains." The barrage of comments reflected a sentiment of resignation, knowing the fate that awaits. One feels an unwillingness to accept it, hence the tears that glisten in their eyes. With a gaze as clear as crystal, they faced death with unwavering resolve. Mourning the loss of comrades, and ultimately, they roared forward into battle. Witnessing this scene, the man, akin to a soaring eagle, shed tears. It was not only he. The woman, resembling a majestic eagle, also wept. The moment was one that could evoke tears from all. Cavalry Brigade, advance. The two most heart-wrenching scenes from Liang Jian were the sacrifices of Sun Duxing's cavalry brigade and Wei Daong. One man epitomized the spirit of Liang Jian to its fullest. Before long, a new video appeared on the celestial screen, titled "It Turns Out University Military Training is Designed to Drive Instructors Mad." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang exhibited a look of perplexity as he turned to Zhu Di and Zhu Biao. "My sons, what is this military training for university students? What does it mean to drive the instructors mad? And who exactly are these instructors? What rank do they hold? Are they civil servants or military officials?" Despite the celestial screen showcasing a plethora of novel concepts from later generations, Zhu Yuanzhang remained only partially enlightened about the future. "Biao, do you have any knowledge of this?" Zhu Biao, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head. "Father, I too am quite in the dark." Zhu Di, disinterested in scholarly pursuits yet keenly observing the phrase military training on the celestial screen, seemed to grasp something. "Fourth brother, do you possess any insights? Speak plainly without hesitation." Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened, for his favored heir was oblivious, while the fourth son seemed to know more, suggesting a superiority that irked him. Although Zhu Di had performed admirably as emperor, earning the title of Yongla Emperor, he was still alive, and the elder brother had yet to perish. Thus the fourth son ought to maintain his decorum. Zhu Di, with a wry smile, recognized that since the celestial screen's revelations of his future usurpation of his nephew's throne, his father had not openly criticized him but often regarded him with disapproval, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "What are you smiling about? Explain this to us." Zhu Biao cast an apologetic glance towards his brother, understanding their father's subtle admonition aimed at quelling any rebellious thoughts in Zhu Di. Receiving Zhu Biao's look, Zhu Di cleared his throat. "Father, elder brother, do you recall a particular scene displayed by the celestial screen? Just speak plainly. No need for theatrics," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. For he could not remember every video shown. Zhu Di gestured simply. It was the moment when students burst forth from their school, raising their arms and exclaiming, "Long live the motherland." Upon hearing this, a flicker of recognition crossed the minds of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Sensing their recollection, Zhu Di continued, "I suspect it pertains to the physical training of students." "Physical training?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Scholars, delicate by nature, ought to devote themselves to study and serve the nation through intellect, not engage in the physical training of soldiers. Did they expect these students to march into battle and slay enemies?" Zhu Di and Zhu Biao exchanged glances, puzzled as to what angered Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, the more he spoke, the more his ire swelled. In this era, the pursuit of knowledge was a rare treasure. To treat scholars as mere warriors was a gross injustice. Scholars, incapable of even swatting a fly, were surely aware that each discipline required specialization. How could they combat foes? With pens? Or would they merely rely on verbal sparring to vanquish their adversaries? The more Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated, the more incensed he became, pacing restlessly within the grand hall. Upon noticing Zhu Di standing nearby, his frustration boiled over, and he could not restrain himself from berating him. You are to become the Yangla Emperor. Yet you exhibit such disdain for scholarship. In my view, you initiated this unfortunate trend, leading others astray. Go and transcribe a text 500 times. Zhu Di, unjustly scolded and assigned the tedious task of copying texts, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, quietly murmuring, a gentleman should master the 6 arts, including horsemanship and archery. Must a scholar not be proficient in both civil and martial endeavors? Zhu Di continued to grumble softly. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a fierce glare. What are you muttering about? Zhu Di's bravado deflated instantly. He was indeed intimidated by his father's stern demeanor. He forced a conciliatory smile. Nothing, father. I truly said nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. Do not think that because posterity lauds you as the Yangla Emperor, you can act with arrogance before me. I am still the Hanwu Emperor. In terms of lineage, you are my son, and I am your father. In terms of rank, you are a prince, and I am the emperor. As for being an emperor, I am the founding monarch of the Ming dynasty, while you are the 3rd usurping emperor. Zhu Di. Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao. So I am merely a link in the chain of 2 generations of emperors? The video commenced. The screen revealed naive yet earnest university students clad in training uniforms, standing beneath the scorching sun engaged in their drills. The footage appeared to document a military training session reminiscent of the legendary Flower and Fruit Mountain. Count off. Our imagined version of counting off contrasted starkly with the video's rendition. Oh, roar, roar, oh, yahoo. In the realm of the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang inadvertently sprayed tea across Zhu Di's face. Caught off guard, Zhu Di felt a chill as he wiped his face in disbelief. Was this a monkey's count? The novelist Wu Qingyin found himself utterly bewildered. With the presence of a good stick ahead and the monkey's count behind, he was left speechless. Ah. So you all wish to challenge Journey to the West, do you? The video continued to play. In the frame, a university student was energetically performing acrobatics for his classmates. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, while the performer exerted himself with fervor. Amidst a flurry of movements, unbeknownst to him, he was gradually approaching the edge of the stage. Just as the instructor and students let their guard down, the performer executed a stunning leap, rushing toward the railing with astonishing speed, utilizing both hands and feet. In less than 3 seconds, before the instructor could react, he had vaulted over the barrier and vanished into thin air. Instructor, where is he? Such a large individual. Where could he possibly be? Silence enveloped the evening at Cambridge. The Qin. Ha 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 ha. Every movement is purposeful. The moment he began to grapple, I sensed that something was amiss. In the early stages of the Tang dynasty, the groundwork was sufficiently laid, and no one anticipated the ensuing turn of events. As for the 3 kingdoms, the strategies were employed with remarkable adeptness, demonstrating an understanding of the importance of preemptively lowering one's guard. Primarily focusing on an element of surprise, seizing the moment when the opponent is unprepared. The Song dynasty, a promising talent indeed. The Qing dynasty, performing martial arts is but fade, the true endeavor lies in the escape. The Flying Dinosaur, instructor, report, class leader. I have been mounted by a student. Little Lee's defiance, a promising talent at the forefront, a fine lad at the rear. Hi-ha, an ordinary soldier encounters an exceptional special forces candidate. Cappuccino, every movement is purposeful. When scaling the barbed wire, the motions are remarkably fluid. At first glance, one might mistake it for a monkey. I recall during my high school years. The principal addressed us thus. This wall has been raised to a height of 4 meters, yet some students possess extraordinary agility. Instructor, applaud, well performed, splendid, splendid, where is everyone? The scene shifts to the instructor's loud inquiry. Students, what did we learn this morning? Report, we greet our teachers and classmates. We extend our heartfelt affection. The instructor attempts to correct the student's pronunciation, passion. Student, affection. The instructor, flustered, rises on tiptoe, passion. Students struggle to amend, affection. The instructor, utterly baffled, passion or affection. The students respond in unison, affection. The instructor covers his face, questioning his existence. Taking a deep breath, he reorganizes his thoughts and, after a moment of struggle, decides to join in. When faced with such glaring sunlight, do you not express affection? Affection. The comments, do not speak further. I led a military training session in high school with 42 participants, 40 of whom were girls, who dared not speak loudly, lest they be reduced to tears and require consolation. This instructor is rather kind. He knows how to console the girls when they cry. unlike our instructor, who, when I fainted from heat stroke, carried me off like a small chick to the school nurse. That was heat stroke. I would have done the same, simply carried on. At least you were carried. He just whisked me away like a chicken, in front of everyone, leaving the school nurse utterly bewildered. To drive an instructor to madness, it only takes one conspicuous troublemaker. Usually, one is sufficient. With a single talented individual, one could claim the world. He possesses three. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was left utterly astounded. Zhu Di and Zhu Biao were so taken aback that they found themselves at a loss for words. They exchanged glances with their father, who remained remarkably composed and could not help but inwardly exclaim, "Truly, they were still too young. Just look at how unperturbed our father is." In the realm of the Han dynasty, Lu Che swallowed hard, his mental state somewhat disoriented. He leaned closer to the champion general, Zubing, and quietly inquired, "Zubing, is the title of the Sky Curtain military training?" Zubing, arms crossed over his chest, gazed at the seemingly absurd military training displayed in the video, his uncertainty evident. "Perhaps," he replied contemplatively. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed at the heavens, increasingly perplexed. With such a standard, even his 3-year-old son could surpass it. Could this be a deliberate ruse intended to confound the enemy? He understood that although the later generations enjoyed peace, they still faced a pack of wolves lurking nearby. Indeed, it must be so. In the realm of the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin was conducting a grand military parade. Observing the extraordinary spectacle before him, he couldn't help but display a look of satisfaction. Amidst the training grounds beneath the vast sky, the presence of numerous young women caught his attention. Zhao Kuangyin contemplated to himself, recognizing that women can occasionally exhibit extraordinary strength. Thus, it seemed prudent to form a female army. In the Qing dynasty timeline, Emperor Qianlong initially intended to dismiss it with a laugh. Yet, as he observed the university students' training drills, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, a guttural sound escaping his throat. Wasn't this strikingly similar to the training exercises of the 8 Banners' disciples? How could he possibly mock the military training standards of future generations? Li Luo continued playing the video, feeling occasionally helpless while browsing the internet alone. The caption read, "Elite Special Forces Training Footage." Instantly, people from various dynasties perked up. Being labeled as elite surely meant these were the cream of the crop, extraordinary beyond measure. At the command of Forward March, 3 figures emerged on screen: the sleeping dragon, the young phoenix, and the infant Qilin, standard-bearers making their entrance. The first standard-bearer strode with an unmistakably confident gait, moving with practiced precision. The second marched with exaggerated steps, arms and legs swinging in comical unison. The third vanished into the sea of trainees, lost without a trace. Halt. At the order. The lead standard-bearer promptly backpedaled until his back collided with the chest of the second. Laughter erupted. How utterly hilarious. One could only wonder how the drill instructor managed to keep a straight face in the presence of the sleeping dragon, the young phoenix, and the infant Qilin. Meanwhile, Li Luo, watching from behind her phone screen, was already clutching her aching cheeks and cramping stomach from laughter. Eyes left. On command, the sleeping dragon and young phoenix swiftly pivoted toward the missing infant Qilin. At last, the trio stood united within the same frame. A just stance, at ease. For a brief moment, the 3 held a semblance of military discipline. Then came the order, squat. The young phoenix in the center dropped into a squat with hands pressed firmly against his trousers, exuding an air of regal confidence, as if proclaiming, "I possess the bearing of an emperor." Meanwhile, the sleeping dragon and infant Qilin on either side promptly crouched with hands clasped behind their heads, their practiced movements evoking an odd sense of pity. Li Luo blinked in bewilderment. Why did their posture seem so peculiar? An image flashed through her mind, a group of individuals clad in blue prison uniforms, squatting with hands behind their heads. Suddenly, it clicked. Pfft, ha ha ha. Wasn't this the classic stance of apprehended suspects? Li Luo doubled over, gasping for breath between fits of laughter. With movements that smooth, someone ought to investigate these 2 thoroughly. The Great Qin, ha ha ha. The Han Dynasty, ha 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 ha. In the grand narrative of the Tang Dynasty, a moment of levity unfolds. The trio of talents, Wulong, Fengchu, and Young Lin, pose a rhetorical inquiry. Whom have we offended? The barrage of comments reveals a shared amusement. One expresses a supposed sympathy for the instructor, yet finds it impossible to suppress laughter. At the instant he crouches, laughter ensues, leading to existential reflections. There is an inexplicable allure in his posture. Upon returning to the barracks, he is destined to be the subject of jest for 3 years. The video continues, showcasing students entering with a peculiar rendition of military steps. The host's fervent voice resonates, proclaiming the valor of the brave in a fierce competition where only the first can emerge victorious. Accompanied by stirring music, the entrance features a procession that is neither coordinated nor harmonious. A class of over 50 individuals executes more than 50 distinct variations of the march. Even through the screen, one can sense the instructor's impending despair. Words gradually materialize on one side of the screen. Rapid training camp for pseudo-troops. Ingzheng, Lu Che, Zhuge Liang, Li Shimen, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Di ponder the origins of such devilish steps. The commentary reflects a collective sentiment of disbelief. The instructor appears on the brink of madness. The aforementioned trio, Wulong, Fengchu, and Yang Lin, are but steps away from their own doorsteps. One cannot help but wonder if this instructor might face expulsion. As the students assume the position, the central figure, Fengchu, reminiscent of a girl group member, exhibits an unexpected elegance amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the sight of this conspicuous ensemble elicits uncontrollable laughter. In the realm of the Great Qin, it appears that such behavior is known as a conspicuous display. Ingzheng's lips curled into a faint smile. These antics were harmless, albeit a source of distress for the training instructors. He cast a sympathetic glance towards the instructors adorned with noticeable displays in the sky. Ingzheng did not perceive the children's actions as inappropriate. Rather, they filled him with joy and satisfaction. It was precisely due to the affluence and peace of later generations that these university students were able to frolic freely. Li Luo paused momentarily before continuing to watch. The moment the university student began to speak in the video, Li Luo could hardly contain himself. Whose good-hearted individual was performing a program, commencing with a lamentation? Such a melodious voice. Was he intending to send the instructor for a spiritual cleansing? The singing was commendable, but perhaps it would be best to refrain from such performances in the future. With his eyes closed, Li Luo's ears were incessantly filled with Namo, He Luo Dana, Duo Luo Yi, Namo, echoing in his mind like a relentless loop. The remarkable feat was how he managed to articulate every word perfectly, singing them all without omission. At that moment, Li Luo could only feel admiration for the university student featured in the video. Subsequently, Li Luo witnessed an array of amusing antics. The regular troops transformed into mock soldiers, the little 8 bums entered the village, and the standard march morphed into a whimsical display of moves akin to the turtle school's Kamehameha. There was nothing they could not conjure. Limited only by the bounds of imagination, Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. With you all around, the instructors are truly fortunate. Comments floated across the screen. Haha. If the instructor doesn't call for a halt, they might just march straight home. Each had their own delightful chaos. If they take a few more steps without a command to halt, they might end up on the instructor's face. 2 students crouched, heads cradled in their arms, were advised to thoroughly investigate their ancestry. When the trio, Wulong, Fengchu, and Yang Lin, spun like tops, I erupted in thunderous laughter at home. I could only ponder how the instructor resisted laughter. Was it simply a matter of temperament? Watching this amusing group of university students, Li Luo was suddenly reminded of his own military training days at university. He stroked his chin, vaguely recalling how he and his roommates eagerly awaited rain during their training. It struck him as humorous. Indeed, who hadn't he wished for rain during military training? Historically, military training has produced talent, and some students would seize the opportunity to hone their skills. Back then, one of his roommates, reluctant to train, resorted to performing a rain invocation. With a flurry of fervor, he ended up summoning nothing but silence. This incident became a source of ridicule for his roommate for several years. The past may linger, but it cannot be reclaimed. As Li Luo reminisced, the video commenced. A compilation of new students invoking rain during military training revealed its efficacy. In the sky, the same group of students, their gazes imbued with a naive clarity, stood at attention under the sun. The instructor stood before them, arms crossed. Stand at attention. Are you all hot? He inquired. In unison, the students responded, Yes, we are. The instructor replied, There is nothing to be done about the heat. Suddenly, a boy in the ranks shouted, Instructor, I can invoke rain. The instructor, perplexed, asked, What? Invoke rain? The scene shifted to the boy seated cross-legged, earnestly reciting, Wind come. Rain come. The boy formed hand seals, exclaiming, Thunder come. The instructor gazed skyward in silence, quietly observing the student's performance. The heavy rain lingered in its absence, when suddenly, a clever idea struck the young man. With genuine fervor, he beseeched the heavens, I am willing to trade my instructor's 20 years of solitude for the arrival of a torrential downpour. The instructor, caught off guard and bewildered, thought to himself, am I to be the sacrificial offering? In an instant, the skies unleashed a tempest, accompanied by thunderous roars, drenching the instructor completely. On the playground, the rain cascaded violently, leaving the instructor in a state of existential doubt. Throughout the ages, all were left in astonishment. The rain had indeed been summoned by a mere student. In the realm of the Great Qin, Ingzheng promptly summoned the Fochong. Fochong, he declared, you are responsible for the rites and rituals of sacrifice and the invocation of rain. Quickly, examine the methods of rain invocation that have emerged in later generations. One of the 9 ministers of the Qin dynasty, the Fochong stepped forward immediately, observing intently, sometimes furrowing his brow, at other times relaxing it. In the Grand Qin dynasty, preparations for the rain-seeking ritual necessitated the gathering of sacrificial offerings, incense, candles, and musical instruments. The chief minister led the officials in presenting incense, offering wine, and reciting the sacrificial texts, thereby expressing reverence towards the divine. Musicians were also required to play melodies, while dancers performed the rain dance. And the chief officiant chanted incantations in supplication for rain from the heavens. Meanwhile, the students beneath the celestial canopy merely sat cross-legged, uttering the incantation, wind come, rain come, thunder come, and astonishingly, the deities indeed bestowed the nourishing rain. How could this not astonish the chief minister? With a countenance full of shame, he knelt before his majesty and confessed, Your Majesty, I am at fault. I failed to hear the rain incantation clearly. Even the first emperor, Ingzheng, was taken aback, for he too had not comprehended the rain incantation. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The severe drought in the early years of the Jingguan era took him by surprise. Once, the drought had surged with ferocity, leaving countless citizens displaced and lifeless bodies strewn across the land. If only the Tang possessed the remarkable ability to summon rain as depicted in the visions, in that case, the Tang would have no reason to fear drought in the future. At the Taichung Temple, the incantation for rain hung in the heavens. Have you committed it to memory? The expression on the face of the temple's high priest was one of distress as he approached Li Shimin. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I did not catch the rain incantation clearly. Li Shimin's expression hardened. What? Such a crucial incantation, and you failed to grasp it? The high priest fell to his knees, mustering the courage to apologize. Might your Majesty have heard the rain incantation clearly? Li Shimin responded with silence. He then turned to the others. What about you? Has anyone understood the incantation? The ministers collectively shook their heads. Li Shimin sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, the video continued to play. In the footage, a young man danced animatedly with his back to the audience, at times seizing up, at others exhibiting erratic movements. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide like a great rock, then spun in place. With a bottle of mineral water in hand, he called upon the deities above with fervor. The Dragon King remarked, I had intended to bring rain, but you have rendered it dry. Throughout the ages, witnesses were left momentarily bewildered. Such unrefined antics in summoning rain? No wonder that in later generations, the weather was favorable. It seemed exceptional talents emerged from every corner, hidden dragons lurking in the shadows. The artists of each dynasty worked fervently, their brushes moving with such speed that they seemed to smoke. They stood ready, determined to capture every detail of the unfolding scenes. An array of comments floated across the screen. In military training, where can one escape madness? Perhaps let the rain god visit your region for a while. The greatest fear was that if rain were summoned, the instructor would simply declare, weather won't deter us. Wherever one goes, there are conspicuous obstacles. Rain, I cannot understand your dialect. Let us begin anew. In ancient times, such a figure would undoubtedly be of high priest caliber. As the scene shifted, a large 5-element bagua emerged on the grass. University students, seated in a circle of divination, fervently beseeched the heavens for rain, winds, storms, and thundering skies. May the 4 deities manifest their grace swiftly. The instructor remarks, I possess a high priest here, and I am not jesting. Some students don ancient attire, meticulously arranging their ritual for rain, their hands dipped in sacred spring water as they diligently inscribe their art upon the earth. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and the sky darkens ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, within the esteemed Taichung Temple, a moment of clarity dawned. Go forth. Beseech the heavens for a much-needed rain, commanded Li Shimin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the temple master appeared bewildered. No? He inquired. With a nod from the emperor, he felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly, the master made his way to the center of the grand hall, mimicking the rain-seeking rituals of the celestial canopy. He raised his arms, engaging in a dance that resembled the soaring of a great eagle. After a few exhausting circles, he was drenched in perspiration, panting heavily. Though the movements were not particularly challenging, his age made such exertion arduous. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, prompting Li Shimin and his ministers to step outside the Taiji hall. He gazed upward, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. "Do not cease, continue to dance," he urged. The temple master, hands on his knees, gasped, "Must I dance on?" "Your Majesty?" "Yes, keep dancing. Without my permission, you shall not stop." With no choice but to comply, the master persisted in his fervent movements. Gradually, the heavens grew heavy with clouds, and a solitary raindrop fell upon Li Shimin's forehead, causing a stir among the gathered crowd. "It's raining. The rain has truly come," exclaimed one voice. The temple master opened his arms wide, welcoming the blessed rain, overwhelmed with joy as fatigue dissipated. With this rain dance, the Tang dynasty would no longer fear drought. In the aftermath of the ritual, rain fell incessantly for over half a month, leading to a dramatic rise in the moat's water levels and countless flooded roads. Gazing at the relentless downpour, Li Shimin felt a sense of foreboding. How much longer will this rain persist? He inquired of the temple master, who sheepishly smiled, casting a cautious glance at the emperor. I'm afraid I do not know," he confessed. "Please, communicate with the heavens and implore them to cease this deluge. Otherwise, Chang'an may be submerged." This dance was not taught to me," the master stammered. From that day forth, Li Shimin refrained from permitting the temple master to perform the potent rain dance at will. "Dear travelers, the train has arrived at your destination. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion," announced the train attendant. It was then that Li Luo realized he had reached his intended stop. Stepping out of the high-speed train station, he was immediately met with a torrential downpour in Jiaozuo. The rain had thwarted his plans. Originally, Li Luo intended to head directly to Mount Yuntai, but the deluge confined him to his hotel. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that witnessing university students seeking rain in Hunan has summoned this storm? He drew back the hotel curtains and gazed down at Jiaozuo, shrouded in misty rain. Just then, his phone chimed with a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered a note from a traveler from Jiangxi. "Mr. Li, do come visit Jiangxi when you have the chance." Without hesitation, he swiftly replied, "Certainly." Intensive military training in Guangxi, a resurgence of the wolf spirit, read another message. Intensive military training? How intriguing, Li Luo mused, eagerly clicking to view. What unfolded was not a haphazard display of military drills or comedic antics, but rather a regimented assembly of well-trained university students exuding a fierce, wolfish aura, evoking the spirit of a formidable army. On the training ground, they stood in perfect formation, exuding confidence and vigor, their rallying cries of "always prepared" echoing through the air. The figures of history looked on in astonishment. Is this truly a form of military training for university students? As everyone exchanged glances, they could discern the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. From an aerial perspective, the vast expanse revealed orderly formations, exuding a commanding presence that has moved people throughout the ages. Summoned at will, prepared for battle, and assured of victory. In the realm of the great Qin, Ingzhang rose to his feet with fervor. What a marvel it is to summon the willing, to engage in battle, and to emerge victorious. From this assembly of students, I perceive the nascent form of a formidable army. Ingzhang suddenly gained a profound understanding of the potential held within these 100,000 youths, each representing 100,000 soldiers. In the realm of the great Han, Lu Che found himself utterly astonished. He made an exceedingly unrefined gesture, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Just a moment prior, the scene was one of ludicrous antics, a comical plea for rain that was as outrageous as it was humorous. Yet in the next instant, it transformed into a spectacle akin to a military assembly, profoundly shocking in its magnitude. Lu Che wiped his face, pondering. How much do the university students of future generations know that I am still unaware of? In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression turned solemn. He had not anticipated his misjudgment. The children of future generations, playful and innocent in jest, could indeed bear burdens when seriousness prevailed. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze swept across the faces of the university students. The scene depicted both males and females, displaying youthful countenances against the backdrop of the sky. Clad in military attire, each individual exuded vigor and vitality. Suddenly, the music intensified, stirring emotions. With faces painted and steel rifles in hand, the students traversed through the rain with determination, resembling fierce wolves ready to pounce upon their adversaries. They ascended mountains and crossed rivers, undeterred by injuries, their resolve unwavering. Women from various eras gazed upon the screen, witnessing young females training alongside males, and for the first time, admiration glimmered in their eyes. Affirming that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men. The scene shifted. The screen now showcased a group of young children, crawling through the mud, striving forward with all their might. Some, merely 7 or 8 years old, clutched long wooden poles, performing sit-ups in the mire. Others, armed with rifles and daggers clenched in their mouths, crawled beneath barbed wire. Despite being covered in mud and tears, they resolutely refused to surrender. The imagery changed again. In the forest, they moved like the grim reapers of the night, mercilessly claiming the lives of their enemies. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, they coordinated their tactics with precision, willing to sacrifice everything for ultimate victory. Their battle cries instilled terror in the hearts of their foes. The female battalion, with warriors wielding daggers, practiced combat techniques day and night. The video culminated in a resounding charge, embodying the determination to fight to the end against any encroaching enemy. The audience was moved, for the red banner symbolizes our faith. It was profoundly stirring. Hundreds of thousands of youths, like soldiers, exhibited remarkable valor, inspiring deep respect. The principal stated, "As an educator, henceforth, refer to me as your mentor. When summoned, I shall come, and victory will follow. Wherever my gaze falls, it shall be for China." Amidst the ongoing war against Japan, soldiers observed a group of 7 or 8-year-old children crawling through the mud, lifting heavy logs, and wielding rifles taller than themselves. Their gradual transformation into little warriors evoked tears of emotion among the soldiers. Squad leader, are these the future little wolf soldiers? One young soldier remarked, his eyes glistening. A strong youth signifies a strong nation. A wise youth signifies a wise nation. After a fierce skirmish, the squad leader, his face smeared with dirt, revealed a resolute expression. Thus, we must hasten to expel the Japanese from China. Soldiers, fix bayonets and charge with me. Forward. The screen shifted once more, this time revealing the true Chinese military. Chinese soldiers, descended from the heavens. The title ignited Li Luo's fervor, compelling him to click on the video. The footage showcased tall, handsome Chinese special forces, donned in gas masks and wielding sniper rifles, each resembling a valiant warrior capable of confronting the devil himself. Li Luo felt a chilling sense of security emanating from the screen. Impressive, he mused. I would call them the mightiest warriors on earth. Clad in pristine military attire and equipped with cutting-edge technology, they were seen in deserts and jungles alike. The scene transitioned to a view from an aircraft, soldiers seated upright, attentively following orders, one after another leaping from the plane. In the realm of resistance against Japan, all soldiers gazed at the screen, their blood surging with excitement, tears brimming in their eyes. The Air Force. Our China has an Air Force now, they exclaimed. Those are aircraft. Are they on a mission? The rigorous military training had already elevated the students' morale, but the moment the actual troops appeared, the soldiers could no longer contain their emotions. The soldiers on the screen, well-equipped and exuding an imposing presence, instilled fear, making it clear that no one would dare confront such a formidable army. The more advanced the equipment of the future military, the more exhilarating it became for them. Such an army could protect the homeland, ensuring that no entity would dare to bully future China. In the realm of the Great Qin, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of soldiers from a future era, Wang Jian felt an involuntary shiver traverse his scalp. He instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest beside him and swiftly arrived at a daunting conclusion. This was indeed a formidable force of true predators. Confronting them, even one as seasoned as I would have little chance of victory. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Hui Zubing felt the blood within him boiling, a potent surge of martial fervor ascending to his very crown. He yearned to engage in a contest with such valiant soldiers, to partake in a grand battle alongside such an indomitable army. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin found himself rendered speechless by astonishment. The elite forces he beheld were not merely skilled, they were the epitome of excellence. With a single glance, he resolved to assemble a similar army. This was truly the army of a sovereign. In the domain of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao gasped in awe. With such a formidable army at his disposal, how could one not unify the realm? The scene revealed the Chinese Special Operations Forces engaged in parachute training, the soldiers leaping from aircraft with remarkable poise. Individuals from various dynasties were left dumbfounded, witnessing the earth from this unprecedented perspective. Can they fly? They wondered. Do they possess 3 heads and 6 arms? The imagery shifted, showcasing soldiers descending gracefully from the aircraft via ropes. Li Luo felt an exhilarating rush, unable to restrain her exuberance. The high-altitude rope descent training was indeed a spectacle of valor. Special forces, how I admire them. she exclaimed. Every man's dream. Oh, why am I not a Special Forces operative? Gender should not be a constraint. I would gladly serve as a female Special Forces soldier. It was unclear whether Li Luo had lost her senses, but the generals from all eras were on the verge of madness. Their military training had always centered on enhancing soldier strength, combat skills, and tactical strategies. Yet, the training methods of future warriors displayed upon the celestial canvas opened their eyes to new horizons. In the realm of the Great Qin, Wang Qian, filled with exhilaration, enthusiastically pounded his thigh, exclaiming in delight. He seized the pen and paper from the recording officer's hands, diligently taking notes. Wild survival assessments, make-up reconnaissance, decapitation missions, 40-kilometer cross-country runs, loyalty training, high-altitude rappelling, assassination drills, target protection, sniping training, hostage rescue operations, bomb disposal exercises, armed swimming, and diving, regardless of their utility. He meticulously recorded them all. As Wang Qian perused these training programs, he alternated between admiration, respect, contemplation, and occasional sighs. Nearly boring a hole into the bamboo slips with his gaze, Li Luo could not resist replaying the video repeatedly, even before discerning the appearance of the Special Forces soldiers. He had already transformed into an ardent admirer. As Li Luo continued to scroll through his phone, the screen began to shift. A lively group of young women strolled down the street, exuding youthful vibrance with every step. Some were pure and enchanting, while others displayed a poised charm. Their brows like distant mountains and their skin fair as snow, causing the brows of historical warriors to furrow in concern. It was not that they disliked delicate, ethereal beauties. Rather, they yearned for something more significant and deeply desired. Faces that were both sweet and fierce flashed across the screen, as if they had unwittingly stumbled into a grand beauty contest. The warriors' brows tightened even further. Suddenly, the scene took a dramatic turn. The once charming young women donned military attire, and their gazes transformed into piercing sharpness. In the arena, their movements were fierce and precise, striking at vital points, as if they could crush an enemy's skull with bare hands at any moment. On the training grounds, the female soldiers trained as rigorously as their male counterparts, lifting heavy logs, enduring weighted cross-country runs, traversing muddy pits, and climbing rocks. Moreover, they were required to master combat skills, survival techniques, weapon handling, and tactical applications, undergoing a metamorphosis into competent warriors through the crucible of fire. The figures from various dynasties collectively shuddered, finally realizing they were not fragile maidens but rather a formidable assembly of man-eating flowers. I am a soldier of the Chinese Special Forces, a warrior forged in the fires of hell. My principle is to repay blood with blood and to return teeth for teeth. A caption on the screen read, "The ultimate devil's week of Special Forces." In the realm of the Great Qin, Wang Jian's pen fell to the ground. Yet he remained oblivious to it, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the heavens. He had long believed that the soldiers of Great Qin were an invincible royal army. However, upon witnessing the group of female warriors in the sky, he was compelled to relinquish his arrogance. The armies of future generations not only boasted superior weaponry but also possessed physical capabilities that far exceeded those of Great Qin. Beyond his astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his sentiments. In the realm of the Han dynasty, the beauties of Lu Che's harem gazed at the celestial canopy with fervent excitement. They yearned to embody the women depicted in the videos, to charge into battle and defend their homeland. Had they existed in such an era, afforded such opportunities, they would never be confined to the harem, spending their days vying for the affection of a single man. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu nodded in agreement. Although the women on the celestial screen lacked formidable physiques, 100 of them would pose no challenge to either him or Zhang Fei in a fair fight. However, with the divine weapons in their hands, even they would have to exercise caution and vigilance. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Empress Changsun gazed with a tinge of sorrow at the young maidens struggling and floundering in the mire. Warfare is a pursuit meant for men. Why must women endure the tribulations of the battlefield? To mold female soldiers into super warriors, what immense hardships must they endure to transform into competent fighters? In the realm of the Great Song, Zhao Kuangyin was filled with exuberance, gesturing animatedly. Yes, precisely, this is the outcome I desire. Just as the celestial guidance suggests, I shall assemble a formidable female special operations unit. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Empress Ma, in her youth, accompanied Zhu Yuanzhang in numerous battles. Having witnessed the brutalities of war, observing the harsh training of these young women, her heart ached with compassion. How much suffering must they endure? What anguish must their parents feel? with two daughters, Princess Ningguo and Princess Anqing, who were of a similar age. The sight of these girls enduring such merciless training brought tears to Empress Ma's eyes, as the onlookers were swept up in their emotions. A video began to play on the screen. From this moment forth, none of you possess names, only code names. The water temperature has plummeted to 0 degrees. You must complete the training exercises amidst extreme cold, exhaustion, and hunger. The screen displayed, training subject, rebirth in the mire. The outdoor temperature had sharply dropped to 5 degrees, with the water temperature nearing freezing. The footage revealed men and women struggling in the mire, drenched and shivering uncontrollably. Yet, none of them surrendered. They gritted their teeth and persevered, constantly teetering on the brink of collapse. Do you wish to withdraw? No. Number 33 will not give up. Number 46 will not give up. Are there any female soldiers who wish to concede? We will not yield. We will not yield. Even in death, we shall not surrender. The instructors, with a sinister smile, brought forth water guns, dousing the defiant soldiers with icy water. The frigid deluge sent jolts of pain through their bodies, rendering them numb and shaking uncontrollably. As they were soaked, the instructors inquired with feigned concern, "Will you give up?" The soldiers gritted their teeth in defiance. "We will not give up." Time and again, they retrieved boxes from the mire, lifting them above their heads, time and again. They performed sit-ups while clutching rollers in the mud. Their strength waned rapidly, each individual on the verge of collapse, yet they continued to endure. Special forces must push their limits in every aspect. Do any wish to withdraw? No. Exhausted soldiers lay prostrate in the mire, their eyes filled with determination, inching closer to their objective. Their physical strength depleted to its limits, their limbs unresponsive, each breath became a monumental challenge. Do any wish to concede? We shall not yield. Even in death. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di's fingertips trembled involuntarily. They were pushing people to their limits. Zhu Yuanzhang's hands, resting upon his knees, clenched tightly. It was through enduring such extreme conditions that they became a formidable force. The scene shifted. A group of parents stood at a distance, observing their children during their rigorous training. The temperature hovered several degrees below 0, the ground blanketed in ice and snow. Dressed in thick winter attire, the parents shivered uncontrollably. One father continually breathed warmth into his palms, his gaze fixed upon his daughter, who lay prostrate on the ground, training in archery, his eyes brimming with compassion. I feel as though I'm freezing just standing here. My daughter remains motionless. A caption appeared in the sky, stating, "The father, witnessing his daughter training in the snow, is overwhelmed with tears. He covered his eyes, turning away, unable to watch any longer, tears streaming down his face, a mix of heartache and pride." The comments read, "What they endure is not merely torment, but a testament to our peaceful existence." I observed them quaking in the cold, their teeth chattering. The television series seemed to understate the reality. After watching the video, Li Luo couldn't help but glance at his slender arms and legs. Approaching the mirror, he flexed his slightly bulging biceps, growing increasingly dissatisfied with what he saw. A man must possess a robust physique and muscular build. In comparison to special forces, I still fall short. Li Luo lifted his shirt, gazing at his flabby abdomen, a product of prolonged hours at work and a lack of exercise, sighing in resignation. It seems I must intensify my workouts. However, on a rainy day, it is more suitable to relax. I shall defer my training until tomorrow's sunshine. In the blink of an eye, Li Luo had crafted an excuse for his laziness. After convincing himself, he reclined comfortably on his bed. Unbeknownst to him, his flabby abdomen was prominently displayed in the sky, causing young maidens to blush furiously, chastising him as a rogue. The sky showcased Li Luo's physique from every angle, leaving viewers from all ears both embarrassed and helpless. Oh dear, this is mortifying. How can he be so indecent? Li Luo began scrolling through videos, the imagery in the sky shifting with the movement of his fingers. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the heavens, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. The viewers from various dynasties were instantly captivated, drawn to the unfolding horror. The scene depicted a frantic monkey, stumbling as if fleeing from an unseen pursuer, desperately trying to escape the source of the sinister laughter. Snow fell relentlessly, blanketing the desolate earth in a thick layer of white, accompanied by a voiceover filled with resentment, lament, and coaxing, heightening the dissonance of the scene. Once you enter this cycle, do not expect to be reborn easily. The scene shifted again. As a figure of Buddha turned and questioned, the once solemn temple now exuding an air of chill. Having seen the future, why not bow? Li Luo watched the video, utterly bewildered. What was this? A film montage? Intrigued, he continued watching, as a creature resembling an owl with a human head perched on a withered tree, shaking its head and flapping its wings. The land of the Little West welcomes the fated one. As the words echoed, a swarm of crows darkened the sky, swirling ominously. Countless skeletal remains stood in the biting wind, their bodies unburied and their spirits adrift. Those of faint heart couldn't help but gasp in horror. Such a scene could only be described as a purgatory on earth. Remember at the Ulumbana festival, the world-honored one stated, "The suffering of beings arises from their failure to uphold precepts and indulging in desires." The monkey depicted in the scene was handsome, yet unruly, casually pulling a miniature golden staff from his ear. At the moment it was revealed, the staff transformed back into a weapon. Soon after, the appearance of the four heavenly kings confronted the figure of Sun Wukong, causing goosebumps to rise on Li Luo's arms. Wait, isn't this the great sage, equal to heaven? Sun Wukong? Is there a new film in production? Eager for more information, Li Luo opened the comments section. China's own superhero, the great sage, equal to heaven. Black myth, Sun Wukong, eternal legend. The top male lead, monkey brother. Foreigners could never comprehend the significance of Sun Wukong to us, single-handedly entering the Western AAA realm. This is exhilarating. Graphics, great sage, spare me. 4K, 4090, can we clash? Li Luo was taken aback, realizing how ignorant he had been. This epic scene was merely a gaming effect. Has domestic gaming reached such astonishing heights? I thought it was a movie. Li Luo was not alone in his astonishment. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Wu Chengyan was overwhelmed with astonishment and delight. A smile unavoidably graced the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with profound joy. Once again, the celestial screen showcased his journey to the West, and the subsequent generations revered the character of Sun Wukong as their quintessential superhero. He picked up the manuscript of Journey to the West from the table, meticulously comparing it with the visuals on the celestial screen. If only the monkey's fur could be a golden hue, adorn him in lotus silk cloud shoes, a chainmail golden armor, and a phoenix wing purple gold crown, and it would be utterly perfect. Wu Chengyan, brimming with contentment, immersed himself in the writing of Journey to the West, determined to render it more exquisite, given the multitude that adored his work. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the celestial screen, bewildered. Eldest, fourth, what is this black myth, Sun Wukong? Zhu Di could not contain himself and interjected, Father, did it not mention on the screen? It is a game. Concerned that Zhu Yuanzhang might not comprehend, Zhu Di rephrased. I surmise it is akin to activities like throwing pots, the flower-picking game, or solving lantern riddles, ways to pass the time. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression hardened. Upon noticing his father's discontent, Zhu Di's knees buckled in an instant. Father, I was mistaken. The celestial screen continued to unfold, this time dividing the visuals into two segments. One side depicted the gaming landscape of Black Myth, Wukong, while the other showcased foreigners observing the gameplay. This was a video capturing the reactions of foreign viewers to Black Myth. Prominently displayed in the center of the screen was the phrase, Black Myth, Sun Wukong written in foreign script. Accompanied by harmonious melodies, the protagonist, Sun Wukong, made his entrance. At that moment, the foreign viewers were enraptured, flailing their arms and covering their faces in shock, exclaiming, Oh my God! Oh my God! Their eyes were glued to the screen, fearful of missing any details of the character within the game. The combat scenes featuring Sun Wukong left the foreign streamers in awe, as they incessantly employed words like incredible and astonishing to describe the thrilling duel. Li Luo, witnessing the streamer's astonishment, clutched his hair in exuberance, shouting, This is what the future of gaming looks like. He lauded the game's intricacies, utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a scene belonged to a game. At that moment, a flurry of comments flooded the celestial screen. I relished the sight of foreigners exposed to the unknown. 81 tribulations, 81 bosses. For the foreigners, the spectacle was shocking. While for the Chinese, it was the background music that resonated deeply. This BGM was etched in their very genes. Cultural exportation, a cacophony of voices. Who could truly fathom the awe of Sun Wukong donning a phoenix wing purple gold crown, clad in chainmail golden armor, stepping forth in lotus silk cloud shoes, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, battling the four heavenly kings? In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Wu Chengyan nodded repeatedly. In his mind, Sun Wukong was adorned with the phoenix wing purple gold crown, clad in the golden armor of chainmail, donning the cloud-stepping shoes made of lotus silk, and wielding the magical golden staff of Rui, fearless in the face of injustice, daring to confront the celestial palace in the skies. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed silently at the celestial canopy. The words displayed above struck him profoundly, instilling within him a sudden aversion towards the Buddhist faith. Presently, the Tang territory was dotted with numerous Buddhist temples that possessed vast lands and riches, with a multitude of monks and nuns who engaged not in productive endeavors. If this continued unchecked, it could pose a threat to the stability of the realm. Thus, Li Shimin resolved to eradicate Buddhism. Li Luo rested his chin on his hand. Observing the relentless downpour in Jiaozuo, which had already accumulated enough rain to fill half of the Kunying reservoir. Since his arrival in Jiaozuo, the rain had persisted in a steady drizzle, leaving him with no option but to remain in the hotel, engrossed in his mobile device. In comparison to the ancients, modern individuals appeared excessively feudalistic. As the title of the celestial display emerged, individuals from various historical periods were momentarily taken aback. The people of later generations flaunted their bare arms and legs, with cheongsams slid up to their thighs, and the bikini-clad figures in transformation videos bore little distinction from nudity. Were the descendants truly conservative? Did this imply that the ancients were more liberated? Throughout the ages, individuals craned their necks, eager to ascertain just how open their ancient counterparts truly were. Feng Minglong, a luminary of Ming Dynasty historical literature and a scholar of the arts, had penned numerous novels featuring dual male protagonists, celebrating the bond of friendship between two men. As the narration of the celestial display continued, brows furrowed across the epics. An involuntary thought crossed the minds of many. Is this truly it? Novels, after all, are mere tales. The depiction of dual male protagonists extolled the profound camaraderie forged between them. The people of history found themselves perplexed. Is there anything amiss with two individuals forming a deep bond, sharing life and death together? The celestial narration persisted, invoking the names of illustrious figures, Li Bai, Du Fu, Bo Ye, Ziqi, Wei Qing, and Tubing. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Bai and Du Fu exchanged a knowing smile. They met in Luoyang and felt an instant camaraderie. Subsequently, they traversed mountains and rivers together, indulging in wine and composing poetry, all the while holding each other in mutual respect. Brother Xueme, let us toast to our friendship, Du Fu proclaimed, raising his cup in unison. Brother Taibai, to our bond. In the realm of the spring and autumn period, Yu Boya was engulfed in profound sorrow upon hearing the name of Zhong Ziki once more. Ever since Zhong Ziki's passing, there had been no true confidant in the world. In despair, he shattered his lute strings, vowing never to play again. Ziki, I miss you dearly, with an ache that is unrelenting. In the realm of the Han dynasty, Tubing found himself somewhat perplexed as he murmured, Uncle. Wei Qing did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity in the air. The narrative prominently featured Su Shi, who was whimsically transformed into Su Xiaomei, uniting in a joyful marriage with his disciple, Qin Guan. The intricate entanglements of love and resentment between Su Shi and Fo Yin span lifetimes, while the tumultuous relationship between Su Shi and Wang Engshi resembled that of affectionate adversaries. As the narrator's voice faded, the historical figures erupted into chaos. What on earth is happening? In the realm of the great song, Su Shi unexpectedly sprayed a mouthful of wine onto Huaimin's face. With a dark expression, he pointed towards the celestial canopy, rendered speechless by his anger. Huaimin, momentarily stunned, wiped his face, his eyes wide with disbelief as he grappled with the overwhelming information before him. In the next instant, the flames of the 8 trigrams ignited within him. He gazed at Su Shi with gleaming eyes, eager to discern the truth behind the rumors involving Fo Yin and Wang Engshi. Noticing the chaotic curiosity in Huaimin's eyes, Su Shi exploded in frustration. Gripping Huaimin's shoulders tightly, he shook him forcefully. Huaimin, cease this nonsense. It's all false, every bit of it. Fo Yin and I are merely friends, often engaging in Zen discussions and composing poetry together. He emphasized the words merely with great weight. Wang Engshi advocates reform, while I hold differing views on the matter. Our political ideologies diverge significantly. It is certainly not the romantic entanglements or playful rivalries as suggested by the celestial canopy. With his face still damp, Huaimin observed Su Shi's theatrics expressionlessly. Su Shi quickly released his grip, insisting, he only admires my literary talent. Huaimin retorted deliberately, I never inquired. Why the need for explanation? An explanation is but a guise, and a guise conceals the truth. Growing anxious, Su Shi exclaimed, I did not. I am not. Do not speak such nonsense. In the same realm, Su Shi's brother Suzhou was left astounded. The notion that Su Shi had transformed into a woman named Su Xiaomei and married his disciple Qin Guan was utterly preposterous. Feeling the weight of scrutinizing gazes from all directions, Suzhou squirmed uncomfortably. My lord, please understand, it is all falsehood, mere fabrications. The celestial canopy's claims are sheer nonsense and should not be taken to heart. Before he could elaborate, Wang Ongxi interjected, stepping forward to declare loudly, "What a jest! I too am entangled in these rumors. If we do not clarify this matter and extinguish these gossips while they are still in their infancy, how shall I maintain my standing in the court?" Despite their political differences, Suzhou and Wang Ongxi found themselves in unexpected agreement regarding this issue. The vice minister is correct. The celestial canopy's words are entirely fictitious. Emperor Zhizong Zhao Su felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing to personally engage in the matter. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Bai and Du Fu exchanged glances. "Brother Su, our relationship is undoubtedly one of pure fraternal affection. I assure you. I harbor no ulterior motives." Du Fu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, Brother Tai Bai, our bond is one of brotherhood, a genuine friendship. We are companions. We are companions. You Boya, Wei Qin, was tubing. Engaging in everything will only lead to your downfall." The celestial screen continued its display. Tang Bo, whose doting on autumn fragrance, was also penned by Madame Feng. An all-rounder, he crafted historical accounts and penned novels, and he was even capable of filling in others' gaps. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, upon hearing the celestial curtain suddenly evoke his name, Tang Bohu felt a shiver run through him. "Feng Menglong, I bear you no grudge, so why do you seek to harm me thus? When did I ever summon Xiuxiang? Could you perhaps choose another to torment?" He lamented. "Do not compel me to kneel before you. You may weave tales of Tang Jiyuan and his romantic entanglements, yet," with a heavy sigh, Tang Bohu expressed his profound sorrow. "It is entirely my fault for being so strikingly handsome, charming, and exceptionally talented, that this fellow incessantly uses me as the muse for his narratives. Alas, this wretched allure of mine, which finds no place to rest." The celestial screen was soon inundated with a flurry of comments. "Help! He is utterly enamored with Su Shi." To his astonishment, it appeared that all the scandalous tales about Su Shi had originated from him. Regrettably, the esteemed lady had withdrawn from the literary world. He could scarcely fathom the joy of being her reader, awakening each day to find her pen crafting new tales, laughter echoing in his heart. "Indeed, I weep. For he has penned a staggering 30 million words. The couples he has written about have captured my heart." Reflecting on the past, he felt a pang of sadness as he recalled two couples he had once cherished, both meeting tragic ends. One pair, Nankang Baichi and his beloved, had spent 7 years in love, only to be torn apart by societal constraints, leading the beloved to hastily marry and bear children. He had penned, "I shall wait for you until you are 35, yet tragically leapt into the river at the tender age of 28. The second lament was of a solemn wedding. Ultimately unable to escape the clutches of societal expectations, having evaded the bullets of war, yet succumbing to the whispers of rumor." As Li Luo perused the comments section, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He suddenly recalled how a former colleague had once advised him against reading Nankang Baichi's tales or listening to the drama One Bow to Heaven. Initially perplexed, he had sought clarification, only to be met with the profound statement, "Throughout history, love is oft steeped in sorrow." Upon encountering similar sentiments in the comments today, the dormant memories surged forth, striking Li Luo with unexpected force. Without a second thought, he clicked on the link to the comments section. "Do not be so cruel. Some are newlywed, while others are cold in the river." As the song concluded, Li Luo was left in stunned silence. He had assumed it was merely a novel, only to discover it was an autobiography, and mistook the song for a melody, when in truth, it was an elegy. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Feng Menglong wept with a breathless sorrow. Love arose with the wind, yet when the breeze ceased, his heart remained tumultuous. To cherish an unattainable love is a profound regret. It is akin to the moon reflected in water, the flowers mirrored in glass, and the dream of you. The moon can be sought, flowers can be gathered, yet you remain an elusive desire. Since time immemorial, the passionate have been left with lingering regrets, and sweet dreams have always been the easiest to awaken from. Feng Menglong leaned upon the table, fists clenched in determination, vowing to grant every pair of lovers in his tales a perfect conclusion. The poignant love concealed within the letter to my wife is perhaps the most heart-wrenching of all. Women throughout history, upon reading the title, instinctively grasped their handkerchiefs, as if their hearts were ensnared by a powerful grip, instantly understanding the profound significance of the letter. A heartfelt missive materialized against the sky, its densely packed words shrinking with each line. This final love letter, imbued with emotion and national sentiment, truly illustrated the notion that the brevity of paper belies the depth of affection. The celestial display continued, revealing the heartrending love story of Lin Jumin and Chen Yiying. Lin Jumin was a young revolutionary, born into a wealthy family and educated in Japan. He was a cousin of Lin Huiying. Chun Ying was a refined lady cultivated in a scholarly household. Following parental wishes, Lin Jumin wed Chun Ying, who was well-matched in social standing. Their marriage blossomed with profound love. He established a school for girls, and she supported his endeavors by joining the institution. As he partook in revolutionary activities and raised funds, she selflessly contributed her dowry. After Lin Jumin's sacrifice at the age of 24, Chun Ying was engulfed in grief upon reading his letter. After giving birth to their child, she succumbed to despair. The comments read, "After completing the letter to my wife, Lin Jumin penned a brief letter to his father." A mere 41 words that epitomized the tragic dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. Ying, my beloved, as I write this, I am still a man of the world. When you read this, I shall have become a ghost in the underworld. The words diminished in size as he yearned to express more, a testament to his boundless love. The world's most poignant love letter. As he prepared to face death with valor, thoughts of his beloved filled his mind, and his words grew smaller, reflecting the depth of his affection. What is love, if not a bond that compels life and death to intertwine? In this existence, Jumin bears the world's burdens, but, alas, only forsakes you. Li Luo was profoundly moved by the love between Lin Jumin and Chun Ying. He promptly typed the words "letter to my wife," and the entirety of its content soon illuminated the sky. My beloved, I bid you eternal farewell through this letter. When I composed this missive, I was still a living man. When you read this, I shall have become a specter. In the realm of the Han Dynasty, LG's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the heartfelt letter from her spouse. The words within were earnest and sincere, each sentence resonating deeply and stirring profound emotions. With reddened eyes, she cast a fleeting glance at the formidable Emperor Liu Bang, her husband. Memories of being forsaken by him surged forth, each recollection a piercing torment that assailed her heart, leaving her in anguish. How could there be such disparity among humans? One is a hero who, even in captivity, remains devoted to his wife, while the other is a scoundrel who repeatedly abandons his first spouse in times of crisis. In their escapades as outlaws and during the Battle of Pengcheng, Liu Bang invariably prioritized his own escape, callously leaving behind his family. LG closed her eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress her tumultuous thoughts, and transformed once more into the resolute and steadfast empress she was meant to be. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Empress Changsun revisited the letter to her husband multiple times, each reading bringing forth tears. Every character within the letter resonated with profound affection for her beloved, while each sentence echoed her concerns for the fate of the nation. Li Shimin too felt the sting of emotion in his eyes. As he gently wiped away the tears from Empress Changsun's face, he instructed others to transcribe the entirety of the letter. This missive was not merely a love letter, but a poignant lament for the homeland. Alas, for this pair of devoted souls. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was in a state of utter agitation. He circled around Empress Ma, exhausting every means at his disposal to elicit a smile from her. He understood the profound impact of heartfelt letters. Yet he was taken aback by their immense power. After reading his correspondence, Empress Ma was on the verge of tears for nearly half an hour. If this continued, her delicate eyes would surely suffer. Please, my dear, cease your weeping. If you continue, you shall no longer be beautiful, Zhu Yuanzhang clumsily attempted to console her. Empress Ma shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "At my age, does beauty even matter?" Noting that she had finally ceased her tears, Zhu Yuanzhang let out a sigh of relief. "As long as you do not cry, my dear, you shall forever remain the most beautiful in my heart." In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Zhu Yuchang exchanged a tender gaze with Empress Zhang, his eyes radiating a softness akin to flowing water. As a sovereign, he upheld the principle of monogamy, devoting his life solely to Empress Zhang, sharing each day with her, eschewing concubines and the selection of maidens. Zhu Yuchang lowered his gaze, reminiscing about his biological mother, Lady Ji, and the favored consort Wan, who had cruelly harmed the imperial concubines. Consequently, after his birth, he was meticulously concealed by the eunuchs, leading a life of evasion until he was summoned back to the palace at the tender age of 6. "Your Majesty, how fare you?" The gentle voice of Empress Zhang broke through his reverie. Zhu Yuchang lifted his head, grasping her hand firmly. "My Empress, your presence in this life suffices. I vow that we shall grow old together." Meanwhile, Li Luo continued to scroll through his phone. A new headline illuminating the screen. In tribute to the 72 martyrs of Huang Wagging, Lin Juemin. The image depicted Lin Juemin, battered and bloodied. Struggling to maintain his composure as he leaned against a chair, his gaze fixed ahead. Why do you hide in the shadows? What is it that you fear? The scene shifted to Zhang Mingqi, the governor-general of Guangdong, interrogating Lin Juemin. He sat in his chair, countering Lin S' inquiry with a question of his own. What do I fear? Lin replied, you fear my youth. I have chosen death, yet I remain young. Though you cling to life, you have aged. Have you considered that among the great powers of the world today, which nation has not risen to prominence through revolution? How can China afford to neglect the call for revolution? The court had ceded Hong Kong to the British and Taiwan to the Japanese. What purpose does such a court serve? Zhang Mingqi remained seated, reflecting, I am here to interrogate you, yet it has turned into an interrogation of me. Lin Juemin smiled with unwavering confidence. You cannot interrogate me. Zhang Mingqi's face softened with compassion. But should you die, you will have lost everything. Lin Juemin stood resolute, declaring, the Qing seeks my life. I shall exact retribution upon the Qing itself. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to have not fully comprehended the situation. He turned to Zhu Biao and Zhu Di. Eldest brother, fourth brother, what did the heavens just proclaim? Zhu Biao, perplexed, responded, the Qing seeks my life. And I harbor intentions to eradicate the Qing. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, his chest heaving with evident agitation. That is not the statement, Zhu Di interjected, stepping forward with an unusually calm demeanor. The court has ceded Hong Kong to the British and Taiwan to the Japanese. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Di struck the table with a powerful fist, the resounding impact startling both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. To see land in pursuit of peace. Such a court deserves to be punished. The trio's gaze collectively shifted towards the northeastern horizon. A court like this need not concern itself with the future generations. In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Empress Cixi, enraged, gesticulated vehemently at the celestial screen, hurling invectives. Treachery and rebellion abound. A congregation of traitorous scoundrels. Execute them all. Eliminate them entirely. The court, beset by challenges, found these individuals lacking in understanding of its plight, incessantly clamoring for revolution. Was it merely the cession of Hong Kong and Taiwan that incited such uproar? Such trivial matters. How dare they conspire against the heart of the Qing? Such audacity. Monarchs of all eras collectively scorned the Qing court. What purpose does such a court serve? A family with a daughter is sought by 100 families. Yet, 100 families with a daughter are clung to by but one. A new video materialized, altering the imagery upon the celestial screen. For reasons unknown, Li Luo felt a weight upon his heart as he beheld the title, for the reality behind those words was exceedingly harsh. The video lingered in silence. A large transparent triangular symbol manifesting on the screen, leaving the onlookers from various dynasties perplexed, whispering amongst themselves. Why is it not playing? What is happening? Such a situation has never arisen before. It seems the screen is stuck. After a considerable interval, Li Luo steeled himself, inhaled deeply, and proceeded to click on the video. The exorbitant bride price in Jiangxi is well-deserved, as the region harbors a penchant for male superiority. Within the celestial display, a young man confronted the camera with fervor, vehemently denouncing the injustices faced by women in Jiangxi. A flicker of confusion crossed the faces of women throughout history. Has it not been the case since time immemorial that men are exalted while women are subjugated? The man's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance aflame with righteous indignation, vehemently denouncing the male figure upon the celestial screen as a purveyor of deceitful rhetoric. In the realm of the great Qin, Ing Zheng's countenance was as dark as iron. The atmosphere within the grand hall stifling, leaving the ministers too fearful to raise their heads. This was due to the elevated status of women in the Qin dynasty. The laws permitted women to engage in love freely. As long as mutual affection existed, they could register at the government office to become lawful spouses. Women in the Qin could hold official positions, partake in battles, remarry, and address domestic abuse without incurring legal repercussions. Ing Zheng was a monarch who held profound respect for women, and the laws of the Qin similarly safeguarded their rights. However, upon hearing of the persistence of gender discrimination over 2 millennia later, he was profoundly displeased. As the ancestral dragon of China, how could he not be incensed by such actions? In the realm of Wuzhou, Wu Zetian gazed upon provinces that favored males over females and let out a cold snort. In the Tang dynasty, under my reign, which man would dare to defy? For those who harbor dissent, my blade is ever eager. Not only would disrespect towards women be intolerable, but one would also need to contemplate the consequences. Now a reigning empress, Wu Zetian was no gentle soul. To achieve great ambitions, even kin could be sacrificed. let alone those who obstructed her quest to elevate the status of women. Wu Zetian turned to the Chinese geomantic map behind her, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Jiangxi. She muttered softly. Shangguan Wan'er, ever astute and perceptive, quickly approached and pointed to a location, respectfully addressing Wu Zetian. Your Majesty, Jiangxi refers to the present-day Jiaoyu region. Very well, dispatch educated female officials to Jiangyu to enlighten the populace. We must ensure that no tragedies occur. Understood. Words began to materialize on one side of the celestial curtain. In the year 2000, the mortality rate of female infants in Jiangxi was a staggering 78. 78 mortality rate for female infants? Upon reading this, Li Luo was filled with indignation. The figures were utterly outrageous. He hastily investigated the relevant data. And the moment he saw the statistics, he broke into a cold sweat. Li Luo found it hard to believe the numbers. The male-to-female ratio for the first child was 138, 100, while for the second child, it was 203, 100. The mortality rate for females was double that of males. In other words, fewer females were born, yet more of them perished. Staring at these figures, Li Luo fell silent. He opened his messaging app, yearning to inquire of a friend from Jiangxi, whom he had added during his travels, whether such data was indeed accurate. He meticulously crafted a lengthy message, revising and editing repeatedly. Yet ultimately, he did not send it, deleting everything instead. This was merely the data that could be registered. The unregistered figures remained unknown. Li Luo opened the comments section, and the remarks from netizens weighed heavily on his heart. Can't find a wife, can you? Because your wife has long been buried 6 feet under. The likelihood was not that she lay buried, but rather in a landfill or a gutter. There were no graves for female infants. What you see, siblings, the reality, sister, ghost, brother. I always believed that gender discrimination was a notion of the past. What a tragic tale of human existence. In the realm of the great Qin, Yingzheng sat in silence, the atmosphere within the grand hall plummeting to an icy stillness. The ministers, filled with trepidation, awaited his words. After what felt like an eternity, Yingzheng finally lifted his gaze. He decreed with resolute authority that within the borders of our Qin, no individual shall be allowed to drown a female infant. Those who defy this command shall face severe punishment without exception. In the realm of the Han dynasty, LG and Liu Bang gazed at the heavens, rendered speechless in astonishment. The status of women in the Han dynasty was remarkably elevated. Women possessed certain inheritance rights and were allowed to inherit titles. They could engage in commerce, and numerous exceptional female politicians emerged during this era, witnessing the practices of later generations, such as the preference for sons and the infanticide of female infants. They found it hard to believe. Is this the conduct of a civilized society? Even in our feudal society, we would not casually resort to the drowning of female infants. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Princess Changla covered her mouth in terror, struggling to comprehend the unfathomable cruelty of those who would harm an innocent infant. Father, mother, is what is spoken in the celestial realm truly the case? To be born a girl only to be condemned to death, does she not possess the right to live? The princess's demeanor was unsettling, prompting Empress Chang's son to tenderly embrace her, gently patting her shoulder. Father, please issue an edict to prohibit the slaughter of female infants within the Tang territory. This is utterly wrong. Very well, I shall issue the order forthwith. Li Luo set aside her phone, gazing vacantly out the window. After a lengthy pause, she managed to suppress the surge of anger within her. Continuing to scroll through her phone, the celestial imagery shifted. Individuals from various eras collectively sighed in relief. The previous video had been too heavy, and a change of content was needed to lighten the mood. The scene transformed to reveal a child, resembling a demon, ensnared in layers of chains. Why must I remain trapped in this lotus pool? For merely flaying the audacious dragon child, I am condemned to this eternal seal. You may seize my essence. Yet the lotus roots infused with my power have become obedient hounds of the celestial realm. The child, reminiscent of Neza, appeared akin to a fearsome Azura, indistinguishable from other malevolent beings. Li Luo was taken aback. Isn't this Neza? The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is Neza? The portrayal of Neza on the screen bore no resemblance to any version she had previously encountered. With fiery red hair and a bronze complexion, his hands were tightly shackled, radiating an aura of hostility and defiance, resembling a criminal suspect. The enigmatic nature of this Neza, a blend of righteousness and malevolence, sent shivers down Li Luo's spine. In her memory, Neza was a charming lotus boy, mischievous yet brimming with justice. It is he, indeed, our companion, little Neza. This is the true Neza. Li Luo's gaze shifted to the video title, Dark Journey to the West, Neza's Saga. Those faint-hearted individuals throughout the ages were so frightened that they turned to flee, exclaiming, "Monsters!" In the realm of the great Ming, Wu Qingyin could hardly contain his expressions of disbelief. After much internal struggle, he finally succumbed to his urge to voice his thoughts. What on earth is this dark journey to the West? How is it that the minds of future generations can conceive such bizarre notions? Am I to abandon my own journey to the West? After muttering to himself, Wu Qingyin set aside his paper and brush, eager to discover how his tale had been transformed. On the screen, a figure of authority loomed, appearing both explanatory and mocking as it berated Neza for his lack of self-awareness. "Child, you are gravely mistaken. Your greatest error lies in your very existence in this world. Do you not realize that your mother, the goddess of auspiciousness, was once the guardian of the balance between good and evil? Yet, in her desire to remain with Li Jing, she sealed away the malevolent spirit within her." Confounded, Li Luo questioned which version of Neza this was. Had the tale undergone a radical reinterpretation? The scene shifted as Neza boldly interrupted the figure, asserting, "And that malevolence is none other than me, Neza, a blight whom heaven forbids to exist." The imagery transformed, presenting Neza clad in a red belly band, adorned with the cosmic circle, wielding a fiery spear, draped in celestial silk, and standing upon wheels of fire and wind. Li Luo nodded in recognition. This was the Neza he knew. "You are a born Azura, uncontrollable and unruly. If the gods cannot manage you, then you must be eliminated. The most exquisite spectacle would be your father, in a misguided attempt to protect you, striking you down himself." The visuals darkened to a blood-red hue as Li Jing, with tears in his eyes, wielded his sword to sever Neza's head. The figure of authority reveled in triumph, declaring, "Your father is but the most loyal hound of heaven." The scene shifted once more, showcasing Li Jing, now elevated to a divine rank, commanding an army of celestial soldiers. Neza, consumed by despair, felt an inferno of hatred blaze within him. What is right and wrong? Is the divine law merely a mandate that forces a father to kill his own son? My mother is captured. My two brothers are mere bargaining chips, and I am imprisoned in Ling Mountain, condemned to a life of servitude. My father could have enjoyed a peaceful life like any other mortal, yet fate has torn his family apart. What power does a mere mortal possess to challenge heaven and the divine? Only by becoming a deity, or even transcending divinity, could he hope to defy this celestial order. At that moment, the screen filled with a flurry of comments. It has been 10 years, all for the sake of nostalgia. Each chapter tells a sorrowful tale. After the white bone, there are no more battle gods. Have we forgotten the terror of being dominated by the monkey in the mines? I cannot help but shed tears every time I witness this. Does the story of Journey to the West not mirror our own reality? Li Luo felt a shiver run down his spine from the potency of these lines. You think that holding a high position grants you the right to dictate right from wrong? You believe that power allows you to look down upon the masses? In this vast world, there are countless beings, all equal and naturally ordained. Listen, the heavens are changing. Li Luo could not help but exclaim. What a remarkable line for Neza in this game. It is truly explosive. How have I never heard of such an exhilarating game? Curious. Li Luo opened his browser and searched for Battle God. The detailed information about the game unfolded before him, revealing an outpouring of nostalgia and unresolved emotions from players. As he continued scrolling, the music of Cloud Sound Heaven began to play, showcasing an elderly man, his white hair flowing, tirelessly shaking a prayer wheel with a compassionate expression. A mournful narration echoed, "Why does the Bodhisattva sit in silence, watching the sentient beings refuse to turn back?" The scene shifted again, depicting a monk wandering through desolate autumn winds, yet steadfast in his purpose. "I seek to traverse all corners of the world to seek the truth of Buddha's teachings. No one can hinder the great journey to the West." Soon, a colossal statue appeared on screen, surrounded by a throng of worshippers paying homage. Indeed, the heavens are ever watchful. Suddenly, stones flew as the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, was suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain by the Buddha. "You dare deceive me, old man." The disheartened figure of Zhu Beiji lamented, "I have now become a pig. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? You shall never return to humanity. 100 years, 1,000 years. Forever a pig. Merely a beast," he thought, lamenting the selfishness that led to the transformation of the entire populace of Gao Lao village into pigs, forcing the once mighty Marshal Tianpeng to embark on the journey for scriptures. As fragments of the glazed lamp dispersed, the general of the curtain rolled into a frenzy, extending his hands to grasp the last remnants, consumed by the desire to return to heaven. "The Queen Mother once said that restoring the glazed lamp would allow my return. I must go back. By Ma Wen, you are a demon. I am a celestial being. But now, I am nothing. Yet, could these memories be taken from him? The comments flooded in. After the white bone, there is no more journey to the west. A decade has passed. Farewell, my lady. When the great sage struck his staff upon you, it felt like a blow to my very heart. Farewell, seeker of scriptures. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin felt a tremor in his heart. The revered son Wukong lay shackled by iron chains, seemingly having grasped the essence of the journey to the west, perceiving the hypocrisy of the celestial beings. Li Shimin recalled the rebellious son Wukong, who possessed eyes that could see through all. Such tales meant to deceive children, I too can narrate. Allow me to continue your story. They proclaimed the heavenly palace to be a realm of bliss, yet failed to mention that those unwilling to relinquish their souls could not enter. They spoke of demons imprisoned beneath the five elements mountain. Yet their true desire was to consume the essence of these demons. They insisted that with unwavering will, one could attain the sacred scriptures. But the journey westward was merely a farcical spectacle under meticulous surveillance. They claimed a mischievous monkey toppled a rare ginseng fruit tree. But who truly understood the sordid secrets hidden beneath its roots? They asserted that many monsters roamed the world, yet these monsters were but their cherished pets. They monopolized the beauty of the heavenly palace, leaving humanity to languish on earth, manipulating the fates of the masses and filling the world with suffering. Li Lizzie turned to Li Shimin, seemingly shaken by the video displayed upon the celestial screen. Father, is this true? The quest for the scriptures is but a ruse, a mockery of mankind's existence? Do they toy with the fates of the people solely to gain earthly faith? Li Lizzie's inquiries were incisive, while Li Shimin's responses faltered. Perhaps. Father, would you still allow Tang Xuanzang to journey westward for the scriptures? Suddenly, Li Shimin felt a jolt of realization. Let it be. After perusing the introductions of the game's black myth, Wukong and God of War, Li Shimin's resolve to pursue the scriptures wavered. With celestial beings appearing in such a manner, would they truly care for the lives of mortals? Are the scriptures of any worth? A rousing soundtrack erupted from the celestial screen. The breathtaking moments from the game flashed by in rapid succession. Images of the formidable battle against the Sakura Dragon in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Arthur intercepting a train in Red Dead Redemption 2, the epic confrontation of Wukong against the four heavenly kings. And assassins avoiding the onslaught of armies in Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood danced across the screen. Warriors do not perish, they simply go missing on their quests. The number of times one is vanquished is inconsequential. What matters is how many times one rises again. There are no deities descending from the heavens, only mortals rising to the occasion. Oh, sentient beings, contemplate deeply in this long, cold night. As the music gradually softened, the celestial screen returned to tranquility. The people of various dynasties, upon realizing the truth, found it hard to believe. Those exhilarating segments were merely splendid moments from a game. In the next instant, the screen darkened, revealing 5 of our heroes, Arthur, Daji, Hou-Yi, Lanling Wang, and Kaiwenji. Enemies will arrive in 5 seconds. Prepare yourselves. All troops, advance. Li Luo bowed his head, fully immersed in the game. The perspective shifted back to the game interface, where Li Luo skillfully maneuvered the heroes, continuously leveling up and clearing the jungle. Soon, a chaotic melee ensued, with both sides fiercely competing, dazzling skills dazzling the ancient spectators. First blood. Shutdown. Accompanied by exhilarating notifications. Even those from the past could discern the advantage was ours. Our heroes repeatedly toppled the enemy's defenses, advancing toward their crystal. After numerous defenses and assaults, they ultimately shattered the enemy's crystal. The people of various eras finally grasped the game's mechanics. Simple in operation, yet maddeningly addictive. A singular thought echoed in everyone's minds. I want to play. After several rounds, the ancients remained unsated, yet Li Luo exited the game interface, continuing to scroll through his phone. Before long, an adorable cat-headed minister materialized on the celestial screen. Words gradually emerged, Lin Zexuid human, valiantly resisting the onslaught of opium upon China. Until the day opium ceases to exist, this minister shall not return. I vow to see this matter through to the end. With no thought of cessation, by imperial decree, the opium must be destroyed. Accompanied by stirring music, the words slowly unfolded. In the 19th century, the scourge of opium plagued China, prompting Lin Zexuid to petition Emperor Daoguang to enforce a ban in Guangdong. The celestial video continued. What you have built will surely lead to your downfall. The image of Lin Zexuid stood tall and resolute as he made his way to the platform, determined to eradicate opium. Hans DM legalization, the youth gather in revelry, while the elders weep inconsolably. Mr. Lin Zexu can find solace. The comments read, "Do you know what the tribute to commemorate Lin Zexu is? It is human heads. Lin Zexu and Zhuozongtong, having propped up the crippled Qing dynasty, ensured that China would not stumble in the same place twice." In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi blinked in bewilderment. With such intentions, your demise is inevitable. As she gazed, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from her lips. She was not merely an ignorant woman of the inner palace. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the perils of opium. Initially, it was the Western powers that breached the gates of the Qing. Yet now it was her own people who had betrayed their homeland. Heaven's calamities can be endured, but self-inflicted miseries are inexcusable. They deserve their fate. The resentment that had simmered in her heart found a measure of solace. The invasion and exploitation of the Qing had culminated in Cixi's century-long strategy, which had now been realized. Following the United States, both Canada and Germany recognized its legitimacy. A multitude of citizens surged into the streets, celebrating this historic moment. They had once colluded to smuggle opium, inflicting harm upon their fellow countrymen, coercing the cession of territory in the payment of reparations, and plundering vast amounts of wealth. Now, the boomerang of history has returned with a vengeance. The barrage of comments reads, "Though there may be millions, I shall proceed." Lin Zexu, the first person in modern history to awaken to the world. The significance of studying history finds its answer in this moment. Li Luo continued scrolling through his phone as a new headline appeared on the screen. Lin Zexu, can you guess why it is called the Opium War at Human and not the burning of opium at Human? In the realm of the Qing dynasty, Lin Zexu found himself beset by an ominous premonition. The noxious substance of opium could not be incinerated directly. After much contemplation, he devised the seawater leaching method. He envisioned excavating 2 large pits on the beach, lining their bottoms with stones, and channeling seawater into them. Once the opium was cut and soaked in seawater, quicklime would be added, and ultimately, the resultant wastewater would be discharged, thus completely eradicating the opium. Surely, this was how it had been disposed of. Yet, gazing at the celestial screen, uncertainty washed over Lin Zexu. He recalled that initially, he had employed the method of mixing opium with tung oil for destruction. However, remnants of the opium paste would seep into the soil, leading some addicted individuals to scavenge the earth for traces of the tainted ground, which later necessitated the adoption of the seawater and lime method. With lingering doubt, Lin Zexu raised his eyes to the screen. There, a foreign correspondent was reporting live from the incineration site. Behind him, a fierce blaze raged, consuming tons of hazardous materials. Behind me, 8 tons of HLYDM. Suddenly, the reporter erupted into an eerie laughter, inexplicably gesticulating in a bizarre manner at the scene. The footage began to shake, and amidst the roaring flames, the host appeared bewildered, his mind faltering in a void, utterly unaware of how to proceed at that moment. After a brief pause, the reporter seemingly regained his composure, adjusting his demeanor and resuming his report. Behind me, the fire is burning. Hey, he. The entire screen quaked. Those from various dynasties were left perplexed, yet Lin Zexu understood all too well. With a resigned expression, he looked at the screen, realizing that both the host and the cameraman had fallen into the same trap. In the realm of the Great Chain, Yingzheng gazed in astonishment at the seemingly frenzied reporters and photographers. Could this object truly possess such formidable power? Merely a whiff of it could render one irrational, transforming them into something unrecognizable, neither human nor ghost. A flicker of apprehension crossed Yingzheng's eyes as he became increasingly wary of the wonders espoused by the celestial firmament. According to its implications, this substance not only induced a loss of reason, but also harbored a propensity for addiction. He could already envision the dire consequences for the nation that dared to open its borders to such a perilous entity. The Han Dynasty, even copying homework, has become a challenge. Tang Dynasty, ha, what should I do? I can't help but laugh. I suppose I have become addicted as well. In the Song Dynasty, one might ponder why that foreign individual appears so uncultured, as if he has suffered the consequences of his ignorance.